The story opens with a teenager kneeling in front of the Jiang family's mausoleum. He is the young master of the Jiang family who is constantly praying. Ancestors, if everyone in heaven is holy, please save the Jiang family. He knelt and cried, saying that the Jiang family was now in danger. Enemies were lurking everywhere. The young master of the Jiang family was incompetent and useless. From afar, a group of people came. The leader named Lai Ho came closer and said, "The Jiang family's trash didn't expect to run to this place." The young master of the Jiang family roared angrily, "Li Hu, what do you want to do? This is my Jiang family's land. How dare you all arbitrarily barge in?" Hearing that, Li Hu rubbed his forehead and laughed strangely. "Ha ha ha." He said with a mocking tone, "I will uproot your ancestral land. Your Jiang family will sooner or later belong to my Lai family. This place will also become a place for you to urinate in the future." Unable to bear the humiliation, young Master Jiang rushed forward and threw his fist at Li Hu with a scolding, "Impertinent, I will risk my life with you." Li Hu's movements were so fast that he kicked the young master of the Jiang family in the stomach before his fist could reach him. The young master of the Jiang family collapsed. Li Hu stepped on his head and raised his voice. "If you don't know how to control yourself, where do you useless bastard get the courage to fight me?" Even though he was trampled on the ground, the young master of the Jiang family still kept screaming to get out of our Jiang family's ancestral land. Li Hu lightly snorted and walked towards the mausoleum and said loudly, "Today kid, I will pee here for you to see." A junior named Lai Tu approached and smiled and talked to Lai Ho. "Tiger brother, how can you do it yourself? Leave it to me." Feeling that his ancestors were being insulted too much, the young master of the Jiang family roared, "If you dare, I will definitely kill you." Even though he said that, he could not stop his leisurely steps towards the tomb. The fourth man was walking towards the mausoleum when he raised his head and said, "Why is there a coffin hanging here?" Suddenly the shaky coffin showed signs of about to collapse. The guy was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Then with a bang, the coffin fell and sent him off to meet his grandparents. Where the coffin fell, blood splatters appeared. "What are you so scared about?" Several juniors and Li Hu were scared out of their wits, their faces showing drops of sweat. A junior said with a trembling voice that he was crushed to death. The young master of the Jiang family saw this and said, "You deserve it, this is the result you get for insulting my ancestors." Lai Hu also felt guilty. How could this be possible? Lai Tu level 9 body refining, even if it weighed 10,000 pounds, he couldn't kill him. Why is this coffin so heavy? A junior asked, "Is there a treasure inside?" After all, the Jiang family also produced Nan Hong, extremely glorious. Li Hu's eyes turned cunning and said, "Maybe." "Hurry, open the coffin and take out the treasure." Then he pointed at the coffin and shouted, "If you dare to hurt my big brother, pull the body out of the coffin and whip it." The two juniors immediately rolled up their sleeves and walked over. Young Master Kuang saw this and shouted, "You beasts, how dare you!" Lai Ho took advantage of the situation and immediately kicked young Master Kuang and told young Master Jiang to calm down. At this time, two juniors also stepped forward and tried to push the coffin out. He looked in and wanted to see what was in there. At that moment, a hand reached out from inside the coffin. Anu rang out, followed by the painful screams of the junior being strangled. The junior struggled in fear and fell to the ground, screaming, "Aya!" Lai Ho was no better, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. From the coffin a handsome man stepped out. He looked around wondering, "Where is this?" The man standing next to Lai Ho asked with trembling hands, "What's going on? Is he a human or a ghost?" Seeing that his teammate was as stupid as a pig, Li Hu slapped him and shouted, "Don't make noise, can't you see he's breathing?" Young Master Kuang immediately knelt down when he saw the young man. "I can't believe my eyes anymore, the ancestors have come back to life." Lai Ho and his two juniors began to argue, "Is he human? How could he be in the coffin? Could he be a grave robber?" Lai Ho did not believe that this was a ghost. He pointed his finger and shouted loudly, "Pretend to be a ghost, scare me and then bring him to me." The junior immediately rushed up and shouted, "Kid, get out of here." But before this guy could do anything, the other man slapped him and his jaw was completely dislocated. As soon as the young man finished using his strength, he looked at his hand and thought, "Now my body is so weak, my strength is almost gone, where has my Han Hai strength gone?" Seeing his junior being beaten, he shouted, "This kid looks weak, if he dares to resist, I will beat him to death." The two juniors rushed forward again, destroying him. On this side, the young man also rushed up to attack the two people. One guy was gently kicked down by a young man's foot. The remaining guy was slapped by the young man. The young man coldly said, "Although I have lost all my strength, I am not someone you can insult. Lai Ho didn't look at the young man in his eyes, he crossed his arms and said. You dare to fight back and it turns out you have some strength. But you offended the wrong person, I am Huin Duongbao body. Having said that, he unleashed his power at its peak. Li Hu's aura just burst out, making the young man a bit surprised. This smell is. Young Master Kwang thought a little panically, Huin Duong treasure body, this Lai Ho actually cultivated a treasure body, this is the second treasure body of the Lai family, no wonder the Lai family is becoming more and more domineering. The young man looked at Li Hu and thought a little, the power emanating from this person actually contained 1/1000th of my divine power at that time. The interesting thing is that it seems that what happened that year was even worse and more complicated than I thought. After a while of stretching and tightening his gluteal muscles, Li Hu rushed forward and threw a punch with the words, boy, you are honored to die under my power, remember the person who killed you, Li's Lai Ho family. But what was unexpected was that the young man was able to block that right with just one hand. When Li Hu was captured, he was shocked, how could this be possible? He quickly shouted, I don't care who you are, let me go now or I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. But the response was a strange force that broke Lai Ho's arm. Lai Ho was in so much pain that his whole body knelt down and shouted, oh, my hand. The young man now placed his hand on the tiger's head and began to absorb energy. As he absorbed it, he thought, yes, this so-called Huin Duong treasure body only absorbed 1/1000th of my vast ocean divine power. After a while of absorbing the power, Li Hu tried to threaten, what do you want to do? I am from the Lai family in Duongtan, do you know about the Lai family? The first family in Duongtan, the Kwang family, will oppressed by my Lai family, I advise you to know your differences, otherwise you will have a very miserable end. But his response was another slap in the face. This time it wasn't as light as before, it flew straight into the distance. Lai Ho still had some strength and tried to sit up. But for some reason, his body suddenly became extremely painful. No, this was impossible. The young man now continued to absorb the energy of the mysterious body. The source of divine power was constantly absorbed into the young man's body. After absorbing the divine power, the man began to think and regained the immense divine power in his body. Although it was only a little, it was still divine power. Seeing this scene, the young master of the Kwang family came forward and knelt down and replied, the future descendants of the Kwang family, Kwang Tan paid their respects to their ancestors. This black-haired man still didn't understand what was going on, so he asked back, I am the ancestor of the Kwang family. Kwang Tan quickly explained, dear ancestors, the Kwang family is currently in a dangerous situation. We respectfully hope that our ancestors will help. As if seeing some misunderstanding, this man immediately refused the relationship. Wait, I am not the ancestor of your Jiang family. He thought to himself, across the universe and all things, tens of billions of light years, I have never left my bloodline in the human world, how can I have future descendants? Kwang Tan was scared when he heard that, wasn't he? Kwang Tan saw that this was too wild, so he spoke again, don't joke, ancestors. If it weren't for the ancestors of the Kwang family, why would you appear in the Kwang family cemetery? That man didn't understand why he appeared here. He asked a question. This is also what I'm wondering, what is the name of your Jiang family's ancestors? Kwang Tan quickly introduced his ancestor, the founder of the Kwang family named Kwang Lai, the king of legends, a glorious time who brought the Kwang family to its glorious peak. It seemed like this man had understood something, Kwang Lai, it turned out to be him. Hearing the name Kwang Lai, this man immediately remembered that Kwang Lai let him recuperate in a stone coffin for countless years. There was only one possibility, that his body had serious problems. He quickly examined his body using the yin and yang detection technique, showing countless meridians connecting to each other all over his body. After checking for a while, a stream of spiritual energy began to absorb into the dantian. Right after that, for no reason, he suddenly vomited blood. Kwang Tan saw this and worriedly called out, ancestor. Finally, this man discovered an abnormality in his body. He thought to himself, indeed, my body has a very serious problem. Not only has my divine power disappeared, but all 7 scriptures have disappeared. The veins in the body were also cut off, the dantian was destroyed, and 108 acupuncture points in the crystal sea were also blocked. He had no memory of this at all, his face was shocked and thinking about who did it. Kwang Tan also felt an abnormality in this man's body and said in panic, ancestors, your body. I feel wrong, right or wrong. The person's dantian and meridians are even and regular. The mysterious man replied, you don't feel wrong, my dantian and meridians have been destroyed. Kwang Ton couldn't believe this, he spoke up in fear, this matter, how did it turn out like this, isn't that a waste? The man slowly explained to Kwang Ton, waste people, can waste people kill people? Remembering this mysterious man who had previously killed Li Hu, Kwang Ton smiled and thought, yes, how could I forget, the ancestor who had just killed Li Hu had a mysterious body, how could he have it? Could be trash. Remembering the difficult situation of the Kwang family, Kwang Ton quickly bowed down and asked for help. His ancestors and the Kwang family were in danger, hoping for help. Feeling that he was still misunderstood as an ancestor of the Kwang family, this man spoke up to explain, stop calling me ancestor, my name is Tas Khan, absolutely not a member of the Kwang family. Kwang Ton's face showed helplessness, this. Neem Han immediately said, but I can go back with you to solve the crisis for the Jiang family. By the way, I need to pick up something from your house. The taskmaster and Kwang Ton left the tomb and went out to a street. Kwang Ton walked and introduced himself to the senior brother. The senior brother, in front was the Kwang family. The more he walked, the more deserted he felt, and he opened his mouth to ask, why was the road so deserted, and the closer he got to Jiang's house, the more deserted it became. Kwang Ton was confused and didn't know what to say. You'll know this right away when you come to Kwang's family. Suddenly a voice rang out, Kwang Ton. The owner of that voice was an extremely beautiful girl, she was flying on her sword, emitting flashes of lightning, looking extremely flashy. Kwang Ton was happy to see this. Sister, why are you back? That woman quickly landed and said, something so big happened at home, how could I not go back? In the distance, there were two people talking loudly. That was Kwang Tich Ni, right? She was once the top beauty of that Kwang Nguyen city. After being accepted as a disciple by the Upper Huin sect, her temperament became even more worldly. Kwang Tich Ni is back. I'm afraid the Jiang family has something that can't be easily resolved. Kwang Tich Ni looked towards the Tas Khan and asked in a low voice, who was he? Kwang Ton quickly introduced himself, let me introduce myself, this person is on duty, very capable, can help our Jiang family solve problems. Next, Kwang Ton introduced his sister with a voice full of pride, Brother Han, this is my sister, an excellent disciple of the Upper Xian sect. Kwang Tich Ni looked towards the task as if he also felt something and asked, if I'm not mistaken, your dantian is broken, the meridians are interrupted, right? The task of crossing your arms and answering impartially is correct. Kwang Tich Ni asked suspiciously, if that's the case, how can you help my Kwang family solve the problem? Nak Han raised his hand and answered very confidently, you don't need to worry about this matter, just take me into Zhang's house. Feeling that the task force is just a trash-talking nonsense, Kwang Tich Ni pulled Kwang Ton's hand and walked home. It was very ridiculous, followed me back, even though Kwang Ton was trying to hold on. Sister, listen to what I have to say. That brother is very good at his duties, not like you think. Kwang Tich Ni said again, he is a scammer, I haven't realized it yet, so Kwang Ton tried to explain to his sister, he is not a scammer. Kwang Tich Ni turned around and said his younger brother, Kwang Ton, I understand your desire to save the Kwang family, but you are still too young, I have met many people like this. Kwang Ton said what happened in the tomb, he killed Li Hu, even so Kwang Tich Ni still considered Nak Han to be a waste, what if he killed Li Ho, a waste like him? Suddenly Kwang Tich Ni stood still with a slightly bewildered face and asked again, what did you just say? Kwang Hong happily said, sister, the mission has killed Li Ho. Kwang Tich Ni felt that this was too unbelievable, so he asked again, I'm sure that Li Hu has the power of Xian Duong treasure body. Kwang Ton immediately replied, I saw it with my own eyes. Kwang Tich pondered for a moment and wanted to test the strength of the mission. She rushed towards the mission and shouted loudly, receiving the attack, a cold ice appeared next to her. Seeing that there was no reaction, she thought to herself, no reaction, this person is indeed a scammer. Kwang Ton shouted in fear, be careful. This is my sister's frosty palm, extremely cold. Kwang Tich Ni's hand turned into ice and attacked towards the Tas Khan, shouting loudly to show you how to be polite. Duk Han calmly took over and grabbed Kwang Tich Ni's arm with one hand. He quickly neutralized her attack. This made Kwang Tich Ni extremely surprised. What, when did he act? Why didn't I see it? Kwang Tich Ni stopped and said, you really have the ability, I'm sorry I was rude. She moved to escape the control of the task but couldn't move. Even though she struggled, the task still calmly thought to herself, the divine power of the sea, the move Kwang Tich Ni just used was also the divine power of her back then. Quang Tichni blushed and said, "What are you doing? Let me go." The taskmaster is still pondering, saying that is all his divine power. Unable to bear it any longer, she launched a move towards the task force with a loud voice and a lustful brat. "If you don't let her go, don't blame me for being rude." The operating arm was frozen, but he still held it tightly and did not let go. Quang Ton was scared outside and advised him to stop. "My sister is a mysterious ice body, quickly let go." After that, his entire body was frozen and he couldn't move. Seeing this, Quang Tichni was somewhat proud, wondering what your ability is in front of my Xianbing treasure body. Seeing that the ice on the leader's body was not separating, Quang Tichni was surprised. "What?" Nak Han shouted and broke, all the ice around him shattered. Seeing that the mission seemed interesting, he continuously encouraged Quang Tichni, "That's all, let's continue." Quang Tichni's face turned black. "You dare to look down on me." Unable to keep calm, she unleashed her trump card, Endless Ice, freezing the world. A large amount of cold air from everywhere gathered around her. Quang Tichni stared at the task Han and said, "Let's see how you continue." She released a large amount of cold air and turned into a dragon head rushing towards the mission. That amount of cold air is constantly absorbed by the task. Quang Tichni looked surprised. His special spiritual power was absorbed by him. She continuously released spiritual energy towards the mission and shouted loudly, "I don't believe it." After a while of the mission, it was finally concluded that Quang Tichni used his high divine power. It was true. It seemed that his high divine power was scattered in the human world and entered their bodies into a special constitution. Quang Tichni looked helpless, having absorbed it again. It was very easy to resist or counterattack her cold mist, but absorbing it was absolutely not something normal people could do. At that time, she could conclude that this was definitely a noble person. The duty officer calmly asked if he could continue fighting. Quang Tichni was speechless and didn't dare to fight anymore, so Neem Han asked again, "What's going on now?" Quang Tichni suddenly knelt down and said, "Senior scolded me, please save Quang family." Hearing that, Quang Ton was startled and gasped. Seeing his sister take the initiative to lower herself down, Quang Ton gasped and couldn't believe this was true. She had always had a fierce personality, but she unexpectedly admitted her mistakes. Suddenly a shocking sound rang out. Quang Tichni probably knew what was going on and said, "It's not good, the evil spirit in Quang's house is angry." Duk Han stepped forward and said one word and left. Smoke and dust rose from a cave, and the Quang family's disciples fell to the ground one after another, screaming loudly, "Ah!" A middle-aged homeowner said with an ugly face, "This time the evil spirits, are even more dangerous than last time. Our Jiang family has lost 4 elders again." The man behind quickly calmed down. "Big brother, don't worry, there is a palm of the sword here, the evil spirit will definitely be destroyed." Looking up at the director sitting high above, this middle-aged man told himself that he could only put his hope in the leader. Above, a Taoist leader is sitting upright, eyes closed as if preparing something. Next to him were 2 disciples standing still without a movement. Seeing that this Taoist leader still hadn't made any movement, this middle-aged man said again, "The Hing Dao palm has been here preparing for 3 days and nights, why hasn't it started yet?" The younger brother next to him had an extremely confident look on his face. "I mean, the Master of Punishment has been famous for a long time, has 40 years of experience in eliminating evil spirits, he is an expert in this field so he will have his own moderation. I had to spend a large amount of money, it was very difficult. You can invite me here." Right after that, Quang Ton's 3 people also arrived. Quang Tichni called out loudly, "Father." This man somewhat suddenly said, "My child, why did you come back?" Quang Tichni walked closer to this man and said, "Father, know everything, how is the situation now?" The middle-aged man sighed and said, "The Jiang family has suffered serious losses. If this disaster cannot be resolved, the Jiang family will probably be in danger." Quang Tichni quickly introduced herself, "Father, let me introduce myself a bit, this person is." Before she could finish speaking, a scream from the director rang out and she shut her mouth. He angrily pointed his finger and shouted, "This leader set up a chanting platform and especially avoids making noise and disrupting the spirit. You Quang family don't want to eliminate evil spirits anymore, right?" The head of the Jiang family was so scared that he clasped his hands together and apologized. The director calmed down. "It was because my daughter was worried about the Jiang family that she quickly returned from Thuong Tien sect, having already bothered the director." The leader said in a harsh voice, "If there is a next time, even if the Jiang family carries a palanquin with 8 people carrying a mountain of gold and silver, my leader will no longer care about your family matters. An uncle also quickly came forward to plead, his niece Kuang Ni. This was the master of the Taoist, and was not quick to admit his mistake to the Taoist. Kuang Tichni clasped his hands and said, "It turns out that Tian Mon's palm is pleased." Dao leader Han replied gently, his words were somewhat appreciative, "He is indeed an excellent disciple of the upper sage sect, yet he knows that I come from a celestial sect." The leader and his 2 disciples walked down and talked, "You all stand aside, my palm is ready to cast." At the same time, he stood and observed for a while. He thought to himself, very interesting, could this breath be the remnant soul of a demon who was suppressed by Jiangli that year? The director looked at the back of the taskmaster and pointed his finger and shouted, "What are you still standing there for?" Duk Han didn't pay much attention to the leader's words, he seemed proud. "It's not easy to meet someone who can tell you a few things I was wondering about." I saw the disciple next to Dao still standing still. Shouted loudly, boldly, "My master is talking to you, are your ears deaf?" Seeing that the situation did not look good, Kuang Tan came forward and advised him, "Big brother Nak is very dangerous here, let's leave this place first." Nak Han waved his hand and calmly opened his mouth to reply, "No need." The taskmaster clasped his hands behind his back and said, "This old man can't handle the original demon, leave it to me." Kuang Tan said somewhat awkwardly, "This matter." Hearing that, the disciple pointed his finger loudly and boldly, "Who are you to dare to speak so arrogantly? I have to teach you a lesson." The director spread his arms and spoke softly, stopping. The leader said with a somewhat sinister face, "Since he wants to stand here, just let him wait until he dies later, don't blame me." Somewhat curious, the homeowner turned to ask, "Kuang Ni, who is this person?" Kuang Ni quickly answered, "His name is Tas Khan, also. A nobleman came to the Jiang family to destroy evil spirits." The uncle next to him also spoke up, "This person is so young, at first glance he didn't seem trustworthy. Kuang Ni is afraid you've been deceived." Kuang Ni extremely confidently pointed to his chest and said, "Second uncle's words are wrong, the mission does not require me or Kuang Tan to give the spirit stone, so how can it be called a lie?" This uncle found it even more suspicious and said, "He doesn't need money, he's not trustworthy, he received more than 1,000 spirit stones from me to invite him back, this is the person with real ability." Kuang Tichni still tried to explain, "The ability of the task has been verified by me." Finally, the homeowner's voice rang out a warning, "Stop talking, the evil spirit is about to come out." At the place where the mission stood, suddenly the remnants of an evil spirit appeared and it was constantly growing. The leader immediately clasped his hands together and shouted loudly, even a small evil spirit dared to act mischievously in front of the leader. The uncle happily said, "It was the demon seal," he said, "this is the special skill of the shape palm." The Dao Palm spent his whole life dedicated to cultivating demon suppression seals to suppress evil spirits, never failing before. The light in front of the mission gradually turned into an extremely scary ghost face. The Taoist leader still smiled leisurely and thought to himself, "Brat, dare not respect me for giving you your own life and self-destruction." Kuang Tan raised his voice in extreme panic, "Why hasn't the palmistry made a move yet? What is he waiting for?" Kuang Tichni realized the intention of the director and also lost his voice, "Despicable, he intentionally wanted to harm the executive." The uncle quickly advised him to stop, and his niece Kuang Ni was careful with her words. The remnants of the soul escaped and immediately enveloped the mission and the leader. In the distance, Kuang Tan said in panic, "Big brother." At the same time, the task force still calmly thought to himself, "This breath is definitely the remnant soul of a primordial demon." The palmist snorted smugly, "That fairy boy was probably dead." He shouted loudly and calmly. Immediately, a beam of light appeared, continuously repelling that suppressing soul. There was a loud noise from the surrounding area. The owner of the household was surprised. Did it work? After a while, he turned around and said with a proud face, "Once the demon-suppressing seal of this director's palm came out, it was only a matter of time before the evil spirit was destroyed." Not long after he left, a voice echoed. If the demon had not yet had enough effects, he would quickly escape the siege. The director turned around and rolled his eyes and said, "Huh. The task is still standing there without any scratches." The director opened his mouth in surprise and thought, "What is this guy? Maybe still safe and sound." The disciple next to him continuously shouted loudly, "What the hell are you talking about? The evil spirit has clearly been suppressed by my master with demon control. How can you say that it is about to escape?" This uncle was also extremely surprised. The boy was very lucky, he was still alive. He spoke again, but he did not know how to keep his words in moderation. The palmist was very confident in himself. He said, suppressing demons is a special move of this palm, the only one I know in the whole world, used specifically to restrain evil spirits. You brat are too lacking. Understood. Nak Han objected, the suppressing demon seal can indeed restrain evil spirits, but you did not cultivate properly. The suppressing demon seal actually uses soul force while you use spiritual force. The disciple angrily said, you are a bitch, you want to argue with my master, and you dare to say too many words. If you believe me, I will beat you. Before he could finish speaking, he gave him a slap in the face and stepped aside. Too bitter, the disciple covered his face and continued to crow, if you dare to hit me, I will kill you. Suddenly the remnant soul appeared, this time it was completely released into a demon form. The disciple shouted in panic, what, how could the demon seal be broken? The uncle said in fear, waving his palm. The leader recited the seal while speaking. Don't panic, I have my own plans. He shouted loudly, calming me down. A spell flew towards the original demon. Right after that, this talisman was torn to pieces by the original demon. He roared loudly, it was just a child's play. The leader was betrayed and his mouth was vomiting blood. What? Quang Tich Ni said with a worried look on the outside. The shape of the palm was repelled. I didn't expect the evil spirit to be so strong. The homeowner's pale face muttered, I've lost. The uncle behind him shouted in panic, the attack was not complete. This evil spirit is afraid that no one can control it. The big brother of the Jiang family has to leave. Jiang family really can't be saved anymore. The mission stepped forward and said, Quang Tan, don't forget the previous transaction. I will help the Jiang family destroy the evil spirit in exchange for one of your things. Seeing this uncle opened his mouth and said, what did that boy say that he could destroy evil spirits? Is he crazy? The Taoist palm on one side held his stomach and said, brat, you look down on my Taoist palm or look down on the evil spirit. I can't do this. I can only rely on you. The task continued to gently say, you can't do it because your demon seal is only a rudimentary knowledge. The palmist smiled faintly and said, hee, very well, my palmist became famous when I was in my teens. Today I was taught by a junior for the first time. I want to see how you can destroy it. The homeowner in the distance quickly advised him, young man, don't be foolish and lose your life. The director turned around and smiled and said, Quang householder, let him go. He is looking for a way to die. There is no use in stopping him. The task of forming a seal with both hands, let me show you what a demon seal really is like. The leader outside was still muttering disdainfully, suppressing the demon seal, the arrogant and ignorant guy. Immediately after that, a huge mark appeared on the top of the leader's head. When the director saw this scene, he opened his mouth in disbelief. It was impossible, and the uncle outside was too ignorant and his tone was full of sarcasm. Haha, I'm going to die laughing. What's the point of suppressing the demon seal? Compared to the Dao palm, it's nothing more than child's play. The disciple next to him also responded and said, Master, this guy is clearly a scammer. He knows what it means to suppress demons to deceive people, but he doesn't know how to trick people properly. The palmist shouted loudly at his stupid disciple, shut up. What he said is right, this is the real demon seal. The disciple gasped in bewilderment. His voice trembled and he couldn't stop sweating. What? The task of shouting loudly and calmly. The giant seal quickly rushed towards the remnant soul to suppress it. The huge seal pressed the remnants of this original demon soul to the ground, making it impossible for him to escape. As for the Taoist leader, he was so shocked that he was speechless. It took him a lifetime of practice to condense the initial form of the demon suppression seal. He didn't need to put in any effort to actually perform the demon suppression seal. Looking at the original demon who was being pressed down on the ground, he said, don't resist, give you a chance, I have something to ask you. Quang Tan smiled happily and said, the evil spirits have been suppressed. My father, my eldest brother, is a person with real courage. The evil spirit is still struggling, a soul-soothing seal cannot stop it. Even though he was tied up tightly, he still tried to move towards the mission and roared loudly, I will kill you. The homeowner said with a scared face, why is this happening? Quang Tich Ni also spoke up. Looks like this evil spirit is much stronger than we imagined. The uncle stood to the side and kept taunting him. If he couldn't do the punishment thing, how could this brat do it? Seeing the shape of this evil spirit, the palmist panicked and told the homeowner, Quang, this evil spirit radiates demonic energy several times stronger than before. I'm afraid it's not as simple as I initially thought. It's very possible. It's possible that it's the evil spirit of something, a primordial demon. Knowing the fear of the original demon, he quickly said, quickly leave here, any longer and it won't be enough. Seeing that this original demon refused to obediently carry out his duties, he came closer and raised his voice, disobedient, right? The task continues to perform the seal. The leader was bewildered, what, calling out 5 soul-suppressing seals at once, this is impossible. The old man who has been practicing soul suppression seals for his whole life has no way of cultivating a complete seal. Furthermore, he can only cultivate 1 soul seal. This is basic knowledge. The disciple found it too unbelievable and asked, Master, could it be a scam? The task of controlling the soul-suppressing seal continues to control the original demon. Feeling the true power of the soul-suppressing seal, he admitted, this is the real price of soul-suppressing grace. He was still in awe of the power of the mission, just how divine this person was. The evil spirit was not easily subdued. He rose up and tried to escape the oppression of the task. Feeling that the evil spirit was about to escape, the palmist quickly cast a seal. Unfortunately, 5 soul-suppressing seals still couldn't deal with the evil spirit. Young master, help you. The task indifferently replied, no need. He continued to cast the seal to create countless soul-suppressing seals. If 5 don't work, get 50. A series of soul-suppressing seals rushed towards the primordial demon, continuing to suppress him, not giving him a chance to recover. The leader is even more frightened, oh my God. This monk said that the thing that suppresses the soul seal consumes is soul power. These 50 soul-suppressing seals require a huge amount of soul power, but everyone knows that soul power is the most difficult to practice. Not to mention soul power, even monks with normal spiritual power will soon run out and die. The soul-suppressing seals rushed towards the unfortunate original demon. He was quickly suppressed by his unwilling voice, no, how could this be possible? And then the evil spirit was finally defeated, he began to disintegrate into ash. The taskmaster turned around and said calmly, it's over. The homeowner was frightened by the overwhelming power of the task, too strong, this young man was too strong. Knowing that the opportunity had come, the palmist rushed forward to flatter him. My God, from now on, this knee of mine is yours. The attorney general was about to kneel down but the official stopped him. I don't accept everyone's knees. Still refusing to give up, he continued to lie down, so please accept this lie down from me. Our main brother is also speechless with this guy. Right after that, Task Han turned around and said, Kwang Tich Ni, you come with me. She was shocked and pointed at herself, me. Still not understanding the intention of the mission, she immediately asked, why are we here? The mission walked and said, go inside and destroy the roots of the original demon. The two walked into a stone cave. Kwang Tich Ni introduced as he walked, this stone cave was once the place of enlightenment of the Jiang family's ancestors. Later, after causing a disaster, no one came here anymore. When he reached a place in the stone cave, he stopped and said, here we are, the origin is here. Kwang Tich turned around and saw nothing so he asked, here, do nothing, nothing. Nak Han calmly said, give you a chance, come out here yourself. Everything remains the same, nothing has changed. Duk Han has a cold face and doesn't listen. He kicked lightly and shouted, appearing in battle. An extremely complicated-looking formation appeared. Then a shadowy figure appeared above the formation. Finally, the original demon appeared, his whole body was light red, there were 2 horns on his head, sharp teeth, bright eyes looking towards the mission. Even though he was tied tightly by chains, he still tried to get up and stuck out his tongue and asked, how did you know I was here? Kwang Tich Ni was scared, every drop of sweat fell. This is the original demon, even though it is locked in a big formation, it still makes me feel the pressure. If it escapes the big formation, I'm afraid that the creatures will suffer. The primordial demon raised his head and roared loudly, this great formation has extremely strong imprints, no one has ever discovered it for many years, how do you know? Let the original demon growl and calmly speak, next I will ask you an answer. Feeling slighted, he frantically rushed towards the mission. Although I was trapped in this formation, many years have passed, and the power of the great formation has been greatly eroded by me, a low-level monk like you. Talking to me like this is really looking for death. Task Han calmly said, Kwang Tich Ni, lend me your divine power. She felt confused, what kind of loan was it? Nak Han turned around and said, use your mysterious ice treasure to hit me with a powerful move. Kwang Tich Ni was surprised, this. Okay. She gathered strength into her palm and shouted softly, endless frost, freezing the world. Task Han quickly absorbed divine power from Jiang Tich Ni's move. A moment later, he felt his body filled with divine power and said, "That's enough. This amount of divine power is enough to use the great array." Being so underestimated, the primal demon madly broke through the chains and roared, "You really don't care about me, you're really stubborn, up to this point you're still hesitating, go die." The task immediately activates the great array, 9ly great array, and binds. The evil spirit suddenly did not anticipate the killer move of the mission. It keeps opening its eyes wide and sticking its tongue out. What? After subduing the evil spirit, he secretly thought to himself, he found the right person, this guy has his own breath of divine power. The original demon knelt on the ground with a terrified face. "You can control the battle." Not long after being obedient, it spread its claws and rushed towards the mission. "I don't believe it. I am a great demon. The simple task is to hold out your finger and say, 'Lie down.'" Immediately the evil spirit was crushed under the formation and could not move. Duke Han continued to speak in a cold voice, "You are not a pure demon and dare to resist, I will kill you." The evil spirit knelt on the ground and shouted fiercely, "Who are you? Besides the one who sealed my family, no one can control this formation, not even a descendant of the Kwang family can do it." Nak Han crossed his arms and asked, "Although you are not a pure-blood demon, you must have been extremely strong in the past. Otherwise, you would not have been suppressed by Kwang Li. It is the strength in your body that makes you able to be as bright as pure-blooded demon, right?" The evil spirit heard this and was extremely surprised. "You know this, humans like you really surprise me." He continued to say, "If I am a natural-born demon, I have already escaped from here, how can I be imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years? A pure original demon can only be born, I am truly thanks to the new way. Can be upgraded, only natural-born demons are real demons." Hearing that, he immediately asked, "Where does spiritual energy come from?" The evil spirit continued to answer that I was able to ascend to the level of a demon thanks to the rain that lasted 3,000 years 80,000 years ago. The rain contained infinite opportunities to bring the whole continent into the era of cultivation. The task of doubting or questioning, the rain for 3,000 years. Kwang Tichnyi also spoke up, "A rain of stars can last for 3,000 years. We know the beginning of the era of cultivating immortals, but we have never heard of a rain of 3,000 years. Nguyen Ma immediately responded, "I personally experienced it, how could I be mistaken? That rain was not an ordinary rain, those raindrops contain special power, we temporarily call it Taoist energy. Countless monks immersed in cultivation achieved outstanding achievements, countless children were born with special physiques, countless monks broke through to become great powers, founding sects. I also ascended to the original demon state at that time." The mission did not say a word of speculation. It seemed that the divine power of the sea and that rain were related to each other. The divine power that was spread to the human world through the rain was absorbed by the grass spirits and countless monks. In other words, my divine power spreads throughout the world. The task suddenly flashed a smile full of meaning. What a great plan. Nak Han raised his voice and asked, "Do the current rains still have that power?" Kwang Tichnyi was startled. "I had never heard of this before." The evil spirit roared angrily. "What would a brat like her know? In that rain, there was a lot of spiritual energy buried all over the world, so even tens of thousands of years later, there were still outstanding talents appearing everywhere. Some special places still have the rain of spiritual energy, it's just that it takes several decades or even hundreds of years to have such a rain." The taskmaster spoke in a cold voice, "I was a little confused, how could you be locked up in this place so well aware of everything outside?" The evil spirit snorted and grinned, "Boy, do you think that if I tell you so much, it will answer your questions? Actually, we're just wasting time." Immediately the chains broke and the evil spirit escaped its years of restraint. He roared angrily, "I'm free, after all these many years, the 4 great men have finally escaped, no one can continue to bind me." Kwang Tichnyi was extremely scared, her voice trembling, "What, how scary, this is the true power of this powerful demon star, although it is not aimed at me, it is enough to make me unable to stand solid. After being freed from the restraint of many years of evil spirits constantly provoking the task, I will help you experience the extreme suffering of being sucked dry by the great tank and die." Immediately a series of red lights covered the mission. He said cheerfully, "Suck, drain you, then my strength will recover even more, ha ha ha." Outside the leader's figure and everyone heard a loud explosion coming from the cave. Patriarch Jiang turned around in horror and asked, "Chief Xing, what is this? The breath of the original demon, this is the real breath of the original demon. The suppressed demon inside has escaped." Kwang Ton took a step back in fear. What? His second uncle was also frightened and lost his voice. The few successful things were the many failed ones. I had been joking since then, young and inexperienced. Going inside not only did not solve the problem. Solving the problem also caused the original demon to escape. The Jiang family is really gone now. Xing Dao Palm kept sweating and trembling as he said, not only the Jiang family, once the original demon escapes, I'm afraid the entire Quanguin city will have to be buried with it. I don't know what happened to young Master Ren there. In the stone cave, evil energy flew everywhere but it could not harm the mission. The evil energy was constantly being absorbed by the mission. He said coldly, enough trouble. Nguyen Ma was startled and shouted loudly, what, you can still talk? Suddenly, he felt something strange happening on his body. It wasn't right. Why couldn't I absorb any spiritual energy from your body? Why didn't you have any spiritual energy on your body? It swings its claws towards the mission. What is this? At this moment, Nguyen Ma also realized something and cried out in panic, what? Your dantian is broken, your 108 spiritual C acupuncture points are all blocked. The executive crossed his arms smugly, very surprised, right? Nguyen Ma continued, how can you still be alive? How can this body of yours still exist until now? As for you, you definitely won't be able to survive. You will die. After finishing speaking, a yellow light rushed towards the original demon. Nguyen Demon snorted contemptuously. This formation has been worn down a lot over the years. With this little bit of power, it's hard to dream of killing me. Tas Khan ignored it and turned to say, Quang Tich Ni, come here and lend me your body. Quang Tich Ni was stunned and didn't understand how to borrow it. Without waiting for her to react, he reached out and grabbed her hand. The task force stood behind her to guide and control the spiritual energy inside her body. Knock Thursday CA's remnants of the king's chi join the shadow of the young soldier to form a long void. Thach Yen Fat Van Tin Deek Vu Due Hu Ton Sun lost in the middle. Having finished speaking, a magic formation was placed around the original demon, surrounding it in the middle. It screamed in pain, its body was constantly being torn apart. It cried out in pain, it's impossible, I haven't been killed by the Great Array for tens of thousands of years. Why can you destroy my body? Who are you? The cry of the demon echoed throughout the stone cave and his body also began to dissipate. After a while, there was only one pearl left in the place where the original demon had just disappeared. Quang Tich Ni asked curiously, what was that? It was the original demon left behind after death. He reached out his hand to catch the pearl and thought to himself, this is my mighty divine power in the body of that original demon. 100 times more than I expected. It seems that this original demon was imprisoned here because Quang Lai intentionally kept it to supplement his divine power. The pearl immediately disappeared in the hands of the taskmaster. After all, if you want to have a large amount of divine power in the sea, you must have a suitable container. This demon is just a container that can be held by Jiangli, that's all. Now that your dantian is broken, you can't absorb too much divine power at once. You should still quickly restore the dantian in your body. Quang Tich Ni stood next to him and spoke up, Duk Han, is the original demon dead? He replied, it's been completely eliminated, let's go out. Duk Han silently pondered, then went to get the things Jiangli left for him so he could leave Zhang's family. Outside, we still don't understand the situation inside. Quang Lao Ni can't wait any longer. Big brother, don't wait any longer. Take advantage of the time you have left to think of a way to get out of here. Otherwise, once the demon gets out, everyone will be there. We'll all die. Patriarch Quang saw this and shouted angrily, Quang Lao Ni, please shut up for me, young Master Neem and Quang Ni are still inside, if you want to go, go first yourself. Sister Jiang is still stubborn, big brother and I are also worried about the Jiang family. My son Quang Van Phi is still in seclusion, I'll go see if he's affected in any way. As soon as he turned to leave, Quang Ni gave a sinister smile, Quang Tich Ni died here, there is no one to back that useless young master of Quang Tan, his son Quang Van Phi can go smoothly. Become the next head of the Jiang family, out! The leader shouted loudly, causing everyone's attention to turn their eyes towards the cave. Jiang Er didn't take a few steps and looked back, what, are they still alive? Quang Tich Ni and Neem Han walked out of the stone cave without any scratches on their bodies. The head of the household saw his daughter safe and ran out to check, fortunately, Quang Ni and all of you are okay. Quang Tich Ni also went to his father and quickly reassured him. Father, everything is okay, I'm just sick. Just panic a little, the original demon has been completely destroyed. The leader Xing frowned in horror. Young Master Ren's cultivation base didn't seem to be anything special, but being able to recite a dozen or so perfect demon suppression seals, I'm afraid his soul was terrifyingly strong, right now. He also destroyed a primordial demon who had escaped from confinement. His ability was not ordinary at all. In the future, my celestial sect absolutely must not offend this person. The head of the Kuang family knelt down in front of Nak Han to thank you, young Master Neem, please accept my bow. Young Master Neem saved our entire Kuang family. If you have any request, please just say it, Kuang family will definitely try. Very. The mission does not require many words to clearly state the purpose, no need to be polite, I have said that I only need one item from the Jiang family. Patriarch Jiang respectfully asked, what does young Master Ren want? The mission actually doesn't know what that thing is, I don't know what shape that thing is, but this thing was kept by your Kuang family's ancestors, Kuang Li, I'm afraid Kuang Li had to pay a price. It's very expensive to hide my body in this place, I will definitely leave behind something to help me restore my divine power. Items left by the Jiang family's ancestors. Patriarch Kuang stood up and said, young Master Neem said so, it seems like an item left in the Kuang family's ancestral shrine, but that thing is not easy to get. The taskmaster calmly said, it's okay to lead us there. Standing there for a moment, the palm of the hand also spoke, Master Jiang, since everything has been resolved, I would like to return to the heavenly gate first. After that, he bowed his head to the task. Today's heroic hero makes me extremely respectful. In the future, if you need help from the heavenly gate, please just ask. Patriarch Jiang also clasped his hands in return, having worked hard for the Attorney General. After that, he led the procession to the Jiang family's ancestral temple, Mr. Neem. This place is the Jiang family's ancestral temple. The items left by the Jiang family's ancestors are inside. He invited the young master. When the second elder of the Jiang family saw the homeowner leading the procession into the church, the Jiang family's ancestors did not agree and immediately stopped him. Wait. Homeowner, I'm afraid this is not appropriate, the Jiang family's ancestral temple has always banned outsiders from entering. Patriarch Kuang did not agree with him and raised his hand to invite, young Master Ren is not an outsider. Inside the church there are many altar tablets, including a strange red box placed right in the center. Mr. Neem, this box is an item left by the Jiang family's ancestors. For many years, the Jiang family has used it enough. Every way, many people tried but couldn't open it. The mission is to get closer to the box, that's right, what we need is it. Kuang Lao Ni continues to stop. This is a relic of the royal family, I do not agree to let you take it away. In his heart, he was not simply thinking, the relic left behind by the emperor was definitely an extraordinary item, this thing must be left to his son, Kuang Van Phi. The Kuang family owner turned around and shouted loudly. Second brother, please shut up, if it weren't for the young master, the Jiang family would no longer exist. Suddenly there was a rude voice outside, where are the people from the Kuang family, get out of here. The head of the household looked up at the sky and replied with arrogance, who would dare to speak loudly and arrogantly here? An old man wearing a purple robe with a large figure appeared, causing the Jiang householder to be startled. Patriarch of the Lai family, what do you want to do when you dare to come to the Kuang family and speak arrogantly? The head of the Lai family was furious, his eyes were bloodshot and he shouted loudly, my son died in your Kuang family's tomb, he said, who did it? Patriarch Kuang's voice was somewhat frightened, what, Lai Ho is dead? The head of the Lai family gritted his teeth. Clan head Jiang, stop pretending. Hand over the person who killed my son, I want to tear him into 100 pieces. Kuang Ni old man was scared and turned to ask, Kuang Tan, didn't you go to Kuang family's tomb, why did someone do that? Kuang Tan stammered, nephew. Kuang Ni Lao could not keep calm and turned to question, Kuang Tan, Lai Ho had Win Duong say so, he was the person that the Lai family placed their hopes on, besides Lai Truong Fong, he was the son of the Lai family's patriarch. Love the most. If this matter is not resolved well, the Lai family will absolutely not forgive the Jiang family. The head of the Lai family was riding a cloud, standing in the air and calling down, say quickly, my patience is limited, otherwise today the entire Jiang family will have to follow suit. Kuang Ni Lao pointed his finger at Kuang Tan and scoffed, as the young patriarch, up to this point you are still slow, do you really not care about the survival of the Kuang family? Kuang Tan was cornered and shouted loudly, it was me, it was my doing. Patriarch Jiang was stunned. What, Tan Ni? Kwang Tan placed one hand on his chest and pointed straightly with the other hand, saying, Li Hu was killed by me. Master Lai, if anything happens, just target me alone, the Jiang family has nothing to do with it. Kwang Ni Lao saw that his nephew was so stupid. Kwang Tan, why were he so stupid? What was the difference between what he did and the whole Jiang family died? Patriarch Li's face darkened. You are young patriarch of the Jiang family, Kwang Tan, haha. He shouted angrily, relying on a useless guy like you to kill Lai Tiger, do you think I'm an idiot? The pressure from the head of Lai family caused Kwang Tan to kneel down and tremble all over. Hateful. The owner of the house shouted loudly, saying, whoever did it, I will kill you completely. Kwang Tan is still stubborn. It was me, I alone killed Lai Ho. He insulted my ancestors of the Jiang family, he deserves to die. The eldest brother is so grateful to the Jiang family that even if he dies, he cannot sell him out. Lai family leader has lost all patience and rushed towards Kwang Tan. If you voluntarily admit it, I will kill you first. Kwang Patriarch was afraid and jumped up to block Kwang Tan's body. You dare? Kwang Tich Ni was startled and stopped. Master Lai controlled the crowd and stood still here for me. An invisible pressure created that locked their movements. The Jiang family's voice was so bitter and hateful that he couldn't move. Kwang Ni Lao felt the oppression and fear. This power was like being pressed down by a huge mountain. The Lai family's cultivation level had already broken through to the mountain realm. This time it's really over, no one can save Kwang Tan. Lai family leader waved his hand towards Kwang Tan and died. The pressure was so great that Kwang Tan could not move and stand still. Suddenly a hand shot up and slapped the homeowner's face. The homeowner was thrown far away and fell to the ground. He held his swollen face and shouted angrily, someone. The taskmaster approached Kwang with a cold voice, causing trouble enough. Kwang Tan was happy to see this, great brother. The man behind the head of the Lai family pointed his finger loudly, boldly, daring to attack the patriarch of my Lai family. I see you must be tired of living. Task Han's voice was somewhat unhappy. Didn't you ask who killed Lai Ho? I told you, it was me. Mr. Lai looked at the task force with suspicion. You, where did you come from? Kwang Ni Lao helped Kwang Tan up and was surprised. Kwang Tan, in the end, why did Li Hu really kill his boss? Big Brother's mission, but it was all because of the tiger's fault. For Big Brother's responsibility first. Patriarch Lai stood up with a fiery spirit. Great, finally found the murderer, and even personally surrendered his life. Then I will kill you. Patriarch Jiang immediately stood up to block the task in front of him. He also spoke calmly and stopped. Seeing that Patriarch Kwang wanted to help the taskmaster, Kwang too quickly raised his hand to stop it. Big Brother, no, this matter was caused by the taskmaster, so let him take the responsibility himself and cannot involve Kwang. Can join. Patriarch Jiang couldn't stand this younger brother, angrily waved his hand. Second brother, get out of my way. If you dare to say such words, I will kill you first. The head of the Kwang family turned and spoke with an assertive voice. The head of the Lai family, in charge, is the benefactor who saved the Kwang family's life. If you dare to touch him, today the Kwang family will risk their lives with you and fight to the end. Hearing that, Patriarch Li's forehead was full of anger. Patriarch Kwang, I think you're really crazy. Do you know what you're saying? The Jiang family leader waved his hand and his loud voice covered the entire Jiang family. The entire Jiang family listened to the order and prepared to fight to the death. A series of disciples said in unison and clearly. Kwang too old man was startled and raised his hand to stop. Big Brother, it's not possible. If you do that, the Jiang family will be buried as well. The head of the Kwang family said with a calm face, the ancestors of the Kwang Lai family were the emperor's generation. Even if the Jiang family destroyed the clan, they could not do something that broke their trust and faith, and they could not tarnish the reputation of the emperor. Legend is that Nan Hong was the third king after the ancient Chinese period. The dynasty was passed down through 150 generations. The head of the Lai family asked with a serious face one last time, good, very good, the Jiang family, I will ask you again, you definitely want to protect him for an outsider even if the family is destroyed. The owner of the family is not shaken at all, I am sure. The head of the Lai family spoke loudly and made an agreement. Okay, so today the two Lai Kwang families will make a promise to fight. The life and death duel on the ring tomorrow will be represented by the young patriarch of the two clans. As a result, whoever loses will get out of Kwang Nguyen Citadel. Kwang Lao Ni heard this and panicked. What, Big Brother, Quang Ton is just a useless guy, I can't agree. Patriarch Lai said again, if you don't want to die in battle, hand this guy over so I can finish him. The Jiang family leader answered very decisively, yes, the Jiang family accepted this battle. The head of the Lai family turned away smiling, very good, see you tomorrow in the ring. After speaking, the head of the Lai family and the man next to him flew away. He turned back and said with a very confident voice, tomorrow is the last day of the Quang family. The man next to him turned to ask, Patriarch, that brat dares to hit you, why don't you kill him too, because you want to live and die with the Jiang family? The head of the Lai family replied, after all, the Jiang family is an emperor's family. Although it has fallen, it is unknown that there are still relics of the emperor. Then he smiled evilly, just in time tomorrow Fong Ni's master, Fairy Bok Van, would arrive. At that time, after the Jiang family lost the battle, he could catch them all in one net. The man next to him also said the same thing, the homeowner thinks carefully, and with the support of Fairy Bok Van, he will definitely win. As for the Quang family, Quang Ni Lao found this too impossible and held his head and said, it's really over, Quang Ton confronting Lai Fong, it's like stabbing himself to death. Quang Tich spoke up and wanted to fight. Father, leave the seal tomorrow. Patriarch Jiang immediately shook his head, it doesn't follow the rules, only the young patriarch is qualified to participate in this battle. Jiang Cheng's whole body couldn't stop trembling as he spoke, it's all your fault, you're the young patriarch of the Jiang family but your qualifications are mediocre and your cultivation level is not high. Because I'm a useless person. At this time, after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, Quang Ton will not lose tomorrow. Patriarch Jiang turned around in surprise, young Master Ren's meaning was. Quang Ton's voice was confident, Quang Ton trained with me tonight, I guarantee he can win tomorrow. Quang Lao Ni heard that and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, you want to make me die of laughter, what do you do to ensure that I acknowledge that you have some bravery, but this matter involves the life and death of the Quang family, I hope you don't talk extravagantly, talk gibberish. The mission continues to speak, believe that we can. Quang Ni Lao spoke again, if he believed you, the Jiang family would be in danger. Quang Ton's fate is mediocre, his qualifications are poor, this is his fate. Nak Han calmly said, then I will go against heaven and change his destiny. Quang Ton eagerly said, I trust Big Brother. At last resort, Quang Ni Lao turned to the homeowner and Big Brother, he couldn't let them do anything wrong. Patriarch Quang clasped his hands and put all his trust in the person in charge. This homeowner also trusts the young master, I entrust the child to you. Duk Han looked at the box and said, no hurry, I'll go get the item that Quang Lai left behind first. From far away a voice echoed, stopping. Quang Ni Lao saw this happily, haha it's my son Quang Van Phi has left the customs. A blue light landed in the middle and a figure appeared. That was Quang Van Phi, he clasped his hands and smiled, the family leader, Father, Van Phi successfully broke through the realm and smoothly exited the customs. Elder Jiang continued to praise, it's great that his cultivation level has reached the condensation stage. My son has the appearance of an emperor. Big Brother, I suggest that you let your son replace Quang Ton and become the next young master to participate in tomorrow's battle with all his strength. Now is a good opportunity to take over the position of head of the Jiang family. The homeowner looked at the young man and asked, Quang Van Phi, do you have the confidence to win against Lai Fong? Quang Van Phi replied, to be honest, with my current strength, I am not sure I will win against Lai Fong, because anyway. Lai Fong's treasures are in the top 10 treasures. He pointed to the box in the church, but if I can receive the treasure left by the emperor, then I have faith. Patriarch Jiang refused, this item already belonged to the young master. Elder Jiang, afraid that his son wouldn't have the item in the palace, quickly said, Big Brother, when is this time and you're still so stubborn? This thing must not be taken away by outsiders. Quang Van Phi walked towards the church. Only the Jiang family's talented people could possess the things of the Jiang family. Patriarch Quang pointed his finger at Quang Van Phi and ordered him to stop for me. The task force stops it, no need, he can't open it. Quang Van Phi put her hand on the box to pray. In order to save the Jiang family, her junior Quang Van Phi wanted to open the things left by her ancestors, asking for her ancestors' blessing. Seeing that the box was motionless, he continued, opening it for me, but the box still did not move. Quang Van Phi's face grimaced, how could she still not open it? He stubbornly raised his hand towards the box and opened it. Immediately he was repelled and thrown back. Even though he had predicted it, Quang Tich Ni was still somewhat surprised. As expected, he still failed. No one will be able to open this item. The mission entered the church and said, except me, no one can open it. Quang Ni Lao's face was distorted, young man, but he spoke vaguely. If you can open it, I will kowtow to you. The task proceeds to open the box gently. Quang Ni Lao was startled, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was what? Inside the box was a sparkling sky stone. Duty to reach out and collect. As I predicted, if Quang Lai took my body back, he would definitely leave behind a treasure to help me restore my Dan Dain. Very good, this is the stone that mended the sky in the wilderness, the only sacred object that can restore my broken Dan Dain. To get this object for myself, perhaps Quang Lai had to pay an unbelievable price. Embossed statue. At this moment, Quang Van Phi suddenly threw her fist towards the task force. Boy, you dare to rob the Quang family's things, hand it over to me. The task of shouting loudly, regenerating the Dantian, begins. A stream of spiritual energy surrounding the mission immediately sent Quang Van Phi flying out. The task of examining the body secretly thought, the Dantian has recovered, I can now store divine power to clear the sea. Next I have to find a way to clear the 8 crystal sea acupuncture points and 7 chaotic celestial veins. Quang Tan was outside observing and asking, do you feel that your big brother has become different from before? Quang Tich Ni also noticed something strange, it was indeed different, before his body had no fluctuations of cultivation, now feel like a cultivator, even though my breathing is still as weak as before, like someone who has just begun cultivating. She couldn't help but exclaim, the task was very mysterious. Quang Lao Ni saw his son being beaten away and shouted angrily, hitting him with hate, dare to hurt my son, I will risk my life with you. Duk Han's scary eyes looked straight at him. Didn't you say you would kowtow to me? A pressure pressed down, making old Quang shiver and kneel down, you. What kind of eyes are there, so scary? Quang Tan raised his voice, big brother, can you really go against heaven and change my fate? Task Han immediately asked, do you know what your physique is? Quang Tan was confused at Task Han's question, I am just a mortal, my whole family knows this, I have no talent for cultivation. Nak Han smiled softly and said, even though he is a mortal, adding 2 ancient words is no longer normal. That's right, your physique is the ancient mortal body of the ancient era. This is a superior physique, it's just that humans later forgot it. Quang Tan was surprised, ancient and mortal. That's right, your physique is an ancient mortal body. In the ancient era, this was a superior physique that was only later forgotten by humans. The task continued to say, the descendants of the Quang family should not fall behind the generation of the Emperor Quang Li. Today I will help you develop wisdom and have a mortal body, so that the Jiang family can once again become the top family in the world. The task of holding the stone to patch the sky was contemplative. This is the divine power that Kan Hai Quang Li left behind for him. The divine power of Kan Hai is a power different from spiritual energy. It can transform spiritual energy and change the physical body into a different type. Special constitution, belonging only to me. After entering the monk's body, the sea of divine power is like a grain of gong that helps the monk begin to evolve, producing a special constitution. Possesses endless divine power, means possessing infinite creations that can suppress a series of primitive ancestors and supreme gods. In order to help my body return and revive my soul, I probably have to sacrifice not only Emperor Jiangli Deep, Samsara King, Hoi Nok Fairy, and Emperor Votam. Thinking of this, the task force clenched his fists, those bright names are now gone. Don't worry everyone, I will clearly investigate what happened. If I can live again on this mission, this time I will definitely ascend to the realm of adventure, destroy the infinite, and control the universe of yin and yang. Changing the scene, the action shot a ray of light towards Jiang Cheng's head and said, activating the ancient mortal body might be a bit painful, please try to endure it. Quang Tan exclaimed in pain, ah. The task of thinking, you inherently have infinite creation, next you just need to try to recover the divine power of the ocean spread throughout the world, then your cultivation will be able to continuously increase, using yourself as land, God. The force of the sea is the seed, once again becoming strong. After a while, Quang Tan, after opening his bloodline, smiled happily and said, big brother, even though I have now opened my ancient mortal body, my combat power has not increased until tomorrow's duel. Duty replied, good. At first, having an ancient mortal body is nothing special, but later when you practice, you will not encounter any obstacles or difficulties. This is the unique feature of the ancient mortal body. Kwang Shi was surprised. Wouldn't he encounter any difficulties in cultivation? What an amazing physique. Kwang Ton's face suddenly became gloomy. Big brother, even though I have now opened my ancient mortal body, my fighting power has not increased until tomorrow's duel. Duk Han immediately reassured me. Next I will teach you a quick set of exercises called One Punch. Hearing the name Not Gwyn Kwang Ton was a bit surprising. The action shows the power of a punch. The power is like an arrow. Just one punch can create extremely great power. It was late at night. The task was to teach Kwang Ton how to practice and then inquire about how his practice was going. Kwang Ton panted to show his fatigue, but it was okay. Take steps, then rest, then go to sleep. Kwang Ton was bewildered. He went to sleep. Didn't he continue to practice and try to improve his strength? No need. Okay. Kwang Ton is a bit disappointed. Next morning, Kwang Ton walked up to everyone with a confident face. Your father is here. The old homeowner stroked his beard. Tich Ni, why do I feel that nothing has changed in Kwang Ton? Kwang Tich Ni also spoke up. There have been changes but not much. Kwang Van Phi also came and said with a sarcastic voice, haha, practiced all night. The ironclad oath for the Jiang family to go against heaven and change their fate is just like this. Kwang Ton, tell me where your fate has changed. Kwang Ni Lao also came forward and said to the homeowner, Big brother, it's not too late for you to change your mind. Give the position of homeowner to your younger son, Van Phi, let him protect the Kwang family, at least for a while. Can increase. Kwang Ton patted his chest confidently. My father could do it. Kwang Ni Lao shouted, what can you do? Kwang Ton, if you confront Lai Fong, you may not even know how you will die. Useless people like you should not harm the Jiang family. If you lose this match, you will be Kwang Ton's sinner. Family. Kwang Ton refused to be patient and shouted back, enough is enough, I won't lose, I won't disappoint big brother Ren, I won't let my father down, and I won't let Jiang family be ashamed. Let's move on, let's talk more in vain. Kwang Van Phi father and son mumbled a plan. Father, what should we do now? This Jiangcheng trash refuses to understand for himself. If he really loses, the Jiang family will belong to the Lai family. How many years have we lived here? Jiang family is considered useless. It is absolutely impossible to let Kwang Ton go into battle. Until then, Van Phi, you will attack first and then play later. If you can defeat Lai Fong, you will be a great minister of the Kwang family. No one can say anything. You also can easily become the next homeowner. Kwang Van Phi gave a sinister smile. I understand, only Kwang Van Phi can protect Kwang family, that Kwang Ton is not worthy. The scene changes to a martial arts arena where the Kwang family and the Lai family take turns gathering on both sides, looking forward to the match between the two young patriarchs. In another place, the head of the Lai family respectfully asked Bok Van Ferry to invite her to tea. Ferry Bok Van took a sip and said, let's start the life and death battle. After resolving this matter, I will take Lai Fong back to the sect to report. The head of the Lai family smiled and flattered. In the future, I still hope that the fairy lady Bok Van will take care of my son. From above and below, the Lai family is extremely grateful to the fairy lady. Lai Fong's qualities are the best of all the people I have ever met. After entering the sect, I will accept him as a disciple. He will have a bright future. Now below the field. A bang rang out. Lai Fong stepped onto the stage and his voice rang out in all directions. People from the Jiang family are here. Jiangqing, go ahead, your father come up here. The homeowner nodded and said, be careful. Suddenly a figure jumped up. Lai Fong, Kwang Van Phi, I will confront you. Everyone below was surprised. What did Kwang Van Phi want to do? Why did he come up? Lai Fong laughed. Kwang Van Phi, you are not the young master of the Kwang family. You have no qualifications to fight with me. Kwang Van Phi immediately pointed her finger at the general. Lai Fong, are you afraid? If you are afraid of me, then look, admit defeat. Today Kwang Van Phi, I will definitely defeat you. Lai Fong sarcastically, you ignorant person. The householder below shouted loudly, Kwang Van Kai, you are too confused. Kwang Van Phi moves forward. Householder, Kwang family cannot be destroyed in Kwang Ton's hands. Today Kwang Van Phi, I will turn the situation around. Lai Fong quickly rushed forward. If that's the case, then I will complete it for you. With one more person in your Jiang family, I can also eliminate one more person. Concubine Jiang Yun liberated the first level of condensation pill realm cultivation level. Come here. Everyone below was excited when they saw this scene. No wonder Quang Van Phi was so confident. Her realm had already reached the first level of condensation. Perhaps Quang Van Phi could really save the Quang family. At this point, we can also see that the first realm of a monk is the realm of refining the body, opening up. The next is the realm of condensing the pill, realm of Quang Van Phi, and finally the realm of the empty realm, monk realm. This can move mountains extremely powerfully. Quang Lao Ni laughed loudly. Don't worry, Quang Van Phi's son has the appearance of an emperor. Homeowner Lai laughed proudly. Haha, the first level of condensing pill realm is already proud, a group of frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. Returning to the battle, Lai Fong threw out his fist and rushed forward, shouting without hesitation. Quang Van Phi raised her hand to defend but was still blown away. He was hit by Lai Fong and fell hard to the ground. Quang Lao Ni was scared. What? After beating Quang Van Phi, Lai Fong stood on the ring with his arms crossed, looking at Quang Van Phi sarcastically. Does this chicken, dog, or cat even deserve to fight me? This is the difference between heaven and earth. Do you understand yet? Concubine Jiang Yun below kept trembling. Quang Lao Ni quickly urged, Van Phi, get up. You are my family's last hope, stand up for me. Quang Van Phi tries to get up, I will not give up. Not long after, he vomited blood again, then fell to the ground. The Quang family's faces were frightened, they were gone. Even Quang Van Phi was not Lai Fong's opponent, the Jiang family really had no hope. How can this be done? Will the Jiang family really be in danger? Lai Fong continued to mock, Jiang family people, you listen clearly, if you kneel down and surrender right now, I will give you a way to live. Quang Tan went up to the ring and shouted. Lai Fong kept his mouth shut. Lai Fong expressed his disdain. Quang Tan, a trash like you, still has meaning. After that, Quang Tan gently responded. Meaningful or not, just hit him and you'll know, take action. Lai Fong charged forward with impetuous momentum, if you're stupid and dig your own grave, I'll help you fulfill your wish. She felt the outcome was decided, she was determined to get up and leave, it was over. But at this moment, Quang Tan threw a punch, a huge yellow fist rushed towards Lai Fong, surprising him. What? Li Fong was immediately sent flying. The head of the Lai family looked frightened, how could this be possible? The white fairy lost her expression. The homeowner was also very surprised. Quang Tan. 1. The people below were also surprised by this scene. What was this? It was really young Master Jiang Cheng's punch that sent Lai Fong flying. Is this a reincarnation? Quang Ni Lao suddenly slapped his son's face hard. Quang Van Phi confusedly asked, Dad, why do you beat me? Jiang Er said, I'll confirm if I'm dreaming. Damn, why is Quang Tan so strong? Quang Van Phi's face turned black and helpless, not knowing what to say. Lai Fong angrily used his trump card, Jiang Cheng, I want you to die. Seeing this, the Quang family exclaimed, this is a sword. No lake is one of the top 10 treasures, today my eyes have been opened. Can Quang Tan withstand this move? Lai family leader confidently said, my son Lai Fong will definitely destroy Quang Tan. Fairy Bok Van was pleased, Lai family leader rest assured, with Lai Fong's treasure, I believe he will not lose. Lai Fong madly rushed towards Quang Tan, opened his sword, and slashed. Quang Tan threw one punch again. Lai Fong was blown away, the surrounding swords were shattered. Homeowner Lai is scared, Lai Fong. My son. Bok Van Tien Ko's face was fierce. I didn't expect that today I would be humiliated. This Quang Tan looks so ordinary, how can it defeat Lai Fong? The Quang family's group laughed and said happily, we won, the Jiang family really won. I can't believe it, this is like a dream. Quang Tichni saw that his younger brother had won and was extremely happy, creating a miracle, all thanks to this man. Patriarch Quang came forward and was about to kneel down to thank you. Young master, please accept my bow. Duty to retain. No need, everyone is a descendant of Jiang Li, this is what everyone deserves. As for homeowner Lai, he looked at his son in worry and panic, my son's body was damaged, he was disabled. Tas Khan also stepped forward to withdraw his divine power from Lai Fong's body, while absorbing tasks and thinking. The higher the physical level, the more divine power will be contained in the body, this Li Fong is much more than the dead Lai tiger. The head of the Jiang family approached, his voice seemed to rub against the pain of the head of the Lai family. The head of the Lai family, we should keep the promise, the Lai family will merge with the Jiang family. The head of the Lai family stood up and could no longer keep calm. "Huh, you Kuang family are not worthy." Patriarch Kuang said again. How could Patriarch Lai go back on his words and want to turn things around? "My two sons, one dead and one disabled, were both caused by the Jiang family." The Lai family's voice was cold. Then he rushed madly, "Today, I will make your Jiang family pay with blood. Everyone in the Jiang family will die. Even if they win the battle of life and death, the Jiang family will still have a hard time escaping." Massacre. Patriarch Jiang raised his hand to receive the attack, was immediately blown away. The head of the Lai family's voice filled the entire arena. Everyone in the Lai family listened to his orders. Today they will destroy the Jiang family. Old Jiang's face was distorted with fear. Gone. Even if he won the life and death battle, the Jiang family would still have difficulty escaping massacre. We're all on duty. If it weren't for him, how could Jiang Cheng have abolished Li Fong? He begged, all on duty. If it weren't for him, how could Jiang Cheng have abolished Li Fong? The head of the family is merciful. My Jiang family is willing to hand over the mastermind to take action. The Jiang family head did not hold back and swung a punch to send him flying. A dog cannot overcome his habit of eating poop. You are not worthy of being a member of the Jiang family. As long as a person from the Kuang family is willing to join the Lai family, I can spare his life. Kuang Two old man covered his face and shouted, "Big brother, if I'm not worthy, then my son and I will join the Lai family and will no longer be members of the Jiang family. You just keep holding on to the moral and humane reputation of the royal family and continue to act noble. You just stay there and watch the royal family being massacred. Very good, those who do not surrender, kill them all for me." Kuang Tichni spoke out a threat. "Master Lai, you dare to touch the Jiang family. Upper Huin Tong will absolutely not forgive you." The head of the Lai family is not afraid at all. "Kuang Tichni, who are you scaring? My Lai family's backer is Bok Van Tien Ko from Tai Huin Mon. Your Upper Xian sect dares to oppose Tai Huin Mon. No one today. Don't help the Jiang family. The mission is to move forward and speak up. Is it enough to cause trouble?" Patriarch Lai looked towards the task force, huffed, "Are you talking to me? Seeing you blabbering around here all this time is so boring. If you don't take action, I will take action first." The second old man behind him held his head and lost his voice. "Brat, you've come to this point and you still have no expression." The head of the Lai family laughed loudly. Don't make me laugh, you kid. If you want to save the Jiang family, you have to see if you have that ability first. You should try your hand." The taskmaster pointed his finger at Bai Van Tien Ko. "You, destroy the entire Lai family for me." In the distance, Bok Van Tien was surprised and confused. Homeowner Lai frowned. "Come here to tease me, right? Haha." The Lai family's disciple was sarcastic. When did this kid get sick and not tell Bok Van Tien Ko to destroy Lai family? Does he not know that this time Bok Van Tien Ko came because of Lai Fong? Duk Han continued to talk. "What are you doing after you're done? Dispel your bad omen." Startled and cold, how did he know? She rushed towards the mission. "If you don't explain clearly to me, I will smash your head." The task of pointing straightly speaks of the influence of bad omens. Your body carries a bad omen. Every 3 days at noon, evil energy will flow into your veins, causing extreme pain. Life is worse than death, right? Lai family leader shouted loudly, speaking vaguely, "Who are you to dare to make nonsense guesses about the fairy?" Bok Van Tien Ko softly admitted that he was right. The homeowner was startled. Was what he said true? "The task is to make a request, destroy the Lai family. I will help you to dispel the bad omen and escape from constraints. With your qualifications, you should not limit yourself to your current achievements." Patriarch Lai laughed. "Haha, kid, Miss Bok Van will be Lai Fong's master in the future. How can he listen to what you say? Even if he's dreaming, it shouldn't be a realistic dream." Fairy Bok Van agreed. "Okay, then I will help you eliminate the Lai family." The owner of the house was shocked when he heard that. "What?" Fairy Bai Yun turned around. "Head of the Lai family, abolish your cultivation." Patriarch Li's face is extremely ugly. "Miss, don't joke like that, you are my son Lai Fong's master." Fairy Bok Van threw a palm at the head of the Lai family. "Do you think I'm joking? Lai Fong still hasn't officially worshipped me as his master." The head of the Lai family vomited blood and couldn't move. The Lai family's group called out, "Head of the house." They looked at Bai Van Tien with a scared look. "Why is this happening?" A moment later, I saw only a group of people lying on the ground. She turned and said, "The Lai family is dead, keep your promise." Stay by my side for 3 days and I can help you get rid of it. Fairy Bak Van approached and threatened, "Are you kidding me? I'm not in a good mood today, deal with it now, otherwise I will deal with you." The executive still calmly replied, "Just wait." She threw a blow at the task force, "Beast, don't show that noble attitude in front of me, I will kill you." The head of the Jiang family was startled, so the young master was careful. The mission gently responded, pushing the white cloud fairy back into the distance. Controlling her body, she whispered in surprise, "She has no cultivation base but her body is stronger than normal, but she couldn't escape his seemingly normal attack. What kind of monster is this guy?" After completing the task, I spoke up to leave. "Everyone, my matter and the Jiang family's matter have been resolved, it's time for me to go." Kwang Ton's father and son spoke up at the same time to maintain their duties. They couldn't stay a few more days. Why did young Master Niam want to leave so quickly? Why should he stay, so that Kwang family can repay his kindness? Kwang Tichni came closer and said, "My big brother, where do you plan to go next on your mission?" He asked, "Are there any sects around here?" I was thinking about it. Right now, all the Tinhai acupuncture points in my body are blocked. To clear these acupuncture points, you need a special opportunity and method, and you need the help of some forces. Kwang Tichni introduced, "The forces here are tangled and complicated. Around here there are Thuong Xian sect, Tai Huin Mon, and Tien Mon. Among them, Tai Huin Mon is the sect of Bak Van Tien Ko, Tien Mon is the sect of Xing Dao Pom. These two sects are both extremely powerful." She continued to say, "Although my Upper Xian sect is an old sect, it has now declined as much as the other two sects. Although I hope Big Brother Neem comes to Thuong Huin sect, I cannot help but say that Tien Mon and Tai Huin Mon are the places where a talented person like Big Brother Neem should go." The mission turned around and said decisively, "If that's the case, then I'll go to Upper Xuanzong." Kwang Tichni was bewildered and let out a sigh. Nak Han looked up to the sky and thought, "If I remember correctly, Thuong Xian Tong is a sect founded by female Emperor Bak Hai. In the past, Bak Hai had to burn his own blood to bring back dawn to the human world, to calm the chaos of the night. Otherwise, the current human world would be a scene of hell. The upper mystic sect will surely have what they need." Kwang Ton suddenly knelt down, interrupting his thoughts. "My big brother, in order to defy the heavens, passed on his secret technique to me. In my heart, you are my master. Please accept it from me." One bow. The taskmaster picked up a yellow token and threw it towards Kwang Ton. "I am currently training 360 human soldiers. You who are a descendant of Kwang Lai will also be one of them." Kwang Ton took the token in his hand and looked at it suspiciously. As he left, the taskmaster said, "After understanding this divine command, come to Upper Xuanzong to find me." He continued to think, over the past countless years, he has been an emperor, opening up the ages, confronting the most dangerous evil under the sky, but at a crucial moment, unexpected things happened even though he was still careful. The cause hasn't been investigated yet, but it's definitely related to those spirits. After that, over the next countless years, my soul was completely lost, my body was trapped, they could not completely destroy me, so they spread their powerful divine power onto the great gods in the human world. The outstanding emperor who shined in each era fell one after another, only because he continued to complete the chess game that he made. The last move made by the emperor's king, he saved his body. Up to now, the outstanding emperors have all passed away, and there are no more great emperors in the world. Bak Hai, Kwang Lai, Hong Min, Xian Vien Chuk Tien and others have not wasted their efforts in vain. This time I return to the world, the chess game has reached the final step. Kwang Ton held the order in his hand and thought about the position of this order, the master of the world. Kwang Ton was touched. "Brother Neem, rest assured, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." On the way to Upper Huin Tong, Bak Van Tien asked in doubt, "If you are so powerful, why do you have to let me deal with the Lai family?" Nak Han replied calmly, "Because you are useful." I secretly thought to myself, although I can use a secret technique to help my body temporarily increase its strength to an extremely strong level, it will only be effective for a short time. In the near future, I will need her to change heaven and earth for me. Conceal the wild secret, activate your body. She continued to ask, "What's the use?" "I'll tell you, I'm a member of the Tai Xian men, if you dare to act rashly, 10 heads won't be enough to cut off." Nak Han said again, "You just need to know, this is only beneficial and not harmful to you, for you it is a great bargain." Although he's still young, he talks like an old man. "If you can't dispel my bad omen in 3 days, it's not over with me. Suddenly asked, who is in charge of the destiny of heaven right now? Bach Van Tien was surprised by the question of the mission, in charge of the destiny of heaven. Even about this you know that right now she is not in charge of the destiny of heaven. Based on the secret information of Tai Huin Mon is that there are currently 3 great powers who obey the destiny of heaven. Who is responsible for acting in a serious voice? The Holy Spirit of 9 elements, the unfathomable Palm and the Night Saint Master, but these are all legendary beings who have never appeared in 10,000 years, I only know a little about them. Nak Han sneered, it turned out they were some incompetent people from the past, after becoming traitors. The taskmaster took another step and said, now we will go to the Fairy Star Ancient Mine. If you really want to join the Upper Mysterious Sect, I must remind you that the Upper Mysterious Sect has been in decline for a long time, and countless great forces are waiting to tear it apart. You coming to the Upper Mysterious Sect is no different than going to a dead end. What is the connection between going to the ancient planet and joining the Upper Mysterious Sect? Miss Bach Van Tien replied, of course it's related. The ancient crystal mine located near Upper Xuanzong is a useless mine, it was all exploited tens of thousands of years ago. But now the Upper Xuanzong is too poor. To increase the amount of spirit stones, those participating in the Upper Xuanzong's examination must pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Therefore, every time the Upper Mysterious Sect recruits disciples, there will be countless monks who go to the ancient planet to look for spirit stones. But it is also rumored that the Upper Huin sect has an ancient Xian Tian order that was dropped in the ancient mine. The Upper Huin sect also wants to use this to find the Xian Tian ancient order. If anyone finds it, they can. You can immediately become an excellent disciple of the sect. The mission seems to have understood something, so that's it, so this time go there and find the ancient order of Xian Tian. Fairy Bach Van shook her head again and said, you think too much. The Upper Xuanzong has been looking for tens of thousands of years and still can't find it. Where do you get the courage to say this? Talking nonsense, I'm starting to doubt that you're lying to me when you say you can help me get rid of bad omens. In an ancient mineral, Yin energy was constantly spreading out. There was a group of people who were practicing here. They spoke at the same time. The Yin energy inside the ancient mineral was getting stronger and stronger. Which group wanted to go inside together? Are not. So we can also care for each other. The spirit stone inside is becoming more and more difficult to find. If you go deep inside, you have a chance to find the spirit stone. From afar, the mission and the white cloud fairy approached. Outside there were 2 young men chatting. I heard that hidden deep inside the ancient mine there was a mysterious demon temple. I don't know if it's real or if it really exists. People who have seen the demon palace heard that there is a chance inside the demon palace, but when you go inside, no one comes out. Fairy Bach Van pointed towards the cave. This is the Fairy Crystal Ancient Mine. Why are you here? If you lack spirit stones, I can give you some without wasting time looking in there. The mission took another step and said, you don't have to go inside, you can wait outside for me. There was a person practicing. In the middle a voice rang out, antelope grass for many years, eating a branch can prevent the ancient mineral Yin from entering the body. That's a small girl selling medicinal herbs, eating 2 branches of positive energy to radiate out, chasing away bad things. If you eat 3 branches, you can enter the demon hall and come out safely. The mission saw this girl seem to realize something. Is she? The crowd of people outside came in to ask to buy. It was really good. How could they sell me 3 branches of antelope grass? How can I sell it? Give me 2 branches. That little girl named Bach Cunning is patting her chest and pledging that she will not deceive the old or the young. Bach Cunning, I have tested it myself. This antelope grass is completely effective. A young man approached. Okay, then sell me 3 branches. Suddenly a voice rang out, stopping, making her bewildered. A man aggressively approached and said loudly, White Cunning, I see you are really tired of living. I have warned you, this is my Truong Thiet's territory, only I can sell antelope grass. Here. Bach cunningly scratched his head and smiled and said, Young Master Truong, don't be angry, there's no need to make such a big deal of it, I'll leave right away and leave it for you to sell. Hearing that, young Master Truong refused to let go. Go, you dream, he has monopolized this place for so many years, how could he let you surpass him? Today I must teach you a lesson, arrest her. Break my leg. White Cunning immediately ran away. She kept complaining and said, Truong Thiet, you stinking bastard, I only sold a little antelope grass, do you have to do that much? Truong Thiet quickly chased after him, little bastard, stop and obediently be tied up. While running and cunningly thinking of a way to escape, this time I'm in trouble, I have to think of a way. She looked in the direction of the mission, there it was, then quickly approached to recognize her acquaintance. Cousin, why are you here? She hid behind the mission and begged for help. Cousin, these people want to kill me, save me. Truong Thiet pointed his finger at Nak Han and said, Brat, you are her cousin. A junior behind him also spoke up, get out, if you cause trouble with young Master Truong, even if you are her cousin. It's also useless. Catch them all. White Cunning sticks out his tongue and runs first. I'm sorry, let me stop them, I'll run away first. Truong Thiet chased after him and shouted loudly, stopping. He quickly overcame the gold to block it. He pointed his finger and said, White Cunning, stop pretending, who doesn't know that you are an orphan, no relatives left, what cousin, who are you fooling, you scammer. He also looked at the task force and said, Brat, it's none of your business here, stand aside, don't disturb my work. Truong Thiet said to his junior, tie up by cunningly for me, young Master Truong, please calm down, there is nothing to discuss slowly, I can compensate you, this little matter is not worth touching. Foot. Who are you? Are you worthy of negotiating with me? Today I will definitely break your legs. The two juniors were about to tie up the cunning white man when a voice rang out and stopped. The task of opening his mouth and releasing the girl. Bok Cunning surprisingly looked towards the task Han. Oh, this is him. Truong Thiet replied, do you have a problem? Duk Han still calmly said, you can choose to leave. Truong Thiet pointed his finger at Bai cunningly and said, you idiot. Bai Cunning is a fraud, you don't know why you still came out to help her. Duty with a cold voice, I am her big brother. Take your people away. Bok cunningly looked at the taskmaster in confusion, he probably knew he was just taking advantage of him, why did he appear on his behalf? Truong Thiet came closer and grinned. Big brother, I see that you must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, where are you? Catch this idiot and give it to me. At the same time, a hand swung up and slapped him hard in the face. Didn't you hear that when I told you to go away? Truong Thiet was sent flying by a slap. Several juniors looked scared. Truong Thiet held one side of his face and trembled and said, You are really bold. Truong Thiet shouted, rushing forward for me. Immediately two juniors rushed up to attack towards the mission. The mission quickly responded with one kick to defeat these two idiots. Outside, the white cloud fairy stood still and observed, thinking to herself, this mission could not sense his cultivation level at all, and there seemed to be a serious problem with the acupuncture points on his body. Moreover, his physical strength is not strong, overall he is a broken person. But each move is excellent, extremely simple but extremely effective, like a person with extraordinary strength is rehearsing tactics. This is the first time someone has made me feel like that. Thinking about this, she suddenly started sweating. This is extremely unusual for a person. Who exactly is this person? A junior who was beaten turned back crying, Young master, that guy is too ferocious, he can't be beaten. Afraid of something. That little word doesn't look dangerous at all. Truong Thiet chuckled, don't forget that this time the Truong family has a lot of experts, releasing arrows for me. He continuously shouted loudly, shooting a spirit cloud arrow to gather Truong family's people. If I don't chop you into 100 pieces today, I will go to the ground first. Bok cunningly looked towards the task force. Why are you so kind to me? Is it possible that I look so disheveled and yet you still covet my beauty? Even though after a clean bath, I'm still quite beautiful. Duk Han immediately replied, I just want to treat you well, don't ask why. Bok cunning thought stupidly, why am I a little touched by such a dictator? Since I was little, this is the first person who has been kind to me unconditionally. A moment later, a series of silhouettes rushed down. The few people outside had shocked faces. They were the elders of the Truong family. They were all powerful people. I didn't expect there to be 5 people at once. I'm afraid that kid is a little good and a lot of bad. Fairy Bok Van smiled and said, you are in trouble. The Truong family is a cultivating family, a small family like the Lai family is incomparable. Do you need my help? The price is that you must immediately remove the bad omen for me. An elder walked towards the task force, pointed his finger and shouted, Beast, never heard of the Truong family's reputation, how dare you stay here and act arrogantly, now immediately crawl over here and confess. Nak Han replied with cold eyes, Old man, what are you barking at? Seeing this, Bok Cunning couldn't help but exclaim, Very good, big brother, even now you still dare to scold big brother, this courage of yours really makes me fall to the ground. The old man released his divine power and prepared to strike. Fine. It's been a long time since I've seen someone as stubborn as you. Once I catch you, I'll tear your bones apart. Bok Cunning suddenly spoke up, stopped, thinking to himself, there's no way, today there are 5 elders in the family, there is no hope of escape, there is only one way. She approached the elder and said, this matter is my responsibility, I alone shoulder it, it has nothing to do with anyone else. If you can't bear it alone, all of you will die today. This is the price you have to pay for offending the cultivating family. Bok cunningly pointed straight without any hesitation. What the representative brother said was not wrong at all. You guys are really a bunch of dogs, there is not a single good person, every word you say is like killing people. She began to roll up her sleeves in a provocative tone, try touching a strand of my hair. Miss Bok Van Tien on the outside silently applauded, this little girl doesn't care about anything anymore, on the contrary, she is quite interesting and has personality. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have the talent to cultivate an immortal, her ancestors would have accepted her as a disciple. Having been angered, the old man jumped up and attacked the cunning white man, the little bastard. If you speak so well, let me rip your mouth out first. He dared. On her hand appeared a mark around which evil energy appeared. The elder was stunned, that is. After carefully observing the elder's scared face and trembling voice, that was. Symbol of sound, sound spirit gate. Another elder immediately raised his hand to block it. That flow of evil energy was definitely the symbol of the underworld. Come back quickly, don't mess with this lady anymore. White cunningly continued to move forward, you rotten old man, come over here. The elder panicked, don't come here. An elder raised his hand and shouted loudly, Truong family's people, immediately leave here. Truong Thiet doesn't understand what happened. Elder, won't you take revenge? What the hell is revenge? She is the one who was marked by the AM Then sect, and is also the person who the AM Then sect chose as the most evil sect. As long as she is not satisfied, she can kill and destroy the gate. It's best not to have anything to do with them. The crowd outside was talking loudly, what's going on? What if they were marked? Truong family's people are so scared that they're causing trouble, let's leave quickly. Because people don't know it, AM Then Mon rarely marks anyone, but the person who is marked is definitely someone extremely important to AM Then Mon, indicating that AM Then Mon can do anything for that person. What? After the Truong family's group left, Bok Kyo let out a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, not long after arriving here, her identity was revealed, it seemed like she had to change to another place. Delegate brother, we are destined to meet again, I will go first. You were about to leave but was stopped by the task force. Wait a minute. The taskmaster came closer and said, you can't go anywhere. Hi, countless years have passed and I didn't expect that we would still be able to meet again. This time I will protect you well. Task Han patted her head while speaking. Bai Chao Catch let out a gurgling sound. Representative brother, I'm not Bok Hai, my name is Bok Cheat Cheat. During the day, please restrain your face a bit. Nak Han said again, calling me big brother. From now on, you don't need to go anywhere else, your place is in the Upper Xian sect. What are you kidding? My brother's representative looks at me like someone who can enter the Upper Mysterious sect. Even if I want to enter, they won't let me in. The taskmaster leisurely said, I can enter if I say I can. Bok Van Tien Ko came forward and said, on duty, although Thuong Xian sect is in decline, it accepts disciples extremely strictly. Especially in recent years, Thuong Xian sect wants to revive again, so it requires qualifications. The higher the disciple's level, this cunning white person's aptitude is very normal. Wanting to enter the Upper Mysterious sect is almost impossible. Don't say such unbelievable things. Nak Han looked at the cave and said to Bok Kyo, come here and see the ancient crystal in the air. Duk Han said again, shouting at it, I believe in the light. White cunning and bewildered, are you serious? Serious. Responsible for using a dignified voice. Bai cunningly shouted loudly, I believe in light. The task force asked if he felt anything. Bok cunningly blushed and said, a bit embarrassed and ashamed. Bok Van Tien Miss crossed her arms, are you playing around, wasting your time? Suddenly a stream of air rushed out to cover White Cunning. Bai Yun Fairy looked at her in surprise, that is, how could this divine and majestic aura radiate from the body of a beggar child? Deep in the ancient mineral crystal, there is a decree with a word engraved on it, sensing that the air flow emanating from the cunning white is moving and preparing to fly up. It seemed like the decree was suppressing a zombie. Then the decree followed the direction of the airflow towards White Cunning. Having escaped from the demon corpse's suppression, I opened my eyes, and the mysterious ancient order to suppress my body suddenly flew away for no reason. He immediately stood up and looked around. Why care? After tens of thousands of years, I finally escaped. The demon corpse's voice was plaintive. The ancient order of Xian had suppressed me here for tens of thousands of years. After I got out, the first thing I had to do was to massacre the upper mystic sect and wash the world with blood. The immortal ancient mineral suddenly shook violently. A group of people looked frightened when they saw this. What is the immortal ancient mineral's tremor? The aura suddenly became much stronger than before. Everyone needs to be careful, don't act voluntarily. Everyone gather into a group and act together. Then the mysterious heavenly plane flew to Bai Cunningly's side. Bok cunningly held the order in his hand in surprise. This is. Bok Van Tien was startled. There. The mysterious ancient order of the upper district sect that had been lost for a long time had actually appeared. Nak Han told Bok Catch, the ancient order of heaven is yours, with it you can easily enter the upper Xian sect. Bok Van Tien Ko immediately pulled and took action. The cunning white power just emitted is not ordinary at all. Why not follow me back to Tai Huin Mon? Tai Huin Mon is much stronger than Upper Xian sect. The task immediately refused. She could only go to Upper Xuanzong, and in the future she would become the sect leader of Shang Xuanzong. Bok Cunning is stupid. Becoming the sect leader of the upper mysterious sect represents that brother has gone too far. Miss Bok Van Tien continued to say, Bok Cunning was marked by AM than sect. Although Tai Huin Mon was not sure that she could completely guarantee her safety, the upper Xian sect absolutely could not protect her. Nak Han replied calmly, a small hidden temple, with no real name, not worth mentioning. Bai Yun Ferry said helplessly, you. It really makes others speechless. I don't know whether to say you're stupid or arrogant. From behind at this moment, two figures, a man and a woman, rushed down. Here, the ancient breath of heaven was here. A man approached Bai Chao and asked, little girl, the ancient command of Thuong Tien was because you found Bok Chao and said it gently, so it can be considered that. This man immediately raised his hand and smiled and said, then you are very lucky. The ancient order of Thuong Tien has been missing for more than 10,000 years. The upper Xuanzong once made a rule that whoever can find the ancient order of Thuong Tien will be able to immediately. Special privilege to become a proud disciple of the sect. The woman next to me also spoke up to greet me. I didn't say much more. The elders are waiting for such a big story. Please come back with us. Bok cunningly looked at the taskmaster. What should my representative brother do? Even though I just met my representative brother, I still have the feeling that I can trust him. This is a feeling I have never had before. The taskmaster immediately replied, go, wait for me at Upper Huin Tong. In a few days I will arrive at Upper Huin Tong. That man looked towards Task Han and said, this is my cousin. I'm afraid I can't wait for him. His qualifications are too poor. He can't enter the Upper Xian sect. Bok cunningly and they set out on the road. The other man said that the path of practice and immortality is different. I have the opportunity to become a proud disciple, while he has normal qualifications and cannot cultivate immortality. Later on, he will become a proud disciple. The minds between two people will be as different as heaven and earth. It is better to cut off this useless relationship as soon as possible. The taskmaster looked in the direction they left. Then he turned to ask Fairy Bok Van, the magic of Tai Xian sect's magical magic, have you learned it? Are you kidding me? Fate magic is the lifeblood of a sect, only generations of sect masters can do it. Cultivate, others don't have a chance to see. Raise your hand, if that's the case, I will teach you the profound palace magic. Bok Van Tien looked away. This joke was not funny at all. Seeing the task suddenly approaching her, she was bewildered. What are you doing? The mission is to release some divine power into her hand. You lecherous guy dare to disrespect me. Feeling the magical action that had just been transmitted to her, she was shocked. What? Bai Yun Fairy looked at the mark on her hand. Here. It is truly a mysterious magic dharma. The voice echoed back from the task of leaving. Understand for yourself. First understand the basics that will be needed in the future. Wait here for me to extract it from the ancient crystal. She still couldn't stop being surprised. How could this taskmaster know the magic of the upper mysterious Mon, and the mysterious palace magic of the Tai Huin Mon had been lost? Now it was no longer intact, the mystical palace magic that the taskmaster had passed on to her. I'm the full version. Looking at the back of the mission, she thought to herself, it seems she has underestimated this person. In another place, There were two groups of people fighting. A blonde girl leading a group of people said, "Truong Thiet, you guys go back. My Nam Kung family is not afraid of Truong family. Of course I am not afraid of it either." You. The remaining group of people led by Truong Thiet also responded, "Nam Kung Tsong Shue, quickly leave this place. Truong Thiet, I am not a good person, don't force me to act." This blonde girl named Nam Kung Dung Tuet continued to say, "Right now inside the fairy crystal ancient mineral is having changes. You and I both want to take people inside, in case we find more spirit stones, so both sides rely on their own strength to see who can attract more people." Truong Thiet pointed his finger harshly, "Nangong Dong Shue, you really don't know good or bad. My Truong family is an Upper Xian sect, you just wait for me." On the way, two guys saw this and pointed. On the other side, someone has arrived. It took half a day to wait for someone to arrive. I don't know who he will follow. Whether you join the Truong family or join the Nangong and Hung Tuet, you will offend the other side. It's too difficult to choose. Seeing Nakhon Truong Thiet laughing, it turned out to be this kid. He still dares to come here. He continued to say, "Nam Kung condensed snow, I don't care about other people but I have to have this guy. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins this time, brat, come to me immediately, kneel down and repent." Nam Kung Nung Tuet also spoke up, "No need to go to his side and suffer resentment, join my side. If Truong Thiet dares to do anything to you, I will demand justice on your behalf." Look at the statue next to the snow-covered South Palace. The mission secretly thought, countless years have passed, the spirit stones in the ancient crystal have been completely mined, but unexpectedly the earth element beast is still here. Truong Thiet continued to mock, "Brat, just now you relied on that cunning white bitch to save your life. Now you also want to rely on a woman, what a coward." Seeing the mission going to Nam Kung Nung Tuet, I smiled softly. Well, following Nam Kung Nung Tuet was the correct choice. The task of destroying her thoughts, you think too much. I just want to see the stone statues on this side. Nam Kung Tsong Shue suddenly let out a loud gasp. She continued to say, "You offended Truong Thiet. Without my protection, an uncultivated person like you cannot live long. Moreover, exploring the ancient mine of immortal crystals is like participating in the upper mysterious sex screening test. It is very difficult to rely on you alone in the ancient mine to find the immortal crystals. I give you the last chance, please follow me." Taskeng turned around and walked into the crystal mine and said, "Not interested." Nam Kung Nung Tuet asked the elder next to her, "What kind of elder is this person?" The elder who stroked his beard, usually very insignificant. Hearing that, Nam Kung Nung Tuet chuckled, filled with arrogance. On the contrary, it made me a little interested. Even though I thought he had such strong skills, it turned out that he was just an ordinary person here deliberately trying to show off. The crowd outside couldn't help but feel frustrated. This kid offended Truong Thiet, and even dared to make the male Palace Tu Thursday angry. He really didn't know whether to live or die. Truong Thiet grimaced angrily, "Go, chase that guy." The four young masters still have no place to vent their anger today. The third elder must definitely help me catch that guy so I can beat him. The elder next to him looked down on him, a petty monk, not worth mentioning. The young master's biggest opponent right now is Nam Kung Dung Tuet. If you can find more spirit stones and contribute to improving the sect, after joining the Upper Huin sect, you will receive extremely great benefits. Then our Truong family will never be overpowered by the Nam Kung family again. Nangong Ning Shue walked into the ancient crystal ore with a stern tone. This time he absolutely must find more crystal nuclei than Truong Thiet. Then after entering the Upper Xian sect, he will be able to receive better resources than him, quickly. Quickly improve your cultivation. Only the Nam Kung family can completely surpass the Truong family. Somewhere in a temple, a demon looked around. Initially, when I was being suppressed in the ancient temple, I remembered that there were a few good items here. Before going out, I had to take them all away. He saw a yellow box. It was this box. He didn't know what treasures were inside. He tried every way to open the box, continually seek to destroy it. He was surprised, but he was not damaged. The zombie madly attacked towards the box. At a cave, Truong Thiet was looking around to find the mission. Why did that kid go so fast? Then he couldn't see anyone anymore. Energy is continuously flowing out around the ancient crystal ore. The crowd inside looked scared. What was going on? The ancient star suddenly shook, and there was also a negative energy coming out. Seeing this, Truong Thiet laughed loudly. There is nothing to be afraid of. This young master has already prepared in advance. This is the Yangthan pill, specifically used to deal with the negative energy here. Each of you take one pill. Preventing the negative energy here should not be a problem. The mission went deep into the ancient crystal ores. In the past, the spirit stones in the ancient crystals played an extremely important role, building countless solid foundations. For example, the five-colored temple of the upper mysterious sect can stand tall at the Ninjiang steel of 10,000 Taoist gods. I see the sound is constantly boiling. The tasker speculated that such a big movement seemed like an incident had occurred in the demon hall. The poisonous in the eyes of these people is actually the breath emitted by the clitoris, but this is the spiritual energy emitted from the spiritual stone. The essence is so thick that it evaporates. On normal days, these essences are located in the cliffs of the ancient mineral. Only when the ancient mineral shakes violently do these essences escape. Essence may be extremely toxic to other monks, but to me it has great uses. My 108 tin high acupuncture points are blocked, in which the characteristics of the Shunting acupuncture points match the essence. Originally, I was planning to shake the cliff to let the essence radiate out. Now the essence is actually coming out on its own. It took a lot of work today to take advantage of the rich essence in this place to clear the Divine Temple acupuncture point. In another place, an elder next to Truong Thiet spoke up, "Young master, luckily you brought quite a lot of Yangshan Dan today. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to go deeper with this thick Yin energy. But even so, we have to speed up, we can't stay in here for too long." A junior saw the task sitting in front and said to Truong Thiet, "Truong Tsong too, that kid over there." Truong Thiet was confused. What was that guy doing? What else could he do? He didn't have the Yongnan Dan, he must have died from negative energy here. Truong Thiet pointed his finger at the third elder. It would be good for him to die so easily. "Third elder, go and see, if you still have breath, break his neck." He continued to instruct. Time was tight, others continued to move forward. The task there has almost been absorbed, almost done. There are countless thousands of years of stored energy, which is extremely suitable for me to clear the divine acupuncture point. The elder came closer. "Boy, you are indeed still alive." He raised his hand and swung a palm towards the task force. "If that's the case, then let my elder send you back to the west." Nak Han shouted softly. Opened, a hole on his head opened. "What?" The elder panicked. Then he fell unconscious and lay on the ground. Nak Han raised his hand to withdraw his divine power, and his divine power returned to the ocean. Although this person has a special physique, the divine power in his body has long been depleted, not much different from an ordinary monk. The divine power in his body is pitifully low. Only young monks with extraordinary qualities contain a large amount of powerful divine power in their bodies. After a while, the third elder still hadn't returned, looking confused. "It's been so long. Why hasn't the third elder returned yet?" Another elder spoke up. "You don't need to worry, the third elder will definitely handle that trivial matter without any problems. Maybe it's because the negative energy is too strong that you'll go the wrong way." The quest proceeds to see a drawing. Found, this drawing is indeed still there. At first, I regretted not being able to collect all the 10,000 years worth of energy. Now it's not a problem anymore, just wait for the essence here to completely radiate out. The scene changes to the Nam Kung family's group. An elder says to Nam Kung Dung Tuet, "Miss, although the jade pendant in our hands can temporarily block the negative energy here, it won't last long. Must leave this place quickly." Nam Kung Nung Shue looked towards the mission. It was that guy. The elder made a guess. This person's Dantian spiritual power is weak, his cultivation level is not high, and he is completely unable to resist the negative energy here. He is not moving right now. I'm afraid the negative energy has invaded his body, his mind is confused, he can't live much longer. She threw a jade pendant in the direction of the mission. Duty to catch and turn back to ask, "What is up?" Nangong Nang Shua immediately said, "You are still awake. It seems that your body has not been penetrated by too much negative energy. This piece of jade pendant can block the negative energy here. Take it and quickly go out. Otherwise, the more negative energy will invade you. Death is certain. The task is to throw back the jade pendant, no need." A member of the Nam Kung family spoke up in annoyance. "This guy doesn't know good or bad, there must be some level. Miss Nam Kung is saving your life." Duk Han told Nam Kung Duong Tuet that her nature is not bad, but she lacks a sincere heart. "Don't go astray because of your future choices. There's an incident happening right now, you'd better go out." The elder immediately retorted, "Boy, who doesn't know about the accident happening in the ancient mine? I told you not to go out, but now you advise me the opposite. What kind of person is that?" Before leaving the mission, he said one sentence, giving her the last 4 words: "A cunning face." The big guy next to Nam Kung Nung Tuet shouted loudly, "Stand there for me, dare to scold the cunning-faced Miss Nam Kung, I see you are really tired of living, and even dare to scold others, this guy really deserves it." "Get beaten." Nam Kung Nung Tuet sighed, he said what he had to say, he helped him if he wanted to help, this arrogant person is used to doing things alone and doesn't like to listen to advice, there's no need to care about him anymore. Outside the ancient crystal mine, a mouse statue is gradually waking up. A moment later, it was completely released and slowly opened its eyes. He stretched out his arms eagerly, he had been sleeping deeply for many years, yet someone still remembered the secret word to wake him up. Inside, a Truong family disciple said to Truong Thiet, "Young master, we only found a few of these spirit stones. If you continue to go deeper inside, the negative energy will become more and more intense, I'm afraid you will be in danger." Nam Kung Nung Tuet walked ahead and smiled and said, "Truong Thiet, if you don't dare to go deeper, let me go first. This path only has a few spirit stones but all of them have been taken by Truong Thiet. I must go deeper to find more spirit stones than Truong Thiet." Not willing to lose, Truong Thiet continued to follow, chased after them, "Truong Thiet, I will not lose to a woman." Together they approached a palace, looking straight ahead, "This is it." Nam Kung Dung Tuet was surprised, the Demon Palace, the legendary Demon Palace really exists. A man named Truong looked towards Truong Thiet and said, "Young master, have you been in? Haven't you heard that there are treasures inside the Demon Hall?" The Truong family's elder was a bit scared. This Demon Palace had people in it before, but no one had escaped. "Don't think you can get anything in there." An eldest male member of the palace also said, "Young lady, the Demon Hall is strange, the male palace family once had experts inside, we better not go in." Nam Kung Nung Shue waved his hand, "No one is allowed to come near the Demon Hall, let's leave." Truong Thiet on one side also agreed that if the treasure is worth our lives, we should not go there. Suddenly approaching from afar, making the crowd bewildered, Nam Kung stopped the snow and was startled. Truong Thiet saw Tas Khan and had to exclaim, "Where did that kid come from, why is he still alive?" Another guy was also surprised, not only was he still alive, but he was also planning to enter the Demon Hall. Nam Kung Dung Tuet saw that the mission was still safe and looked surprised, the negative energy had penetrated into his body for such a long time but he still couldn't wait. "Maybe you don't know, that is the Demon Temple, ordinary monks who enter inside will definitely die." Tas Khan coldly replied, "I am not normal." After that, he calmly clasped his hands behind his back and entered the Demon Palace. A junior looked towards Truong Thiet, "Mr. Truong." He went inside, it seemed like nothing happened, "Did we go in?" and said firmly, "This kid is not afraid of him alone, we have so many people, so why should we be afraid?" "He's not afraid of being alone, we have so many people so there's no need to be afraid, how can my master be surpassed by a trash guy?" Truong Thiet went to the dreamy Demon Hall. "For me, this could also be a part of fate. If I can find the long-lost Xian Tian ancient order of the Upper Xian sect, then I am not Truong Thiet. Will be a step into the clouds of stars." Nam Kung Tsong Tuet hesitated for a while then decided, "Let's go inside." Walking to the door of the Demon Palace, I thought to myself, in the past, I built this underground palace, firstly to suppress underground evil, and secondly to hide and seal the sacred objects mined from this ancient mineral. Coming here is to find a sacred item that I kept here in the past. The killing array to prevent evil objects from entering is still active. It seems that this is the reason why many monks cannot get out after going inside. The taskmaster stomped his foot with a thud and broke. The battlefield was immediately destroyed. Truong Thiet walked in, opened his arms and smiled, okay, and there's no danger. It seems that the horror of the Demon Hall is just a rumor, today the treasures in here will all belong to Truong Thiet. Nam Kung Nung Tuet looked towards Tas Khan and asked, "I still don't know your name. You seem to have some knowledge about this Demon Palace. Mission, you should not come in here. There is nothing here you are looking for, on the contrary it is full of danger." A guy with a distorted face growled, "Brat, who are you scaring? Where is the danger? We didn't encounter anything here." The task continues to speak, "You are not in danger because the danger here has been eliminated by me." The elder sneered, "Brat, I don't know how many years this Demon Palace has been here, sometimes hidden and sometimes visible, no one understands it very well, yet you dare to say that you can eliminate the danger. Here. Even though he's young, he's also very good at gossiping." Truong Thiet pointed his finger at Nak Han and shouted loudly, "Boy, I ask you, have you seen the third elder of my family?" Nak Han replied calmly, I killed him. Truong Thiet was startled and killed. Then he laughed loudly, ha ha ha, you make me laugh so much. He continued to approach and raised his little finger in contempt. Based on you, I don't know where I am. The third elder's finger could crush you to death. Nak Han raised his hand and slapped him loudly. The slap device flew and fell to the ground. He shouted angrily, I brought so many people and you dare to beat me and capture them for me. A guy behind him called out, Sir, there's treasure in this chest. He walked towards the chest and pointed towards the mission, you wait for me, go see the treasure chest first. Approaching the chest he was excited, the wood of this chest was not ordinary, there was definitely good stuff inside. Nam Kung Dong Shui, this was discovered by this young master, it is not yours. Nam Kung Dung Tuet waved his hand, if the object has no owner, the predestined person will have it, let's see who has the predestined relationship with it in the end. The taskmaster came closer and warned, this object does not belong to you, you better not touch it. Truong Thiet crossed his arms and asked, it doesn't belong to us, tell me who does it belong to if it doesn't belong to us? Duty replied with a serious face, me. The elder approached, nonsense, who are you to dare to speak so arrogantly? Truong Thiet continued to laugh and say, you can say this treasure chest is yours. This young master always likes to rob that person's things today, what can you do? The task's expression is light, if you can't open it, you can't rob it. Truong Thiet told his juniors, there's nothing that can't be opened about a torn chest, no one can open that chest. Nam Kung Nong Tuet whispered, send someone out there, don't let Truong Thiet get it first. The two juniors tried their best to open the chest and open it for me. Truong Thiet opened his eyes wide and shouted, boy, open your dog eyes and see how this treasure chest was opened. The two juniors were exhausted, the young master couldn't open his eyes and his face turned black. Suddenly a guy jumped up and shouted loudly. Get out of the way and let the man in the palace open. He threw a powerful blow towards the chest. Seeing that the chest was still the same, he couldn't help but be surprised. What, there was nothing damaged. An elder also made a move, my elder also tried it. Truong Thiet exclaimed in fear, what, my family's elders couldn't use all their strength to overcome it. Old Truong suggested that, young master, the material of this treasure chest is not ordinary, it seems that we can only transport it outside and find a way to open it. Suddenly a somewhat angry voice rang out, you guys. What are you doing? The zombie with an angry face approached the crowd. That is, before they could finish speaking, these two unfortunate men were strangled to death by a demon. If you dare touch my things, you deserve to die. The male palace elder spoke up uneasily, it's dangerous, little try, this treasure chest is guarded by this clitoris, it seems like there will be a fierce battle. Truong Thiet worriedly urged him quickly, and the great elder took action. The elder's strength rushed towards this clitoris. The zombie bared his teeth and said, dead. With one wave of his hand, the elder was crushed into pieces. Another elder saw this scene as if he had seen a ghost and was startled. What, just one move. He ran away frantically shouting and running. The speedy demon corpse jumped above the elder's head, swung his hand down, and died. The elder was also smashed into pieces. I was extremely terrified, no, I couldn't fight back. Nangong Ningxue raised his hand to retreat. The two highly cultivated elders lost everyone's lives in just a blink of an eye and immediately retreated. Everyone was running away, quickly run away, it was too scary. The demon smiled strangely, run away, the essence overflowing here will also kill you. Seeing that the mission was still standing still, Nong Kung Dong Shui also hurriedly urged, mission, why are you still standing there, run away quickly. The task still leisurely and gently replied, it's okay, I still have to get things from the trunk. Nam Kung Nung Tuet continued to say, it's been a long time since I remembered that treasure chest, I'm lucky to have that mummy here and not die. A guy next to me is in a hurry, Miss Nangong, don't say too much to him, otherwise you won't be able to get out in time. Nam Kung Nung Tuet quickly ran away. Anyway, I can't advise you, let's go. After leaving the demon temple, the group of people collapsed exhaustedly, breathing heavily. One guy turned towards the palace and was still scared, he finally escaped, it was so dangerous. That kid is still in there, I'm afraid there won't be any bones left. Truong Thiet silently cursed, stupid, dying in the demon palace was too easy for him. Nam Kung Nung Tuet looked at the demon palace questioningly, will Tas Khan really die inside, how can he face such a strong ancient mummy? I really don't understand why he stays, nor do I know what he is capable of. Survive or not? Seeing that the group of people were scared and ran away but the task force still stood there, the zombie wondered, was there still one person who didn't run away? Then he picked up the chest and prepared to go out. He must have been scared to death. Those monks are right, you should first take this chest out and then slowly think about how to open it. Go closer and raise your voice, don't touch it, it's mine. The demon was startled and turned around, gasping loudly. Are you talking to me, kid? Are you tired of living? He walked without paying attention and approached the chest. He softly spoke and opened it. The devil disdainfully bared his teeth. It's really funny, I can't even open this chest, I'm relying on you. The box immediately opened, in the middle was something surrounded by blue light. The demon was startled. A blue fairy crystal appeared. Duke Han told himself, this place is known as the ancient mine fairy crystal because in this ancient mineral cave, a single fairy crystal was once dug up. That's what's in front of me. The demon with cold eyes approached. I didn't expect you to be able to open this chest, it really surprised me. Then he rushed up and attacked towards the mission. As a thank you, I will let you die completely. Task Khan turned around and said with a cunning face. Hearing that, the zombie got angry and said, what is it? You're already dead and you're still talking nonsense. Suddenly a mouse appeared from nowhere. It landed on the corpse, forcing the corpse to the ground. Looking at the scared ghost mouse, this is one of the ancient 5-element beasts, the earth element rat. He was surprised. How could you still be in this world? The mouse turned around in bewilderment. Whoever used the secret word to summon me. The task of speaking is me. The earth element mouse quickly recognized this young man in front of him, this face, this arrogant aura that looked down on everything. The hem of his shirt moved by itself without the wind. That's right, it was him. It immediately approached and bowed its head repeatedly, asking to see you. This made the corpse ghost even more surprised. What was the situation? An ancient beast bowing to a human. The rat's eyes are sparkling and flattering. The little girl wishes her family a long life without boundaries. Immortality is eternal, forever immortal. I will forever be your servant. The taskmaster gently replied, okay, then get up and go. Then the task asked the question, I ask you, where are the other 4 5-element beasts? Earthly mice also don't know what happened. Their voice was sad. Sir, I don't know either. Over tens of thousands of years many major events have happened. Perhaps they are also sleeping soundly somewhere. I also almost lost my life, but thanks to the essence here, after falling into a deep sleep for 10,000 years, I was able to barely recover a bit of strength. The task of speaking up to comfort you, it's been hard for you. This time I return to help everyone regain their glory and continue to stand at the top. He was extremely pleased. What he said we all believed absolutely. The zombie lay motionless and thought to himself, where did this gentleman come from? He spoke so arrogantly that it made others tremble. I should pretend to be dead. How could it be that easy? The earth-moving mouse immediately pointed at him. Sir, this guy is pretending to be dead, let me help you deal with him. The zombie got up in fear. Don't. He knelt down and begged, this great man, I also want to be your servant. The earth element rat raised his hand in contempt. You are not worthy. There is no one in your family who is not a famous great man. Go forward, raise your hand and chant a spell at the zombie's head. I will give you a chance to live. Now I will cast a death spell on your seal. From now on your life and death are only in my one thought. After reciting the spell, perform the command. Now immediately go to the underworld gate. I want to know the detailed situation there. The demon respectfully bowed his head and obeyed. I will absolutely do this well for you. The mission continues to instruct, little try, you continue to rest here and wait for my summons. Earth element mouse bowed his head in response, clearly. In another place, the Truong family's group was trying to escape from the ancient mine. One of them said as he walked, Mr. Truong's aura became more and more intense and he could no longer see the path ahead clearly. If we keep going like this, we'll lose our way in here, we'll have to think of a way quickly. Another guy couldn't bear to look at Truong Thiet. Mr. Truong, give us more duong than Dan, I'm about to not be able to stand it anymore. Truong Thiet's face was pale and his voice was weak. My young master no longer had the Yongshan Dan anymore. A guy has reached the limit of automatically strangling himself and begging for help. I can't hold on anymore, please help me. I can't stand this group of people anymore and rush out. Quickly leave here, don't worry about getting lost. If you hesitate here you will die, run away. Either way, you have to die, so take the risk. Seeing the movement in the fairy crystal ancient mineral Bok Van Tien outside was a bit worried. Inside the ancient mineral a big incident happened, and until now no one has been able to return. Executive duty will not. Finally, the mission also went out to look at Miss Bok Van Tien. Let's start, I will eliminate the bad omen for you. Seeing that there was no one else out, she wondered, you're the only one out there, where are the others? Answer, those people have to check their luck. Duke Han said again, now use your best to use the mysterious magic technique I taught you earlier. Bok Van Tien Miss agreed, yes. She immediately sat down and applied the magic of life magic. In the ancient crystal mine, the token cracked lightly. A young man looked at the order in his hand with a frightened expression. Not good, my order could no longer prevent the evil energy from entering and was broken. He knelt down and shouted loudly, save me. Another guy spoke up, Miss Nam Kung, no matter what we do, we can't hold on much longer. I don't know when we can escape, are we really going to die here? Nam Kung Dung Tuet continues to find a way to escape from the ancient mine, everyone follow me, we increase our speed, there will definitely be a way out. At this moment, the order in her hand also showed signs of breaking. She was desperate, she really couldn't get out. Nam Kung Nong Tuet thought about the mission again. I don't know what happened to that crazy mission guy. He definitely couldn't escape that demon temple, but even if he could escape, he would still have to face the current situation. There is only one way to die. She tried to calm herself down, sigh. Why do I remember him? My own life is difficult to keep, his life and death have nothing to do with me, that guy even scolded me for having a cunning face. At this time, the earth rat statue at the entrance made a movement, it was once again awakened. He mumbled, someone called him again, he was alive again. Out of respect, I will tell you the secret language, I will save you once, otherwise with your current choice, dying 10 times will not be enough. The exhausted people were about to collapse. A statue of a rat that acted according to secret language appeared before them. The crowd looked at the statue confused, what's going on? That's the statue in front of the entrance, why is it here? The statue appeared and repelled the negative energy. They seemed to be saved. Look, the negative energy had disappeared. They burst into tears of joy, the negative energy has really lessened, oh my god, we are saved. Nam Kung Condensed Snow looked towards the statue in question, perhaps because of the appearance of this statue, but why did the statue suddenly appear here? She speculated, could it be? The crowd approached the statue to avoid negative energy. This statue can dispel negative energy. We are saved. That's only temporary, the negative energy only dissipates when the statue is here, we can't take the statue with us. Nam Kung Condensed Snow continued to move forward. One of them worriedly stopped, Miss Nam Kung, stay here with the statue protecting us so we won't be in danger for the time being, I'm afraid I'll leave. Nam Kung Dung Tuet was extremely decisive, listened to my words, and continued to move forward. After leaving the statue, a guy looked around and said, the aura began to get stronger again. Another guy couldn't stop sweating looking at the tokens in his hand, the tokens were about to break, he couldn't hold on anymore. Nam Kung Nung Tuet made a guess, next to see if what he guessed was correct, she read the secret language again, with a cunning face. The earth element rat statue immediately appeared to dispel the negative energy. Feeling that what she had guessed was indeed correct, she was happy. Sure enough, she only needed to say 4 words with a cunning face and the statue would appear. We are saved. At this time, she continuously raised questions about the mission, but how did the mission know who he was? Everything about him was unusual. If he could get out alive, it would prove that he was innocent. As simple as it looks, you need to pay close attention. Outside, Bok Van Tien is trying her best to use the magic of life and magic. After a while she stopped and said, time is too short, I can only comprehend the mysterious magic to this extent. Enough, then ask the question, do you know what bad things are? Bok Van Tien Ko spoke about the knowledge she knew about bad omens. According to records in Tai Huin Mon, people with bad omens, when they get old, will become drowsy, their bodies will grow black hair, and they will turn into a ferocious beast. Evil people do not become evil people, ghosts do not become ghosts, there is no cure. I have gone everywhere looking for experts, reading classic stories from the past until now but still cannot find a way to solve it. The taskmaster said again, people with bad omens will indeed become dreamy when they get old. But do you know why there are people with bad omen? I have never found any related records, and no one knows, this is too mysterious, after all, people with bad omens are extremely rare. With a serious voice, the person with the bad omen is the one chosen to reincarnate. If they are not affected by the bad omen, they will be able to ascend to heaven in one step. Bok Van Tien Ko was bewildered and extremely confused by the taskmaster's words. Who chooses to reincarnate, who chooses, who reincarnates? The task of walking slowly, it is too early to say these things now, it is an extremely powerful existence hidden deep in space, you still cannot understand these things. Then raise your hand to remove the bad omen. Now I will clear the bad omen for you. Marks gradually appeared on Fairy Bai Van's body. Fortunately, my Dantian has recovered, otherwise I still wouldn't have been able to use my spiritual power to draw high-level runes. The task extended his arms towards her back and shouted softly. Bai Vien Tien Ko was in pain and let out a loud sound. The task of dispelling bad omens and transporting the mysterious palace and magical dharma will be very painful. Bai Van Tien was extremely painful and could not stop breathing. She screamed in pain, ah. The mission says again, removing bad omens is essentially tearing your soul apart, separating bad omens from your soul. This type of pain is one of the most extreme pains in the world. After completely resolving the bad omen, the task of speaking up was successful. Bak Van Tien, she stood up and looked at the bad omen in her body. Was that a bad omen? It was so painful, I almost couldn't hold it. The mission officer held a bad omen in his hand, his voice was cold. If you have already gone out, don't go anymore, I know the forces behind you have been arranged for a long time. Then he immediately crushed the evil omen with his cold eyes, this time to see who would be stronger. Fairy Bak Van stood up and said, you help me remove the bad omen, I help you defeat the Lai family, this matter is considered a draw, but you taught me the magical magic of the mysterious palace, so I owe you a favor. The task immediately replied, not only love, you also owe me more than you can imagine. What do you mean by that? What else do you want to do? The mission continued, removing the bad omen is the first step, the bad omen is linked to your soul, forcing them to separate from each other has caused fundamental damage to the person, in the future your strength will drop thousands of feet. Now I will unleash your hidden special constitution. Bak Van Tien was surprised, she has a special constitution, how come I didn't know I had a special constitution? People with bad omen are all extraordinary. The task raised his hand and pointed at her, chanting a spell. A stream of divine force shot towards her. Bai Yun Tian's physical body was revealed. She looked at the golden light around her and couldn't believe it. She had actually unlocked a special physical form. This was one of the 36 divine bodies. The special substances include, first are precious bodies, 18,000 types, next are royal bodies, 3,600, 108 types of holy bodies, divine bodies, 36 types, 10 types of supreme bodies, 3 types of chaos bodies, the top there are 2 types of persimmon. She was surprised at her special physique, that's not right, the divine body doesn't have this kind of majestic body, could it be one of the 10 great bodies? Task Han turned around and left, next it was my turn. Seeing that, Fairy Bak Van immediately asked, where are you going? You strengthen your foundation well, we will meet again in the future. Having finished speaking, he left. Looking at the back of the white cloud's fairy, she thought to herself, opening the 10 great bodies, everything is like a dream, all thanks to this mysterious man. The mission walked to an open field and sat down, thinking that the hidden great formation could now begin. My body has been locked up for many years, my eternal body has had its spirituality eroded, although my body is not destroyed, it no longer has the ultimate power. Today I will use the immortal crystal to regenerate the body of all things that cannot be destroyed. The task of constantly absorbing the divine power of all things around. All things cannot be destroyed, which means that we will have to observe and study all things, and create a special type of body. All things are us, we are all things, we can control death and not be destroyed. This is also the real reason why even if my body is locked up for many years, they cannot destroy me. The mission made a calculation, that year the traitors behind him were most likely the 6 great primordial spirits. The 6 great primordial gods are the primitive gods of the human race, possessing supreme fighting power. The mission was calculated very meticulously and skillfully. This time, I helped Bak Van Tien Ko open her special physical condition to deceive everyone. Once I recreated her body, all things could not be destroyed, the 6 great primordial spirits could very well be will find that even if they immerse themselves in the chaos of Taoism without caring about worldly affairs, it will still shock the eyes of those 6 great primordial spirits. Before the White Cloud Fairy unlocks her special constitution, combined with the hidden formation she has arranged, their attention will be diverted, so she will not be exposed too early. Outside the Fairy Crystal Ancient Mine, a person approached. His name is Truong Kim. He looked at Ko-Mineral and heard that something had happened to the immortal star and ancient mineral, and other people were in trouble, but his younger brother Truong Thiet probably wouldn't be in any danger. From the ancient mine, Truong Thiet staggered out. He looked exhausted, His face was pale, but fortunately this young master hit a lot of positive energy bullets, otherwise in such a dense situation, the negative energy would not have been able to escape. Seeing Truong Kim, he came closer to say hello, brother, I'm out. Truong Kim talked about the Upper Xian sect selection. It's good to come out, come with me quickly, the Upper Xian sect's test is about to start. Truong Thiet was surprised, brother, has this examination been arranged smoothly? Truong Kim held a sword in his hand and gave it to Truong Thiet. This is one of Truong Jia's 3 great ancestral weapons. Si Duong Sword. Take the Si Duong Sword from the mental disorder maze test. It can help you stabilize your mind. God, I will definitely receive it. It is highly estimated that in the examination, the Truong family's power will take a big step forward in the Upper Huin sect. Truong Thiet happily welcomed, brother, you actually brought the Si Duong sword here, this time I will definitely succeed. Not far away, the mission is continuing to recreate all eternal things. The task constantly absorbs a large amount of divine power from all surrounding things. The loud noise had attracted the attention of Truong Kim and the crowd. Truong Thiet looked towards Nak Han in surprise. He was. Truong Thiet approached the mission and felt that this was too unbelievable. How could this be possible? That kid actually escaped from the demon hall alive? Truong Kim turned around and asked, what's wrong? Truong Thiet immediately explained, brother, I encountered a little monk that made me angry, I'll go down and talk to him. I will go with you, Truong Kim told my brother. Truong Thiet drew his sword confidently and complacently, no need, I'll be happy to do it myself. I will use this Si Duong sword to kill him. Truong Kim will go first, go quickly and come back quickly, I will wait in front. I saw that the task force was still sitting still without any movement. Truong Thiet came closer and thought to himself, this kid is really trash, but he didn't notice him. The task is still sitting still, it is almost finished, all eternal things can be recreated to the final step. Truong Thiet swung his sword and slashed towards the task force, then don't blame me for not being polite. Truong Thiet laughed bitterly and died. At that moment, the mission shouted loudly and opened. The aftershock caused the sword in his hand to shatter. He was scared. What is this? The device used to expel blood was not willing, no. A moment later, the aftershock ended, a green smoke emitted from the operator. The surrounding land crumbled into pieces. The taskmaster stood up and thought to himself, I tried my best to suppress the fire but the movement was still so loud, I had to leave quickly. In the distance, Truong Kim sensed the movement and turned around. What was the sound? Looking back and seeing smoke flying there, he was startled. There. What's happened? He quickly recognized his younger brother going in that direction and quickly ran towards it. It was dangerous. That was Truong Thiet's direction. Landing on Truong Kim, he saw his younger brother had gone into the bush and shouted, who did this? Who dares to kill my younger brother Truong Kim? He glanced around and couldn't see the task force. He raised his voice, the little brother I wanted to kill, where is he? A junior spoke up, dude, that kid probably ran away. Truong Kim shouted angrily, hateful, chase me. Somewhere in a magnificent palace, surrounded by mist and fog. Inside that palace, there were 6 silhouettes of people gathering. A voice rang out, with a special physical awakening. Other people also began to speak up, that person had been missing for 80,000 years, he couldn't let his guard down. I used my empty eyes to investigate and found that he was a little monk, awakening the 10 great supreme bodies and was scared for a moment. Even though I was scared, I still had to send someone to quickly find that person. Inform this news to the priest of that area, the Nianguin Holy Spirit, the Lifeless Saint, and the Holy Master of the Leaf, quickly go find them. They were all followers of that person back then, very familiar with that person. With special physiques, the silhouettes of the people were probably the White Cloud Fairy. At this moment, she was extremely happy. The 10 great bodies that she had awakened were probably the Supreme Patriarch's wife, trained to the point of being able to control her voice. Duong, extremely domineering. I didn't expect that the mission would give me this kind of luck. I really don't only owe him love, but I also owe him gratitude. At the Upper Xian Sect's recruitment conference, a group of people were gathering. Up there was a man and woman investigating. The man named Truong Lut spoke up. Junior sister Lai Lam, I heard that something happened to the ancient fairy star. The monk participated in the test of the Upper Xian Sect this time. Less than in previous years, the number of spirit stones collected was also much less. The woman named Lai Lam also said that the mysterious ancient order has now been found. This is much more valuable than collecting many spirit stones. Truong Lut said jealously, he had to admit that Bai Cheat Sauce was truly lucky. We have been in the Upper Xian sect for so many years and are still just inner sect disciples, still having to work hard to preside over the exams here. She was happy, just because she found the Xiantian ancient order, she immediately became a proud disciple, her status is several times higher than ours. Lai Lam said with a light smile, that girl has normal qualities, how can she become a proud disciple, brother Truong Lut? Don't forget that Bai Cunning was brought into the sect by us, we must take good care of her in the future. Truong Lut immediately understood her intention and chuckled, junior sister was right, the proud disciple's treatment is extremely rich, the spirit pills and magic tools she can't use, the two of us can use instead. Down below, Condensed Snow has also arrived and is looking around. There is no sign of the mission. Is he still in the ancient mine? Lai Lam and Truong Thiet spoke from the air, everyone heard clearly, the Upper Xian sect's test is now starting. Lai Lam explains the first round of the assessment, the mission of the first round is very simple, ahead is a psychotic maze, escape it within the specified time. Let's begin. The crowd went in and out, going in first had the advantage, everyone formed groups and went in together. Nam Kung Nung Tuet still hasn't seen Nak Han Tu and thought to himself, it seems he won't come. Facing the terrifying ancient mummy in the demon palace, his chances of survival were very dim. Seeing that everyone has entered the law hall, he raised his voice, junior sister Lai Lam, most of the monks participating in the exam have gone inside, close the door to the psychotic maze. Lai Lam saw something and pointed down, Truong Lut brother, look. Bok's cousin is cunning, he also came to participate in the exam. Zhang Lui landed to stop him, boy, stop, who let you come here? Isn't it ridiculous for someone with your qualifications to join in? The task of progressing through the psychotic labyrinth. Truong Thiet is angry, dare to ignore me. Li Lan behind him smiled and said, senior brother Lai, there's no need to waste time with him, just ignore him, this guy will be eliminated anyway. Inside the psychotic maze, Nam Kung Dung Tuet was a bit surprised when he saw the task coming in. Oh, is it the task? She came over to thank you, duty. What happened in the Fairy Star ancient mine, you have to thank me. The official still replied with a noble appearance, it was because you knew how to seize the opportunity, I just told you that I hope you can make the right choice in the future. Nam Kung Dung Tuet offers to help. This psychotic maze can disturb many people's spirits. Although it looks simple, many people will be eliminated. Please follow me. I will guide you. Parent passed. The task immediately refused, no need, I still have something to do and need to go out quickly. Nam Kung Dung Tuet was left looking confused, didn't he listen to what he said? The task is extremely familiar to this labyrinth. This psychotic labyrinth was the great formation that protected the sect that year, arranged by Bok Hai. Unexpectedly, it is now only used as a place to hold exams. A male palace man was angry at the attitude of the executive. Miss Nam Kung, did that young lady not understand human language? If she wanted to quickly go out, why didn't she come with him? I don't know if he understands what's going on. This is the most psychotic labyrinth, I wonder what's going on in that guy's head. Outside the main hall, a shadow rushed down. He was Truong Kim who was extremely angry, that kid ran so fast, I chased him all the way but still couldn't catch up. Truong Lut and Lai Lam saw him and came closer to say hello, senior brother Truong Kim. Why did you come here? Truong Kim waved his hand out to asking if he had seen this kid. Truong Thiet pointed his finger at the maze and replied, I saw it, I just entered the mental maze to participate in the exam. Truong Kim's face was contorted and he was about to rush in and exchange swords with Tas Khan. This person killed Ta's younger brother Truong Thiet and would go in and kill him. Lai Lam quickly raised his hand to stop. Senior brother Lai, according to the sect's rules, disturbing the exam is a serious crime. Or should you wait for him to be eliminated and then take action? It's not too late. Truong Kim still hasn't given up on his idea. If he passes the exam, killing his fellow sect is no small crime. Truong Lut assured me that senior brother Truong can rest assured about this matter, that guy has poor qualifications and will definitely be eliminated. Really? Truong Kim recalled the mysterious movements that caused speculation, the noise he made when killing my younger brother did not sound like that of a person with poor character, could it be that he had some treasure on his body? Truong Lut patted his chest very confidently, really hungry, if that kid is not eliminated then senior brother Truong can ask me for my crime. Truong Kim replied, if that's the case then I will wait here for him to come out. Inside the labyrinth, helpless voices rang out. What's going on? I've been wandering around for half a day, but I still can't get out of this psychotic maze. Only people with a strong spirit, steadfastness, and certain strength can escape. An impatient man swung his sword and rushed forward. He just wanted to break through the wall and get out. He was quickly knocked back. It's not good. This psychotic maze can't be broken with ordinary human strength. It's really not easy to get out. It's time to go out, just in time to test your immortality. Move closer and prepare to rush out. A flash of light rushed quickly, making the guy just bewildered. There. That light strongly penetrated the maze. The guys around gasped. What was that? What happened just now? Why is there suddenly a big hole like this? How can the psychotic maze be broken? Just now it seems like there is someone standing on this side. Can anyone clearly see that person? The mission is to quickly destroy each maze one by one and rush out. After the mission, everything goes back to the way it was. The other two guys stood there stupidly, the hole automatically closed. If everyone hadn't seen it, I would have thought I was dizzy. In less than a moment, the task broke through the maze and rushed out. Mission landed. Once you're out, let's move on to the upper mystical sect. He moved towards a long pillar as expected, and sure enough, the stick was still there. At the same time, the bell in Lai Lam's and Truong Lut's hands rang at the same time. Truong Lut was confused. What was going on? Why was the Van Fong bell ringing? Lai Lam was stunned. The 10,000 wind bell rang, meaning someone had left the psychotic maze. How much time has passed? Truong Lut looked at the bell in his hand that kept ringing, jingling, full of doubts. No matter, how could anyone get out of the psychotic maze so quickly? Even senior brother Truong Kim would have to take 2 minutes. It took 2 days and 2 nights to go out. Now there's less than a moment left. Lai Lam also raised his hand to see that this was too unreasonable, so the Van Fong bell must have been faulty. At this time, the task force looked at the towering snake stick and sat down thinking, that year the snake stick killed the gods and immortals, glorious throughout the ages, but unfortunately in the end it was broken into 3 pieces by an extremely fast ancestor god. Although it still has the same strength as before, Bok Hai once wanted to recast the momentum stick but unfortunately could only find this piece. Even though it's only 1 piece, its power is still enough to shake heaven and earth. It can probably still help me open up a starry ocean. In the distance, there were 2 disciples of the upper mysterious sect looking at the mission and discussing, who was he that he had never seen before, why was he sitting in front of the holy stone, what is he comprehending? He must be a crazy person. The holy stone is just a symbol left by Master Bok Hai, there is nothing to comprehend. It has been tested countless times and the result is just an ordinary rock. After 2 days, Nam Kung Tsong Shuyan was able to get out of the mental maze. She looked exhausted, she was finally out, she had almost been unable to stay awake for the past 2 days, being in this psychotic maze was truly a torture. Nam Kung Nung Tuet is extremely proud, I must be the first person to pass this round of testing. Nam Kung Nung Tuet I still maintain the top position. The other person on duty didn't come with him. It could only be said that he didn't have that blessing. I'm afraid he's still wandering around the Nam Kung labyrinth right now. A guy next to him pointed to the direction of duty and said to Miss Nam Kung Nan Tuet, please look over there. Nam Kung Dung Tuet was startled. What, that was a mission. Her complacency was gone, she was stunned, he went out earlier than her, so he said he wanted to go out quickly and wasn't just bragging. Lai Lam and Truong Lut saw someone coming out and came forward to congratulate, Miss Nam Kung, congratulations, it only took 2 days, you are the first to get out of the mental maze, your future in Upper Xuanzong is certain. Absolutely radiant. Nam Kung Nung Tuet chuckled, this senior brother, me. Not the first. The rules are confusing, not who is the first person. She pointed towards the task force, it was him. Truong Lut was surprised, what, it was that little guy, when did he go out? I'm afraid you have to ask him, when we went out he was already here. Truong Lut approached and asked, boy, when did you go out? Duty opened his mouth to respond, 2 days ago. Truong Thiet was even more surprised, what, 2 days ago? Having prepared quite a bit, after completing the task, I stood up. The snake stick has been silent for many years, these 2 people can finally awaken it again. Lai Lam remembered the bell ringing 2 days ago and turned to Truong Lut, senior brother, if what he said was true, then the bell ringing 2 days ago was just him. But at that time, it was clear that the assessment round had just begun, and the time had not even passed a moment. This is also hard to imagine. Truong Lut felt that this was too impossible and immediately replied, it only took less than a moment to be able to get out of the mental maze. How could this be possible, even if Tabak Hai was still alive and could not do it? But he actually got out, so what should we do? Truong Lut immediately reported it to the top. The matter is important, report it to the great elder. Nam Kung Nung Tuet stood aside thinking, he went out 2 days ago. If the taskmaster didn't lie, he would definitely know how to escape from the mental maze like when he was in the Fairyland ancient mine. A disciple looked towards the mission and shouted, everyone look, what is he doing? The task is climbing up to hit the stick. He held his head in horror. What are you doing? Come down to me immediately. How could the holy stone be defiled by you? Lai Lam was also stunned, crazy, truly a madman. He dared to climb on the holy stone. The holy stone cannot be disrespected. Seeing a movement from a snake stick, Truong Kim approached and discovered the task. What's going on? Why is this kid here? He rushed up angrily. I have to kill him. Truong Lut quickly grabbed my hand to stop him. Senior brother Truong, wait, this guy has entered the Upper Huin sect, which means he has passed through the mental maze. According to the rules say you're not allowed to hit him. Truong Kim was shocked when he heard that the mission had passed through the maze. What had he passed? He raised his hand and slapped the law. Didn't you say with certainty that this guy is a useless person and cannot pass? Truong Lut hugged his face and explained, Senior brother Truong, calm down, that's it. We are also investigating. This matter has already been reported to the Great Elder. Truong Kim's face was serious. If Great Elder comes, will I still have a chance to deal with him? Lai Lam stood aside in doubt. Senior brother Truong's meaning was, Truong Kim's plot, right now this guy is disrespecting the holy stone. Because I chased him away from the holy stone, I accidentally killed him. Is that strict enough? Truong Lu and Lai Lam unanimously agreed, extremely reasonable. We will testify for Senior brother Truong. Senior brother Truong took action because of the sect. Truong Kim immediately rushed to attack the mission. He waved his hand and shouted, the little thief died. Before he could reach the person in charge, he was sent flying downwards by a beam. Truong Lut and Lai Lan below were surprised and opened their mouths. What is this? At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared when hitting the snake stick. The disciples were uneasy. What happened? The strange phenomenon of the holy stone appeared. The holy stone has not been unusual for thousands of years. Why did the strange phenomenon appear today? Could it possibly be related to the person who is disrespecting the holy stone? With a bleeding mouth, he clutched his chest, disgusting. The holy stone's attack just now seemed like a divine weapon-wielding power. Could it be that the holy stone was not an ordinary stone? Suddenly a voice rang out, what's going on? The great elder of the Xuanzong stepped forward. Truong Lut immediately came closer to report, Great Elder, someone defamed the holy stone. Senior brother Truong Kim tried to stop him, but was injured by the strange vision of the holy stone. The great elder was somewhat surprised. The holy stone appeared strangely. At that moment, the task force also climbed to the top of the bamboo cone. The task is to use force to hit the snake stick to open acupuncture points. Let's start. Hit the snake stick to open an acupuncture point for me. Seeing the bar stick continuously shaking, the people below cried out to blame. The holy stone was shaking. It was definitely because the kid sitting up there was disrespectful to the holy stone. Being disrespectful to the holy stone is an insult to our upper mysterious sect. The mission has successfully opened the second acupuncture point, this time opening the second Tin Hai acupuncture point, the Lo Hoi acupuncture point. The Lo Hoi acupuncture point is one of the most mysterious acupuncture points. It can communicate with heaven and earth, examine all things, and can also take advantage of the strong soul energy when opening the Lo Hoi acupuncture point to search for the remaining 2 parts of the snake. Taper. The great elder raised his eyes to look at the strange phenomenon of the snake stick and speculated, did the holy stone really appear strangely? Could it be because of that kid? After opening the second acupuncture point to perform the task, I immediately felt that, part of the snake stick was in a large, quite interesting tomb. Then Din acupuncture point and Lo Hoi acupuncture point are both acupuncture points that expand the soul. After opening it, using the soul will be even more convenient for you. Truong Kim came forward to report, Great Elder, Holy Stone is angry, absolutely cannot let that guy above do anything wrong. The Great Elder raised his hand to pull the task down. Little guy, come down here. After the mission landed, the Great Elder asked, I ask you, what is your full name? The holy stone that appears has something to do with you. Mission, the snake strange phenomenon is indeed related to me. Truong Kim and Truong Lut sneered when they heard that. This guy is crazy, isn't he crazy? Dare to say that the holy stone is the holy stone that beats snakes. The holy stone has been called like this for 10,000 years, you say my holy stone is like a stick. Where else can this great elder speak ambiguously? He must be severely punished. The great elder stroked his beard and admitted that according to the classical records of the Upper Mysterious Sect, the original name of the stone saint was indeed the snake stick. Truong Lut, Truong Kim stupid, what? The great elder continued to speak, but only a few elders have the right to know this secret. It's an important matter, you should follow this elder now. If you can awaken the holy stone, you will achieve great success. Truong Law continues to obstruct. Wait, great elder, this guy is suspected of cheating on the exam. Is there evidence of fraud? Lai Lam raised his hand to accuse. Great elder, this person participated in the kidney disorder maze survey. It only took less than a moment to get out. If this is not cheating, then what is it? When the great elder heard this, he was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. How could this happen in less than a moment? Duty, is that true? Duk Han replied gently, yes. This time it's Truong Kim's turn to speak up. Based on what I know, in recent years, it would take nearly 2 days for the disciples to get out of the mental maze as quickly as possible. If it really only takes him a moment to get out, I will kneel down and kowtow to him. The mission to return to the psychotic maze shows majesty. I will wait for you at the entrance. He forcefully broke through each layer of the maze and ran outside. The great elder quickly set out, walked, and arrived at the entrance. Truong Kim was angry. No matter what, we cannot let this guy have a chance to enter Upper Xuanzong. This matter must be reported to the fourth uncle first. While flying, Zhang Luo said, this kid said to wait for us at the entrance. What he means is that his speed to escape the kidney disorder maze is faster than the speed we flew there. This kind of nonsense. That way he can say it. The group of people landed at the entrance, adding fuel to the fire. Dare to tease the great elder like this, they must be severely punished. Not as he expected, the taskmaster had already arrived at the entrance and said leisurely, you can kneel down and kowtow. What? Truong Kim's group looked scared. He went out. The great elder was also very surprised. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Truong Kim still stubbornly persists. I don't believe it. This guy looks normal without any strength. He must have some shameful method. The great elder spoke up. Don't say any more. Please follow me back first. For many years, this elder in the Upper Xian sect has never met a strange disciple like this. Truong Kim quickly stopped. The great elder waited. He tried to buy time. Even if he went through the psychotic maze, the introductory survey still required him to hand over a certain amount of spirit stones to complete the survey. Just wait a little longer, the fourth uncle is almost here. Truong Lut also spoke up. Recently there has been an incident in the ancient crystal mine. He may not have enough spirit stones to enter the profound sect. The great elder definitely wants to take the mission away. The performance of the mission makes my elder very surprised. He has a great impact on the Upper Xian sect. I don't care what grudges there is between him and you, mission. Now that I value you, don't continue to cause trouble with him. Right after that, a figure landed. Great elder, what you said was wrong. Truong Kim was happy to see this man. His fourth uncle had arrived. The person who came was Truong Ha. The 4 elders of the Upper Xian sect. He took action to stop. Great elder, rules are rules. We are just following the sect's rules. How can we say we are causing trouble? Could it be that the great elder wants to use his identity as an elder to benefit this person? The great elder replied, the fourth elder speaks boldly and boldly. You also seek benefits for many people of your Truong family, right? In this Upper Xian sect, only your Truong family has done the most things that break the rules, right? The fourth elder refused to admit it and pointed the finger blankly. Great elder, you are slandering me. Everything this elder does is for the upper profound sect. The great elder sighed. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Then turn around and ask, mission, I ask you, do you have enough spirit stones? The task of raising your hand and speaking loudly, bring me here. He secretly thought to himself, the essence of the ancient mineral crystal had been almost completely released and could be collected. Immediately a golden gourd appeared, absorbing all the negative energy inside the ancient crystal. The earth element rat on the side exclaimed, your methods are truly formidable. The essence accumulated for countless years here was absorbed in the blink of an eye. Truong Kim saw a confusing scene and asked, what is he doing? Is there something wrong with that guy's head? The fourth elder waved his hand and smiled, trying to pretend that I've seen this type of person a lot. After the gourd has completed its task of absorbing the negative energy, raise your hand and say, come here. The gourd quickly flew to the executive's hand. Truong Kim gasped in bewilderment. Where did the gourd come from? The taskmaster held a gourd in his hand and approached the great elder and said, "This trip to Upper Xuanzong is considered a great gift from me to Upper Xuanzong." Truong Lut grabbed the gourd with disdain. "What great gift can you get out of this gourd? Let me see what's terrible inside this gourd." Duk Han replied gently, "You can't see it." Truong Lut stubbornly opened the lid of the gourd. "Is there anything I can't see? I'm the examiner of this exam, of course I'm qualified to see." Negative energy rushed out from inside the gourd. Truong Lu was so scared that he put away his gourd and covered his mouth. It was dangerous. "This is Yin energy." Truong Lut strangles himself in resentment. "Duty, you dare. You dare to harm me." The mission side, "You brought disaster on yourself, I told you you can't watch." The four elders on the side observed and pointed the finger of blame, bold and daring to use negative energy to harm people. "Catch him for me." "Wait," the great elder raised his hand to stop and looked towards the taskmaster. "Mission, please explain why you want to collect the negative energy of the ancient crystal." Nak Han calmly replied, "This is not Yin energy, but the essence produced by spirit stones. I said this is a great gift to Thuangxian sect, in the future it will have a great effect on Thuangxian sect." Truong Kim laughed loudly, mockingly, childishly, ridiculously. "Who did you hear say that?" The elder said with utmost confidence that this elder believes that this task is not a lie. Truong Kim behind him jumped in surprise. The fourth elder spoke up again and refused to let it go. "Great elder, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The truth has been laid before your eyes. The official is not qualified to enter the Zhangxian sect, even if it is you can't break the rules." The great elder did his best to protect his duties. "Who said he didn't have an elder to accept him as a personal disciple?" The fourth elder said, "Each elder can only have 3 direct disciples, why should you waste it on someone as unworthy as him?" The great elder crossed his arms and said, "I'm willing, how can you intervene?" The fourth elder on the side, hearing this, became angry. The fourth elder's voice was stern. "Great elder, you definitely want to protect this kid." "That's right, so what?" The great elder's expression was calm. The fourth elder said impatiently, "Then I must kill him, so what can you do?" He waved his hand and threw a blow at the task force. "Boy, if you dare to kill the children of the Truong family, you must pay for it." The great elder immediately raised his hand to stop. The great elder and the 4 elders are not willing to yield to the other. "Great elder, normally I am certainly not your opponent, but I know that recently you have made a mistake while practicing and your injuries are not light. I'll say it again, stay away. I must protect you on this mission. If you want me to get away, use your bravery to speak." The task of standing on the side, observing and appreciating, it seems that although the upper mystic sect is in decline, it is still worth reforming once. The fourth elder stopped the great elder and quickly ordered, "Zhang Jin, I will hold the great elder, you quickly kill the taskmaster and avenge your younger brother." Truong Kim walked towards the mission and raised his voice, "Mission, you arrogant little man, you are finished." The task of raising one's hand and reciting a mantra. "You two go teach him." Truong Kim spread his hands and laughed loudly. He didn't know that the 2 people Lai Lam and Truong Lut were controlled by the task force. "I think you must be so scared that you've become stupid. Tell them to attack me so you can't detect them." They were already on the same side as the Truong family. Suddenly Truong Lut quickly threw his fist at Truong Kim, making him extremely surprised. "What?" Truong Kim's hand was so fast that he quickly grabbed Truong Lut's hand. He spoke up and blamed him, "Breaking the law, Lai Lan, are you too crazy, why are you hitting me?" Lai Lam and Truong Lut Fear explained, I am controlled by the task force." Me too." Truong Kim waved his hand at the 2 of them, "You bastard, go away." The taskmaster stood to the side watching the drama and thought to himself, after opening the Din and Lo Hoi acupuncture points, there are even more ways to use his soul, and the soul control technique can indeed be performed. Truong Kim defeated Truong Lu's group of people and rushed towards the mission. Killing people is truly arduous and difficult. "Now, if you have any other words, you can say them." Nak Han said coldly, "Didn't you say you would kneel down and kowtow?" Truong Kim unconsciously knelt down in horror. "What?" He was angry and scared. "What happened? Why am I kneeling to him?" The previously injured great elder could not withstand the 4 elders' attacks and continuously retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The 4th elder took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. "Hee, great elder, your wound has recurred, you can't resist anymore, right? If so, then I won't be polite anymore. The fourth leader smiled strangely and muttered, many times he confronted me, I abolished him. Nak Han raised his hand and slapped Truong Kim. The chaos was over. The fourth elder saw Truong Kim being slapped away and was startled and confused. What? Before he could panic, Kim rushed forward to attack him. The four elders suddenly fell to their knees, constantly coughing. He looked at Truong Kim and shouted loudly, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Truong Kim explained in fear, child, not child. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the great elder quickly asked, Duty, I ask you, do you agree to worship me as a monk and become a hereditary disciple of the upper mysterious sect? Can't continue to delay anymore. The fourth elder is determined to, for the sake of his duty, he must help him gain the status of a disciple of the upper mystic sect. Truong Kim quickly told the fourth elder and fourth uncle that he must stop him. If he becomes a true disciple, he will not be easy to kill anymore. The fourth elder who was nursing was angry and stopped the fart. Just now someone crashed into you. There was an error in the operation of my true energy. If I continue to fight, I will hurt the roots. The great elder continued to say, as long as you agree, I will lead you into the upper profound sect, and see who dares to stop you. The executive refused, I do not agree. The great elder nodded, very good, if you agree. Suddenly realized something was wrong. The great elder gasped in surprise, what did you say that you disagree with? The taskmaster raised his face and spoke in a high voice above, in this mysterious sect, or it can be said under this sky, no one can become my master. The fourth elder heard this and laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, great elder, it seems that you are the only one who volunteered unilaterally. You cover for him like that, he doesn't know how to appreciate it. Let's kill this arrogant guy together, both sides will be happy. The great elder looked at Duty and said seriously, Duty, what you said just now was serious. Seriously, please accept his heart, I will give you a chance in the future. The great elder sighed, sigh. You are so difficult to understand. To be honest, if I hadn't seen your performance with my own eyes, based on what you just said, I wouldn't have hesitated to chase you away. The great elder waved his hand and marched into the sect. No matter what, you are someone this elder values, and I will still lead you back to the sect. The two quickly rushed towards the sect. Truong Kim was worried and asked, fourth uncle, what should we do now? Don't worry. The fourth elder smiled sinisterly. Even though the great elder was determined to enter the upper Xian sect, in the evaluation round of the upper Xian sect's disciple level, he still needed to be told by the deputy head of the sect. After bringing the task into the upper mysterious sect, the great elder inquired, on the task, I was very curious, what happened to the person who quickly got out of the psychotic labyrinth and the strange phenomenon that happened on the holy stone. Don't rush, I won't be able to understand it right now. If I have a chance later, I'll do it again for you to see. The great elder's face darkened in confusion. I don't understand how old you are. I really don't know where you got the confidence to tell me these words. If you don't want to answer, I'll change the question to another question. You don't accept being a true disciple, so why did you come to Upper Xuanzong to do what I need? You can't give it to me. The great elder's face was dark and somewhat unhappy. I can't believe that although my Upper Xian sect is in decline, it is still a great sect. Your tone cannot help but look down on the upper mysterious sect too much. Nak Han firmly held his hand and said, what I need no one in the world can give me, I have to take it back myself. Upper Xuanzong is just my first stepping stone. I won't stay in Upper Xuanzong for too long. During the time I'm here, you should cherish it. I cannot accept what you said. The great elder continued to speak, on duty, I will say it frankly, the next sentence of yours is more absurd than the previous sentence, and the whole person radiates a noble and superior attitude, this will offend many people. The power of the upper mystical sect is complicated, no matter what arowana fish you are, you should listen to my advice, you should stay here for a while, wait until your strength is enough, then it will not be too late to act casually. That's right. Hearing that, the great elder felt at ease and finally agreed to listen. Don't say anything next time. At this time the great elder was helpless and could only stay silent. He walked towards a mountain and said with some interest, oh, this is where most of the spiritual energy of the upper mysterious sect is condensed. The great elder was somewhat appreciative, his eyesight is very good. That is the heavenly orchid secret realm of the upper Xian sect, gathering half of the cultivation resources of the upper mysterious sect. Inside, there are a few heavenly pride sects that have been cultivating in seclusion for many years. I just hope that the upper mystic sect can appear a more powerful figure to lead the upper mystic sect on the path of revival. Hearing this, the mission said frankly, the person leading the revival of the upper mysterious sect has appeared, but not in the secret realm of Tianlan. The great elder was extremely surprised at the words of the taskmaster, who appeared. At this time, White Cunning ran from afar and shouted loudly, representing brother. Nak Han saw Bok Cunning and immediately said, it was her. The great elder wondered, isn't that girl a cunning white girl who, because she found the ancient order of Xian Tian, has the special privilege of becoming a proud disciple? Bai cunningly approached the office whiningly, representative brother, I haven't seen you in a few days, I miss you so much. The great elder raised his hand and said, on duty, we have tested the cunning white's qualifications, he is not qualified to be trained. Don't repeat those words from now on. This is not something that can be joked about. The current situation of the upper mysterious sect is unstable, the position of sect leader is vacant, what you just said will lead to a personal disaster. Immediately after that, 3 silhouettes landed and a voice rang out, the deputy sect master Quach arrived. Seeing this, the great elder immediately came forward, clasped his hands and bowed, to see the deputy head of the sect. He did not expect that such a small matter would cause him to come here in person. This deputy head of the sect spoke up, how could the sect's recruitment of people related to the ages be a small matter? Then he looked towards the mission and asked, you are the mission, you are the one who refused to become a true disciple. The mission has a disdainful response, true disciple, what is there to mention? He asked again, his voice not low, do you want to be the sect leader? Nak Han calmly replied, I don't want to be the sect leader. Deputy head Gua said softly, it seems you know how to be self-reliant. The taskmaster pointed his finger at Bai cunningly and said, the person worthy of being the sect leader has been chosen, it's her. Bai Chao Kak was dumbfounded when he heard that, the representative brother, don't joke. The great elder on the side was startled and intervened, took action, shut his mouth, these words cannot be said. I reminded him just now, but unexpectedly he didn't put anything in the beginning of the sentence. The 4th elder immediately added fuel to the fire, being arrogant. Do you know what you are talking about? On behalf of the Upper Xian sect, I appointed the sect leader. You are truly too arrogant. Deputy sect leader Gua's voice was full of menace, your words are related to sect matters, even if this sect leader kills you, it is still worthy. The great elder was worried and immediately clasped his hands together in supplication, Deputy sect leader Quach, this task is my disciple's eyesight, you can just consider him talking nonsense, I hope you will be gentle now. Deputy sect leader Gua turned around and said nobly, this sect leader is in a good mood today, in honor of the great elder, from now on you will be demoted to a handyman disciple. I thought this arrogant guy had some ability, but it turns out he's just a brainless guy. The great elder let out a sigh of relief at this moment, that's it, a busy disciple is a busy disciple, it's good to hone his character a little. Bai cunningly approached Nak Han with a worried look on his face, representative brother, Tau Alpha heard that the disciples' chores are very miserable, there are countless things to do every day, and there are no resources to practice, all their lives are spent looking around. Stuck in the utility room, no chance to level up. The taskmaster said with great confidence that within a month I will become the top official. Deputy head Guo was startled when he heard that. The 4 elders next to him were startled and asked, Deputy head Guo, are you okay? Deputy headmaster Guo rubbed his face in fear, what are you talking about? What do you want to become? Quach Chuangmon was frightened and turned to ask the 4th elder. He said he wanted to become a heavenly official. Did I hear correctly? The taskmaster leisurely replied that he was the top celestial official, I am not interested in ordinary celestial officials. The great elder was scared into a daze at this time, take charge, stop talking nonsense, do you know what a heavenly official is? Deputy head Gua explained the identity of Tian Quan. Tian Quan is the legendary existence of our Upper Xian sect. When Patriarch Bok Hai was still alive, he had established 12 Tian Quan, all of whom had quasi-emperor cultivation levels. And above, in which the person who holds the first position is called the top celestial official. After that, no one will become a celestial official anymore, or it can be said that no monk is qualified to become a celestial official. The extremely arrogant taskmaster said, having me as a heavenly official is an honor for the upper mysterious sect. The great elder helplessly covered his face, duty, don't say anything else. The deputy head of the sect has a fierce face, the position of the celestial official is even higher than that of the great elder, even the head of the sect has to call out to the venerable, listen to his orders, what do you mean you want to climb? At the head of this sect master sat. Nakhon calmly said, "What's wrong?" The deputy head of the sect was boiling with anger. "I was going to die of anger." The great elder was startled. He was gone. He took this mission seriously, leading him to the upper district sect. I don't know if it was good or bad. Why do I feel like the direction of development is getting more and more wrong? This guy's mouth knows how to cause trouble. Bai cunningly exclaimed, "Oh my God, representative brother, this is the vice chapter sect, aren't you afraid of such a direct confrontation?" The fourth elder pointed his finger and shouted loudly. "The arrogant words I have heard so far are not as many as today, and they are from the mouth of an arrogant disciple." Truong Kim also spoke, "Deputy sect leader Gua, please allow me to kill people in the sect. I will now twist his head down, see what is inside that makes him say such disrespectful words." "So, Deputy sect leader Gua has really been driven crazy, great elder, this disciple of yours cannot be kept no matter what. To say it lightly would be an insult to our upper Xian sect, to say it more seriously would mean he wants to rebel." The great elder tried his best to beg, "The deputy head of the sect, calm down, I feel that the mission can still be saved. This elder will strictly discipline him in the future. If anything happens, I will be responsible. What do you think?" "No," Deputy Head Gua gave the order, "Where are you? Please take over the task for me." The four elders and Truong Kim immediately rushed forward. White cunningly blocks the action. "Wait." Deputy sect leader Gua's face was grim, "The proud and cunning disciple, what are you doing?" Bai cunning spoke up to explain, "That. I want to say one thing, the discovery of the ancient Xian Tian order actually involved participation in the mission, and he also had merit. Is this a thing?" Bai cunning is steadfast, absolutely unmistakable, I can swear to heaven. The great elder seized the opportunity and spoke quickly, "Deputy sect leader Gua, this mission has merit, depending on the shortcomings of the sect, they make up for each other, give him another chance." The four elders refused to let go. "No way, deputy head of the sect, this guy has no cure, can't keep him." The great elder said again, "Deputy sect leader Gua, I would rather use my 1 year's burning and spiritual stone in exchange for a chance to carry out my duties." Deputy headmaster Gua indifferently asked, "Great elder, is it worth it?" Fourth elder growled, "I see you are crazy, an ordinary brat with no backing, no qualifications, towards his own son. You don't treat me that well, do you?" The great elder spoke with a stern and resolute voice. Normally he sees it as normal, but I find the task unusual. Deputy Headmaster Gua's decision has been made. Hearing that, Deputy Headmaster Gua angrily turned away and said, "Since that's the case, quickly take him away, let him go, I don't want to see him again." The fourth elder then stepped in front of him and said in an arrogant voice, "Nam Han, let's go, I'll take you to the service room so you can realize your spring and autumn dream." Then the four elders lead the mission to the trainee disciples' living area. "Deacon Huang, this mission is left to you, take good care of him." This deacon emperor smiled and said with an ugly face, "The fourth elder can rest assured, this is my territory, I guarantee to arrange things for him." Deacon Hong raised his hand and said, "Kid, your name is Duty, right?" He led the task to the residents and talked about the fate of the task. "If nothing changes, the next half of your life will be spent in this service room." Looking at the miscellaneous service room in front of him, he thought to himself, the five-colored temple of the past has now become a miscellaneous service room. The upper mysterious sect is still different from before. A big guy named Lu Loi came forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Deacon Hong is here. Is there anything you need to advise, Lu Loi? I've brought you a new person, help me take good care of him." Deacon Huang whispered to Lu Loi, "This guy is extremely arrogant, offended both the deputy sect master Quach and the four elders, you know what to do." Lu Loi smiled and said, "If I do anything, you can rest assured." Lu Loi looked towards Nak Han and opened his mouth, "Boy, I think the environment of the chore room is too poor, it needs to be cleaned." Lu Loi said somewhat angrily, "You are the first person to come to the service room and dare to criticize the surrounding environment, you are also very stubborn." In the distance, there were a few guys carrying water and said to Lu Loi, "Let's eat." Lu Loi replied, "Eat first, after dinner, let him go enjoy the fun." "Lu brother, drink wine, I give you a glass," and at the same time walk towards the five-colored temple. He looked up and thought to himself, "Lu brother, the five-colored temple was once the most suitable place for cultivation in the upper mysterious sect, but now it is extremely filthy, the divine light is no longer there, but the body's foundation is still there, so can still be used." A slightly overweight young woman holding 2 cakes interrupted the taskmaster's thoughts, "Little brother, eat first, you are new, there will be a lot of work to do later. If you don't eat, you will die. I don't have the strength. Looking at the food in the hands of the young girl asked, normally everyone eats these things. This young woman immediately spoke up and explained everything clearly. They have taken all the delicious food, we can only eat this. Moreover, they don't give you any food, I'll give you a little from mine. If you don't mind, then eat some. Lu Loi rushed from afar and shouted, Deep Tin, what are you doing? This young girl named Deep Tin quickly explained, I saw that he had nothing to eat, so I gave him something to eat, otherwise he would not have the strength to work later. Lu Loi came closer, waved his hand, threw away the 2 cakes in Deep Tin's hand, and raised his voice, You ugly thing, why are you worrying about so many things? Did you see this white-faced guy? Deep Tin was scared. I don't have it. Lu pointed his finger at the cakes that fell to the ground, ordered him to pick up everything on the ground, and went to work. Deep Tin's small status could only obey, yes, yes. Then he looked towards the direction of the task leader. Task officer, you heard me clearly. Today the 200 pots that have just been brought in will be cleaned by you. I'm going to go to sleep, and if I wake up later, if you haven't finished, I'll push your head into the pot. Stop. Duty speaks up. Lu Loi stopped walking and turned around with a suspicious face. Are you talking to me? The mission said again, you can't go in. Can't get in why? Because a trash like you is not worthy of entering the 5-colored temple. Lu Loi angrily shouted, Are you calling me trash? Duk Han looked at the young girl and said, Deep Tin, get up, you don't have to pick it up anymore. I'm almost done picking it up. Lu Loi pointed at Task Han and smiled, Who are you? Have you had your head kicked by a donkey? Don't you deserve to be here giving orders to everyone without my orders? How dare she stop? The task force pulled Deep Tin's hand to reassure him and stood up. Today, I will be in charge here. Deep 2 is worried, young master. Lu Loi laughed, you boss is really funny. You don't know what my servant's nickname is in this housekeeping office, why are you acting indifferently and not interested in knowing? Then he rushed towards the mission, he must let you know. The 2 juniors in the distance laughed and talked excitedly, this kid is in big trouble. Lu brother's nickname is Saber-Toothed Tiger, eats people without spitting bones. If this kid doesn't die, he will be crippled. As always, he waved his hand and slapped away the mistakes. The smiles of the 2 juniors gradually disappeared in fear. What? Save. Lu Xie has been blown away. The taskmaster walked closer and said, From now on, I am in charge of this place. Do you have any comments? Save stuttering error, ta. Task Han waved his hand and slapped again. Are you still hesitant? Lu Loi covered his face and bowed his head in submission. No opinion. Sir, I really don't have any opinion, I accept your mistake, whatever you say here is what it is. Mom, I only spoke half a beat late and got another slap, that's so cruel. The mission walked towards the 5-colored temple and said, From now on this room will be mine. Deep Tin runs after you, sir, I will help you clean up. That's right, the taskmaster replied gently. Duk Han turned around and asked Lu Loi, what is your nickname? Lu Loi quickly said, No, it's not worth mentioning, the joker in front of you is just a shaggy dog. The nickname for the poodle dog is also very good, just call it that in the future. I'm sorry, my heart is bitter, are you telling the truth? Inside the 5-colored temple, the task is practicing. Deep Tin brought the food and put it on the table. Young master, take a shower and eat some rice, you haven't eaten anything yesterday. Deep Tin, you don't have to do that. Deep Tin was somewhat disappointed. You hate me, why do I have an ugly appearance? It's normal for you to criticize me. But I serve you voluntarily, because you are the first person who does not laugh at me. Everyone here sees me as a joke, only you see me as a normal person. Deep Tin thanks you. Having finished speaking, Deep Tin knelt down and said, Young master, please let me follow you. You're not ugly, it's just that your destiny hasn't come yet. When that time comes you will break the cocoon and become a butterfly. Nak Han took a step and replied, Get up, after eating, come with me out. Deep Tin bowed, Yes, young master. Lu Loi was eating when he heard the official voice ring out, the shaggy dog. The junior next to him reminded, Lu brother, call me brother. After saving the error, he quickly rushed out to flatter him. What instructions do you have? Clean up this entire hospital for me. I want it to be clean without a speck of dust. Yes, Lu Lui immediately complied and thought to himself, the utility room was always messy and dirty, not having a speck of dust was like making things difficult for others. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped and asked, Deep Tin, why does Upper Huin sect not have a sect leader? Deep Tin then replied, it's not that Upper Huin sect doesn't have a sect leader, but the sect leader is missing. The mission is suspected or missing, please be more specific. The current sect leader of the Upper Mysterious sect disappeared 20 years ago. As for the reason for his disappearance, it is said that the sect leader disappeared because he had a treasure that could change the destiny of the Upper Mysterious sect. At this moment, a voice rang out in the distance. Nam Kung Dung Tuet and two senior brothers approached. She asked about the whereabouts of the mission. I have always been listening for your whereabouts. I didn't expect to see you here again. Where did you go after entering Upper Huin Tong? The senior brother behind him spoke up, Junior Male Palace, why do you have to ask him so much? Nam Kung Dung Tuet was confused, Senior brother Duong, what do you mean? The guy named Duong pointed to the Task Han and said, this disciple named Nak Han and the famous ugly Tin Deep in the miscellaneous service room were walking next to him. Without having to ask, he knew that he was already in the miscellaneous service room. Nam Kung Nung Tuet felt that this was too unbelievable, impossible, how could Nhuk Han enter the service room? Another senior brother also spoke up, Male Palace Junior Sister, I only heard about this. There was an arrogant guy who caused trouble with the deputy sect leader Quach and the fourth elder and was sent to the temporary translation room. Maybe that person it's him. Nam Kung Dung Tuet asked Duk Han again, I still don't believe, Nak Han really went into the chore room. Nak Han admitted, that's right. Junior sister Nam Kung, once you enter the housekeeping room, your path to cultivating immortality is considered over. No matter what relationship this mission had with you in the past, from now on you two will be clouds and mud, we can't meet each other together. The senior brother next to him approached and acted majestically, but the senior sister still had feelings for her old love, but it seemed like she still didn't understand the difference in status in the Upper Mysterious sect. Today I will teach junior sister the first cruel lesson of the world of immortal cultivation. He shouted loudly, you two handyman disciples saw me and didn't pay your respects. Deep Tin was scared and immediately bowed and paid his respects to the senior brothers. Nam Kung Nung Tuet raised his hand to stop. Senior brother Chu, this is not good. Senior brother Chu has no intention of stopping. Junior sister Nam Kung, there is nothing bad, this is the rule, this is the distinction between high and low, noble and inferior. Seeing the mission still standing right there, he was surprised. Mission, why don't you pay respect to the mission, cross your arms without hesitation, and go aside. Chu's senior brother shouted with his face full of veins, bold, what did you say? Don't force me to deal with you, get out. Arrogant, I have never met anyone as extravagant as you. Nong Kung Nong Tuet advised him to stop. The senior brother calmed down, this is the character of the taskmaster. Nong Kung Dung Tuet looked towards Task Han and advised, Task Han, senior brother Duong and senior brother Chu are both excellent disciples of the sect, with noble status, save face for me, and let me apologize. Is it possible? Duty replied, yes. Nam Kung Nung Tuet breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the taskmaster was obedient. The mission has no intention of apologizing. If you two kneel down and apologize to me, this matter will be over. Nam Kung Nung Tuet's eyes widened blankly, what? Chu's senior brother shouted, did I hear wrongly, you want me to apologize? Then he looked towards the southern palace and said, Junior sister, you both saw it, this stubborn guy clearly doesn't listen to advice. If that's the case, then we can only act tough. He majestically released his divine power and said, kneel down for me. Deep Tin's cultivation was weak and he knelt down. Stand up, take action and speak out, me. Deep Tin, if you choose to follow me, then in the future you won't have to kneel before anyone except me. Do you understand? Deep Tin hesitated for a moment, yes sir, then she tried to stand up. After all, two lowly servants dared to rebel against an excellent disciple. After saying that, he rushed up and swung his fist, I will destroy you. Duk raised his hand to block his punch. Seeing his fist being blocked, Duong was surprised, what? The other guy also quickly rushed forward and swung his fist, also having some bravery, here I come. The task gently controlled the two of them. Chu's jaw dropped, how could this be possible? The task of using a little force made those two guys scream miserably, When Nam Kung Nung Tuet saw this, he quickly ran over and stopped. Duty to respond indifferently, why stop? They are excellent disciples, injuring them is a big crime. We just want to help people. Help me, why don't you stop them from causing trouble with us in the first place? Nam Kung Nung Tuet felt guilty, me. Nam Kung Tsong Shue, you still made the wrong choice in the end. The taskmaster turned to Deep Tin and said, let's go. Nam Kung Tsong Tuet was stunned. I made the wrong choice. Did I really make the wrong choice? The guy named Duong has tasted defeat and scolded him. He's hateful. A small servant dares to hurt us. Go find Senior Sister Kwong. Sister Kwong will definitely reclaim justice for us. Nam Kung Nung Tuet wondered, Kwong's senior sister, could it be that the top outstanding disciple Kwong Tich Ni? That's right. Moreover, Sister Kwong's background is from the Kwong family, the ancestral family. With a noble position, she can definitely make the task force not only die but also have its skin peeled off. Junior Sister Nam Kung is coming with us and can introduce you to Senior Sister Kwong. Nam Kung Dung Tuet happily agreed. If so, thank you two senior brothers. She is still stubborn, doing her duty. My choice is okay. Under the current situation you are doing it wrong. Going to a statue of Deep Tin, he introduced himself. Young master, this is the holy statue of Patriarch Tien Tang. Patriarch Tien Tang was the eldest disciple of Fairy Bok Hai. In the past, he was famous. Every day he did not know about it. How many people came to the ceremony? Looking at the statue, I remember old memories. Tien Tang, the boy who used to always follow Bok Hai, has now achieved outstanding achievements in the upper mysterious sect. At this moment a voice rang out, boy. A middle-aged man's face darkened and he blamed him. Seeing the holy statue of his founder, why didn't he pay his respects? Deep Tin immediately bowed to greet this middle-aged man and visited the Dharma protector Truong. This young master is a Dharma protector who specializes in guarding and taking care of holy statues. He is a member of the Truong family. I heard that he once offended the four elders, so be careful. Turn around, let's go. Truong protector raised his voice and stopped. He looked solemn. The guardian's words said you didn't understand clearly, so I asked you why you didn't pay homage to the holy statue of the founder. Duk Han replied coldly, he couldn't accept it. Dharma protector Truong pointed his finger and shouted, what the hell are you? Why can't the patriarch accept that a small handyman disciple dares to speak so arrogantly? No wonder he dares to offend my family. You think too much. Truong Jia is nothing in my eyes. Offended, the duty officer calmly replied, you think too much. The Truong family in my eyes is nothing. Arrogant, insolent, stupid. You also rely on the sect's rules to protect you. This Dharma protector cannot kill you hand in hand. Boy, I tell you, this is not a place where people can be arrogant and disrespect the ancestors. For committing a crime in the holy mystic sect, this Dharma protector has the right to punish you by kneeling here for 3 days and 3 nights. He continued speaking, now immediately kneel down for me. If I bow, you will regret it. Regretful, Truong protector continued to raise his voice. If this protector regrets it, he will take your surname and call you father. Do you want to gain benefits from me? You deserve it. Protector Truong was mad. I called you father but took advantage of you. On the side, Deep Tin giggled when he heard that. He didn't expect that the young master was very good at provoking others. I'm going to die of anger. I'm going to die of anger. I've never met a younger generation with shameless face like you before. If you don't kneel down, I will eliminate you. The task of bowing, according to your wishes. The statue immediately made a big noise. The Dharma protector was frightened. What was going on? The statue cracked. Protector Truong panicked. It was dangerous. Why did the statue of the holy patriarch crack? The holy statue cracked and attacked the guardian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Being pressed to the ground, he was extremely scared. Why is it like that? The holy statue of the founder. Broken. I am the Dharma protector who looks after the holy statue. Like this, how can you talk to the Supreme Elder? A dark cave constantly emitting a gloomy aura full of death, full of animal and human skeletons scattered around. Neem Han stood in front of the cave entrance and looked for a long time and it seemed like he intended to enter it. Deep Tin immediately worriedly advised that the young master in front could not go anywhere. This is Tien Tuet Valley, the only dangerous place in this sect. For tens of thousands of years, this place has no longer had any life. After living creatures enter, they will be drained of all their spiritual energy and die suddenly. Deep Tin is short, so standing here felt extremely uncomfortable. Hearing that, Neem Han immediately pointed his finger at the girl's head, causing a series of strange lines of text to appear in the air and then blend into her body. Absorbing each line of the scripture, Deep Tin was bewildered and had no time to react. After that, Neem Han turned around and walked into the cave, not forgetting to warn her. I will give you a mental spell that can prevent spiritual energy from being depleted. Wait here for me to leave. Although Deep Tin was very worried, Neem Han had already gone inside and there was nothing she could do. But I have to admit that the spells he passed on to her were unexpectedly magical. Just reciting them in her mouth could help her prevent the erosion of the force here without the slightest difficulty. No matter what. At this moment, a loud sound rang out from behind, causing Deep Tin to turn around and look back. It turns out that Kwang Tich Ni's group has already approached. Deep Tin, I asked you where that boy went. Hearing that, Deep Tin immediately pointed to the cave entrance in the distance. The young man had already entered the heavenly valley. When the disciple heard that, he was astonished as if struck by lightning. Then he looked happily and excitedly at his sister Kwang Tich. Senior sister Kwang saw our boy's efforts were in vain, then that guy sought death and went into Tien Quiet Valley, fearing he would have lost his life. How stupid did he have to be to arbitrarily go into Tien Tuet Valley? Inside the valley, Neem Han was now standing in front of a block of 5-colored crystals radiating strange energy. When he saw this 5-colored crystal, Ren Han breathed a sigh of relief because this was the material used to build the 5-colored temple. Sharp, 5-colored crystals placed outside have the ability to absorb extremely strong spiritual energy. Spiritual energy within a few kilometers is all sucked away like a spiritual formation, so the surrounding environment of Thiet Tuet Valley is no longer alive. The raw material to repair the 5-colored temple is itself, and this pile of 5-colored crystals cannot be put into space storage and must be transported by someone personally. Outside, Nam Kung Nung Tuet saw everyone's reaction and immediately wondered if Tien Quiet Valley was that dangerous. The senior brother next to him nodded that Tien Quiet Valley was not just dangerous. Even if Deputy Head Guo went inside, he wouldn't be able to endure it for a moment, not to mention the kid Nam Han who was already in there for a moment and would absolutely have lost his life. When Nam Kung Gong Tuet heard that, she couldn't help but think that Ms. Neem Han had always respected him very much, but it was truly a pity that that person was too lawless to die, but this also proved Nam Kung and Gung's choice. Snow is not wrong. If that's the case, then let's go. Senior sister Kwang immediately turned around and left, while the other disciples called Deep Tin to leave together. Deep Tin, don't be stupid and stand there anymore. Right now, even if you want to pick up that brat's trash, it's all delusion. Deep Tin weakly rebutted, but the young master will definitely come back, haha, if he goes out, I will call him dad. While he was laughing complacently, a cold voice rang out, making him startled. Someone like you is not worthy of being my son. It turned out that at this time, Neem Han had safely walked out of the heavenly valley. My son escaped safely. Deep Tin was extremely happy and surprised. Several pale-faced disciples stared at Neem Han, unable to close their mouths because of panic. How could this be possible? How could he have gone out? Those who praised Neem Han were all so scared that they couldn't believe their eyes when he was able to safely walk out of the deadly land. Only Kwang Tich Ni, senior sister Kwang, saw the face of Neem Han and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Nam Han Neem big brother. The disciples were surprised but quickly reassured themselves because they saw that Neem Han looked like he was trying to pretend to resist, so he was afraid that his spiritual energy had been drained and he probably wouldn't be able to live much longer. But no matter what, this kid has something strange, so maybe we can catch him and interrogate him clearly. Thinking of that, the two of them immediately looked towards Kwang Tich Ni and asked for help. If you bother senior sister Kwang to help, we will take action to arrest him. Suddenly, as soon as the two of them finished speaking, two resounding slaps hit their faces. Because of being beaten, this idiot is always stupid and doesn't understand anything. Why is sister beating us? Kwang Tich Ni didn't pay attention to the two of them but happily and excitedly ran closer to Neem Han and called out, Big brother Nam Han. When the other two heard that name, it was as if they were struck by lightning and their faces darkened. What is it, big brother? Senior sister didn't mistake the person. He was a handyman disciple. Seeing them screaming, Kwang Tich Ni, dressed in black, immediately turned around and used magic to send the disciple flying. Her face was cold and filled with murderous intent as she stared at them, making them about to pee their pants. Do you think I look like I recognized the wrong person? The two frightened disciples kept kneeling down, kowtowing their heads and screaming, Our senior sister made a mistake, please forgive us, we don't know that this handyman is your senior brother. Kwang Tin Ni immediately frowned and pointed at Neem Han to introduce, What do you guys know? How can you bunch of trash guess the prestige of brother Neem Han? Du and Dung Tuet stood aside, stunned by this scene. What's going on? Neem Han knows senior sister Kwong. It's a bit like senior sister Kwong still respects him so much. Ignore those scoundrels. Kwong Tichni smiled and said to Neem Han, my big brother, Ren Han, just after returning to the sect, you suddenly became a servant. Then let's talk while walking. Nam Han spoke up and walked away. Nam Kung Nung Tuet saw this and immediately walked up to him, intending to say something. But he didn't care about her at all and was indifferent because in any case, she was just one of thousands of ordinary beings passing through Nam Han's eternal life. Kwong Tichni walked up to Nam Kung Gong Tuet and asked if she knew big brother Nam Han when he was at the Fairy Star. That's right, senior sister Kwong. Upon receiving the answer, Kwong Tichni also coldly walked past her, leaving a blind sentence that startled Nam Kung and Gwang Tuet. One of the two disciples looked at the back of the group of people marching away and panicked and fell to the ground, lost and offended senior sister Kwong. We will no longer be able to live peacefully in the sect. Seeing his comrades crying next to him, he gave a mysterious smile. What was he afraid of? This upper mysterious sect is not the only one with senior sister Kwong who has authority. In fact, senior sister Kwong is nothing compared to Truong family. The Truong family is truly a powerful force and has 4 elders protecting it. In recent years, the Truong family has been increasingly forbidden to go deeper into the upper mysterious sect. We may rely on Truong Kim to be a good choice. Then they happily left, not forgetting to look back and call out to the palace sister who was still stunned and do something. Nam Kung Tuet was startled when he heard his 2 senior brothers calling him. Her insides are in chaos right now and she doesn't know what to do. See, big brother Ren, I will go tell my master that the second elder will help you leave the service room. If you agree, you can also become my master's disciple. Hearing that, Neem Han immediately shook his head. No need. In a month I will become the top celestial official of the Upper Xian sect. Hearing these words, Sister Hong was startled and her mouth opened wide. What are you talking about? Are you serious? Neem Han looked at the girl in confusion. Don't you believe me? I believe it, but I'm tired of waiting. Beautiful Sister Kwong said that, but it's clear that she can't believe it because even though Neem Han is strong, she's still far away from the top celestial officials. In the building where the housekeeping disciples live, someone is currently cleaning it very cleanly. Finally cleaned it up and made me tired to death. This time, Mr. DM will definitely be very satisfied when he comes back. Brother Lu, don't say that. It's also our part that the mountains are clean like this. While everyone was talking to each other, the Deacon Prince walked over. Lu Loi, how are you doing what I told you to do? Lu Loi quickly smiled and flattered the Deacon Prince. Are you there? The Deacon Prince did not answer but looked around to see where that kid Nam Han was sleeping and took me to see. Lu Loi was a little worried and sweating profusely but still tried to hide it. Oh, Deacon, he's not here. The Deacon smiled while gently stroking his goatee. Don't you sleep here? It's still Lu Loi. You're the scariest. You beat him to a pulp and didn't even arrange a place for him to sleep. Hearing that, Lu Loi's face looked like he was constipated, but he nodded along to let this matter go. At this time, the Deacon had time to pay attention to his surroundings and asked in surprise, why is this yard so clean? Is this really a service room? It's clearly cleaner than the inner sect disciples' residence. Who did this? Lu Loi smiled helplessly while scratching his head. Deacon, I and everyone else cleaned up this yard. What are you kidding? A bunch of slovenly people like you know how to clean the yard. It would be more believable to say that that kid Nam Han beat you up and forced you to clean up the yard. Deacon Emperor, you really predict like a god. What does predicting like a god mean? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly take me to see that boy. I still have to report to the 4th elder. While the two of them were talking to each other, someone was walking behind them. No need anymore, I'm home. The wife who appeared is our handsome Nam Han. The Deacon Prince saw his calm appearance, different from that of ordinary people, and wondered why this kid looked so peaceful and unharmed. Wasn't he beaten to death? Nam Han didn't pay attention to the Deacon but walked around the yard and praised the poodle's cleanliness. Lu Loi stood next to him, obediently smiling and bowing his head. The Deacon saw this and immediately wondered who the poodle was calling him. Lu Loi reluctantly pointed at him and he was calling me. The Deacon Prince's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't your nickname Saber-Toothed Tiger? When did you turn into a dog? Lu Loi's mouth full of enlightenment explained, since yesterday after being beaten into submission by young Master Ren, I will have to stay in the chore room and be more modest. As soon as he finished speaking, the Deacon Emperor loudly shouted angrily, you guys are really a bunch of useless people. Is there any reason for this, boy? This service room is the area of my royal official's office? You dare to cause trouble here. Have you asked me what I mean? He said, pointing straight at Nim Han and scolding him. Lu Loi next to him whispered into Deacon Huang's ear, causing his body to tremble with anger. Deacon Huang's words are not right. Right now, only young Master Ren speaks here. With a loud pop, the deacon slapped Lu Loi straight in the face, causing his cheeks to swell. What side are you on? Lu Loi touched his cheek in discomfort and replied that whoever can beat me to submission, I will be on that person's side. The Deacon Emperor no longer paid any attention to him and turned to look at Nim Han and loudly questioned, Nim Han, you dare to challenge my authority, why should you kneel down right here in your soul and I will spare your life? Nim Han didn't pay attention to him yelling and turned to tell the girl next to him, Deep Tin, go fight him. Deep Tin was surprised but worried, why can't I do it? I can't beat him. Nim Han's tone at this time was full of determination and incredible confidence. I said okay, just go out there and fight, don't worry. Perhaps Nam Han's confidence was infected by this, so Deep Tin also sighed and took a few steps forward. Yes sir. The Deacon Emperor looked at this scene and found it very funny. Are you a prank sent by that monkey to let a stupid person at the bottom of the service room come out and hit me? Is there something wrong with your head? So, do you really dare to come out, you ugly thing? As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up and threw a palm straight at Deep Tin, sending her flying straight back. In just a blink of an eye, Deep Tin was knocked upside down and she still had no time to react. The poor girl with the bleeding mouth quickly raised her head. My lord and master couldn't do it. Nam Han calmly looked at the situation and his calm voice filled Deep Tin's ears. Stand up and remember the mantra I taught you, don't recite it and comprehend it. Deep Tin nodded in response and then stood up to follow the young master's instructions. The calendar breaks the stone spring. The source of the unshakable force protects the magical spirit, the strong horse, the 4 chapters of the wild fire pulse. The spell was gently recited by her and in the blink of an eye a source of pale yellow light began to appear. Deacon Hong was both angry and confused as to what kind of amnesiac spell that kid gave her so that she wouldn't even be afraid of death. If you are not afraid of death then I will complete it for you. A powerful and murderous palm aimed straight at Deep Tin's head and smashed down. But to her surprise, as soon as his hands touched her body, they were blocked by a pale yellow light source. The royal deacon gasped in surprise, but before he could react, he was knocked back by the shock force of that energy source and hit his face on the ground. What is this? How can a trash guy blow this deacon away? This was such a humiliation. He quickly stood up and summoned his weapon, a long sword. I will definitely cut you in half you bastard. Once again slashed down with the sharp weapon but was stopped by that pale yellow energy source causing the sword to break into pieces. And of course the countershock force once again appeared and exploded, pushing the deacon back. This time he was injured more severely than he vomited fresh blood. Suddenly, the deacon slammed straight into the wall, causing the sturdy wall to sink into a deep hole. This blow seemed to be not light at all, causing him to faint and stick to the wall, unable to move anymore. The handyman disciples next to him saw this and were extremely scared and surprised. Oh my god, Deep Tin defeated Hong Chai for real, I wasn't dreaming, right? Hearing that, Lu Loi immediately punched him in the face. Lu brother, why are you hitting me? It hurts like hell. Okay, it's definitely not a dream and you're in pain haha. After defeating Deacon Deep Tin, he was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes, but he quickly knelt down in front of Nim Han, thanking you for giving me this opportunity. Nam Han turned around and left and said again, this is not a chance, her real fate has not yet come. Lu Loi stood behind, looking at that mysterious back and thinking, Deep Tin's amazing performance today is all thanks to the help of Mr. Neem. Casual instructions can completely transform a person who is completely bad into a phoenix master who is no different from a fairy. I must hug his leg tightly no matter what, it definitely won't work. Let go. At this time, in a certain cave on the high mountain, a voice rang out and denounced, the breaking of the holy statue of Patriarch Tian Tang, the great elder, really has nothing to do with me. It was caused by that kid Nam Han. Upon hearing this, the elder coldly interrupted, which was full of nonsense. Patriarch Tian Tang is the eldest disciple of Fairy Bok Hai. In the past, he always accompanied Fairy Bok Hai to fight in the north and south, achieving many glorious victories. How can the holy image of the person who holds the divine power be able to move his hands and feet at once? Broken, let alone the fact that that guy is just a handyman disciple. But that brat, the great elder, is very dangerous. He also said that the heavenly patriarch won't be able to accept his bow. When the elder heard that, he was surprised and startled. His voice was as cold as ice. How arrogant did he dare to say that? If that's the case, then this elder will arrest this guy and punish him. Let me see how many heads he has. In the courtyard of the hospital, the housekeeping disciples under the guidance of Lu Loi are cleaning diligently, working seriously every day in the hospital, not forgetting any corner. Soon the young master will wake up. Wake up. The prince deacon who was stuck on the wall quickly spoke up. Lu Loi, dig the deacon out of the wall. Is someone talking? Looks like I heard wrong, no one is talking, huh? The royal deacon was angered by his appearance and shouted loudly, damn you traitors, I am the fourth elder's man, he will not forgive you. Lu Loi didn't pay attention to him and went to Ren Han's front to bow. Sir, you're awake. The hospital has been swept clean. The toiletries have been prepared. Breakfast has also been served. Already. Nam Han cold music nodded and spoke, today there is a task assigned to you. Lu Loi immediately patted his chest excitedly and nodded in response. What's the mission, sir? Tell me, Lu Loi, I'm a poodle, I'll definitely complete it well. But Nam Han's next words made Lu Loi startled. You went to Tian Quiet Valley to collect the 5 crystals inside for me. Lu Loi immediately knelt down on the ground and cried without tears. Sir, if there is anything wrong with me, please tell me and I will definitely change. Please give me one more chance. Get up, I didn't tell you to go to your death, Lu Loi cried. Hoo, there's no difference between going inside and not going back to get your things, and even going to die. Nam Han pointed to Deep Tin next to him. Deep Tin will teach you a spell and then chant it and there will be no more danger, so don't worry. Really, is that the spell from before? Too much talk, in the end, should I go or not? Nam Han spoke up and asked again, I must go. For the sake of the young master, I have to go up the mountain and down into the sea of fire. Lu Loi had now made up his mind and thought to himself that the opportunity was his to take, and he also did not believe that young Master Ren would have the leisure to sit around and not think about harming him. Suddenly, the aura in the sky in the courtyard began to be chaotic and a strange blue light appeared in front of everyone. The illusory image of an old pioneer Dao Kok suddenly appeared and his cold voice rang out, I am the Supreme Elder, where am Nam Han? Everyone in the courtyard was startled by this illusory image and knelt down to pay respects. What was the elder? Why did all the disciples pay homage to the elder? The person who was most surprised at this moment was Lu Loi, because a person who had never cared about the affairs of the sect like the Supreme Elder suddenly appeared that day, looking for Mr. Nam Han for what? Nam Han coldly looked at the illusory image in the sky and his voice was still as calm as a still lake, why are you looking for me? That illusory image also glanced down at the young man below. Go behind the mountain. Elder, I have something to ask you. Nam Han looked down on him and shook his head, I don't have time. The elder was stunned by his words. Lu Loi's body trembled slightly, he opened his eyes and asked his comrades next to him. I heard you right, but you said you weren't free, right? Lu brother, I can confirm with you that this is not a dream. Young master, that person is an elder who has a much more noble status than the deputy sect master, so he should choose his words a bit. The deacon emperor who was stuck on the wall couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that. Huh, what a stupid guy who died and didn't even know how to be afraid. How could this kind of person live until now? The illusory image of the old man shouted angrily, what are you talking about? Faced with his terrifying pressure, Nam Han coldly replied that he had something to ask me, so he came to find me. I don't have time right now. So you go. You have the audacity to say it again to see if a petty servant would dare to confront me. You're so noisy. Ren Han glanced at his screaming ghost in disgust, then gently waved his hand and summoned a stream of energy. In that blink of an eye, the elder's illusory image was shattered by that gentle wave of his hand, unable to say a word and disappeared. Lu Loi watched with his mouth wide open and froze on the spot. Oh my god, Lu brother Nam Han seems to have caused a big disaster. He has broken through the sky. This kid is very good. This time, if the Supreme Elder doesn't kill you, I will take your surname too. Ren Han didn't pay attention to everyone's surprise and discussion, he asked again, making everyone startled. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go to Tian Quiet Valley. The disciples panicked and quickly ran away. Yes, let's go now. Lu brother, what's the current situation? Shouldn't we run away from here? Lu Loi shouted angrily, why should we run? The elder is angry. Can you run away? Now that we've hugged Mr. Neem's leg, we have to believe him. That disciple cried and begged, not because he didn't believe him, but because of a bunch of sycophants like us. No one can stop the elder. Lu Loi was also made helpless by this situation. Don't talk anymore, it's already a miserable fate, so let's go to work quickly. On the other side of the cave, the air was filled with a feeling of awkwardness as the old man stood there bewildered and had not yet regained his composure. He just scolded me and only used one move to destroy my image, right? The old man still couldn't believe that when he asked, the person next to him immediately answered like that. You're such an arrogant, ignorant guy. Tell me, where does a handyman disciple get the confidence to be so arrogant? I don't understand this person either, but I'm extremely annoyed that the elder should let me take him back for you. Go quickly and come back quickly. For hundreds of years, I have never been angered to this extent. This elder, please calm down. The old man sighed heavily and gave an order. Then he turned around and walked into his cave to rest. The scene shifts to Lu Loi's group as they walk and recite the magic spell that Deep Tin just instructed. Deep Tin recites these spells in his mouth to be able to enter the heavenly valley. Aren't you lying to them? That's me. From childhood to adulthood I have never deceived anyone. Although he was still a bit scared when faced with the destructive aura emanating from Tian Hoke Valley, Lu Loi still gritted his teeth and strongly walked in. Don't worry anymore, just go inside and try it out. Then, their group of people continuously chanted a spell that caused a mysterious yellow energy source to cover their bodies while timidly entering the heavenly valley. It wasn't until a while later that Lu Loi looked at his body in surprise and joy. It was really okay, I wasn't affected at all. That's right, this is truly miraculous. Even the deputy head of this valley does not dare to enter. We can enter comfortably. Mr. Ren is truly extraordinary. Brothers, everyone has seen the miracle of Master Ren, right? It's a blessing, not a disaster, but a disaster that cannot be avoided, so now we will go with Master Ren wherever we go. Under the protection of the spell, Lu Loi's group successfully brought back a piece of 5-colored crystal to the front yard. Neem Han nodded, still not enough to go get it, but this place is just enough cushion for activating the formation. Just here. Right at this moment, a beautiful, hot girl from a small family jumped up. My representative brother, I came to visit you, do you remember me? But why is there a person inside the wall performing a variety show that looks strangely beautiful? The royal deacon is praised but I have no words to thank you. The girl walked around the yard and stood in front of Neem Han, constantly exclaiming. Everyone said the hospital was dirty, but everything here was neat and clean. That's right, my representative brought you a good item, she said, handing a bag to Neem Han. Wasn't I given the title of a proud disciple? Every month I was given a lot of spirit stones and other treasures. I didn't have the talent to practice so I couldn't use any of it, so I bribed the remaining portion. The rest is given to this brother. Nam Han reached out and grabbed the bag, surprised and asked what bribery was. Well, in order to solve that representative brother's matter, last time you offended quite a few people and bribed them at once to prevent them from causing trouble for you. You can also delay it a bit to the representative brother turned the situation around and became the main character. Are you feeling very emotional? In this upper mysterious sect, I'm not close to anyone and have no enemies. The two of us are the closest to each other. On behalf of brother, we are definitely not ordinary people. Don't forget me, please don't forget me. Nam Han was speechless for a moment then gently handed the bag back to the girl. I can't use these things. Take them back. You can't practice. It's just temporary. You don't need to bribe anyone else in the future. But you can rest assured that I'm here, you can do whatever you want, he said, gently patting her head, making the girl's face turn red with embarrassment. Bok Hai, in my previous life, because of me and humans, I had to spend too much in this life. I will definitely protect your peace and happiness. The little girl was stunned by these words and pretended to be moved, hugging Neem Han's arm. These words from the representative brother touched me so much. After all, you are my older brother from another father and another mother. But you came at the right time to lend me the Xian Tian ancient token. Hearing that, the girl immediately put the token into Neem Han's hand and wondered if this token was so important, why would it be left to an arrogant disciple? I'm proud of not knowing anything like I keep it but don't take it back. The token falls into Neem Han's hand and slowly flies into the air, emitting a magical light. The predestined person will have a mysterious ancient command not to be forced to take it back. This is a rule. The shiny colored token with a light word in the middle along with the 5 crystals from before were now flying in the air and emitting light into streams of air that covered the entire mansion. According to Nam Han's control, the computer blocks dispersed and began to be arranged according to a certain mysterious formation. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged, making the spiritual energy even more rich. What's going on? Why do I feel like the spiritual energy here has suddenly become more intense? It's so pleasant. Neem Han also nodded and advised that this place will be the most suitable place to practice in the upper mysterious sect in the future. In the future, you can practice here. The fundamental formation of the 5-colored temple has been activated, and waiting for the temple to be completely repaired, it can be used for a long time. At this moment, the Dharma protector kicked in the door and rushed in with his disciples loudly scolding him, "What a shameless bragging. A translation room was said by you to be the most suitable place to practice, why don't you just ascend to heaven?" These words really make people laugh out loud. Neem Han coldly looked at him, "What does it have to do with you? Any comments? This protector doesn't just have my opinion. I'm telling you that I received an order from the Supreme Elder to arrest you. You'd better obediently follow me, otherwise this protector will knock all your teeth out." Neem Han's sharp eyes and mysterious purple pupils stared at the guardian. "I told him to tell that old man to come here himself. I don't have time to look for him." The Dharma protector was startled and shouted angrily, "Old man, you call the Supreme Elder an old man?" Deacon Hong on the wall quickly spoke up to advise Truong Fap, "This boy is not as weak as he looks. Please be careful." Truong Ho Fat heard this and immediately became angry. "I am a protector, dealing with a busy disciple. It's so small, there's nothing to be careful about. It's not possible to be sure. It's best for you to call all 4 elders to join forces to fight him." Truong Protector loudly interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense, this protector deals with an ignorant disciple. With just a snap of his fingers, he can be flattened as easily as the palm of his hand. So I will kill you." He finished speaking and immediately rushed towards Neem Han to attack. Nam Han didn't take a step back to look at him, just said 2 words, "Stop." "Who are you to tell me to stop so I have to do it?" Truong Dharma Guardian raised his head to question and rushed forward with a Dharma mausoleum in his hand, but at this moment something strange happened. I only saw a stream of pale yellow spiritual energy appear from nowhere, binding Truong's legs and arms tightly, making him unable to move anymore. What the hell is this? I can't move my body. What kind of plan are you using, you brat? Let me go immediately or else. Nam Han completely ignored his threat and again ordered him to quickly crawl here. Following Nam Han's command, the spiritual energy that covered the protector's body began to exert force, causing him to hit the ground extremely miserably. Only then did the Guardian belatedly realize that this dilapidated mess room had such a powerful array, even so powerful that he didn't have any strength to counter it. Resistance. Renhan, I am a member of your Majesty Elder, how dare you? It doesn't matter who you are, don't talk so much, Neem Han said, gently waving his hand. Suddenly, the elder was sent flying into the distance by a terrifying force. A resounding sound rang out and he, like a royal deacon, was hit against the solid wall behind him. The royal deacon saw this and was worried and concerned about the Dharma protector. Are you okay? It's okay, I'm tired and saw you here alone and bored, so I came over to play with you. The deacon prince was speechless, having been beaten to this extent and still able to pretend. Looking at the face of the royal deacon Truong protector, he loudly explained, you don't believe it, right? Do you think I'm scared? I'm not scared. Do you know why I'm not scared? Because the elder sent me here. If I don't come back to report, then he will definitely come find me himself that day. By then, will this kid Nam Han still have a way to live? Not paying attention to the deacon and the elder stuck on the wall, after a while, the miscellaneous disciples under the guidance of Lu Loi brought back to the yard a pile of 5 stone crystals. Young master, almost all the 5 crystals in Tien Tuet Valley have been brought back here. Nam Han happily looked at the pile of crystals in the yard and nodded in praise. It's time for the 5-colored temple to restore its old appearance, the guy said as he began to use magic power to control the crystal fragments around him. A beautiful and mysterious 5-colored light began to radiate from this tattered disciple service hospital. The 5-colored aura vortex converged and the intense power continuously poured out, causing the entire mansion to begin to shine. Oh my God, why does this building shine so much? Neem Han walked up to the beautiful girl and gave instructions. Bok Zao Zao quickly sat cross-legged and understood. Although he didn't understand anything, Bok Zao Zao still followed his cousin's instructions and quickly crossed his legs and gradually entered the state of concentration. At this time, Deacon Truong was also extremely surprised, his face turned pale, staring at the mansion. I was dizzy. Why was the main hall in the practice room glowing? What the hell is this guy doing here? At the same time, in the cave of the Elder's palace, he was also startled and surprised. This breath is the direction of the miscellaneous room. What happened? Truong Dharma Protector went to the practice room and still hasn't returned. What could have happened? Why are there so few successes and so many failures? That's it, I've been cultivating the Xian Tian Tian prison technique for decades and haven't left the cave, so it's good to go out and relax. Opposite the five-colored building of the miscellaneous service room, Neem Han waited a moment and then asked Bok Zao Zao, who was sitting quietly and quiet, how was Bok Zao Zao, did he understand anything? The little girl heard the question but did not answer but still sat quietly as if she had entered a state of meditation. When Neem Han saw this scene, he was also surprised and immediately looked at his face. Oh my God, it turns out she didn't practice anything, but she fell asleep already. Even though this girl can sleep, Bok Hai's personality is completely different from her previous life. If it wasn't for Neem Han who could see the soul's imprint, he probably wouldn't have thought that Bok Hai was Bok Hai's next life. What he saw in his eyes was the imprint of Bok Hai's foot. That brilliance. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure from outside began to cover the entire courtyard, causing the disciples to kneel down. What happened? Hey, the pressure is so strong. A big person is coming. The Supreme Elder has personally arrived here. Following everyone's surprised looks and frightened voices, the Elder, carrying a terrifying pressure, began to appear. Paying respects to the elders. Paying respects to the elders. I didn't say anything wrong. Elder is here. The Dharma Protector is shouting excitedly. The two of us hanging on this wall is truly a disgrace, and I will definitely pay it back tenfold later. Elder Grandfather hovered in the sky, looked at the young man in front of him and coldly spoke. When Neem Han saw Elder, why didn't he bow? Neem Han heard that and calmly shook his head. You won't accept my greeting. Again, this sentence makes it seem like the holy statue of the heavenly ancestors was broken by your energy. On the contrary, I want to see how much skill you have. As he finished speaking, he gently waved his hand and summoned a giant flame hand aimed straight at Ren Han to attack. This power was so strong that even the Dharma Guardian was surprised and exclaimed. The royal deacon feared that he could not pay him back twice as much or this kid would definitely turn into broken mud. Faced with that fierce attack, Neem Han raised his head to assess that it was a mysterious help-preserving technique, but it was still far from the ultimate level of skill. He said as he gently reached out his hand to block the attacking hand. At this moment, everything in the mansion seemed to have been stopped motionless by an invisible force. Truong Protector was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. He was okay. The old man was also extremely surprised because this guy not only blocked one of his attacks but also knew that he practiced the mysterious magic to suppress hell. This kid Nam Han is not simple. Are you the person with the highest status in the upper mysterious sect today? Ren looked at him and asked. That's right, there were a few fossil ancestors who had not appeared for hundreds of years. They must have all meditated. The elder landed on the courtyard of the villa and looked at the person in front of him cautiously. Nam Han heard his answer and sighed tiredly. All of the elders' fighting ability was so poor, no wonder why the sect was in decline. The old man was silent and did not say a word, but the Dharma Protector Zhang loudly questioned, the arrogant old man is someone you can criticize, this old man speaks rudely. You must beat him to death and make him pay with his life. At this time, the old man seemed calm and shook his head, then nodded again. He was right. My old man has been cultivating all his life and has never rested a day, but he can only practice to the mountain and sea level, which cannot compare to those old men of the upper realm who have entered the Taoist realm. That's not right, elder. Right now, this kid is being rude to you. How can I be patient? I absolutely cannot let him go. Hearing that, the old man also nodded thoughtfully, saying he really couldn't forgive him. Then he pointed at Neem Han and suddenly said that he would accept him as his disciple. It was clear that this elder was not a brainless fool who could not see the power of Neem Han. Deacon Truong was petrified by these words. What, Your Majesty, elder, can you do things according to common sense? Even though I don't understand you very well, not many people in the Upper Xian sect were able to block the power of the mysterious heaven and hell attack just now. This proves that I am a rather special elder who has been around for hundreds of years. I won't accept disciples anymore, so today I'm breaking the rule once again. The group of people around Lu Loi were happier than anyone else at this time because they did not expect that the young master would be noticed by the elder. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Seeing that the guy still didn't care and didn't answer, the elder spoke up again, so Nam Han didn't even hurry to call his master. Handsome Nam Han shrugged his shoulders. Old man, you're thinking too much. This time, the old man was really angry. What are you calling me? Don't I need my dignity? What are you calling me, your majesty, elder? I can't stand it anymore. Ignoring his anger, Nam Han immediately replied that the person he accepted as a student today was not me, but her. He said while pointing towards Bok Zao Zao who was sitting motionless. Bok Zao Zao was sleeping soundly but was woken up by a loud sound. He didn't understand anything. Why am I representing my brother? Why did you arrange it for me? If I want to accept someone as a disciple, I still have to listen to you. I'm the Supreme Elder, and I'm not an easy person to talk to. Nam Han didn't answer but turned around and walked into the building that was emitting five-colored light. Come in, there's something you need to know. The old man was shaking all over because he clearly didn't care about him at all. He had lived half his life and had never met anyone who looked down on him like that. But there was no other way. The elder also wanted to try to see what tricks he was up to, so he flew in, calmly and gently, breathing gently, anger easily harming the liver, to see what this kid was up to. What is this? The royal deacon looked at the two of them entering the room and wondered in confusion. This Renhan is not sick or something, but the elder gave him a piece of cake and he did not accept it and threw it back in the elder's face. Old man again. I dare say that in a moment when Nam Han comes out, he will only be a burned black body. Lu Loi's people also felt like they had fallen from heaven to hell, so they thought everything would be okay, or should we just run away? Although Lu Loi was very worried and didn't understand, he still tried to reassure his comrades. Everyone please calm down. I believe that you will definitely be safe and gain great benefits. I bet on Mr. Neem. Death. Yes, Brother Lu, if it weren't for your legs shaking like that, would have believed what you just said. At this moment, the old man stepped into this rainbow-colored building, stared at Nam Han and asked, "What's going on, brat? Please tell me quickly. Hurry up and finish talking and I'll send you on your way. I called you here for 3 things. The first one," Nam Han said as he sat down on the chair right in the middle of the high platform. The elder immediately spoke up to stop him and stop him. "You, sit down in your chair, let me stand and you sit. I can't believe this guy is so disrespectful. No, I have to stay calm and gentle. Breathe gently. Anger is bad for the liver. After all, he is a genius. I must not help but beat him to death." Namo. When Nam Han heard that, he immediately wondered if there was something inappropriate about sitting here. Bok Zao Zao next to him was also speechless. "Oh, delegate, this is a bit disrespectful to the elderly and the young." The old man angrily shouted, "What does this have to do with respecting the elderly and loving the young? The problem is that you blatantly hit me in the face like that. What do you think I am, the Supreme Elder?" He shouted angrily, his hand burning with a strange flame. I couldn't stand it any longer. Then Xian Tian defeated the hell. The Supreme Elder's anger exploded. He summoned a red fire monster and rushed towards Nam Han to attack. But just like before, this attack was also stopped by him gently waving his hand. His hand just rotated a few times and used a little bit of his magic, causing the elder's move to completely disappear into thin air. The elder was extremely surprised even though this was the second time he had witnessed such a miracle. "Can you block this move? Are you really a novice disciple? If that's the case, elder, I must use all my strength." Not wanting him to make any more noise, Renhan looked coldly at him, summoning chains with illusions and performing imprisoning magic. In that blink of an eye, the snake-like chains began to wiggle and stretch out, wrapping around the elder's body, causing him to panic and be surprised. This is the breath that just came from this house. What is this light? The old man's whole face is solemn, a bit scared and extremely confused. Damn, why is it suddenly so difficult for my body to move? No, this 5-colored light is extremely sacred, very similar to something recorded in ancient books. Could this really be? At this time, the Supreme Elder seemed to have realized something, a secret deep in his memory. He Neem Han looked at his face and immediately understood, and he also nodded. You guessed right. This place is the five-colored temple of the upper mysterious sect. After regaining composure, the Supreme Elder silently pondered the situation for a while before sighing and speaking. The five-colored temple's divine power has been completely dissipated after tens of thousands of years, and has completely disappeared. What you said? It's so unrealistic. If you still don't believe it, then take a look. Neem Han gently raised his hand to mobilize the precious, noble golden energy that filled the air. Suddenly, right behind him appeared the image of a girl with an extremely majestic and divine appearance. The old man's mouth gaped open as he stared at the illusory image, his voice lost in surprise and fear. Could this be the holy patriarch Bak Hai? As soon as that giant shadow appeared, it brought with it a resounding sound like a voice coming from the long moon river, burning my body, illuminating throughout the human race the glorious victory of the everlasting fire race. Hearing this faint yet passionate praise, the Supreme Elder finally couldn't bear it any longer and knelt down on the floor in front of the phantom voice, sobbing, burning my body to block the darkness that was truly disturbing. Holy Patriarch Bak Hai. The sacred image of Patriarch Bak Hai only appears in the five-colored temple. How do you know this is the five-colored temple? Because this five-colored temple was built by me, Neem Han replied. The five-colored temple is a place for sacrifices and inheritance. It is a resting place for the souls of heroes who died in the nation's war. That's why Bak Hai can appear at the temple. Hearing his answer, the elder silently stared at him. What you said is really unreasonable, Elder. I am choked by you. Everyone has their own secret and doesn't want to tell it, so I won't force you to do anything for the time being. Regardless of whether he believes or not, Neem Han continues to talk about the second thing. The second thing is that you should accept Bak Zao as a disciple. The reason why Neem Han wanted him to accept Bak Zao as his disciple was because the upper mysterious sect was just his starting point before he would eventually leave here, and to regain the strength from his previous life. Bak Zao has a long way to go, so she needs someone to protect her so she can grow up. This elder grandfather, as the person with the highest status in the upper mysterious sect, is indeed a quite suitable candidate. That's what Neem Han thought, but clearly the elder refused because of Bak. Cunning and cunning do not have the qualifications to practice. At this moment, Bak Chao did not pay attention to the two people talking to each other, but was completely attracted by Bak Hai's illusion. The girl was bewildered by the beauty and profound power of that illusion. She is so beautiful, I feel like we have an unknown connection with her. A strange feeling arises in the brain's cunning circuit that makes her unable to hold back tears and gently reach out to touch her. That transparent image. Seeing this, the elder hastily stopped him from being rude to the holy patriarch. But before he could finish his sentence, the illusory image of the holy patriarch Bak Hai gently used his hand to touch the tear on Bak Zao's face. Then that illusion transmitted something into Bak Zao's head before she could react. This scene made the elder's eyes widen in surprise. Why did Bak Hai, the holy patriarch, manifest his spirit and still care about this girl? Seeing that, Neem Han immediately asked again if he would accept her as his disciple now. The great elder thoughtfully nodded and nodded. Of course, the person the holy patriarch looks at is of course something I can accept as a disciple. As soon as the illusion finished transmitting something into Bak Zao's head, he blinked and disappeared, dissolving into magical streams of spiritual energy that disappeared in the air. Neem Han asked the girl how she felt. Bak Zao was still in tears at this moment and her eyes were full of confusion. My brother's representative felt that the sister just now affected me and that image made me so heartbroken, so sad and beautiful, I wanted to cry. Hearing that, Neem Han secretly sighed. The five-colored temple retained a trace of Bak Hai's spirit in her previous life after strengthening Bak Zao. Zao helped her awaken some of her previous life's thoughts, thus the girl's current personality is also gradually becoming more like Bak Hai. As Neem Han sighed softly, Bak Zao jumped up and down, making him want to take back what he had just thought. But Bak Zao, I am a happy girl, I have to be happy, haha, I have to laugh, haha, I have to laugh happily. What kind of things has Bak Zao gone through in the past that he has such a strong personality, yet he is not influenced at all by Bak Hai's spirit? I don't know whether to be happy or sad. After a moment of contemplation and regaining his composure, the king looked at Neem Han and asked why he was able to mobilize the five-colored power in this temple. Because it was built by me. Oh my god, can we talk properly? I've lived for over 1,000 years and have never been as angry as I am today. It's so frustrating. Forget about that, let's talk about the third thing now. Nam Han's voice became solemn and serious. The elder was extremely helpless and I didn't want to hear it because I was afraid that after hearing it, I would be angry to death. I can pass on to you the advanced version of Mysterious Heaven's hell-suppressing art to help you break through the bonds. However, right now you are too weak, your strength is not worthy of the title of Supreme Elder, nor is it worthy of being my teacher. Bak Zao Zao. Huh, people say I'm not worthy, say I'm too weak, I can still endure it, but you say you want to teach me the advanced version of Xian Tian's hell-suppressing art, do you want me to die of laughter? That's the highest magic of heaven. Xian's sect seems to have reached the standard level of emperor magic. Obviously, the old man did not believe what he said, but Nim Han did not want to explain too much, but immediately a strange fire along with light yellow clouds and a series of hidden scriptures appeared around. Older brother. The old man laughed and pretended that if you could do it, I would have to kneel before you here. Nim Han raised his hand to point at the elder and gently said go, when suddenly the yellow gas streams immediately gathered to cover the old man. In the surprised eyes of the elder, a light yellow stream of energy entered his head. His whole body seemed to be immersed in a very relaxing warm water stream and strange thoughts began to arise in his head. Line after line of scriptures began to appear and the sound of chanting echoed from the vast world. Those sounds seemed to come from time immemorial to meet him. The light of wisdom hidden in the elder's already old eyes made him even more clear-headed and alert. After a long while, he was crying and laughing, covering his eyes with his hands like he was crazy. Haha, so that's how it is, so that's how I understand. Bak Zao Zao looked at the old man crying and laughing in the middle of the field and immediately wondered if his brother's representative had made him crazy. The old man laughed and cried for a moment then suddenly knelt down on the floor. In the surprised eyes of Bak Zao Zao, the elder monk immediately bowed his head in front of Nam Han. Sir, please accept my bow. Oh my God, why is he kneeling down? Am I dreaming? The old man is now calmer than ever, no longer crying and laughing and agitated like before. Since young Master Neem mentioned the third thing, should have knelt down immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a source of great power began to surge from within the old man's old body. The powerful vitality radiating from that body was more terrifying than ever and the Supreme Elder began to suddenly explode. Destroy the Tao Scene. For more than 100 years, he has been cultivating the Xian Tian Hell Deterrence technique, which has kept his cultivation level from breaking through. This time, thanks to young Master Ren's advanced techniques, he not only broke through the techniques but also reached the level of cultivation. Dung Dao Realm, finally worthy of the title of Supreme Elder of Tai Huin Mon. The advantage of the Xian Tian Hell suppressing technique is that it is extremely powerful. The disadvantage is that it is obscure and difficult to understand and is not easy to practice. This time you were able to break through immediately thanks to your accumulation of hundreds of years. I just gave it to you. Just give you a little suggestion. The Grand Elder once again bowed respectfully. That little suggestion is much more important than what I have accumulated over the past few hundred years. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to take another step forward in my entire life. Young Master Ren is truly a god. Living immortal, please accept my bow. The two people outside didn't know what was going on inside, but they still had free time to chat with each other. It's been so long, why hasn't the Supreme Elder come out yet? What's the rush? Isn't action a very easy thing? As soon as the two finished speaking, the door in front of them opened and the elder walked out with a cold, pensive face. See, just seeing the elder coming out of Nim Han seems like his body has already cooled down haha. The law enforcer hadn't laughed haha for a long time when he saw that the elder had stepped aside and invited young Master Ren to step forward. The law enforcer and the elder deacon saw this scene and opened their mouths, startled as if struck by lightning. What was this? Surely we must have seen wrongly, surely we were dizzy and couldn't believe it. Young Master Ren, I will now go back to seclusion to grasp the advanced version of the mysterious Tian Tian prison technique. Bak Zao Zao is now my disciple. You can always go up the mountain to find me. I will definitely train you wholeheartedly. Baby. Seeing the elder riding the cloud and leaving, the law enforcer quickly shouted to the elder to save me and I was still on the wall. The elder saw this and turned around and scolded the two of you to stay there. If you go to the police station again with Mr. Neem, I will beat you to death. What is this situation? Why has the elder's attitude towards Neem Han changed so dramatically? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe it at all. So there's only one possibility, it's because we're dreaming right now and we can wake up right away. Since the formation in this 5 elements temple was renovated by Neem Han, spiritual energy has flooded everywhere, making the disciples here feel relaxed. A practice session is even more effective than 10 days. Practiced before. Thanks to young master's renovation, the practice room has now become a prime place for practicing, but absolutely do not spread the word so as not to cause trouble for young Master Ren. Big brother Lu can rest assured that he has been through a lot. Such a thing is a God in our hearts. This sudden change will affect the destiny and lives of many people, but Neem Han doesn't care about those things. He just sits in his room and focuses on cultivating. Neem Han's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, causing others to panic. A resounding word burst from his throat and the man stood up straight as his energy began to erupt. This time, thanks to the help of the five-colored temple, Nam Han was able to open the Kun 1 acupuncture points on both legs, opening 2 more tin-high acupuncture points to be able to reluctantly use some magical powers related to the legs. After finishing a round of practice and making very good progress, Neem Han stepped out of the room to breathe in the fresh air around him. At this moment, a girl suddenly appeared. "My big brother, I have something to look for you." Before she could speak, she was surprised to feel the rich spiritual energy in this hospital. The power was 10 times better than outside. This was a star-studded service room. What is it? Why are there 2 people on the wall? Is this a new type of cultivation? Come on. Law enforcer Truong cried without tears, so he could only nod and thank her. What is Kwang Tich Ni looking for me? Ren Han asked. When the girl heard that, she was startled and quickly spoke up. Big brother, recently, there have been rumors of demons roaming around in the sect, do you know? Lu Loi, standing behind, heard the story and immediately raised his hand and nodded. I don't know what the inner and outer sect disciples are saying. It's truly unimaginable. I heard that during the period of prosperity, ghosts appeared and specialized in sucking the souls of young disciples. There were many senior brothers who went missing. The sect also investigated for a long time but still had no clue about what was happening. Offer a reward to solve this problem. That's right, Big Brother Ren's method of exorcising demons is so talented that even the original king can destroy it. If he can solve this problem, the sect will definitely reward him handsomely, and he can be promoted to a disciple. Inner sect elites or even close disciples. Kwang Tich Ni's voice was extremely excited, but Neem Han coldly shook his head, not interested in the story of demons running amok, but I want to come and try it out. Not only Nam Han was interested in Thin Koi Pagoda, but a number of other disciples in the sect were also curious about ghost stories, so they came together to see. Nem Kung sister, what have you been thinking about these days? Don't think too much about this. There's nothing to worry about. Combining with senior brother Truong will only bring benefits to you, not harm. I heard that one of the male palace junior sister's uncles has been in the Tian Lang's secret realm for several decades now. The Tian Lang's secret realm contains half of the resources of the Tian Chicken sect inside, and once they emerge from this world, they will definitely die. Will stand in a high position in the upper mystical sect. Junior sister Nam Kung, no matter how much the Nam Kung family and the Truong family fight with each other outside, in upper Huin sect, as long as our 2 families unite, whatever we say in the future of this upper Xian sect will be fine. Like that. Nam Kung Nung Tuet heard that and muttered, is it really possible like that? But Neem Han, it's strange that I think about Renem Han. What is Ren Han doing? Most of the upper mysterious sects absolutely cannot climb to a high position. The girl put aside her random thoughts and once again spoke to the person next to her. Brother Zhang has been on the rise lately and there are demons roaming around. You've probably heard about it and don't know what you think. I heard that whoever can solve this problem this time will be highly rewarded by the sect. I have to go, but I'm not the only one who's going. This time my older brother Truong Tone will also go solve this problem himself so I can have the opportunity to become a true disciple. The 2 flattering disciples behind heard this and were extremely excited because senior brother Truong Tone is a great man who has been famous for a long time, a monk with high magical power, and he can definitely solve the problem. This ghost story. Nam Kung Nguang Tuet was also very surprised because Truong Tone was the most outstanding disciple among the young people in Truong's family, a heavenly man who possessed a natural royal body and the divine eye of the sky since before he entered the upper Huin sect. I've heard of this person's reputation. At the same time, under the guidance of Kwang Tich Ni Neem Han, he arrived at the Thin Koi Pagoda. His deep eyes stared at the other building in front of him and sighed. Not surprisingly, this place had already collapsed. Nam Kung Nguang Tuet's group wondered why the sect paid so much attention to the shabby house. The disciple walking next to him immediately explained that there was an extremely hidden possibility in the thin cot pavilion. The upper mysterious sect hides the long-lost Emperor magic and destiny magic, which is why it is taken seriously. If Emperor magic and destiny magic are found, our upper Xian sect will not return to its glorious days. That's right, that's why the deputy sect leader Gua and the great elders all take this matter very seriously. If you can solve the problem, you will definitely be rewarded and can become a personal disciple. Go inside. At this time, Nim Han and Quang Tich Ni have arrived at Thin Koi Pavilion. Just as the two of them were about to enter, a cold voice next to them interrupted and waited for us. Ren Han, you're a handyman disciple. Who allowed you to go there? Truong Kim was extremely angry because how did the deacon work? It's been a few days but Nim Han is still healthy and walking so nimbly. Quang Tich Ni angrily asked Truong Kim what you called your big brother to do here. Truong Kim saw that and immediately smiled contemptuously. No wonder he had been quiet for the past few days. It turned out to be some classy guy looking for Quang Tich Ni is a support. But if you offend my Truong family, Quang Tich Ni will not be able to protect you. Truong Kim, don't be so arrogant and dare to speak rudely. Do you believe that I will turn your back? Quang Tich Ni, where does a person from such a poor family have the courage to confront me? If I scold this trash, what can you do to me? Before he could finish his sentence, the girl Quang Tich Ni rushed up to attack, making Truong Kim angry. How dare you dare attack me? In response to that statement was an extremely powerful palm strike straight in the face. This guy only has a mouth, so being gently defeated in just one move is truly humiliating. Oh my god, Quang Tich Ni is truly the top elite disciple. Truong Kim is not her opponent. They both came this time to compete for the position of true disciple, right? Damn Quang Tich Ni, how dare you hit me in the face? Truong Kim sadly raised her voice and complained. I said I'd beat you up, but the girl coldly spoke up and rushed up to attack again. But suddenly at this moment a fierce source of energy appeared, pushing Quang Tich Ni back. A young man with a fierce face and a heavenly eye in the middle of his forehead suddenly appeared from the sky and landed. Quang Tich Ni looked at this person and was panicked because the fierce face and eyes were Truong Tone. When Truong Kim saw his big brother coming, he was extremely excited that his big brother had come. Truong Tone coldly cursed so uselessly that he couldn't even fight against a woman. I heard that he was the one who killed someone else, and then I was killed. It's true that the depth layer is not as deep as the previous layer. Big brother is the reason that kid killed Truong Thiet. This kid is now looking for Tich Ni as support. Truong Tone looked coldly at Nim Han and his face darkened with malice. It was you who killed Truong Thiet. Now come here and die. I can let you die comfortably or else I will take you away. Go behind the mountain and drain your soul. Faced with his threat, Nim Han did not react at all, only uttering two stupid words. What are you talking about? Say it again. The hot-tempered Truong Tone was completely angered by Nim Han and he also did not expect that a handyman disciple would dare to be so impertinent. Truong Kim was next to him and repeated again, Big brother, he said you were stupid, which made Truong want to slap him in the face. Do you need to say it again later? I heard you, idiot. You are the most arrogant servant I have ever met. If you rely on the rules to think that I will not kill you, then you are thinking too much. With my status, killing your sect will at most only punish me with a 1-month ban. I won't have any real punishment at all, he said as he started to activate his physique, radiating a huge pressure that made everyone around panicked. So strong, senior brother Truong Tone, what special physique does he have? Such a rich body of spiritual energy is absolutely a silverless king's body, and even a magical king's body. Once he displays his magic power, his fighting power will increase. How scary is senior brother Truong? Quang Tin Gi saw this scene and was also sweating and worried because this was the peak level of alchemy, combined with the king's magical powers, making his strength truly terrifying. At least under this kind of power, she can block one move. Ren Han did not take the power of the crazy guy in front of him at all. If the Truong family was still this stupid, there would be no need to exist. What's going on? You still dare to talk nonsense? Go ahead and die immediately. Truong Tone rushed up to attack. Quang Tich Ni saw this and immediately stopped Truong DM from summoning her power in front of her. Do you dare to hurt the servant disciple? Quang Tich Ni, do you also want to die? I will complete it for you. Although the girl is trying to resist at this moment, she only has a body without magical powers and cannot resist for long. Right at the moment when a girl's voice was hanging by a thread, a girl's sharp voice rang out and a sudden force appeared to cover Kwang Tich Ni. "Please stop for me." That power covered Kwang Tich Ni and then gently pulled her away from Truong Ton's attack, making her temporarily safe. The girl turned around in surprise and looked behind her master. "Why are you here?" The person who just appeared was a cold and pure beauty, Kwang Tich Ni's teacher. "If the teacher hadn't come, you would have been seriously injured and still dare to be so rude. Truong Ton, you dare to hurt this elder's disciple. Are you tired of living?" Truong Ton saw someone interfering, so he gritted his teeth and bowed his head to worship and petition the elder. "When I told the second elder, I actually didn't want to confront junior sister Kwang, but junior sister Kwang insisted on protecting that handyman disciple, and I was forced to do so, so I had to take action." Hearing that, the beautiful woman looked at her female disciple and asked, "If my teacher told me to search for the secret to becoming auspicious, why would I protect a dirty disciple?" Kwang Tich Ki was a bit confused but quickly explained, "This master is Nam Han, my eldest brother, and he helped me before." Nam Han is the guy who had an affair with the vice-chancellor and the four elders, declaring that within a month he would become the top celestial official. "How have I heard of you?" This Master Truong Ton is afraid that he still wants to start a fight, but the woman coldly glanced at her disciple and couldn't interrupt. "Since you don't get involved in big or small disputes within the sect, from now on, you should separate this task and concentrate on finding the secret to the prosperity of the sects." When Kwang Tich Ni heard that, she was immediately worried and wanted to say something else. Master Kwang Tich Ni's beautiful voice was extremely strict and cold. "No buts, come in." The little girl, faced with her master's toughness, gritted her teeth and nodded without saying anything more. "Yes, I'll come right in." Looking at the back of the female disciple, the second elder turned to Nim Han and said, "Ren Han, no matter how familiar you and Kwang Tich Ni were in the past, now you are just a handyman disciple. She is a mysterious gem with very good understanding. In short, she has outstanding qualifications and will have money in the future. I hope you don't take advantage of her to achieve any of your own goals." Faced with her insinuating words, Nim Han just gently shook his head. "You've thought too much, auntie. What kind of future can a treasure have? Moreover, it's not like I'm taking advantage of Sister Kwang to achieve any goal. Kwang Tich Ni and I are in a relationship. This is a great opportunity. How dare you think about cutting off her relationship?" The second elder was so angry that she trembled while Truong Ton quickly chimed in, thinking that this brat elder is a guy who doesn't know how high or how thick the earth is, so let me help you get rid of him. Go away, my business doesn't need your attention. The second elder turned around aggressively, making Truong Ton startled. No wonder the deputy sect leader was so angered by Ren Han that he couldn't calmly practice for 3 days. He really has the ability to provoke others. Seeing that things could no longer be resolved, Truong Ton led his junior brother and other disciples into Thin Koi Pavilion to investigate. Truong Kim had just walked a few steps when she turned around and looked at the male palace junior sister, asking her innocently why she didn't go out there quickly. This stupid girl quickly stammered out that her sister was not going in, and in her mind, she silently thought that Nim Han didn't know if she would get out alive this time. In complete contrast to Nam Kung Gong Tuet's timid concern, the remaining disciples were extremely excited because this time senior brother Truong Ton and Kwang Tich Ni volunteered to go first, so there was no danger. Ren Han ignored the noise and chaos of the group of people. He just calmly walked step by step and gently entered the grounds of this building. That year, the construction of the Thin Koi Pavilion opened up a prosperous era and the world was peaceful. Unexpectedly, someone betrayed the unfulfilled great cause. The Throng Koi Pavilion eventually became unusable and became the residence of monsters. While Nim Han was thinking, Kwang Tich Ni checked around. My big brother, Nam Han, checked everything inside and didn't see anything special, let alone ghosts. Hearing that, Nam Han pointed to the girl's back. There is a devil behind you. Kwang Tich Ni was startled and quickly turned left and right to check behind her. Why didn't I see my big brother? Don't scare me. Suddenly, at this moment, an invisible ghost appeared from somewhere and attacked the girl. At the moment of danger, Nim Han gently raised his hand, emitting a pure light along with a cold voice, with just one word, kill. In the blink of an eye, that ghost exploded into the air, completely unable to touch Kwang Tich Ni. The girl was bewildered and before she could regain her composure, she almost opened her mouth. Three-eyed Truong Ton's group also entered the Thin Koi Pavilion and his methodical voice rang out, everyone followed my orders to look around the corner and not miss it. Nam Han, here is a place where ghosts and deadly harassment are normal. Let's ask if you're afraid or not. Truong Kim looked at Neem Han and smiled and teased. There really is that harassing devil behind your back. When Truong Kim heard that, he smiled haha and threatened me. Why is he such a petty trick and yet he still wants to trick Truong Kim? I'm such an idiot. He was extremely pleased when a sharp stream of purple energy rushed towards him from behind. That stream of energy was like a giant tentacle wrapped tightly around Truong Kim's neck, making it impossible for Truong Kim to breathe. Kwang Tichni saw it all and couldn't help but exclaim that her big brother hadn't tricked her, he really was a ghost. That ghost curled tighter and tighter, causing Truong Kim to hastily ask for help from his senior brother. Big brother, save me, save me. His voice became smaller and smaller and his face turned pale from lack of oxygen. Truong Ton saw that his younger brother was in extreme danger, so he quickly summoned a golden talisman and gritted his teeth and recited the spell. Mom, quickly show yourself to me, don't play tricks on me. In the blink of an eye, that golden talisman flew without wind and rushed towards the ghost, radiating a blinding light. The sizzling sound rang out as the ghost was burned by the golden charm. The ghost's painful scream echoed throughout the space, making it impossible for others to panic when they heard it. Luckily, Truong Ton acted in time, so Truong Kim escaped the scythe of death and dropped the bag to the ground. My brother, Thin Koi, why do you have this thing that you can't see or touch? You almost lost your life here. Truong Ton nodded solemnly and took precautions. Fortunately this time he was mentally prepared in advance. Fortunately he had come to senior brother Duong Chien Ko's place to get the demon-suppressing talisman, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to deal with the crowd. This evil spirit. Regardless of their noise, Neem Han still walked around and looked at each bamboo card book. The information recorded in these bamboo cards was limited, but it also helped him understand that after he fell into a deep sleep, many forces appeared in humanity that betrayed and murdered the heroes of humanity. Damn people, it's time to settle the bill with you. Nam Han's hand tightly grasping the bamboo card trembled with anger. Suddenly, Neem Han's afterglow discovered something. What's going on here? There's also a hidden gold leaf. Look, what is that kid doing? This guy won't be able to find destiny magic or magic from those bamboo cards, right? When Truong Ton heard that, he smiled contemptuously. It was just a fantasy. Those bamboo cards have been turned upside down many times. You're an idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of Neem Han he took out a bamboo card emitting a magical light that made people unable to take their eyes off. Oh my god, that's it. Truong Ton has already been slapped in the face with his words. I only saw at this moment that the bamboo card floating in front of Nam Han began to burn, emitting a golden light, and Waf was not ordinary. The golden color of the legend is the golden color that only Emperor magic can radiate that golden light. What's going on? This kid casually took a roll of bamboo cards to get the Emperor's magic. Haven't everyone turned over the bamboo cards there? In complete contrast to the excitement of the others, Nam Han was strangely calm and even a little disappointed because the low-level Emperor magic alone had no effect at all. Although this imperial technique was just chicken tendons to him, Truong Ton's men hastily ordered his disciples to surround him to take it from Neem Han's hands. Kwang Tich Ni was happy because his eldest brother had found the legendary Emperor technique. This time, he would make a great achievement. At this time, those people had surrounded him and asked Nam Han to show him his magic. The handsome guy, who didn't care about imperial magic or the crowd of people, immediately threw that golden scroll to Kwang Tich Ni and said it was for you. Everyone was startled by this action and speechless. Big brother Neem, I understand this magic. I will keep it for you. After I go out, I will return it to you. Neem Han saw that you misunderstood and explained that there was no need to return it. I don't value it. If you don't like it, throw it away. That's okay. This luxurious splendor of Nam Han makes Kwang Tich Ni's three views completely broken. Throwing it away, you say, throwing away the Emperor's art, why my god? Truong Ton was so angry that he was shaking but couldn't do anything. He could only mumble and curse. What is this kid doing? He thought we wouldn't dare touch Kwang Tich Ni, so he gave that golden eye to her to keep. Help is really a guy who only knows how to rely on women. Truong Kim next to him was upset and immediately understood his brother and asked if we should kill that guy first. Truong Ton was thinking and had not yet responded when another disciple quickly shouted when he discovered a strange mirror. Seeing that, Truong Ton immediately replied to his younger brother and walked closer to the mirror. There was no need to rush him to die. He could always go see the mirror first. Truong's senior brother, this mirror is a bit rude. Inside there is a woman brushing her hair. Ah, this racket wants to use beauty to seduce me. It's too disrespectful of me. Then break it. I want to see how many copies you have. Field. Kwang Tich Ni noticed the mirror and wondered what the big brother's problem was with that mirror. Neem Han then looked at the mirror and said that it was a Miru mirror and should not be broken, otherwise it would cause harm. Naughty. Truong Ton also heard these words and immediately shouted angrily, talking nonsense. You know what the hell? I'll just break it. Nam Han didn't want to care about these idiots anymore and just told Kwang Tich Ni to stand a little further away from the mirror. Standing apart when they are struck by lightning will implicate you. As soon as Neem Han's voice finished speaking, in the distance Truong Ton used his strength to break the mirror. He broke it and stood there waiting for a while but didn't find anything, but everything around was still so quiet. Haha, nothing happened. I knew right away that this kid was talking nonsense. His laughter was suddenly golden as a fierce source of energy descended from the sky and hit Truong Ton straight. A powerful lightning bolt from nowhere covered Truong Ton, almost turning him into a skeleton. The surrounding disciples saw this and gasped in surprise at what this heavenly thunder really was. Everyone run away and run away quickly. That group of people quickly ran away, but it was clear that the lightning had a positioning function, so they successfully hit each person with a beam, making them scream in pain. At the same time the mirror was broken, a monster with the appearance of a beautiful woman appeared flying in the air with a terrifying smile. Haha, beat you to death, beat the monks, you all deserve to die. Oh, there are still 2 fish in the net? That monster noticed Neem Han and Kwang Tich Ni standing next to him. Then I will drain your blood myself and taste that delicious liquid. Seeing the monster attack again, Kwang Tich Ni quickly rushed forward. Don't be so arrogant, to help me. But her attack completely went through the monster's body without causing any damage. What's wrong? Why couldn't it touch her? The monster with purple hair smiled happily. Haha, I am a powerful mirror, so you can't touch me, but I can kill you. So become my tonic, you monster, said as she rushed straight towards Kwang Tich Ni and attacked. But suddenly, while she was flying, she stopped in bewilderment and could no longer move. Turns out, I don't know when Neem Han grabbed her leg. He looked coldly at the monster and ordered you to open the door to your lair and I will spare your death. The monster at this moment was made to pee his pants and asked in surprise, can you touch me? Facing it was Neem Han's profound eyes. Please answer my question without making it too long. The monster will not get angry again after being provoked, but you are weak and I will kill you for this arrogant crime. Responding to its aggression was a whip when Neem Han grabbed its leg and slammed it straight onto the floor. Damn it, don't think you're so powerful. If you want to go, you can't stop me. I'm invisible. Seeing the monster flying away, Nam Han secretly used his magical powers. After opening the CHAP01 acupuncture points in his legs, he was able to use magical powers, so his speed also increased many times. In that blink of an eye, magical powers were deployed and Neem Han discovered the monster right in front of him, causing it to panic. Why do you have this incredible speed? If you refuse to answer my question, then there is no use in keeping you. The monster laughed contemptuously and boasted without shame. I am an illusion created by a Miru mirror. You cannot kill me. Where? Renhan didn't say anything else but suddenly chanted a spell to summon a giant, extremely scary golden seal. When the beautiful monster saw the seal, her mouth widened in surprise. Oh my god, that was the legendary ghost-suppressing seal. Seeing this seal causes the aura of death to gradually envelop the monster and it screams in panic, otherwise my husband will not spare you. But regardless of its screams, threats and begging, the giant seal slammed down on its body, causing the monster to completely disappear. Everything gradually calmed down and Truong Kim's group was struck by lightning and lay black on the floor moaning. It was so painful that I almost lost my life and I felt like all the meat on my body had been roasted. Kwang Tich Ni looked at their tragic situation and sighed in panic because it was too pathetic. Fortunately, she had listened to her big brother's orders and stayed away from them. At this time, in the corner of the building, an illusory door emitting a sinister aura appeared. Neem Han gently walked to the door and muttered that this was probably the place, right? One of the guy's feet hit the floor hard and his loud voice commanded me to come here. Just seeing his voice ring out, that door seemed to be angered. Its insidious aura exploded more than ever, gradually covering this room. What exactly is this? This is the lair of evil spirits. This is also the residence of the Miru mirror. This time when prosperity comes, you do not expect to have an unexpected harvest like this. Seeing that Neem Han did not hesitate to enter that door, Kwang Tich Ni quickly chased after me and waited for me and Big Brother. Although Truong Ton and his brothers were struck by lightning, they were not seriously injured. They only struggled to stand up and stared at the door in front of them. After a while of deliberation, they still decided to go in because the Emperor's magic was still there. In the hands of Neem Han. Through the door, the group of people came to another space, which was like a giant cave, and there was an old man with white hair and beard sitting and enjoying tea inside. When everyone saw the old man's face clearly, they all screamed in surprise. If I guess correctly, this is the long-lost sect leader of the Upper Xian sect who is here again after that day. This is indeed the appearance of the sect leader, but it could also be a monster in disguise, so Truong Tone immediately used his supernatural powers to see clearly whether it was real or fake. Truong Tone's third eye began to emit light, and in that eye it was clear that this was the sect leader's true body, not a fake. It's true that the sect leader has been missing for 20 years. It's absolutely not wrong. The old man with white hair and beard also stood up and looked at the group of people who spoke. I didn't expect that many years have passed and you young disciples still recognize me very well. I am the current sect leader of the Upper Huin. Cardboard here. The group of people panicked and quickly knelt down to pay their respects, and the disciples asked to pay their respects to the sect master. The sect master happily nodded and accepted everyone's ceremony, then turned to look at the two Nam Han and asked them what to do. Quang Tichni panicked and hurriedly bowed but was immediately stopped by Neem Han with his hand. You don't need to kneel and worship him. It's just a fake product, why do we need to worship him? Truong Tone heard that and loudly questioned, what kind of brat are you to dare to judge whether the sect leader is real or fake? Truong Tone, I have supernatural powers and have checked it, I can tell you for sure. This sect master is the real thing at a real price. The sect leader nodded and suddenly summoned a 5-color lotus flower. After so many years, it is understandable that some people doubted my leader, so look here. When Truong Tone saw that lotus flower, he was extremely excited because it was a 5-colored miracle that only the sect leader could perform that miraculous vision, so it was certain that the sect leader could not be mistaken. Okay, after being locked up for 20 years, the sect leader will go and report to the elders to save him. Truong Tone was secretly happy because this would be an extremely great merit. No need to be in such a hurry, you can come in here, that means you are a lucky person. Now I will teach each of you a set of emperor techniques. The group of people are extremely excited. Neem Han and Quang Tichni stood next to her and witnessed the story, then he sighed and shook his head and told her to leave quickly. Seeing the two of them leave, Truong Kim immediately asked his big brother if he didn't stop them. Truong Tone smiled and shook his head. The sect master taught us the emperor's magic and this kind of good thing. Since they don't need it, then stop it. What? That's right, those two are really stupid people, huh? Regardless of what the group of people were talking about, Ren Han just walked straight towards a wall, causing Quang Tichni to quickly intervene. Big brother, forget it again and you'll hit the wall. But her worries were probably in vain when Neem Han touched the wall and the wall suddenly turned into a stream of air and he easily passed through it. What miracle is it that stone walls can pass through? Could it be that it is a mysterious agency? As soon as Nam Han stepped out of the wall, he entered another space with cool green grass and chirping birds. Quang Tichni followed through that wall. She turned around and looked back in surprise when she saw Truong Tone's group of people kneeling in the distance. Oh, where are we? Why do we have to complain about this? Why did the sect leader just now see that it couldn't have been a demon in disguise but it didn't feel like it at all? Nam Han calmly explained that this place was the magical mirror that had just happened. Everyone is in an illusion. The Miru mirror is the most powerful dream in the world. It is dangerous in that it can cause a group of people to hallucinate and all fall into the same type of illusion. In the past, there was an extremely powerful illusion created by the tribe. The maze created caused many people to fall into a state of confusion. Countless monks lived there for more than 1,000 years without knowing anything. Every disciple of the upper mysterious sect is extremely serious about the current disappearance of the sect leader, so in the illusion, the image of the sect leader appears, causing everyone to fall into the same illusion, so that's how it is. It's scary because it's so real. Truong Tone has opened the supernatural eye but cannot see the illusion, they will never discover it. The Miru mirror will dream eyes based on the things you see. When you cannot create something that you have never seen, it is easy to discover that you are in an illusion, including, this forest is also an illusion. Quang Tichni nodded and wondered where we should go next. Neem Han stood still and said that just wait here and the things that exist in this place will find themselves. On this side, Truong Tone was still in an illusion and asked if he could receive the Emperor's magic from the sect master. Hearing this, the sect master praised them all for being able to enter this place, meaning they had a great opportunity. He will teach each person a set of ancient techniques. The disciples are extremely grateful to the sect leader and will definitely jump into hot water for the upper mystic sect in the future. But it's strange that the sect leader now repeats his previous words again. You are all very likely to be able to enter this place, meaning you have a great opportunity. I will teach each of you a set of lessons. Imperial magic. Everyone looked bewildered at the sect leader who kept repeating that sentence over and over and didn't understand anything. Brother, sect master, have you been here for too long and have a problem with your mind? Hey, don't speak so disrespectfully to the sect master, don't you want to save your life? The sect master and disciples are all ready, the old man can teach the emperor's magic. Faced with everyone's request, the sect leader kept repeating that sentence again, making everyone feel that something was wrong and they began to be wary of their surroundings. Big brother, eliminating the monsters here means solving the problem of prosperity. This is truly a top achievement. Truong Ton also agreed with his junior brother, so he immediately signaled everyone to attack and kill this monster. But that monster just laughed lightly and gently kicked the two of them away. You guys are still too young and too naive to know your own strength. You can only rush forward and rush headlong into danger. The disciples were all beaten until they bled and they couldn't believe how strong this monster was. Even the sect elders couldn't be that strong. In the blink of an eye, the group of people who were once fierce in their attack were defeated and lying on the ground. They are too weak, so you can enter the illusion and play, the monster said as he cast magic again, causing countless hot and seductive beauties to appear in front of the gold men. All of them are people with nefarious mind magic, so they are easily seduced by beauty and fall into illusion again. Hee ladies, your body is so hard, why does your skin feel a bit burning when you touch it, but you are so beautiful. Looking at those crazy people holding logs of wood and constantly moaning made Quang Tich Ni panic. What kind of monster is this? I didn't expect to be able to perform such powerful magic. The giant monster pointed its hammer straight at Quang Tich Ni, smiling menacingly, daring to say that this king is a monster. You don't look bad. Stay here and oppress my new wife. Nam Han stood next to him in contemplation from the beginning until now. He spoke up to explain that he was not a monster. Haha, why are you scared? Do you want to surrender? But it's useless here, I won't keep the man. Nam Han stared at the monster in front of him and said that he was a deserter. The silver-haired, fanged monster was startled and shouted, "What are you talking about?" In his heart, he quickly reassured himself that he must have heard wrong. I said you are a deserter of the Meru tribe, Nam Han said so clearly, causing the monster to panic. Who are you? How do you know this? That year, the leader of the Miru clan was one of the 360 human soldiers. A great war broke out, and the cowardly Miru clan did not dare to leave the army, leading to the loss of morale of the entire army in the southeast. After this incident, there is a part of the clan that has escaped and is hiding in different places. You are one of them, right? Nam Han said a series of unfamiliar words, causing the girl next to him to mutter incomprehensibly, "What is the big brother of the Miru clan soldier?" Hearing these clear words, the monster was scared to death and stood trembling, and its face was filled with shock. I don't have to stop talking. This is the humiliation of the Meru clan and at the same time a crime that the Meru clan leader will never be able to wash away. He will forever have to bear this disgraceful name. The monster quickly shouted, "I told you not to say it anymore. Why is it not said that because the leader of the Meru tribe let you Meru tribe become deserters, countless outstanding people ended up dying miserably, do you know?" Nam Han kept talking, making the monster angry and not attack. Enough, then you shut your mouth right away. The terrifying aura is very strong, these muscles are too strong. No matter who you are, you have no right to criticize me and no more right to criticize the patriarch. I will kill you. The monster's giant hammer and unbelievable strength smashed down, but Nam Han easily blocked it with one arm. The monster, seeing this scene, felt like he was struck by lightning and panicked. How could his slash just have the power of all things? How could he block it? It didn't stop there. He gently squeezed the giant hammer and broke it into pieces. The bewildered monster felt the source of energy surrounding Nam Han and screamed, "The clear life, is this the legendary indestructible body? Could it be that you are?" Seeing that the monster had noticed something, Nam Han coldly looked towards it and asked, "Do I have the right to blame you now?" The monster quickly knelt down on his knees and sobbed, the young patriarch of the Miaryu clan asked to pay his respects to the young master. Hearing these words, Nim-han was also a bit surprised because he did not expect that he was still the young patriarch of the Miaryu clan. We all thought that the young master had fallen into a deep sleep, but unexpectedly we could still be lucky enough to meet the young master again in this world. Sir, please listen to me explain that what happened that year was not what you thought. That year, our Meru tribe was ordered to create illusions in the battle in the southeastern Star City to keep the enemy at bay. At first, everything went smoothly according to the master's plan, but unexpectedly, the enemy's rearguard the Miaryu clan rebelled, someone betrayed our entire clan, father had no other choice but to withdraw his troops. But unexpectedly, the army was ambushed by the last traitor. After my father rescued me, he returned to the battlefield to fight until his last breath, even though my father was still unable to complete it in the end. Completed the mission, but he did not betray humanity. He fought for humanity until the last drop of his blood. If you don't believe that you can check my soul, if I tell even half a lie, my soul will be scattered. Nim-han shook his head, no need for you. Can't fool us. That year, Fairy Bok Hai passed away and I didn't know where to go, so I had to stop here. After arriving at the Upper Xuanzong, many traitor forces settled with the Upper Xuanzong and killed many outstanding people. I had no choice but to hide in the Prosperity House until now. So do you know who the traitor of the Miaryu clan was that year? Nim-han wondered. Sir, I don't know about that, but I will definitely investigate thoroughly. As he spoke, the monster kowtowed a few more times. My lord wants to continue to inherit his father's position as a soldier in the human world, continuing his will to follow him and fight against the gods. Nam-han stared at the monster with a serious face. He was still not qualified. Not every one of 360 soldiers could do it for so many years. The will of the Miaryu tribe in raising it was feared to have been almost worn away. How much is left here? The reason why Nim-han chose Kwang Tan as his warrior was because he saw that the second ancient mortal body was that he inherited Kwang Li's will. The Jiang family's original heart has never changed from father to son. Hearing that, the monster panicked and begged, what must I do to be qualified to ask you, just like that, otherwise I can't bear it. Do you really want to become a soldier? I'm afraid you'll have to pay with your life. Even in my dreams, I still think about all these years of living in cowardice and resentment all day long in the same place as these wild souls and ghosts. I want to continue these days. Before, it was because before our eyes there was only blackness, we couldn't see the road, we could only live mindlessly day by day. Now that I have met you, you are my light. Your Excellency, please teach me the same way you taught your father, even if your flesh and bones are broken, I will not disappoint you. Nam-han pondered for a moment and then nodded. There were 3 conditions. 1 was to gather the living members of the Miaryu tribe to rebuild the Miaryu tribe, 2 was to find the traitor that year, and 3rd was to find the Miaryu relics were left by the Miaryu patriarch. Hearing that, the monster nodded excitedly. Young master, rest assured that I will definitely fulfill the regret I felt for my father before he died in battle. If I cannot protect the battlefield of Star City, this time I will definitely complete it. Fulfill his wish. Okay, then you stand up. After standing up and calming down, the monster summoned a bunch of treasures and said that these were the things he had hidden all these years, perhaps they would be of help to you. Kwang Tich-ni looked at each treasure and was extremely excited. This is a holy soldier. What grade is this medicinal pill? The scent is so strong. Is this another book of imperial magic? Renhan looked at the pile of treasures for a moment, then shook his head and turned away. Take it, I don't need it. Take it, I don't need it. The young monster chief of the Miaryu tribe also smiled shyly and rubbed his head. Okay, it's understandable that you don't need it. After saying that, it summoned a precious stone and gave it to Kwang Tich-ni. Depending on this pure stone, the prince may not be interested, but this lady will probably like it. Seeing this, Nam-han was also satisfied and nodded to give her away. It would be very suitable for her. Kwang Tich-ni bewilderedly received the stone that was emitting a magical light and wondered what effect this thing had. Improve your physical health. Hearing these words, Kwang Tich-ni opened her eyes wide open. What does it mean to improve physical strength? This kind of treasure is indeed quite rare. The young patriarch of the Miaryu clan explained more precisely that it would be possible to improve the girl's special constitution. What would improve the special constitution? How could this special constitution not be a natural talent? Birth cannot be changed or enhanced. For you, there is nothing that cannot be changed. Young patriarch with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. So how should I use it? Simply swallow it into your body and refine it. Following Nam Han's instructions, the girl gritted her teeth and ate that giant stone. After that, Quang Tich Ni immediately sat down on the spot and practiced internal techniques to refine the energy contained in the mysterious stone. The young patriarch next to him felt Quang Tich Ni's breath and wondered if this lady's breath was a bit familiar. Nim Han nodded that she was a descendant of Quang Lai. It turns out that Quang Lai that year was also considered an invincible hero of the nation that stood out for an entire era. Refining for a long time, Quang Tich Ni suddenly screamed in pain and the power continuously surged out. That young lady is about to be unable to resist anymore. Nam Han calmly walked to Quang Tich Ni's side and injected a mysterious stream of energy into her body. When the young patriarch saw this, he was extremely excited. The essence of the eternal light of all things, the clear light that created all things, was basically caused by a special physical breakthrough and only the young master's clear light could cure it. Only you can help others improve their physical health. With the support of the clear light in her body, Nim Han Quang Tich Ni safely stabilized her meridians and broke through the final barrier, summoning the illusory image of a powerful, precious phoenix. After a while, the power gradually shrouded the girl, still sitting in the same place, bewildered, feeling the unusual changes in her body. Oh my God, have I made a breakthrough? My constitution has clearly changed from a precious body to a royal body. Isn't my unusual constitution very powerful? This is a holy body. A miracle happened when Quang Tich Ni's physical condition evolved into an ice phoenix holy body. This was like a dream. Your initial foundation is not bad, little girl. Ordinary people can only upgrade their special physique to 1 level, but you can advance to 2 levels and even awaken one of the 20 saints. Can be at the top. Quang Tich Ni heard that and immediately turned around to look at Nim Han to offer thanks. Thank you so much for the regeneration of my big brother just now. I felt like my body was about to explode. My internal organs seemed to be burned and I almost couldn't resist. I can help it. Seeing that there was nothing left, the young clan leader immediately bowed to Nim Han. Sir, I will now complete the task you have assigned me. Let's go. The honor and disgrace of the Miaryu clan all depend on you. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint your entrustment. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation array was deployed by the young chief of the Miaryu clan and his giant body disappeared in front of Nim Han's eyes. No one knew what was happening inside and outside, but Quang Tich Ni's second elder and master still vaguely felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Why do I feel like there's a strong existence coming from inside and flying out? Am I hallucinating? Just as the second elder was bewildered, a man with orange hair appeared right behind her. So why did the elder come here leisurely? It's not easy to meet the elder on a normal day. Seeing this man, the second elder's voice became harsh and extremely disgusted. If the fourth elder isn't here, why don't you stop acting like this? Haha, if so, the elder said so, then I don't hesitate to say it directly. This time the Truong family's disciple is Truong Tone and the chance to enter is definitely ours. Don't expect any chance. Nonsense, Truong's disciples are truly outstanding, but my disciples are no worse, no less. Don't forget that Truong Tone is a royal body and Quang Tich Ni is just a precious body. This point alone is millions of miles apart. The second elder glanced at that man and did not give up. Special physique is just one aspect of aptitude. Who says that special physique determines a person's limits? In the past, Emperor Quang Lai completed it. He doesn't have any special qualities, but isn't he outstanding in an era? The other man clearly did not agree with this point of view. The second elder's attempt to argue was pointless. Let's wait until we go out later so I can see what other excuses you can come up with. At this time, powerful energy streams arose inside and began to flood everywhere, and because the young patriarch Miaryu left, all 5 levels of illusion in this place would disappear. Unexpectedly, this place would last 5 years. The world's illusion layer has such magical races. In the blink of an eye, the cloak disappeared. 2 people, Nim Han and Quang Tich Ni, appeared in the hall where they had entered, meaning that from the beginning until now, they were still in the same place and had not gone anywhere. The girls and trees that Kim Tone's men hugged and fell into an illusion were actually just huge house pillars. In the blink of an eye, the illusion disappeared and they gradually regained consciousness, but their eyes were still very confused and perhaps deeply affected by the illusion. What am I hugging the princess? Why did she turn into a pillar? What happened just now? Wasn't I having a late-night conversation with the widow next door? Damn, we've been hiding from magic again, and all this time it was just an illusion. Today, he really lost all face. Truong Ton clearly realized the problem, making his face turn red with embarrassment and shame. Now let Truong Kim point at Neem Han and tell him, look at Kwang Tich Ni and Neem Han, they're trying to go out. Seeing that, Truong Ton immediately rushed forward to stop the two of them. Ren Han, stay, he will kill Truong Thiat of the Truong family. I will definitely die today. Kwang Tich Ni, please tell me about today's story and swear that you will never reveal it to anyone before I will let you go. Nam Han completely ignored them and still walked out. This stupid guy has really stopped helping and has had so many things like that happen and still thinks he is right. Truong Ton heard that and smiled maliciously. You really make me feel ridiculous. A weak person receiving Kwang Tich Ni's protection is also worthy of saying those words. Kwang Tich Ni, don't you dare. Kwang Tich, does Ni have that kind of bravery? Kwang Tich Ni smiled at him, then took a step forward and asked Truong Ton, do you dare to fight with me? What, Kwang Tich Ni, do you really dare? Why don't you dare come here? Seeing you so fierce makes Truong Ton feel a bit awkward. Are you crazy? Tich Ni was outside just now. If it weren't for your master, who would have abolished you? Do you really believe what that kid says? Don't talk anymore. If you're afraid, I'll just accept you with one hand. Having said this, you can't fight if you can't fight, but thinking like that, Truong Ton immediately rushed forward, still muttering, angry to death, if that's the case then I will give you your wish. Faced with that guy's stormy attack, Kwang Tich Ni immediately used her holy-bodied secret technique of absolute zero. In the blink of an eye, a stream of icy power suddenly appeared, freezing the oncoming Truong Ton. Seeing his brother being overpowered in just one move, Truong Kim standing next to him was extremely surprised and couldn't believe it. But it's clear that Truong Ton is not a vegetarian, so he easily used his royal body to break that cold layer of ice. The attack just now also caused damage to Truong Ton's body, making him very frustrated and confused. How is this possible? Why is your mysterious ice body so powerful? Kwang Tich Ni saw that appearance and smiled sweetly and asked, are you scared? Truong Ton's 3 eyes turned white and his face was full of angry attacks, afraid that the heavenly fart would open everything for me. If Kwang Tich Ni has the ability, then continue this attack of my heavenly eye. He doesn't want to get involved too long, so he immediately uses the supernatural ability of the divine eye, one of his powerful evil cards. Faced with the fierce fire that rushed towards her, Kwang Tich Ni continued to use her secret technique of Ice Phoenix World to summon a giant ice phoenix to attack. This time it was Truong Ton's turn to be suddenly struck by lightning. What is this, the power of the holy body? How could Kwang Tich Ni be a holy body? That giant ice phoenix's speed and power were both extremely terrifying, causing Truong Ton to be blown away with just a light blow. Outside, the 4th elder is still smiling and teasing. The 2nd elder inside is about to go out. It's a bit harsh to hear. I think you should mentally prepare for what might happen to your disciples. Unexpected things are okay. 4th elder, what do you mean by that? Are you planning on plotting against me? Why don't you say something happened to your Truong family disciple? If you dare to say anything more clearly, I will tear your mouth open. That old man didn't care about that threat but was still very arrogant. What the elder said was true. Even if Truong Ton was there, he would definitely not lose. But before he could finish his sentence, right at the entrance of Thin Koi Pavilion, a cold explosion appeared, attracting the attention of the two of them. I just saw Truong Ton being blown out from inside, looking extremely miserable and blood flying all over the sky. The 2nd elder looked at the extremely surprised face of the 4th elder and smiled happily. Ha, 4th elder, open your eyes wide and see who happened to the accident. The old man quickly ran to his disciple's side and asked, what happened? Did you encounter a powerful monster in Thin Koi Ka? Truong Ton was severely injured and couldn't stop vomiting blood. When he heard his master's question, he immediately confided. The 4 elders, Kwang Tich Ni and Kwang Tich Ni, blew him out with one blow. The other 2 people thought that there was some powerful monster. When they heard this answer, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Why is this impossible? The 2nd elder's disciple is just a small treasure, how can it be your opponent? The 2nd elder also nodded in agreement. Although Kwang Tich Ni has very good qualities, she said that it hurt you. It's too heavy to believe. When Truong Ton heard that, he became angry. What could he say? Kwang Tich Ni, she is clearly a saint, otherwise how could Truong Ton be defeated so easily? The second elder's voice became incomprehensible and asked, Truong Ton's holy body, have you been beaten to the point of stupidity? At this moment, before the door of prosperity, Quang Tich Ni appeared behind the mysterious smoke and opened her mouth to call her master. Seeing that her disciple was safely out, the elder woman breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called out to her, Quang Ni, come here. There's a big idiot saying you're a holy person. He wants to slander you. Since he's seriously injured, quickly tell the fourth elder what's going on. Master, you are now a holy body. Do you hear clearly? My disciple said it is a holy body. What are you, the holy body? The second elder now feels that life is truly a myth. Wait a minute, tell me again what kind of physical condition you are, so don't be crazy. Faced with Master Quang Tich Ni's constipated face, he revealed the strange vision of his own holy body for everyone to see. Master, I am now an ice phoenix holy body. You won't believe it. The shining holy body is indeed the holy body. After all, Tich Ni, everything is like that. Could it be that before that you were the physical twin of the original holy body and the holy body did not awaken? Hearing her master's question, the girl immediately explained that thanks to receiving a great opportunity during the prosperity, the precious body evolved into a holy body. Hearing her reason, the two elders were once again startled and quickly denied loudly that there was no way such a thing could have happened. How can a special physique evolve? I've never heard of it before. Tich Ni. What you said is a bit hard for me to believe. Master, it's true. I also feel like I'm lying down. Dream so. In any case, now comes the big proposal to deal with this matter first. This is a big matter of the sect. Although still very confused, the elder woman felt that she should tell this matter to everyone in the sect first, so she quickly brought it up. She flew away. This time, Tich Ni, you have received such an opportunity. It must be you who is a true disciple. Master, in fact, I was able to receive such an opportunity thanks to Big Brother Hien giving it to you. As soon as she said that, she took out the golden scroll and showed it to the master. The second elder was startled again. This is an emperor technique worthy of my disciple, but she still found the future of Quang Ni emperor technique. Mine is extremely bright. This magic master was also given to you by my eldest brother. What did Neem Han give me, but why did he give it to me? He said he didn't need it. Nam Kung Nung Tuet stood next to witness the story at this time and looked at that man. She did not expect that Neem Han could go out alive, and Quang Tich Ni also had this great opportunity. Related to the following task Han. Hearing her disciple say a few words, the second elder looked down at Neem Han in the yard and said, Neem Han, Tich Ni's fate has something to do with you, so follow me. Then she used magic to pull Neem Han along and fly towards the main hall of the sect. Nam Kung Nung Tuet stood alone in the front yard of Thin Koi Pavilion muttering, as expected, it was related to Neem Han. If I hadn't made the wrong choice from the beginning and built a good relationship with Nam Han, would Quang Tich Ni's current fate have become mine? The stupid girl is now starting to regret her choice. What? In the main hall of the mountain gate, the deputy headmaster's annoyed voice rang out when he saw Neem Han. Why is it this kid? Second elder, why did you bring this kid here to disturb this sect leader's practice? Hearing that, the second elder quickly smiled and explained that the matter at Thin Koi Pavilion had been resolved. The ugly eyebrows of the deputy head of the sect are horribly petty. How can the affairs of prosperity and prosperity be resolved so easily? The elder woman signaled her disciples to come forward. Tich Ni told the deputy sect master everything that happened at Thin Koi Pavilion. After hearing Tich Ni's story, Deputy Head Quach immediately wondered what the Miaryu tribe was. Have you ever heard of it? The fourth elder shook his head. He had never heard of it. Renhan, don't you explain a little to us? No, if something unexpected happens, you won't see the Meru tribe again in this life, so why explain? Seeing the fourth elder brother's disdain for everything, he gritted his teeth angrily. If this brat is still as obnoxious as the sect leader, if he refuses to speak, then pry his mouth open. The great elder suddenly appeared and then spoke up to stop him. Wait a minute, he doesn't want to say anything. Why force him further? Neem Han has already solved the disaster, and even found a set of emperor techniques that should have been comment on awarding rewards. The deputy head of the sect did not agree with that opinion. The emperor's technique was in Quang Tich Ni's hands, of course her credit. Quang Tich Ni could be promoted to a true disciple, and if Renhan did not explain clearly. When it comes to prosperity, the sect leader cannot discuss merit and rewards. Nam Han, this matter is a great and rare merit. Listening to this elder's advice to explain what happened while there was an opportunity to escape from the dirty room, faced with the good intentions of Elder Nam Han, wearily turned around and left. No need to worry. The service room is quite good. I'll go back first. The deputy sect master was angered by this appearance. Look at his attitude and see if he respects my sect master at all. If he comes, he comes, if he goes, he goes, who doesn't know if he thinks he's the master? Subject. Great Elder, I don't care how you enjoy him, today I must punish him to relieve this anger, just as the deputy head of the sect was screaming at a disciple from afar who rushed in and didn't know what to do. Stop screaming, there's an urgent matter to report. The deputy headmaster was extremely angry but also tried to control his anger and said if there was something urgent to say. The other disciple was breathing like a buffalo while eagerly recounting the story. Tai Huinman had just transmitted the news that tomorrow there would be a messenger to negotiate the separation of the two sects. All the elders and the sect leader who heard this news all had serious expressions on their faces. What is so hateful that you are causing trouble with my Upper Xian sect? On the surface, they are friends, but in reality, Tai Huinman still has not given up on annexing. But I see that Huinman is now a major force in the Xian sect and we have absolutely no resistance, we can only take one step at a time. Whatever. Deputy sect leader Guo pondered solemnly, I'm afraid it will be difficult to renounce the Upper Xian sect when it comes to marriage. I still haven't chosen to let you be the leader. Who can get married to the young master of the Tai Xian sect? The fourth elder suddenly came up with a good idea, let the second elder's disciple Quang Tich Ni go and get married to the young sect master, right? The second elder turned white in anger in front of his disciples. What are you talking about? What the hell? This is absolutely impossible. If that's the case, then I have a choice. Last time, wasn't there someone in my sect who was promoted to a proud disciple because she found an ancient and gentle person? She was a woman and was sent out as a useless person. I have nothing to lose to the upper mysterious sect and can still solve the sect's disaster. The great elder loudly and nonsensically remonstrated. Do you know who the proud disciple is? The proud disciple is the one who can bring pride to our upper profound sect. If you don't protect the proud disciple, that's fine. I still want to push her into the fire pit. This elder is ashamed to be your fellow student. Humph, great elder, you are noble and talented. If you have the skills, then solve this problem. I tell you that Tai Huinman will definitely come prepared. If you don't give them an answer, then everything will happen. It's not as simple as sending a proud disciple away. The great elder, with such a stern and cold face, could not do such a shameless thing. The deputy sect leader had a headache and ended the story. Let's all stop arguing. This matter will be left to the great elder and fourth elder to improvise. Don't let our Upper Xian sect bring any more disasters. What happened in the main palace, Nim Han did not know. But now he has returned to the house to do his chores. The other two people still stuck on the wall saw him return and quickly closed their eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Deep Tin quickly stepped forward to welcome his young master back. Nim Han glanced at the two people stuck on the wall and wondered why they were still here. The two of them were still there, probably stuck against the wall and unable to get down. Nim Han also ignored those two people and called Deep Tin. Come here, Deep Tin, I have something to ask you. Seeing that Nim Han had left, the other two breathed a sigh of relief. He discovered that we were pretending to sleep. How did he know that we could get out of the wall? Don't be afraid. Why don't we just pretend to be stupid and not go there? The spiritual energy here is dozens of times stronger than outside. If I could practice here, I would be willing to hang on the wall for the rest of my life. Anyway, if he doesn't throw us out, we'll just stay here. In the beginning, he stuck us in the wall and he's responsible. Inside the room, Nim Han suddenly asked Deep Tin if you had any relationship with the head of the upper mysterious sect. The poor girl heard that and was surprised that you already knew everything. When Deep Tin heard about the sect leader of Upper Xian sect, she pondered for a while before she sullenly told the truth. The sect leader of Upper Xian sect was actually my father. Sure enough, the last time the Miru mirrors turned out to be the image of the sect master, although it was not real. From the breath one could feel something related to Deep Tin. It turns out that when this girl was born, her mother made mistakes in her practice, which led to her being born both stupid and ugly. Even though her father led her back to the upper mysterious sect, he was still the leader after all. The head of a sect, because of his reputation and image, never publicly announced his relationship with his daughter until he disappeared. Sir, if you ask like that, do you have any clues for my father? Neem Han immediately shook his head, but for now there is no clue. While the two of them were talking, the pitiful voice of Bok Zao Zao was heard from far away. Help, save my life. The representative brother saved me and they want to take me away. The girl was sobbing and crying pitifully. Right behind her are two fierce disciples. We, Bok Zao Zao, follow the orders of the sect master, quickly follow us, otherwise we can only force you to go. Nam Han approached and loudly questioned why he wanted to take the girl away. When the other disciples saw that, he aggressively threatened that it's not your business. I advise you not to waste your time worrying about other things. Ren Han didn't care much, so he ordered Lu Loi and his two men to quickly chase them out of this place. Arrogant Lu Loi, are you just a handyman disciple who dares to take care of my inner sect disciples? It's clear that this disciple doesn't put the handyman disciples in his eyes at all and is extremely disdainful and contemptuous. What are inner sect disciples in this courtyard? Even if the heavenly king comes, it's useless. Lu Loi smiled arrogantly and immediately rushed forward to attack. The inner disciple swung his fist to block it and mumbled under his breath, but in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by Lu Loi and flew far away. Seeing that his accomplice had already been blown away, the remaining inner sect disciple next to him stared at Lu Loi in surprise. How could a handyman like you be so powerful? Lu Loi didn't say much but just coldly looked at him with scary eyes and went away. Startled by Lu Loi's terrifying aura, that disciple abandoned his accomplices and hastily ran away, but still did not forget to loudly threaten, "Lawless, you just wait for me." Seeing that he had chased away that crazy friend, Lu Loi was so moved that he almost cried. He didn't expect that one day, Lu Loi could easily defeat the inner sect disciples. This is truly unbelievable. You will always be a god. My spirit. The two disciples returned to the main hall to report to the great elder and the fourth elder, reporting to those elders of Ren Han who were so arrogant that they turned the service yard into their own area. This was so obvious. Is lawless and heavenless. Does it make sense that if the great elder doesn't eliminate this guy one day, the upper mystic sect will not be at peace for a day? The great elder immediately shook his head. The fourth elder, the matter is still not clear. Why do you have to say it so seriously? Even more serious than what I said. Bok Zao Zao is related to the survival of the upper mysterious sect. Even if Neem Han dares to interfere in such a big matter, he deserves to die 100 times over. From the moment he entered the upper Xian sect until now, the things he has done are unimaginable. I feel that he should be considered a special disciple to be trained. Who knows, maybe in the future he will have a great impact on the Supreme Being. Xian Tong. The great elder seems to be still protecting him, but Ren Han must die today. The orders from below are all on the move to destroy Ren Han with the crime of rebellion, which is not true of destroying the entire hospital. Hearing this, the great elder's voice also became a bit colder and questioned. The second elder said that the Dharma Hall is the place with the strongest power in the upper Xian sect. Only the deputy sect leader has the right to mobilize him to take power. What? Hearing that, the fourth elder smiled triumphantly and took out a glowing token. Look, what is this? The honest great elder looked at the token and was extremely surprised that the deputy sect master actually gave it to him to hold. Hee, I didn't expect it, right? The deputy sect leader gave me the order a long time ago. Now you have nothing more to say. Looking at the proud back of the fourth elder walking away, the great elder sighed tiredly. A moment later, a young man in pure white robes hurriedly ran to see the great elder. Is it something important that you summoned me so urgently? The great elder looked thoughtfully at his disciple and seriously instructed, So Neen, now quickly go to the janitor's office to find a janitor named Neem Han. Tell him about the four elders' actions. The court came to deal with him and told him to quickly escape. The young man named So Neen was surprised to repeat the words of his master's servant disciple. I'm not an ordinary handyman disciple, but I don't have time to say much more to you. Please go quickly. Now I have to go see the deputy head of the sect to tell you to revoke your order if you don't comply with the law. If he takes action, Neem Han will not be able to escape. So Neen immediately smiled and replied, I will go to work right away, master. The young man hastily left to carry out his mission while thinking. A handyman had offended the four elders and law enforcers of the hall. TSK, what kind of mischief was this? Why did he cause such trouble that many people wanted to deal with it? So, On the way, many disciples saw this young man so mean and smiled warmly to greet him. Duong, senior brother, when are we going to drink tomorrow? Let's meet up for a meal. Senior brother recently had an auction with a very good item. When do we have time to go see it together? Duong So Nin was friendly and polite, smiling and responding to each person, always with a happy smile on the lips. It seems that Nam Han doesn't understand what cultivating immortals is. What is cultivating immortals? The most important thing is the cultivator's morality in dealing with people. At this time, Nam Han was on the roof of the service building, feeling the aura around him. He had absorbed more than half of the aura of the five-colored temple that should have provided the heavenly wolf scene, if so. I'm afraid the monsters in those secret realms won't be able to sit still anymore. At this time, Duong So Nin also came to the front yard, looked at Nam Han on the high roof and called out, "You are Nam Han, right?" Ren Han coldly glanced down and nodded that it was me. "Please come down here. My great elder master told me to convey this message to you." Nam Han was still coldly standing up there, just nodding his head and signaling to go ahead. "What is it? Do you want me to stand like this, turn my face up and talk to you?" So Nin was stunned by that indifferent appearance. "If not, then what, do you want me to come down?" Nam Han is so innocent and guilty. "Human, do you understand what politeness is? I am a disciple of the great elder and a true disciple, a small servant, how come I don't know any hierarchy?" Seeing him making noise, Nam Han immediately asked the great elder, "Why did you say this? I'm a handsome gentleman who knows how to control his emotions, receive guests carefully and thoughtfully like Duong So Nin, but you make me so angry that I don't know what to say." Okay, just stay still for me. If you don't come down, I'll go up with you." This person named Duong So Nin works leisurely and doesn't care about details, so even though he was angered, he still didn't forget his master's instructions. As soon as Duong So Nin jumped onto the roof, he was stunned when he felt abundant energy surrounding his body. What's going on? Why is there such abundant spiritual energy on this roof? While he was still kneeling there in bewilderment, Nam Han gently flew down to the ground. Seeing this scene, Duong So Nin was completely bewildered. "Wait a minute, I still haven't told my master where to go." Nam Han flew down to the field and stood next to Bok Zao Zao while the little girl wondered, "Delegate brother, who were you talking to just now?" As soon as the girl finished speaking, Duong So Nin fell from a high place and hit her face on the floor. TSK, it's amazing how rich the spiritual energy here is. Since when did the Upper Xian sect have this place? It seems that not only the roof but the entire house of miscellaneous services are extraordinary. Seeing the person who had just fallen down and sitting stupidly on the floor, Bok Zao Zao approached and asked, "Brother Duong, why did you come here?" Duong So Nin saw the sweet girl and smiled with a face full of dust. What a terrible coincidence is that the proud disciple Bok Zao Zao is also here. "Brother Duong last time treated me to a meal but you still haven't invited me back. I'll invite senior brother Duong again next time." When Duong So Nin heard that, he immediately smiled and waved his hand. "We're all brothers, it's okay." "That's right, let me introduce to you a little bit, this is my representative brother Nam Han, this is senior brother Duong in Upper Huintong. He is considered a person who knows many people well and thanks to him. And I also got to know many more brothers and sisters." Duong So Nin then solemnly continued to say, "Bok Zao Zao, if this Nam Han is your cousin, then there is something urgent I need to tell everyone." Nam Han didn't let him speak, so he shook his head and said no need to say it. "I don't need anything, what I'm talking about is related to life and death. Those people are coming." Nam Han suddenly pointed to the sky and above there was a horse-drawn carriage approaching on the clouds. The horse-drawn carriage sped through the air and headed towards the hospital. A voice filled with murderous intent rang out, making everyone shiver. The law enforcers of the unrelated line quickly got out of the way. When Duong So Nin saw the carriage, he was surprised and worried that he was dead. They were here. The danger was already one step late. "Ren Han is on the alert today. He must kill you. Run away quickly. My master has already gone to beg the deputy head. I will buy you more time. Maybe you still have a chance to live." Ren Han will continue. Coldly shook his head. "No need. No need, a handyman like you probably doesn't know the power of the law enforcement hall. Behind the fourth elder, there are many people holding positions in that law enforcement hall." At this moment, from the carriage, a tall man with a fierce face radiated enormous pressure. "Where is Nam Han?" Duong So Nin immediately jumped up and towards the carriage and gently reminded Nim Han, "Run away, I will hold them back." So it turns out that the hall master hasn't seen the hall master in a long time and still looks the same. The man saw Duong So Nin and also smiled in response. It turns out that it's little brother Duong So Nin. It's been a long time since I've seen him and I didn't expect to see him again. Meet you here. Hall master, would you like a cup of tea to review old stories first? The other guy immediately clasped his hands and shook his head. Brother Duong, I have something important to do today. It's not convenient. I'll invite you again another day, okay brother Duong? Don't choose a day that's better than meeting the Dharma Hall. Even if you want to arrest someone, there's no need to rush. Don't hide anything. This time, I'm here to arrest an arrogant disciple named Nim Han and hide this matter personally. The four elders ordered that there could be no delay. Oh Nim Han, I know this person but he has already left and is not here. Duong So Nin said while thinking to himself that it was fortunate that he was smart and helped Nim Han smoothly complete the task assigned by his master. Hearing that, the hall owner used sharp eyes to look at the yard in the distance and asked if you were sure. Duong So Nin calmly nodded and definitely did not believe it. Then the hall master took a look for himself. The young man said as he pointed to the yard of the service room, and oh my god, Nim Han was still standing there. Seeing Nim Han Duong So Nin, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Why is he still there? At this time, brothers Truong Ton and Truong Kim had already appeared towards Nim Han and they smiled proudly. Second uncle, let's go and arrest that guy. The master of the hall nodded and walked away. Seeing this situation, Duong So Nin couldn't stop worrying because it wasn't real and this time it was really over. The two of them flew in the sky and looked down at Nim Han in a loud and threatening manner. If Ren Han had not eliminated you last time at Thin Koi Ka, this time you would surely be dead. Ren Han looked up at the two ants in the sky and gently spit out two words. When the two brothers heard it, they burst out laughing. It's funny that if you tell us to go down, we have to go down. If you don't get down, you'll die. Truong Kim angrily pointed straight at Nim Han and scolded, nonsense. You still want to touch our feathers? While the two of them were being arrogant, suddenly a fierce source of energy came from somewhere, making them unable to stand. Suddenly, both brothers Truong Ton and Truong Kim were hit hard on the ground, causing a cloud of dust. One moment he was laughing and talking arrogantly, the next he was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, bleeding profusely, making everyone else surprised. Seeing this, Ren Han mobilized energy to cover the bodies of the two of them and thought to himself that the more divine power, the better. The hall master standing above was surprised and suddenly his two nephews fell there, so he immediately ordered the surrounding disciples to quickly come down to see what was wrong with them. The disciple obeyed and quickly landed next to his brothers Truong Ton and Truong Kim to examine. If you don't watch it, then as soon as you watch it, that disciple will be so scared that his eyes will open wide. He worriedly shouted loudly. The hall master, they all passed away. The hall master was surprised. What are you talking about? The hall master will be killed so easily. The arrogant disciple quickly pointed to Nim Han in panic and said that the master of the hall was really dead and it was definitely because of this kid's tricks. The hall master was so angry that his eyelids were torn as he glared at Nim Han. You brat, dare to kill my Truong family's descendants 3 times 7 times? Facing the pressure from the head of the hall, Nam Han still coldly looked at him with his deep eyes. What are the descendants of the Truong family? If you dare to cause trouble again, I will destroy your entire Truong family. What an arrogant gentleman! Saying these words makes my blood boil. Lu brother, don't let the blood rush to your head too much. Our master is currently facing the entire law enforcement department. I feel a bit scared. Hearing that, he slapped the disciple next to him in the face and loudly warned, don't you dare be afraid that I will destroy you. Lu Lei then turned around and pointed to all the handyman disciples present in the courtyard. Everyone, listen clearly today, no matter what the situation is, you must always stand by my master's side. The situation is getting more and more out of control, causing the two old men stuck on the wall to wonder. Truong Protector Zhang's 2 young disciples have just died. Don't you have any thoughts? Zhang Protector nodded. I feel like Nim Han is about to be unable to protect this hospital anymore. Should we leave? The royal deacon looked up at the sky and sighed, mobilizing the law enforcement hall to show that the will of the Ren Han sect cannot confront the entire sect. Looks like we can't stay in this small courtyard to practice anymore, so let's go down. On this side, the hall master smiled arrogantly, hiding his anger. You said you would destroy my entire Zhang family, haha, you really made me laugh. Everyone rushed to level this place for me, leaving no survivors. According to the hall master's words, all the law enforcement disciples who had been surrounding the carriage all rushed forward and jumped down, preparing to destroy them. Ren Han. But just as they flew halfway into the range of the mansion, a sudden feeling of loss of gravity appeared, making everyone unable to support it. All the disciples were like the Truong Tan brothers who had been slammed to the ground by an invisible force, even the carriage's neck was broken. The hall master finally realized there was something strange, so he mobilized again to try to continue moving forward. There is a problem with this small courtyard. Please be careful and go down to check again. This time, to ensure safety, he personally led the team to drag a few remaining disciples down on clouds. The hall master looked around and then secretly felt a new sense of solemnity. The spiritual energy here was not normal at all. It was not the spiritual energy that the place where the servants lived should have. Unable to find a clue, the hall master looked at Nim Han and loudly asked the kid here why he was like that. Ren Han didn't bother to look at him. What the hell does that have to do with you? Who was brave enough to kill him and take over this place for the four elders? The disciples once again rushed forward with murderous intent, wanting to tear Renem Han's body apart to gain credit. Immediately Lu Loi along with his brothers stood in front of Nim Han, facing the law enforcers in that hall. Stop and dare to be rude to the young man in the courtyard, have you all betrayed him? Lu Loi's fierceness made the hall master's eyes widen. You miscellaneous disciples, dare to resist the law enforcement hall and want to confront the sect. This is a rare thing. You dare to dare. Is it a secret report? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this hall master wouldn't have dared to believe that you guys were so brave, but I saw that you all had rebelled, so I couldn't let anyone else go without killing them all. Isn't this a group of janitors in the janitor's office opposing the elites of the law enforcement hall? Isn't this too rampant? The hall master wants to tear everyone in this ward apart. Then the two factions of the law enforcement hall's soldiers and the miscellaneous disciples rushed up and fought fiercely against each other. However, it was clear that the disciples of the law enforcement hall were much higher in cultivation and were all professionally trained, so they easily defeated Lu Loi and Deep Tin. Deep Tin was beaten until he vomited blood and tried to sit up and sigh. The cultivation level of the Dharma Hall disciples is several realms stronger than ours. The head of the hall proudly smiled at the law enforcement hall. We are all outstanding disciples. A bunch of useless and ignorant people like you guys now know the difference, what? The disciples in the law enforcement hall are all excellent. So how can I beat this? Seeing that his subordinate's mind was starting to waver, Lu Loi immediately violently punched him a few more times, causing his face to turn red. If he couldn't hit him, why panic? Don't you see that the young master is very calm? The hall master stared at Nim Han and asked, that boy, do you have any last words right now? Being bothered by this group of people 5 times or 7 times made Nim Han, who was usually very calm, frown, stubborn and ignorant today. He must kill someone. When the hall master heard that, he put on his face and laughed and joked with his subordinates. Did you hear what he said? He said that he must kill me. This kid street owner must have been scared to death. If he hadn't had a cerebral artery blockage for 20 years, he probably wouldn't be able to say this. Duong So Nin stood behind and sighed tiredly. What's the point of still being polite? I hope that the master's side will make progress, otherwise, Ren Han will be in a difficult situation to escape. On the other side, the great elder had arrived in front of the deputy sect master's cave but was blocked in front by the disciples guarding the gate. The great elder Quach sect master was practicing and he had said he would not meet anyone. The great elder stared at the two of them and sternly questioned you, do you dare to stop this elder? When the committed disciples saw this, they immediately clasped their hands together. Our great elder was only passing on the words, hoping he would not embarrass us. Seeing that he could not go any further inside, the elder stood on the spot and shouted loudly, Deputy Headmaster, please come here. But no matter how much the old man yelled inside the cave, there was still no response. This situation made even a calm person like the great elder angry and constantly cursing. What's the deputy sect leader's disappearance the day the leader of the entire Upper Xian sect, as the sect leader of a sect, is so narrow-minded that he can't forgive a busy disciple? You dog named Gua, tell me something. Otherwise, this elder will stand here today and scold you until you go out. At this time, the voice of the deputy sect master was heard inside the cave. Great elder, please stop saying such rude words. I only have one request from that Quach family, don't mobilize law enforcement to take action. Neem Han cannot die. You can't live by creating your own karma, Great Elder. Neem Han and you are not close, so why do you have to care so much about his life and death? Sect Leader Gua, this has nothing to do with our relatives. I'm worried about the Upper Xian sect. Neem Han, he is a genius that needs to be protected. You think that the Truong family's group of people will create factions to hinder the Upper Xian sect? The air is so foggy that we can't see. I don't know how those two people talked, but the scene was moved to the side of the law enforcement hall. Apart from the proud disciple Bok Zao Zao, there was not a single person left in this ward and was charged with treason and beheaded. For us, faced with the ferocious attack of that group of people, Neem Han calmly closed his eyes and gently ordered, Deep Tin Lu Loi, the two of you should cut the main line, let's take this line. When the other two heard the young master call their name, they were startled as if they had been struck by lightning or something. Not only were the two of them startled, but the group of law enforcement officers also laughed without tears. This kid really had an epileptic seizure and let two trash people we couldn't even beat go and kill the hall owner. It was truly a joke. In the world, while Lu Loi still stood there wondering and worried, Deep Tin had already dragged his giant body forward. The girl is as brave as a water buffalo and has a clear voice. The young master will not harm me. I believe in him. Damn it, 18 years later, I'm still a good man. Even if I die, I will still leave a name for posterity. Lu Loi, using my identity as a handyman to shake up an outstanding disciple, will still die gloriously. Right when the two of them rushed forward and prepared to commit suicide, Neem Han on this side closed his eyes and started chanting a prayer, Five-Colored Temple, please bless my hero. According to his chanting, the Five-Colored Temple began to emit strange streams of energy that ordinary people could hardly see or feel. That stream of energy flew next to Deep Tin and Lu Loi and crept into their bodies, making the two of them become stronger and have endless strength. At this moment, the disciple of the law enforcement agency slashed a sharp sword straight from top to bottom right at Deep Tin's head, and the little girl also gathered strength right into her fist. Spiritual blessing. Deep Tin felt as if his mind was more pure than ever, gently swinging his fist towards that sword. Suddenly, it was unbelievable that both the sword and that disciple were blown away. On this side, Lu Loi also felt the power bestowed by the temple, causing his will, strength, and speed to increase to countless levels. Thank you, sir, for giving me the strength. Lu Loi's voice resounds like a red bell with his murderous eyes. Relying on his divine power, Lu Loi easily defeated a law enforcement officer with just one easy attack. Suddenly, the remaining disciples of the law enforcement hall were all defeated with just one blow, and they fell to the ground, causing the hall master to be extremely startled. What's going on? Why did these two servants suddenly become so strong? Duong So Nin looked at this situation and his eyes were about to pop out. What exactly is this situation? Seeing the situation gradually getting out of control, the hall master shouted loudly, Damn it, how could you let two handymen and me defeat everything for me? Hearing that, a group of law enforcement officers rushed in from outside, rushing up like sharp arrows. But it was all in vain. With the support of the divine power in the temple, very quickly, the law enforcers of the hall were all defeated, leaving only the master of the hall alone. What is it? My law enforcement disciples have all been defeated. Weren't they all excellent disciples? They are the strongest and most loyal force of the upper mysterious sect, so why were they so easily defeated? Everything that happened was so strange that it made the hall master and Duong So Nin feel like they were daydreaming. What exactly is this? Ren Han is so scary. Could it be that there is power in this courtyard? Something strange was discovered and used by Nam Han. After defeating everyone, Lu Loi and Deep Tin began to surround the hall master. How dare you be so arrogant? This hall master is the hall master of the Dharma Hall, the second elder is my elder brother. You dare to be disrespectful to me? Faced with his threat, Lu Loi smiled humorously. What's the point of being an elder? Only the young master can talk. Please go to the hall master and die. It's so ridiculous that I will kill you. Even in this situation, the hall master is forced to act, revealing his terrifying power full of murderous intent. Lu Loi immediately burst out with divine power and aimed a palm straight at him. Deep Tin also gritted his teeth to block the hall master's attack, preventing his power from exploding violently. Damn, I didn't expect you guys to be able to block my attack. But it's not over yet. The hall master roared like a ferocious beast and used all his strength to mobilize all the strength in his body. This time, it wasn't easy to defend, so Lu Loi felt like a heavy hammer hit him in the face, causing him to fly away. Even the star was pushed back by this powerful force and screamed in pain. After repelling those two guys, the Hall Master stepped closer to Nam Han step by step. It was all for you today, no matter what, this Hall Master will have to kill you to be satisfied. Please go and die for me. The murderous aura appeared more intense than ever before. The Hall Master immediately rushed forward. Nam Han grimaced, stared at the tea-pan in front of him, and began to chant a spell and mumble out the 3 words beheading the enemy platform. Following his words, 2 pieces of a beheading platform suddenly appeared in the air and on the ground, along with a strange force that covered the Hall Master's body, making him startled. Suddenly, the 2 pieces connected together and wrapped around the Hall owner's neck before he could react. The best sacrifice used to perform rituals at the 5-colored kidney temple is the enemy's head, so the beheading stage is always something that belongs to the 5-colored temple. If the Upper Huin sect wants to change, it will be time for the decapitation stage to appear. Okay, the shrine is a wooden platform blessed with magical power that can decapitate any enemy that appears within the temple grounds. The destructive power of the beheading platform is indisputable. Contemptuous. Is this the sacred object of the sect that beheads the enemy in the legend? It is certain that the station is specifically used to behead enemies that cause harm to the upper mysterious sect that disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. How could it suddenly appear? Is here now. Regardless of everyone's surprise, Ren Han announced the final verdict, beheading the enemy platform that specialized in beheading the gods and thieves. Now, Truong family, you are helping the enemy to rampage in the upper mysterious sect, making the sect a hazy atmosphere. Tonight, I will behead you to rectify the sect. The Hall Master's mind became a mess of sweat. Mother's sweat began to pour out in worry. The person who dared to behead me, I am the master of the law enforcement hall, I was the one who beheaded someone else. Ignoring his threats, the sharp blade of the enemy's sword began to fall. Wait, are you really going to cut me off? At this moment, I couldn't mobilize the strength in my body, so the Hall Master really felt so scared that he trembled and peed his pants. Those 2 old men stuck on the wall were also extremely frightened. Oh my god, Neem Han was so terrible that he made the hall owner wet himself. Now I feel that Neem Han hanging us on the wall was too kind. Ren Han is indifferent. Do you have anything else to say? Boy, if you dare to behead me, even the Truong family or the Upper Xian sect will kill your 9th clan. Just saying that, then it's a long way to go. If not for the 4 elders to save me, the moment my life was about to disappear, the Hall Master used all his strength to call out loudly. At that moment, the 4th elder was like a streak of golden mandarin flying in the sky and then forcefully landed next to the enemy platform. You are so impertinent, Neem Han. Seeing the 4th elder finally appear on the main hall crying, brother has finally arrived. If you slow down a little bit, you won't see me anymore. Seeing this, the 4 elders also stared at the beheading platform and were secretly surprised. Could it be that this was the legendary enemy beheading platform that also appeared in the hospital? This house of chores is a treasure trove of practice. You must write that Kid Neem Han took over this house. Seeing that, the 4 elders coldly looked at Neem Han and ordered, now I order you to quickly release the Hall Master. Ren Han is cold. Are you dreaming? Why do you dare to disobey the order and you will commit a higher crime? You guys are making too much noise. Truong family's people are the sect's boils. I will definitely be beheading them today. Seeing that this guy is hard and doesn't eat hard and soft but doesn't eat soft makes the 4th elder grit his teeth. It's so insolent that it angers me to death. Duong So Neen also promptly stepped forward to advise, Neem Han, that's enough, don't drag the hall owner into a joke that can't be beaten, otherwise there will be no way back. Ignoring everyone's noise, Nam Han coldly beheaded him. The 4 elders angrily shouted, how dare you? Of course I dared, I only saw the blink of an eye and then the blade of the beheading platform quickly fell in the screams of the hall owner. With a loud splash of blood, it drenched the whole yard. Duong So Neen helplessly held his head and screamed, oh my god, I'm really beheading. The 4th elder's entire body trembled in anger and began to explode with strength. You don't care about anyone else. If I don't pull your tendons and peel your skin today, I won't be able to appease this hatred of mine. The elder's strength at this time was too terrifying, making Lu Loi and others extremely worried. Sir, be careful. I saw him as a giant demon who immediately rushed up and used a killer move to kill Nam Han in one move. Suddenly at that moment, a shadowy figure appeared from nowhere right next to Neem Han, coldly looking at this garden. Seeing someone suddenly appear, the four elders who were about to attack didn't have time to see clearly who they were, so they unconsciously shouted something. "Was that strong slap?" The other person also replied and immediately slapped a pop, causing the fourth elder to spit blood. "Who is this bastard who dares to hit me?" "It's me." So the person who appeared was the elder with a face full of anger staring at the four elders. The fourth elder saw clearly who was coming and was so scared that he wanted to pee his pants. "It's the great elder. Why did you come here? If I hadn't come, how much more chaos would you guys have?" The second elder immediately pointed at Neem Han and denounced, "This brat elder Ren Han is lawless. He dares to behead the head of the law enforcement hall master here. This kid is clearly a traitor." Hearing that, the old man indifferently stared at the guy in front of him. "I ask you one thing, why did the law enforcement department come to this hospital?" Truong's righteous words clasped his hands to report, "Of course to lead Bok Zao away." This Ren Han dared to stop the elder Eco from taking action to suppress this thief. As soon as he finished speaking, he received another squeeze from the old man, and his advice was about to fall out. This time, the four elders were beaten so stupid that they didn't understand anything. "Bok Zao is my last disciple and you dare to take him anywhere. Why would you accept someone with no qualifications as your last disciple every day?" This news really makes the four elders panic and almost die. Hearing him criticize his disciple, the supreme elder immediately rushed up to punch and kick and did not forget to scold me. "You took my last disciple away. Have you already asked my thoughts and still scold me for being a bastard?" The second elder was beaten until he had a swollen pig's head even though his face was unjustly groaning. "This matter is my fault, but the story of Neem Han killing the hall master and the disciples of the law enforcement hall cannot be ignored. This is felony treason." Bok Zao spoke up and asked who my fourth elder brother had killed. "He killed Truong Kim Truong Tone and the head of the law enforcement hall." The girl's eyes became sharp. "So why do you still not understand why all the people my cousin killed were from the Zhang family? The truth is that the person that big brother Neem is facing is not the Upper Huin sect but your Truong family." "Nonsense, even though they are members of the Truong family, they are also the pillars of the Upper Xian sect," but these words of the fourth elder, if not said, would make the elder even angrier than ever. "Run out of." The fourth pillar elder said these words without feeling embarrassed. "The master of the hall is doing bad things every day and raging arrogantly in the Upper Xian sect. Do you think I don't know? There are also other disciples of the hall. Your families are all in the same litter. You guys have made the sect become a miasma. Don't think that I just practice in seclusion and don't know anything." Listen to these words, the fourth elder's twisted explanation. "Your Majesty, can you hear me explain this matter? Related to people of the Truong family. That's enough, elder grandfather. I order that from today onwards, everyone from the Truong family in Upper Xian sect must be sent for careful investigation. If anyone is found to have violated the sect's rules, they will be severely punished." When the four elders heard this ban, it was as if they were struck by lightning, bewildered and unable to believe it. "I do not accept the elder. You have long since stopped paying attention to the affairs of the sect. Being biased like this, I cannot accept it." The elder's voice suddenly filled with murderous intent. "You say you are not convinced. So do you know what this is?" "I know this is the legendary beheading station. If you know how to behead enemies, don't you know that beheading enemies has its own spirituality? Since ancient times, it has only beheaded those who cause harm to the upper mysterious sect." Hearing that, the fourth elder's head was covered in sweat and he quickly explained, "How could this legend be considered true?" Seeing this, the elder suddenly used teleportation to appear right under the enemy's painful tongue in everyone's surprise. The old man's face was calm even when facing that deadly blade. What does the old man do every day? "Fourth elder, supreme elder, I know that I have no evil thoughts in my heart. If you dare to stand below this beheading platform, if you don't believe it, then do you dare to try standing here?" Facing this questioning gaze, the four elders were frightened and faltered. "Why are you still standing there? In the end, do you dare or do you not dare?" Being forced step by the elder made him unable to breathe, so in the end the fourth elder had to kneel on the floor. The elder, "I am satisfied, I do not dare to doubt his decision anymore. It's all nonsense anger." The surrounding witnesses were all surprised, but the most surprised person must have been Duong So Nin. Today's events were truly unimaginable. Nam Han's blessings were so deep that he could be safe and sound in this lifetime. If not, I have to quickly go and report to my master. Duong So Nin immediately flew away with Van Jia Vu. On the other side, the great elder is still very persistently standing in front of the deputy sect leader's cave. "Deputy sect leader, do you really want to put Yen Yen to death? It's that he committed suicide and no one forced him to die. The great elder smiled contemptuously. Haha, it's really jarring with this heart and personality of yours, you won't be able to let go of this vice for the rest of your life. Unable to talk anymore, the old man angrily turned around and left. The deputy sect master was heartbroken by what he said and was extremely bitter, staring at that old back and cursing, "Heh, you damn old man who doesn't know how to wake up, let me see how long you can still be a great elder." Again. I can't solve anything myself, the great elder also very depressed as he walks down the stairs step by step. Right now, Neem Han's matter can only be entrusted to Duong So Nin, hoping that he will listen to the advice and leave first. As soon as he returned to his private courtyard, the great elder immediately asked his disciple Duong So Nin how everything was going. Duong So Nin stood there with a face that was hard to say. "Master, let me think about how to start." "What do you need to think about for so long? Let me ask you if Neem Han has escaped yet." "No," the great elder sighed when he heard the answer, as expected. How could a stubborn guy have the ability to run away? How was his body disposed of? Duong So Nin immediately replied that the body had already been dragged away by the four elders. When the great elder heard that, he became angry. He was already dead, but the second elder still wanted to take his body away. Duong So Nin shrugged his shoulders in confusion. Master Truong is one of the important figures in the Truong family, bringing the body back is only reasonable, master. Huh, what are you saying that the dead person is the head of the law enforcement department? Great elder thought your old ears had misheard you. But Duong So Nin calmly nodded, that's right. Who killed him? It was Neem Han who killed him, so where is Neem Han now? He is still in the hospital and living very well, master. Oh my god, what's going on? This is so shocking I can't understand it. Please quickly tell me everything in detail. The old man's head is about to explode because he's so angry. Reappearing at the enemy station, an elder who had never cared about worldly affairs returned from the customs, and even recognized Bok Zao Zao as a disciple of the Truong family's sect and was investigated for this matter, leading to heavy losses. It cannot be said that Nam Han's luck is not ordinary at all. He was able to establish a relationship with Bok Zao Zao and also received the protection of the elder. The great elder immediately shook his head, wondering if it was really lucky. Have you heard why the great elder accepted Bok Zao Zao as his disciple? I don't know that. Master, is it possible that it was Xian Tian Ko's order? After all, Xian Tian Ko's command is still in my hand. The great elder pondered for a moment and then shook his head. The mysterious ancient order was just a holy item and no one knew exactly what its effects were, so there must have been some other specific reason. On this side, the four elders, after escaping from the grand elder, also hurriedly ran to report to the deputy sect master. Fourth elder, you came at the right time. I have something to look for you. The fourth elder's face was filled with awe and hesitation. Sect master Quach, sect master Gua, sect master of the hall, the master of his law enforcement hall. Coincidentally, the thing I want to tell you is about the chapter master. He is a descendant of your Truong family, so I have great confidence. This time giving him the task of dealing with the traitor Nam Han is also considered a success. Big Lao can take this opportunity to promote him to the position of 8th elder. So, in the row of elders, we have another person, so you should find an opportunity to take the position of the great elder. Before the 4th elders could finish speaking, the sect leader began to explain. Scheming. The sect master, the hall master, is dead. What's dead? What's going on? The deputy head of the sect was scared out of his wits by this sudden news. After listening to the four elders explain the story from beginning to end, the deputy sect leader was so frightened that he could not stand. Please repeat what you just said one more time for me. Oh God, I've said it 3 times already. Why was Nam Han able to escape this disaster? That boy is affecting my practice. If I don't kill him, I can't rest assured. It's even more unbelievable that Bok Zao Zao is the disciple of the elder. Neem Han had Bok Zao Zao as his support and indirectly received the protection of the elder, so we suffered such a serious loss. Right now, it's not just Ren Han's matter, but the elder has accepted the honor of his disciple as an official disciple. I'm afraid that the elder is training the future sect leader and he intends to take it out of my hands. Hearing that, the second elder touched his chin and thought. It is true that he has this ability. Even though Bok Zao Zao is a useless person with no qualifications, he cannot help but be on guard. This by Zao Zao must also be eliminated, but this matter has the Supreme Elder standing behind it, so it is very difficult to resolve. I have a plan for a messenger from the Tai Xian men to arrive, perhaps we can think of a way to coordinate with them. This group of people discussed with each other for a while and came up with a plan to harm others, which is truly a masterpiece. We should still stick to the original plan of marrying Bok Zao Zao, the master of Tai Huinmon's sect, and then all problems will be resolved smoothly. Not only did the elder Tai Thuong lose his disciple, Nam Han also lost his support. My superior Huin sect also said to Tai Huinmon that he was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hearing that, the deputy head of the sect nodded proudly. This is very good. If you hurry up and prepare, you must let the young sect master say that he wants to marry Bok Zao Zao. Moreover, this matter needs to be very careful and cannot be let the elder find out what we're doing. Very quickly a long day passed. The moonlight in this world was so splendid that it made people fall in love with it. Late at night, the sect's gate, which was originally extremely quiet, suddenly appeared hidden figures, bright red like the color of blood. Those are mysterious names with strangely patterned faces wearing black cloaks flying in the air. After turning left and right, their group gently landed on a building. The upper mysterious sect has really gone downhill, but I didn't expect the 2 of us to be able to get in here so easily. I feel Bok Zao Zao's breath. That's the person who, to see them tonight, must definitely lead her to the AM God Gate. A white-faced, hawk-nosed guy senses the surrounding energy and tells his accomplices. At this moment, a few disciples on patrol discovered 2 mysterious people and quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" Not only were those 2 guys discovered, they were not afraid but also smiled and rushed to attack. "We're here to send you on your way." He immediately used his hands to grab the disciples' heads and used soul protection to absorb their souls. The restrained disciples struggled in pain but could not escape. The rest of the people were startled, realizing what this secret technique was. They screamed loudly. They were people from the underworld. "Quickly go and report. Haha, don't even let anyone leave." Facing the terrifying face of the monster who looked like the god of death was demanding people's lives, causing the disciples of the upper mysterious sect to hastily run away. "Oh, don't come here." At the same time, in her private hospital, Bok Zao Zao was also startled awake by that evil energy source. "It's dangerous, the mark of the god of the temple is reacting, their people must have come here." The girl looked towards her arm and discovered that the mark of the ghost's face had appeared. Nam Han also appeared just in time. Before I could find them, they had already brought their bodies here. I saw that he gently waved his hand and took out the mysterious ancient order from Bok Zao Zao's body. "What do you want to do, representative brother? If I'm not mistaken, this is not a disaster for you, but a great opportunity. That's why you were able to wake up so quickly." At the same time, the 2 guys, after killing a group of guard disciples, rushed into the garden where the handyman disciples lived. It was here that Bok Tao cunningly was marked by a ghost that she was inside. Killing a disciple of the upper mysterious sect is as easy as killing a chicken or a pig. If you just kill someone, you can't leave anyone alive inside. While the 2 of them were happily laughing, a cold voice rang out from behind, startling both of them. "Are you the only one here?" One of them panicked and turned around shouting who it was. "When did this kid appear behind us?" "I don't know, but we can't delay. Let's kill him." Nam Han's strange, ghost-like appearance made the 2 assassins panic, but they quickly stopped attacking and using that familiar soul-destroying technique. But unfortunately, from Nam Han's body, an extremely majestic source of soul energy erupted, causing the other 2 guys to be pushed back. How could it be that I feel that this person's divine soul is as vast as the stars in the sky and the vast sea that cannot be absorbed? How could there be someone with such a powerful spirit like this? Lord Yinshen could not do this. Right at this moment, a magic vortex appeared in the sky and a skeleton monster wearing an iron helmet appeared. Fortunately, it was not too late. The 2 assassins saw someone coming and were excited and happy. "Distinguished guests, the guest has come at the right time. This guy is a bit special. Let's join forces to capture him and sacrifice him to the god of the underworld." When the skeleton monster heard that, he smiled cacklingly. "You guys said it very well." The 2 assassins now had support, so they looked at Nam Han and smiled gloatingly. "Today, kid, it seems like you are chasing us. We can't do anything to you, but Sir Ton Ton has come in person, so you will have to suffer." As soon as he said that, he suddenly fell silent because someone's hand squeezed his head, making him panic. It turned out that the skeleton monster used both hands and the 2 heads of 2 guests to start using magic. "What are you doing, sir?" He didn't answer for a long time but smiled and gently squeezed the other two men into a puddle of blood mist that disappeared into the air. After defeating the two scoundrels, he knelt down on one knee in front of Neem Han and bowed. The young master calmed down and let these two idiots bother him. Tell me, these past few days, people have been secretly listening to the temple. What news have you got? Hearing Neem Han's question, he immediately answered, the guy behind the controls of the AM then gate is called AM then. He has always been in the Een mountain cultivating, I can't see it, but I can feel it. But he is very strong and his breath is extremely dark. So does this god have any special characteristics? The building immediately summoned a breath and said that this was the breath he stole from that evil spirit. Neem Han stared at that breath solemnly, this was the breath of darkness, he seemed to guess. Correct. As expected, it was a microbe left by the dark chaos, no wonder he targeted Bok Zao Zao. Thinking so, Neem Han immediately threw that yellow mysterious ancient order to dry. The skeleton stared in surprise at the order. Was this an ancient order? If you take it and let it go into the Een mountain to practice, I will have a way to deal with it. The skeleton knows what's going on so he doesn't ask too much and immediately bows and agrees. The next morning, Neem Han took Bok Zao Zao somewhere. Later, you will become the sect leader of the upper mysterious sect. Do you know what is the most important thing when becoming the head of a sect? If I can really become a sect leader, the most important thing is to build a good relationship with everyone, so even if I don't have the qualifications and can't practice, everyone will respect me. Hearing these words, Neem Han also gave up but nodded. Bok Zao Zao now is so different from the previous Bok Hai, they are completely two opposite personality types. At this moment, the two old deacons dragged themselves here, making Neem Han uncomfortable and ask why they came here. Our master wants to continue to hang on the wall. That's right, if we didn't hang it on the wall, we wouldn't sleep well. The two of us would become a painting on the wall of the hospital. Neem Han did not answer but walked past the two of them and ordered Bok Zao Zao to give them a word. In the blink of an eye, Bok Zao Zao transformed into a ferocious lion and loudly scolded him to go away. The two of them were startled and then sadly sighed, the two of us missed a good opportunity and knew it early so we didn't get off that wall. On the way in the sect, the disciples who met Bok Zao Zao all waved to greet her. To see the proud disciple, Senior Sister Bok, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's sit together for a day. Bok Zao Zao also smiled friendly and responded to each person. The disciples greeted Bok Zao Zao and then noticed that the person next to her was a stranger. Who is the person next to you, so you don't know anything? He is the handyman disciple who offended sect leader Quach and the entire Neem Han family. At this moment, a person with purple hair flew from the sky and landed loudly and proudly. Those who were not involved quickly moved out of the Dharma hall and prepared to open an array here. Why did someone from the law enforcement hall come here? The person in the front seemed to be a close disciple of the sect leader Chu Dong Tien. The disciples quickly backed away but still did not forget to discuss many things with each other. The beginning and end of the incident must be mentioned last night. An assassin from the AM then sect broke into the mountain sect and easily killed a few disciples, so today the sect's deputy head Quach ordered the defensive formations to be rearranged and heavenly formations like Chu Dong Tien just appeared here. Just as Bok Zao Zao was about to leave, a voice told her to turn back. Chu Dong Tien put his hand out in front of the girl. Sister, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, why haven't we said a word before leaving? It turns out that senior brother Chu really hasn't seen me in a while. Today I have something to do so I can find you for a drink another day. This brother's representative is the eldest disciple of sect leader Quach, the person I gave the most money to and is also a disciple with real power and strength. The innocent girl even smiled and greeted and turned to introduce Neem Han. When Chu Dong Tien heard that, he coldly stared at Neem Han. Surely the person standing next to him was Neem Han, based on your background of many conflicts with my master, right? Bok Zao Zao is so stupid when asked that he doesn't understand anything. Based on my background, senior brother Chu, do you have any misunderstandings about my representative brother? My master Neem Han is the head of a sect and cannot deal with you directly, but as a disciple I cannot accept your being so rude. Suddenly, Chu Dong Tien raised his voice, causing Bok Zao Zao to quickly intervene. Compartment. Junior Sister Bok, logically speaking, since you were accepted by the Supreme Elder as a disciple, I should indeed respect you, but this matter is related to my master's dignity. Today, I must claim a favor equal to the master. Brother Chu, I'm about to receive this month's spirit stone. When I get it back, I have to send it to you. Don't be like that. Chu Dongtian doesn't care about the spirit stone or not. The spirit stone is aimed straight at Nam Han. Let's not discuss this matter. Nam Han, I give you a chance to kneel down and admit your mistake right now. Ren Han didn't pay attention to him but looked at Bok Zao Zao and smiled and asked her, is this a relationship where people use money in exchange? Is this everyone you said would respect you? Bok Zao Zao was asked awkwardly and sighed that the pile of spirit stones was really for the dogs to eat. Let's go. Nam Han turned around and left. Chu Dongtian quickly ordered someone to let you go. Quickly set up a battle for me. He had just ordered the other disciples to immediately each hold a talisman in their hand and prepare to form a formation to surround Nam Han. In the blink of an eye, they started a magic array that temporarily covered his feet. Chu Dongtian saw that Nam Han did not dodge and smiled complacently. This is a bewitching formation. Although small, this formation can enchant the human mind. This guy estimates that within the next few hours, he will inextricable. At this time, the great elder and his disciples stood high above and observed the situation. The elders have seen countless types of people all their lives, only Nam Han could not see through them. I still remember him saying that he would become the top official within a month. Duong So Nin shrugged his shoulders without much. After 10 years of mental illness, who would dare say that? The great elder also sighed, although in the past few days Nam Han has done many surprising things, but to become the top heavenly official, it is necessary to create a prosperous time for the sect. The Upper Xian sect is currently weak, let alone it's good to be prosperous and barely alive. Master, don't take this as real. I see that Nam Han is just a person with a deep fate, not to mention that he is not sure he can overcome Chu Dongtian's current heavenly light. The great elder looked intently at the young man in the yard and warned his disciple, so Nam Han is not as simple as you think. Chu Dongtian cannot lock him up. Below, Chu Dongtian walked closer to the formation and asked loudly, Nam Han, I'll ask you again, do you know what you did wrong? If you don't admit your mistake, I'll let you die in this maze formation. He just stood there noisily and arrogantly while Nam Han calmly walked step by step on the formation. I only saw that with every move he made, a powerful stream of energy began to radiate out, destroying that small formation. The disciples presiding over this mysterious formation were all thrown away by the mysterious power and screamed in pain. The sudden turn of events made Chu Dongtian extremely startled. Oh my god, this Nam Han can actually break the formation. This is not simply breaking the formation, but finding the eye of the formation to fight back against the person who set up the formation. This was just luck, it was just a coincidence that he was able to break this formation. Duong So Nin said that Nam Han couldn't overcome it, but he didn't expect that just a few minutes later he was beaten to the punch in the face. Chu Dongtian coldly looked at the young man and asked, do you understand the formation? Your representative doesn't know anything, senior brother Chu, everything stops here. As soon as Bok Zao Zao's voice stopped, the other two spoke in unison. Bok Zao Zao sighed helplessly and then retreated into the distance. By Zao Zao, remember, if you can't use reason to win people's hearts, you have to use force to convince them. The most stable relationship in this world is to beat others into submission. Listening to these somewhat strange arguments, the little girl was also confused. Is this true, representative brother? Ren Han, if you also understand formations, do you dare to compete with me? If you lose, you will have to kneel outside my master's door and apologize for 3 days and 3 nights. So if I win, why would Ren Han ask again? The surrounding disciples were made to laugh by the question, haha, what is this guy talking about? What did he use to win? Was he dreaming? Chu Dongtian was extremely confident, so he was very comfortable and generous and replied that if you win, you can do whatever you want. So if I win then you have to come to the door of the deputy headmaster and loudly scold the old dog with a wolf heart. Chu Dongtian was angry and insolent. How dare you insult my master? Ren Han coldly looks at him, do you dare? It's ridiculous that I don't dare. This mystic sect doesn't have any disciples who are more proficient in formations than Chu Dongtian. I'm the #1 genius in formations here. Today I came here to present a defense formation for our sect to compete to see whose defense formation is stronger. Nam Han immediately nodded and told Bok Zao Zao that let's see how I can convince him today. The agreement was reached. Chu Dongtian immediately ordered his junior brother to bring his spirit chariot and the heavenly fortune talisman here so he could set up the battle. After that, he immediately showed off his talent for setting up the battle. A moment later, the formation created by Chu Dongtian, this extremely powerful defensive formation, was initially formed. The spirit vehicle with the profound pen and the heavenly talisman were both rare treasures. This formation had extremely enhanced power. Big. Everyone around was paying attention to the figure using a pen to depict each talisman and array, exclaiming, "It's so powerful, this time senior brother Chu will definitely win." Bok Zao turned to ask Nim Han if the representative brother had a pen to draw the battle. If not, how could he draw the battle? Hearing Ms. Nim Han's question, he immediately bent down and picked up a tree branch along the road. It's okay to use this to set up a battle. Bok Zao didn't know if the representative brother was joking or telling the truth or whether he was serious or something. Seeing him pick up a tree branch to set up the formation, the surrounding disciples fell down, holding their stomachs, laughing loudly. Look at that, he's still standing there, doing the formation with senior brother Zhou, and up to now there's not even a talisman to draw. Duong So Nin was also nervous and worried that Ren Han wouldn't be doing anything if he didn't set up a battle formation. Didn't you see him picking up a tree branch? When Duong So Nin heard his master say that, he was startled and picked up the tree branch. Could it be that he wanted to use the tree branch to draw a battle? Although it was difficult to believe, the great elder had no choice but to nod. With my understanding of him, it must be him. That's it. What is this? Isn't it wrong? The most important formation is carefulness. If you make a mistake, the battle will be lost. I've never heard of anyone being able to draw without using a brush and just using a tree branch. Go to battle. While everyone was finally surprised, Chu Dongtian had already completed his formation. Senior brother Chu, this idiot has been standing there for a while. He hasn't set up any formations. He probably doesn't know how to set up a formation. Nim Han ignored everyone's teasing and just gently held the wooden branch in his hand to entertain himself in the air. What is he doing? If I'm not dizzy or crazy, then this guy is using a tree branch to draw a drawing for me? Chu Dongtian couldn't help but laugh. Nim Han, are you kidding me? In the blink of an eye, a small formation appeared at Nim Han's feet and he said that I have finished drawing it. Chu Dongtian looked at the formation in confusion and asked, then you said that's it, you're right. Leaves me speechless. Let's talk less and start the formation. Duong So Nin stood tall, his face constipated, talking to his master. Master, I feel that Nam Han can't win no matter what. This is not just unreasonable, it's clearly too far-fetched. International. The old man is still strangely calm, just keep watching. If that's the case then I will make you lose your mind and start the battle. Following the chanting sound and the law of Chu Dongtian, the formation he had just drawn began to fill the space, covering a large area. Everyone was very surprised because this was a great formation of 10,000 rivers and mountains, a great formation with a huge momentum, and once you step inside, you will definitely be blocked by the mountains. The great elder must also sincerely admit that Chu Dongtian has a terrifying talent in array formations because no one has ever successfully deployed this formation in the 10 miles of the country before. The defensive ability of the Tenli Jiangshan formation is indeed very strong, but this formation also has a huge flaw. The formation can only cover the washing machine area and cannot protect the entire upper mysterious sect. Thinking of this, the great elder let out a tired sigh. If the chaotic defensive formation built on the foundation of the mental maze remained, then the upper mysterious sect would no longer be underestimated by those thieves. Below, Chu Dongtian looked proudly at Nim Han. What's wrong? I've drawn a 10-mile mountain formation, how should you respond? I only saw Nim Han calmly pointing down at the tiny formation he had just drawn at his feet and a word was uttered. If this poor formation can be used, I will follow your family name. Chu Dongtian extremely despised Nim Han, so he was so proud and arrogant, but immediately after that formation was successfully activated by Nam Han and began to cover the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, Chu Dongtian gasped and was startled. Oh my god, the formation that this guy just drew is actually usable, but even if it could be used, it probably wouldn't be able to compare to senior brother Chu's 10 miles of rivers and mountains because the formation is that small. So what is the protection? Chu Dongtian also regained his composure, tried to control the uneasiness in his heart and smiled teasingly. Even though Nim Han drew the formation, that's all, you still lost. Facing everyone's skeptical eyes, Nim Han still calmly and indifferently continued to mobilize the power to activate the array. You just keep watching. She saw that in the blink of an eye, using the small formation that Nim Han had just drawn as a fulcrum, suddenly a larger formation gradually formed and began to magnify with a force that made people suffocate. What happened? Why did the great formation suddenly become so dazzling? This aura is so scary, it looks like there is something in that light column. The great elder's voice also became trembling because this is a spiritual formation. Master, are we all dizzy? A haphazardly drawn formation can create a spiritual formation. This is unreasonable. At all. A few sharp-eyed disciples were now panicking among themselves because the mental maze in the mountain gate also reacted to the formation that Nimhan had just drawn. Following everyone's gaze, the mysterious blue smoke of the labyrinth psychosis began to spread everywhere and expanded more and more. The psychotic labyrinth is now spreading everywhere in the sect. This proves that the oldest great sect guardian array of the upper profound sect is active again. Truly the sky has eyes. In the great elder's excitement, a giant array with the power of the labyrinth psychosis began to cover the entire sky of the upper profound sect, not missing a single corner. Everyone was in awe. Only Nimhan himself, from beginning to end, calmly and indifferently controlled the entire giant formation. Then he took out the key to control the huge formation from the formation. Round sphere. Today, we restart the Tiger Sect formation so that Thuangxian Sect can protect itself in the future. Looking at the key of the great formation in Nam Han's hand, he exclaimed. At this time, the great elder and his disciples also flew and landed next to Nim Han. Seeing that the old man had just arrived at Nam Han, he immediately threw the ball to him. He came at the right time. Many pillars of the great guardian array were handed over to him to hold. The great elder stared blankly at that round ball, constantly exclaiming, the great guardian formation had been successfully restarted for tens of thousands of years. This was something that even in his wildest dreams he never dared to think about. Renhan, your hard work this time has been of great help to the generations of Upper Xian sect. I would like to accept a bow from the elder. Hearing what the great elder said, the surrounding disciples finally understood what had just happened, and understanding it made them even more surprised. Oh my God, he could do something that the sect had not been able to do for tens of thousands of years. So Nin, let's go first. We have to inform the other high levels of the sect about this. Ignore everyone's noise. The great elder decided to go find the high frequency of the sect to discuss the next solution. No, but master, how could he do this? This is so absurd. I heard that the sect's spring festival was a fairy formation, so Chu Dong Tian's face turned pale, so I lost? This guy just made a move and is already at this level, what else can he do? Fight again. Renhan saw that and immediately reminded him that if he lost, he should go find the dog robber Quach, the deputy head of the sect. I'm so rude, I won't go there. As soon as he screamed, Nim Han gave him a slap that made his nose bleed. Chu Dong Tian was beaten into a state of bewilderment and glared angrily, you dare to hit me? As soon as he finished speaking, he received another painful slap. I asked if you were going. Suddenly receiving 2 slaps, Chu Chuan Tian became angry and screamed like a wild beast, I will kill you, I will kill you. Chu Dong Tian's airbag was very ferocious and jumped up to attack, but was slapped again, causing him to hit his face on the floor. Oh my gosh, senior brother Zhou doesn't have any strength to resist. This Renhan is too arrogant and even the sect leader's disciple dares to hit like a punching bag like that. Looking down at the beaten person lying on the ground, Nim Han's voice became sharp, wondering whether he was going or not. Chu Dong Tian's face, which had been beaten and swollen into a pig's head, painfully looked up and faltered, it was so painful. He only had time to utter a few words when Nim Han brutally assaulted him again, causing the Dong Tian's eyes to almost pop out. Oh my God, can you wait for me to finish talking before you can fight? Before he could cry out loudly, he was hit again and his face was blown away. This time, Chu Dong Tian was scared by being beaten, so he quickly knelt down in front of Nim Han. Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore, I'm satisfied. Don't fight anymore, I'm satisfied, I'm really satisfied. Nim Han, you changed your request to something else, I agree with everything, but if you tell me to scold my master, why don't you just kill me? Hearing that, Nim Han used one hand to grab his neck and lift Chu Dong Tian's whole body up, then it's as you wish. Chu Dong Tian was strangled and suffocated in pain that made his eyelids tear. Damn it, you really killed me. Nim Han's scary eyes stared at Chu Dong Tian's painful and writhing face, please swear to heaven. In pain due to lack of oxygen, Chu Dong Tian blurted out each word I swear, this Nim Han is too scary and too cruel, he really wants to kill me, no wonder this guy dares to kill the master of the hall. Dharma Hall in front of everyone. Hearing that, Nim Han let go of Chu Dong Tian to the ground, causing him to greedily breathe in the surrounding air. Neem Han looked at Bok Zao Zao and asked her with a deep meaning if she had learned yet. The girl quickly nodded and learned that if you hit someone, you have to hit someone in the face. To kill someone, you have to confess. Hearing that, Neem Han was satisfied and exclaimed that children are really easy to teach. At Gua's cave, the deputy sect master quickly came to report everything to him. The story of the restoration of the mountain sect's ancient formation is good news, but it's really uncomfortable because that guy Nam Han did it. Moreover, my disciple Chu Dong Tien lost to that kid in the T-Tui formation. The more deputy head Quach thought about it, the angrier he became, but for the time being there was nothing he could do. Why are there so many people in the pure place of this sect leader to practice? The old snake looked out the cave entrance and discovered that there were many disciples gathering noisily, not knowing what was going on. Gua the old dog was in a wild animal mood when suddenly someone shouted outside, making the deputy head of the sect, Gua, startled and almost fell down. The sect leader was naturally scolded for being so stupid that he didn't understand anything, but no one dared to scold him like that. An old dog, a dog or a pig is no better than a wild beast. In the frightened eyes of everyone, Chu Dong Tien stood in front of the cave door and kept shouting and cursing at his master. After scolding him, he sighed deeply because he was clearly forced to do so, but why did he feel happier the more he scolded? Thinking so, Chu Dong Tien enthusiastically prepared to scold the old dog man once more, but a cold voice rang out from behind. Chu Dong Tien was scared and stiff. What are you doing? Master, listen to me explain that I lost the bet and Neem Han even swore to heaven that it was all because he forced me. Looking down at the disciple who was kneeling and crying, the sect leader was cold. You don't need to explain everything. Understand. What I want to ask is that even if you lose, it's okay to scold me. Why do you keep scolding me endlessly? Hearing Master Chu Dong Tien's sharp question, he hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Did you become addicted to scolding your teacher? In anger, the sect leader slapped a pop and sent his disciple flying. Time gradually passed and today the day has come for Tai Huin Mon to meet the people of Upper Huin Sect at the 9 Great Hall of Upper Huin Sect. The fourth elder showed off his flattering and hideous attire as he bowed to Tai Huin Mon, welcoming young sect master Black Cloud Immortal Elder to Upper Xian Sect. He was truly an honored guest. This young master, the fourth elder, discovered that the Upper Xian Sect's people were getting worse and worse. At first glance, every disciple's cultivation level was fragmented and weak. Young Master Tai Xian Mon was an arrogant, white-faced guy. Arrogant. As soon as we met, we were criticized so bluntly, but the fourth elder still smiled happily. Of course, this sect cannot compare to Tai Huin Mon. It's so boring. This young master came this time to rub elbows with a few geniuses of the Upper Mysterious Sect. It seems like this time I can only treat you guys like targets and hit them. Quang Tich Ni, standing next to the side, was extremely upset because this guy considered the disciples of the Upper Mysterious Sect as targets. This young sect master is too arrogant. When facing the disciples of his sect, the fourth elder raises his voice arrogantly, but when he meets the enemy, he strangely flatters the dog's feet. Young sect master Hak Van, Immortal Elder, I have prepared 2 spirit wine immortals. Spend equal. Elder Black Cloud then coldly interrupted. The purpose of the fourth elder's visit this time is to discuss the young master's crime and get straight to the point. The young master heard that and immediately asked, mentioning the wedding, he remembered where my fiancée is. I haven't met her yet. Well, young sect master, wait a moment. I have sent someone to inform you that your fiancée is a proud and extremely noble disciple of my Upper Xian Sect. In her hand is the ancient Xian Tian commandment of the Upper Huin. Tong is definitely a suitable relationship with the young master. Hearing you say that, the young master became more interested and quickly went to call her here. Today I will take her back to the Tai Huin Mon cave. The 4 elders quickly nodded yes and then secretly rejoiced because 1 stone hit 3 birds. This is a great plan to see who can protect Bok Zao Zao this time. The great elder appeared in front of the young sect master Tai Huin Mon. The wedding is a solemn matter. I hope the young sect master will maintain a bit of decorum. This place is a Upper Huin Sect after all. The young sect master chuckled and replied contemptuously, Great elder, this young sect master only respects people with strength so much as letting his disciples of the same age compete with me. I want to watch a movie. Are you qualified? What do we respect? At the same time, Lu Loi hastily ran to inform Neem Han. The young master and young lady went to the elder's place to hide. I heard that the young master of this Tai Xian sect indulged in insatiable promiscuity. I don't know how much harm it caused many young girls from good families. Hearing that, Neem Han suddenly smiled. Isn't that bad? If so, then that's great. I'd like to eliminate harm the most, he said as he slowly walked out of his private hospital. In front of the mountain gate, Quang Tich Ni's Ice Phoenix Phantom and the young sect master's giant snake phantom fought each other. Along with the scream of the heavenly snake's holy body, the giant snake launched a fierce attack that pushed Quang Tich Ni back into the distance. The second elder, who was watching the match from the side, sighed worriedly because this young sect master's heavenly snake holy body had already matured. Tich Ni had only just awakened the Ice Phoenix holy body. If Tich Ni was given a few more years, it's not even that bad of a failure. After defeating the opponent, the young sect master smiled proudly. This is the strongest true disciple of your upper profound sect. His strength is truly like trash, worthy of being a disciple trained by the upper profound sect. Go out. Being defeated so miserably and humiliated like that makes Quang Tich Ni angry. Don't talk like that. What are you? This young lady, this young master sees you as a saint and gives you another chance to ascend to the clouds to become my concubine. What do you think? Quang Tich Ni was surprised and excited and screamed loudly, you dare to insult me like that, I will risk my life with you. So when the elder saw this, he immediately stepped forward to stop Quang Tich Ni from getting excited. Okay, the strength of the young sect master, you can also see that the upper Xian sect, you really do not have the qualifications to be respected by my Tai Xian sect, so regarding the wedding, the upper Xian sect this time used 3 heads of spirit circuit for dowry. When the disciples of the upper Xian sect heard about the 3 spiritual veins, their faces changed in surprise. Why would they still use 3 spiritual veins as a dowry? It turns out that Tai Huin Man was so hasty in conveying such a statement because he wanted to get the 3 spiritual veins of my Tai Huin sect. You guys are really greedy. Why do you dare to disagree, the great elders of the upper Xian sect? Over the past few years, Immortal Black Cloud has taken away 6 spiritual veins from our upper Xian sect. Now we only have 4 spiritual veins left. If you want to take away this too, it would be like cutting off the foundation of the upper mysterious sect. Mysterious sect, then how should we live? Elder Hak Van calmly stroked his beard and replied coldly, how you live is your business. This time we came to pay for the young sect master and get a dowry. Tell me that if you don't let me, it's best to rest carefully and then give me a satisfactory answer. Hearing this threatening and coercive tone, everyone is extremely angry. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling everyone. What if I don't let it happen? It turned out that the voice and the person who had just walked there was Neem Han with Bok Zao Zao behind him. Why did Nam Han come here? His sudden appearance really startled everyone. The fat old Mr. Hak Van looked coldly at the young man who had just walked in and asked the kid what you just said. Ren Han looked intently at everyone in this hall with his deep eyes. Fat old man, am I telling you not to make you deaf? How dare you be disrespectful to this elder? When the great elder saw that Immortal Black Cloud was about to get angry, he quickly intervened. Immortal Black Cloud, calm down. This person is a new disciple of my upper Xian sect, right? Understand the rules. When the young sect master saw this, he immediately asked who this wooden head was. He told the young sect master that his name was Neem Han. The person next to him was his honored disciple Bok Zao Zao, his fiancée. This task Han came at the right time. Today he borrowed the hand of Tai Huin sect to destroy you. 1 second the 4 elders were smiling flatteringly at the enemy, the next second he was coldly plotting to kill his own sect's disciples. The young sect master now looked towards Bok Zao Zao and gave a vile, perverted smile. Are you Bok Zao Zao, the 4th elder? How do you know I like this type of thing? Young master wants to start from now on. Bok Zao Zao is your person. Let me touch your hand more, how does it feel? Suddenly being approached by this pervert makes Bok Zao Zao startled and avoid touching me. Bok Zao Zao, are you crazy? This is the young sect master of the Tai Huin sect. In the future, you will marry the young sect master. You are the young sect master's person. When the little girl heard that, she turned around and sang straight into the 4th elder's face. Do not want to marry him. The 4th elder's face was serious and angry. This was indeed an order from the sect. 4th elder, you should be human. This matter depends on Bok Zao Zao's own choice not to push her into the fire. The great elder finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up to help. Great elder, you should clearly see the current situation. I'm doing it for the good of the sect. Making the young sect master happy might be able to get us back some spirit veins, but not everyone thinks like him. Quang Tich Ni is already angry and crazy. Damn, if I'm living like this, I'd rather fight. The young master of Tai Huin Mon is now even more amused by Bok Zao Zao's reaction. It's so harsh, but this young master likes the feeling of conquest very much. After saying that, he immediately stretched out his hand and rushed towards Bok Zao Zao, who came over here for me. At that moment, a hand as hard as steel suddenly grabbed the young sect master's arm. Suddenly being stopped, the young sect master stared at the mysterious man who appeared next to him and asked, "You dare to stop me? Nam Han is cold, just like you. Are you worthy of Bok Zao Zao?" Neem Han's disdainful voice made the young sect master's face turn angry. "What are you talking about? Ren Han is so jealous that you let the young sect master out. Your behavior is truly rebellious and immoral, pushing our upper Xian sect into the fire pit." The great elder also spoke up to advise Ren Han to leave. "We cannot offend him. Tai Mystic can." When the young master heard that, he smiled in satisfaction. "You know that this is a good thing. Now let go of my hand. Kneel down and call your family to apologize to me." Not only did Nam Han not let go, but he also used his strength to squeeze the young sect master's arm, causing the arm to crack as if it had broken a bone. The young sect master screamed in pain, holding his arm that had just been broken. My hand, my hand." This situation made everyone panic like they were struck by lightning. "Oh my god, this Task Han is so aggressive, what should I do now?" My young master didn't understand why he was injured by an ordinary disciple, causing Fairy Hack Van to worry and run over to care. I just saw the young master immediately stand up and rage. "Don't come here, this young master is so big and has never been humiliated like this before. Today I have to kill him myself." But as soon as he finished saying that sentence, Neem Han slapped his head and hit the floor. "Can you stop talking so much?" This time, the young sect master was truly beaten until he was so stupid that he didn't understand anything. "Very good, very good. Is this the way your upper Xian sect welcomes guests? Have you looked down on my Tai Xian sect too much? Fairy Black Cloud, please calm down and let it be purely Neem Han's personal behavior, not related to the supreme sect." Being repeatedly beaten without being able to resist made the young sect master extremely angry, causing his aura to begin to erupt. "It seems like I have underestimated you, right? Let you die today under this sect master's ultimate technique." As he spoke, he began to mobilize his strength, removing the hat on his head to reveal a long golden horn. The second elder stared at that horn in surprise, exclaiming, "This is the divine power of the heavenly snake's holy body and the heavenly horn." Everything was destroyed under this move, bringing out the fight between the young sect master and Quang Tich Ni just now. He didn't use all his power. In the blink of an eye, the young sect master used his horn to rush towards Nam Han to attack. That brat's heavenly sense, young master's friend, is extremely solid and invincible. You die under my horn. It's lucky for you. At an extremely dangerous moment, Neem Han quickly grabbed that long sharp horn. Then he easily broke the horn from the young master's head, causing his whole body to stop in midair. The young sect master was now bewildered and felt as if the sky had fallen when his normally sturdy horn was broken so easily. That horn was his foundation, so it was broken, causing the young master to be seriously injured, spitting out blood and falling backwards. "Damn my destiny, you dare to hurt my foundation." This time, things are really big when the young sect master collapses and sits kneeling on the ground, bleeding non-stop. The four elders were also scared by this situation, holding their heads and screaming, "It's over, my plan is ruined, what should we do now?" The old man Hack Van immediately rushed forward and wanted to tear Neem Han's body into hundreds of pieces. "Is it reasonable that I have to kill you?" But before the old man could approach Neem Han, the great elder appeared and stopped him. "This great elder has destroyed the sect master's holy body foundation, you dare to stop me." In times of danger, the great elder is even more strangely calm. Immortal Black Cloud should calm down and think about how to solve this problem. "If you want to solve the problem, then give me this 1,000 swords, Neem Han. Doesn't he want to protect Bok Zao Zao?" Second, Bok Zao Zao immediately took off all his clothes and knelt down in front of me to apologize. Facing this young sect master who didn't know whether to live or die, Neem Han was also angered and immediately swung his leg and kicked him straight. Everyone was frightened and loudly warned Neem Han not to act rashly. But it was probably too late when Neem Han had already pressed hard on that unspeakable part of the young sect master, making him clutch his pants in pain. This pain is very difficult to describe, and perhaps there is nothing more painful in this world. Even the tears and nose of this stupid and disgusting young master have flowed out. In a shrill scream that filled the sky, someone's 2 eggs were shattered. Elder Hak Van was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. At this moment, the young man could no longer stand and was lying on the ground with his body constantly shaking in pain. My manhood, is broken. The second elder seemed to have exhausted all his strength and sat down on the ground. This matter is completely over and Tai Huin Mon will not forgive us. Everyone had different reactions. While Duong So Nin held her head in despair, Quang Tich Ni jumped up and down with joy. The sect master only has one son, the young master. Today, you Upper Xian sect will not destroy the young master's sacred body foundation, but will also destroy his male foundation. Even if you die, the Upper Xian sect will die. All is not enough. At this point, the fourth elder is still thinking about saving things. This matter has nothing to do with us on the Xian sect. I will immediately kill this Neem Han right away for the people of the community to recognize. Having said that, he immediately pointed his finger at his 2 fellow disciples. First elder, second elder, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and take action. I will not take action against the disciples of my sect. The second elder also sighed. What is the point of taking action now? You guys are truly an incomprehensible fool. My sect will be destroyed at the hands of weak people like you. Each one of them is like a woman, no one knows how to consider the times. At this time, Elder Hak Van couldn't hold back any longer and rushed up to attack Neem Han. It's too complicated. I don't need you to take action. This immortal leader will personally kill him. Facing that obnoxious old man, Neem Han started using his summoning magic. Just come here and take a look. Go, die, give me the powerful palm technique full of murderous aura of Elder Black Cloud, which pressed against Neem Han's body and brought it down. At that terrifying moment, suddenly the face of the Black Cloud fairy changed color and looked up at the sky in panic. He was filled with horror when some giant object that had covered him crashed down from above. Suddenly, a giant stone statue pressed down on Mr. Hak Van's small body, causing him to struggle. The fourth elder was surprised again, and I don't know how many times he has been surprised today. What's going on? Oh my gosh, that's a holy stone appearing from the sky. It's not a holy stone that naturally flew in, but because Nam Han did it before. Ren Han also caused a strange phenomenon to appear on the holy stone. Immortal Black Cloud was pressed down and could no longer move, but still stubbornly threatened. If you, Upper Huin sect, dare to betray my Tai Huin Mon, you will regret it and pay the price with your entire sect. Neem Han's aura at this time was extremely terrifying, and he spoke coldly. In the past, your supreme patriarch Tai Xian Mon was just a dog of the Upper Xian sect, but now the dog has gotten better and turned around again. Bites back at its owner. This type of dog must be killed. Immortal Black Cloud was angered by these words of cultivating the mind. That stupid guy scolded Tai Huin Mon that I'm a dog. If you're so good, then say these words when my Tai Huin Mon's army comes. Hearing that, Neem Han immediately took the holy stone out of Mr. Hak Van's body. Then go back and tell your army that I'm waiting here. After being temporarily freed, Elder Black Cloud quickly hugged his fainted young master in his arms. You guys are extremely extravagant, young master, let's go. Seeing that, Neem Han immediately shook his head. That one-horned guy can't go. I will detain your master and next time bring 6 spiritual veins of the Upper Xian sect or I will kill him. Elder Hak Van was so angry that he gritted his teeth but had no choice but to leave the sect master behind. Today, Hak Van, I can consider my eyes opened. You just wait there for me, wait for Tai Huin Mon's army to come and attack. Then he immediately jumped into the sky and flew away. The young master of Tai Huin Mon was left behind and jumped up in fright and cried but did not forget to scold him. That bastard has destroyed my roots, my joy is gone, and I will pull out all of your souls. Quang Tich Ni immediately appeared next to him and slapped him in the face. This crazy egg-losing guy still dares to be arrogant, right? The great elder stroked his beard and asked what we should do next. What else should we do but wait to die? Second elder, don't you feel refreshed? The great elder suddenly asked that question, making everyone confused. But the second elder gave a thumbs up and smiled. Actually, I have wanted to say those words for a long time. Today, this is truly a beautiful thing. Upper Xian sect has always been humiliated by Tai Xian Mon. Bullying for hundreds of years can finally bloom once again. It's so refreshing, haha. I don't know who's talking and laughing echoing throughout the sect's yard. The four elders seem to be about to collapse. Crazy, everyone is crazy. I see that you are all crazy and dead, but you still feel refreshed. The great elder didn't care at all about this fourth elder who flattered his enemy and pondered, so maybe we shouldn't have been patient in the past, otherwise we would be humiliated by others and fall into the same fate. Currently, things have come to this point and there's no other way to prepare for war. The fourth elder was angered by the two of them and immediately turned around and left. I don't know how many times stronger the CHAP01 strength is than ours, but you guys still think about it. Everyone fighting is crazy. I'm leaving. Find the sect master. Not only the four elders felt that everyone was crazy, but also Duong So Nin was trembling and faltering. Is our master really going to declare war on CHAP01? Why do I feel so panicked in my heart right now? The great elder did not answer. He looked at Nim Han and asked, Nim Han, do you have any plans? Hearing that, the young man still walked step by step without turning back. What's the point? Soldiers and generals block water and land, so there's no need to worry. A moment later, the deputy head's frightened voice echoed throughout the cave palace. What are you talking about? The sect master of Tai Xianman has been castrated by Nim Han. Sect Master Gua must now quickly think of a way to save this situation, otherwise once Tai Xian's army arrives, our Upper Huin sect will be in trouble and will be destroyed. The deputy sect leader, panicked and sweating all over, quickly ordered, the model must send to CHAP01 to tell their sect master that we are willing to hand over 2 heads of spiritual veins or not all 3 heads of spiritual veins as compensation. Sin. Go quickly, or else you will be late. The 4 elders heard that and quickly obeyed the order and left. At the same time, at the elders' cave house, 2 elders and 2 elders also came to pay their respects to the elder. The royal elder sat on a wooden chair and asked, what kind of person do you two think this Renhan is? The great elder stroked his white beard in contemplation. I can't see through this person, but I believe everything he does is for the sake of the upper mystic sect. This darkness may be him who can solve it. Save our mysterious sect. At first we thought this person was an arrogant person, but through the events of his life, we felt that he had the right to be arrogant. The things he did were far beyond normal people. The more I looked at him, the more I felt that he was arrogant. A person with a far from ordinary background. The old man listened to the comments of the 2 elders and nodded. If both elders had such a high opinion of him, then let Nam Han be in charge of this matter. When the great elder heard that, he was startled and assigned Nim Han to be in charge. Based on his personality, it was very likely that he would declare war on CHAP01. Why are you afraid? When the great elder heard this question, he shook his head and held it in anger for decades. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Why would he be afraid? We are not afraid, but there are still many problems. Because once the war starts at this time, we will not be sure of any victory with CHAP01. This is what everyone is worried about. The old man sighed and shook his head. Compared to being slowly devoured by others until there was nothing left, why not try to bet once? Whether you win or lose, you won't be disappointed. The name of the supreme sect. The 2 elders had no choice but to nod because when things had come to this point, CHAP01 would not forgive them, so the only way was for Nam Han to handle this matter. Being able to restore the 5-colored temple, this alone is a miracle. Nim Han, every hope is deposited in your body, the elder said to himself, looking into the distance. After a period of waiting, the 4 elders also returned to report after meeting the CHAP01's people. The 4th elder has finally returned. What does CHAP01 say? Master, rest assured that everything has been resolved. The master of CHAP01 wants 4 spiritual veins. In addition, from now on, the Xian sect must listen to all the children of the CHAP01, and the CHAP01, Bok Van Tien Ko and Luong Kok Khan, will be here to preside over everything. They will arrive later. Deputy Headmaster Quach heard the report and breathed a sigh of relief. You have worked hard, this time you have made a great contribution. However, the great elder was not happy at all and loudly questioned, being given everything by the Tai Xian sect, the rest had to follow their orders. 4th Elder Gua, your sect master, said that this was a good solution. Are you satisfied that you feel this is a great merit? The 4th elder's eyes glanced sharply at the old man. What else could the great elder do? The consequences of Renhan's actions were too great. It would be good for the Xian sect to be able to continue living. The second elder was angry. Is this the way to continue living? It's obvious that this is throwing away all dignity and telling us to become servants of Tai Huin-mon. At this moment, a cold and harsh voice rang out from afar. It is your honor to be able to become the servant of Tai Huin-mon. What other opinions do you have? It turned out that the person who had just arrived was a snake-faced man with silver hair and a charming and seductive beauty. The second elder saw the two of them coming and quickly came forward to greet them. Bok Van Ferry, Miss Luong Con and the two of you misunderstood and just got along because we have no opinions. That snake-faced guy didn't show anything and asked the young master directly. Where is the owner? Immediately the four elders turned to ask the great elder where the master of Tai Huin-mon was. The old man calmly stroked his beard and replied that he had been led away by Nim Han. At the same time, in the service yard, the young sect master was tied to a tree and kept scolding, everyone here would have to die, they would have to die 10 times, 8 times still wouldn't be enough to calm their hatred. In my heart. His deafening sound made Lu Lei frustrated and ordered the disciple next to him, if he continued to make noise, give him some poop. Yes, the place to get the batch of poop is still very hot. The conversation between the two of Lu Loi made the young sect master speechless and did not dare to scream anymore. What do you guys dare to say? Meanwhile, the two administrators who had been stuck on the wall the previous time were sitting sullenly in front of the gate, sighing that they were lucky they didn't get stuck on the wall again. This Grandpa Nim Han was so lawless, he didn't expect to castrate the young man too. The master of Tai Huin-mon. At this time, the flattering four elders had already led the two of them, Luong Guest Khan and Miss Bok Van, to the housekeeping yard. They believed that she was the one who was here, all of them were housekeeping disciples. Tai Huin-mon's people have arrived. The first person seems to be Miss Bok Van. I heard that Miss Bok Van has recently successfully practiced Tai Huin-mon's destiny magic to awaken her super strong physique. Her status is in Tai Huin-mon. Huin-mon is second only to the master Tai Huin-mon. When such a great character comes here, our sect will be destroyed. It seems that the Supreme Elder cannot even protect Nim Han. Wait until later to pick up his body. Luong Guest Khan, Ferry Bok Van and a group of sect leaders arrived at the communal house, kicked in the door and rushed in. Chu Dong Tien was being fed feces and burst into tears. Everyone finally came to save me. Hurry up and save me. They fed me feces. Luong Kok Khan immediately rushed up and hit the disciple who was feeding Chu Dong Tien feces, causing him to fly out and spit blood. But this handyman disciple was still alive, so he quickly shouted, Lu brother, they dare to act unruly in the handyman hospital. Luong Kok Khan saw that the handyman disciple could still shout and was extremely surprised because he thought that one strike had killed this guy. Sect leader Gua, are you sure this guy is a handyman disciple? The deputy head of the sect was completely surprised that a small servant could match the strength of an elite disciple. He also did not understand what was going on. Young master calmed down his anger and rest assured that no one here will be spared today, everyone will receive his wrath. Luong Kok Khan quickly came forward and untied Chu Dong Tien. The noise of this group of outsiders caused Nim Han to come out from inside. When Chu Dong Tien saw his appearance, he lost all reason and screamed, You bastard, do you still dare to go out here? I will kill you and then release you. He was like an extremely angry animal and immediately rushed to attack Nim Han without thinking. Nam Han remained calm, but the one who reacted first was the maid Deep Tin next to him. I saw her rush forward and use just one hand to send Chu Dong Tien flying far away. Deputy sect leader Gua angrily threatened, Rem Han, if you dare, this sect leader will kill you. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by the Ferry Bok Van, causing him to fall and land on his head. After being slapped stupid, the deputy headmaster, not understanding anything, looked at the Ferry Bok Van in bewilderment and asked her what she had just done. Ferry Bok Van did not answer him but walked closer towards Nim Han. The fourth elder quickly came forward to help the sect master up and whispered in his ear, Sect Master Bok Van Ferry probably wanted to finish off this kid herself, that's why she stopped him. I didn't feel it was appropriate, but sect leader Gua still smiled and nodded. It also makes sense that this bandit would be better for Tai Huin-mon to personally kill than for me to do it. But the next reaction of the Ferry Bok Van made the two of them gasp, only to see Bok Van step forward and immediately put his hands together to pay his respects to Mr. Nim Han. The progress of everything was so surreal that Chu Dong Tien felt like his brain was no longer enough. What are you doing? She saw Bok Van raise his hand towards Nim Han and introduce, Young Master Ren has a love as big as the sky for me. If anyone dares to touch that person on that day, I will kill that person. The 4 elders panicked and bowed. Sir, have you made a mistake? What kind of virtue does a trashy servant like him have that could have any favors with you? Seeing his flattering smile, Bok Van immediately slapped him, causing the 4th elder's face to swell up like a pig's head. Fairy Bok Van's face was cold and filled with murderous intent. Are you questioning me? The 4 elders were scared and quickly shook their heads. No, I don't dare. The 2nd elder, Quang Tich Ni's master, could not hide the surprise on his face. He did not expect that Neem Han would have such great kindness, and this fairy Bok Van was indeed of unusual origin. At this time, Bok Van gently talked to Neem Han. Sir, I can reconcile this matter from within, eliminating the resentment between the Upper Huin sect and the Tai Huin Mon. The great elder breathed a sigh of relief and spoke like that. It was a good thing to bother fairy Bok Van. He originally thought that the outbreak of a war was inevitable, but he did not expect that Neem Han was actually a great benefactor of fairy Bok Van. Is to find a way out in times of trouble. The person who was most heartbroken and frightened at this time was Chu Dong Tien. When he heard that she wanted to make peace, he couldn't help but cry, I've been beaten for nothing since the beginning, why are my roots my joy? We've all lost it. Fairy Bok Van is cold, keep your mouth shut for me, heaven and earth, this is a lesson for you to grow up, it's not a bad thing. The hot-tempered Luong Guest Khan couldn't help but point directly at Miss Bok Van and question, Miss Fairy, don't forget that you are a member of Tai Huin sect if the sect master finds out. Before he could finish his sentence, Fairy Bok Van was full of murderous intent and stopped him. Luong Kok Khan, relying on you, is enough to threaten me, right? Luong Kok Khan quickly collected his tone, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness. I dare not. I'm just reminding you to put the interests of Tai Xian Mon first. The atmosphere was so heavy that people could not breathe, so the great elder stepped forward to regulate it. If the fairy Bok Van had already appeared, then the matter between the 2 sects would truly be without any grudges that could not be resolved by returning to the temple. Dian Tongmen discussed in more detail. After he finished speaking, he was extremely excited and silently exclaimed that Neem Han was truly the great blessing of the upper mysterious sect. Such a great disaster could be resolved. Duong So Nin listened to the story and breathed a sigh of relief along with his master. He was so scared that he finally didn't have to worry about going to war anymore. Luckily, Neem Han has not spoken once since the beginning, but just when everyone thought everything was over, he raised his voice and said only 4 words without negotiation. The eldest elder and 2nd elder widened their eyes in surprise and thought to themselves that something was wrong. Fairy Bok Van was also very difficult to understand why Neem Han did not agree to make peace but instead persisted in fighting. In the doubtful eyes of everyone, Neem Han's deep eyes swept over every face here. Did the 6 heads of spiritual veins that Tai Huin Mon snatched from the hands of the Upper Huin sect bring them here? What are you talking about, you brat? Luong Kok Khan was maddened by Neem Han's obvious tone but couldn't do anything but scold him. Ren Han, are you crazy? How can you solve this problem smoothly? Why do you want spiritual veins? Ren's request made the deputy head Guo panicked and couldn't help but reveal his trembling body. Neem Han's tone was still indifferent and calm. I said if you don't return the spirit veins of the upper mysterious sect, I will cut him. You're too cruel, you're too cruel, you're too cruel, this sect master is too cruel, you guys don't even kill him. This crazy guy. The great elder always has the motto of solving everything peacefully, so he couldn't help but advise Neem Han. Run, why should Neem Han take this opportunity to stop? Nam Han understands the 2 elders' feelings very well, but he has his own principles and has to speak up. The 2 elders, I ask if you can compromise and be patient for that day or if that day will have a future for the upper mysterious sect. This question was so direct to the current problem of the upper mysterious sect that the 2 elders momentarily did not know how to answer appropriately. Seeing that, Neem Han looked at Bok Zao next to him and reminded them, Bok Zao, please tell them what we should do now. The little girl nodded and then strongly raised her fist in the air. If you can't convince people with theory, you can use force to convince others. If you hit people, you have to hit them in the face. To kill people, you have to cultivate your mind. In this world, you have to hit people. The most satisfactory system is to beat others to submission. This opinion makes the 2 elders speechless. This way of thinking of yours is too childish, but that's all. Everyone listens to young Master Ren. Fairy Bok Van heard the determination in Ren Han's voice, so she became even more embarrassed. Is young Master Ren's 6 heads of spiritual veins a bit? Although she didn't finish the rest of the sentence, everyone understood what she meant, so Neem Han spoke again. Bok Van, fairy aunt, remembers the love between you and me. I owe you a sentence. Non-membranous bladder. The bladder doesn't care, I understand. Fairy Bok Van is constantly thinking and Master Neem helps her practice the powerful technique of awakening the supreme body. This is a great grace like the mountains and seas, the sun and the moon. The bladder doesn't care about it. For her, it's the best choice. Then Fairy Bok Van looked at Luong Ka Khan and shook her head. This matter is left to you to handle. From now on, I will no longer interfere with the affairs of Tai Huin Mon and Thuong Huin sect. Finally had the opportunity to use my hands and arms to become Luong Ka Khan, and in the blink of an eye, he burst out with a fierce aura aimed straight at Nam Han. I can't stand this brat anymore. If you have the ability, then say it again. You want a few spiritual veins. Deputy sect leader Gua trembled to stop. Luong Ka Khan, don't take it as a true Xian sect, it's not what this kid said. No matter how much the sect leader advises, Neem Han is still not afraid of harm or timid in front of old man Luong Khan. I said I want the 7 spiritual veins that you have stolen from here. How dare you ask for another one? Obviously there were only 6. 8 heads of Nam Han calmly add one more. This shamelessness of yours makes Luong Ka Khan also sigh angrily. I think you are crazy, so I will kill you. He immediately went to Neem Han to attack. The Great Elder has always paid attention to Luong Ka Khan's reaction from the beginning until now, right at the moment of mobilizing the power in his body. Dare you, the Upper Xian sect is not a place where you casually get even more annoying and dare to attack your disciples. My translation. Luong Ka Khan smiled contemptuously, relying only on you to dare to stop me. The contrasting powers of the two of them collided with each other and the Great Elder was one level behind and was sent flying far away, vomiting blood miserably. Damn, if this old man didn't have old wounds on his body, you would be able to be arrogant here. Luong Ka Khan roared furiously regardless of the Great Elder. The worms of the profound sect are all worms, just call the Great Elder to come here and fight me, today I alone will wipe out the whole world. Huin Tong enters the river of history. Chu Dong Tien excitedly cheered. Haha, Luong Ka Khan played well, kill them all and let me slaughter them all. Amidst the noise of everyone, Ren Han closed his eyes in relief, bursting out the fire of the great path in his hand, summoning it to the enemy's beheading stage. Chu Dong Tien was originally still laughing when he suddenly felt a darkness covering him, causing his spirit to continuously warn of danger. Suddenly, a beheading platform emitting a dazzling golden light appeared and grabbed Chu Dong Tien's neck before he could react. What's wrong, young sect master, are you okay? Luong Ka Khan was startled and concerned. Let the two of them, Neem Han, come to the Great Elder. Great Elder, do you remember that when you first came to Upper Xuanzong, I said I would give you a chance, right? The elder didn't understand why he mentioned this but nodded in agreement. It was true that this happened at that time but I thought it was a joke. No kidding, today that fate has come. Nam Han's eyes are as profound as a universe hidden within them. In the blink of an eye, Neem Han's hand lightly brushed the air and the building in the collection suddenly radiated a mysterious, shimmering 5-color light. Seeing this scene, the Great Elder's nerves suddenly snapped and he exclaimed in surprise, could this be the legendary 5-colored temple? That's right, it really is the 5-colored temple. Seeing the building gradually rising into the air and streams of 5-colored energy radiating out, the Great Elder excitedly confirmed its origin. Oh my God, the 5-colored temple is present in this world to bless my superiors. The 5-colored temple has been missing for more than 10,000 years, yet it has returned to Earth, so why is this miraculous? The 4 elders opened their mouths and pointed, no wonder the sect leader is so strange. Turns out this is where the 5-colored temple is located. This kid knew about it and didn't report it. He wanted to monopolize the opportunity. In his heart, he has a plan. Their reactions did not reach Neem Han's eyes, only seeing him standing in front of the 5-colored temple pointing his finger at the Great Elder next to him, the Great Elder of the Upper Xian sect, sacrificing his body for the sect, had in his heart a blessing. That's why the temple bestows grace. The words he just finished were like an unintentional sentence that caused the 5-colored temple to release a source of energy that covered the old body of the chief brain officer. In that blink of an eye, the Great Elder closed his eyes, calmly and gently flew into the air and a fierce vitality burst forth. He silently touched his whole body and discovered that all the old wounds and long-standing wounds had healed. Moreover, his cultivation base has also increased to a level and is making a complete breakthrough. Seeing the great elder's excitement and the magic of the five-colored temple, Luong Khan was excited. It's so wonderful. The five-color temple. This is the kind of sect master who earnestly dreams of having my Tai Xian Mon also want. Hearing him say that, the great elder just broke through with fierce energy and immediately rushed forward to attack. T. Khan decided that let's compete again. Even though the old man had broken through Luong Khan, he still looked down on him and shook his head, humiliating himself. I will destroy you, old man. But right after that he was slapped in the face by his words when the great elder like a tank sent Luong Khan flying into the distance. Deputy sect leader Guo was watching from the side and his eyes were about to pop out. What is it? Great elder's cultivation level has increased so quickly, the five-colored temple can be so magical, why do I have to rob it? Take it back to hand. A group of greedy and arrogant people, and as a result, Luong Khan was beaten to a pulp, but his tone was still very resilient. He was about to say something else but was preempted by the great elder with a resounding slap. The young man had said to hit someone directly in the face. It was the first time Luong Khan was beaten so discreetly, making every nerve in his body feel like it was about to explode and scream, "You bastard, how dare you hit me in the face? What if I hit you? The old man will beat you to death." The deputy head of the sect, Guo, was so scared that he wanted to die and loudly protested. The great elder of the Tai forest quickly stopped. Luong Khan was the messenger of Tai Huin Mon. Seeing someone intruding, the great elder immediately glared at the deputy sect leader with overwhelming force. The old man who attacked was a member of that Tai Xian sect, so what do you think? The deputy headmaster was scared and trembling before the old man's appearance. I saw that he was also crazy. A moment later, Luong Khan was knocked unconscious like a rag lying on the ground. The great elder had dreamed that he could do this for many years and was finally able to perform this spell properly. Is refreshing. On this side, Neem Han looked at the fairy Bok Van and instructed Bok Van to go back and tell the sect master Tai Huin Mon to prepare the 9 heads of spiritual veins at noon tomorrow, otherwise within an hour I will cut them all off. His sect. Luong Khan's face was distorted and swollen, filled with nonsense. You guys are trying to start a war with Tai Huin Mon. The deputy head of the sect, Quach, was holding his head and screaming, I don't agree to start a war. 2 sects, don't start a war. Fairy Bok Van's face was also solemn and she couldn't help but speak, young Master Ren, I still have to remind you that a great war is truly inevitable. Nam Han nodded attentively, so let's keep fighting. Seeing that Miss Bok Van was about to leave, the deputy sect leader Quach stepped forward to stop her. Miss Bok Van said that this boy does not count me as the sect leader of the upper profound sect. This sect master absolutely does not allow the 2 sects to open war with me. Together, no matter what relationship Ren Han has with you, he is just a handyman disciple in Upper Xuanzong. He has no right to decide on this kind of important matter. As long as there is no war, everything can be discussed. It is said that even 2-toned 5-colored temples can be shared. The great elder angrily pointed at the sect leader and scolded that guy named Quach. If you stay here and talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death. Sect leader Quach, in the face of the great elder, don't speak carelessly. You know the consequences of declaring war. You'd better advise Neem Han. No need to advise us all to listen to Mr. Ren Han. The second elder also stepped forward and nodded, I also followed Mr. Ren Han. Deputy Headmaster Guo was so angry, why did he have to listen to what he said, what qualifications did he have? Immediately, the great elder pulled out a golden token and a solemn voice rang out, this is his qualifications, do you think that's enough? Is that something that is an order from the elder? I can only see that at this moment, in everyone's shock, the great elder loudly raised the order up high. The supreme elder's orders for this matter are completely up to Nam Han to control. The appearance of the token made Quach deputy headmaster feel like he was struck by lightning. Then Uncle Neem Han tied up Luong Khan and Chu Dong Tien Loi and glanced at the fairy Bok Van. If we leave at noon tomorrow, if we don't see the 9 heads of spiritual veins, we will behead them all. The fairy girl quickly bowed and quickly left while the 4th elder completely collapsed to the ground, dead, dead, our Upper Xian sect is really dead. The news was quickly transmitted to the sect master of Tai Xian Mon. The sect leader sat in the chair, furrowed his caterpillar eyebrows and asked angrily, what is the spirit vein head, how dare he open his mouth like that? Immediately, an elder stepped forward and clasped his hands. My sect leader was willing to lead people to destroy the upper mystic sect. Fairy Bach Van raised her hand in protest. Nam Han is the most mysterious and unpredictable person I have ever met with supernatural abilities. This person I recommend Tai Huin Mon should create a good relationship and not become enemies. Is this a piece of trash worthy of your consideration? Why is it that you have already cultivated your life magic to make cast iron small? Not to mention that guy named Neem Han, but also the upper mysterious sect in front of my Tai Xian sect. There is no door. The sect master also nodded and looked at Fairy Bach Van. Do you know why I have not destroyed the upper Xian sect for so many years? Because the sacred sect of the upper profound sect does not appear and is not worthy of this sect master's action today. This five-colored temple is a great opportunity. Even if there were no sect master captured there, my sect master would not spare the upper sect. Despite the advice of the sect master and other elders all agreed to the war. At noon tomorrow, Luong Kok Khan and Chu Dong Tien were forced to kneel next to the beheading platform and Neem Han also stood there waiting for the enemy to approach. What time is it, Deep Tin, sir? It's noon. The time had just arrived when a giant ship floated through the sky and landed in the realm of the upper mysterious sect. The disciples of the upper mysterious sect stared in panic at the giant ship that had already arrived. From the giant flying boat, a cold voice filled with murderous intent rang out. My great army has arrived. Everyone in the Xian sect came out and died. Luong Guest Khan and Chu Dong Tien were so excited that they raised their heads to the sky. The young master of the great army, Tai Huin Mon, will come and we will be saved and you will all die. The two Tai Huin Mons were excited and the four elders were scared and sweating. With this momentum, the entire Tai Huin Mon has gone into battle, so how can the path of the upper Huin sect come to an end? From the giant boat, a group of people with a strange aura stepped out onto the boat and looked down at the crowd below. Who is Neem Han? Come out here and let me speak, Sect Master Tai Huin Mon. Nam Han coldly stepped forward and asked if the spirit vein was brought here. The Sect Master replied coldly, You stupid idiot, do you think the Sect Master would personally come here to give you his face? Return the young Sect Master to me immediately or we will strip your skin, strip your bones, and chop your bodies into pieces. Hearing their aggressive aura, Neem Han turned around and ordered, Someone bring the two of them to kill me. Kwang Ka Khan's head was placed on the beheading platform, screaming and struggling. How dare you, little thief, who are you scaring? I advise you to quickly kneel down and surrender. The fat elder enemy of Tai Huin Mon also frowned angrily, pretending to be the leader of the army to destroy Tai Huin Mon's sect. I'm here, I don't believe you dare. But before he could finish his sentence, the sharp knife on the enemy's forehead made a sharp blow, cutting off the guest's head, causing fresh blood to splatter. Seeing this scene, the fat old man's words that were about to be said were swallowed back. What dare you dare? Ignoring their panic, Nam Han coldly ordered the next person to be beheaded. Chu Dong Tien cried bitterly. Did he really be beheaded? Father, he really beheaded. Please save me. The deputy sect master and the four elders were scared out of their wits. Neem Han, stop and let me behead the young sect master. That will push our upper Xian sect into a 10,000 feet deep abyss. You are a sinner. Upper mysterious sect. The guy still did not react to the two of them and calmly as a deep lake ordered to continue cutting. Luong Ka Khan just lost his life, causing the sect master of the Tai Huin Mon above the sky to also worry and speak up, Stop quickly and let my son go. If you want me to release you, you can get 9 heads of spirit veins. If you give me here, I will release them. Hearing these words, the sect leader Tai Huin Mon's eyes widened in anger. If that doesn't work then stop talking too much. The sect leader's eyes cracked open with anger. I think carefully. You dare to cut down the sect master. The sect master swears to you that no one in the upper mysterious sect can survive. I will imprison him. Day and night, refining your soul to show you what worldly suffering is. Faced with his naked threat, Neem Han's deep eyes flashed with anger and he uttered the word slash. Being so close to death caused Chu Dong Tien's spirit to collapse and he could only say no, he could not cut him. But what he got in return was warm blood and a sharp blade that sent him towards the yellow spring. The head of the sect, Tai Huin Mon, stared in horror at his son's headless body without saying anything kind. The 2 deputy sect masters and the 4 elders collapsed and sat on the ground. All hope was gone and nothing could come back. Anger engulfed the Tai Huin Mon people and the sect leader quickly ordered everyone to listen to my order, level the upper Huin sect for me, no one can live quickly. The two old men who are greedy for life and afraid of death can only kneel and cry before the enemy. No, no, we surrender to the sect master. I surrender on behalf of the Upper Huin sect. This is all a matter that Nam Han caused and has nothing to do with it. The great elder was extremely angry at the reaction of the two idiots. The other two stood up and told me that even if my head falls off, at most I will have a scar as big as a bull. In my next life, I will still be a good man, the master of a clan. To bow your head before an enemy like that is truly humiliating. Ignoring the advice of the two of them, the deputy sect master raised his head to look at his enemy and continued to kneel. The sect master and this group of people are all crazy, please forgive us. Facing the request, the sect leader Tai Huin Mon screamed angrily, I said, not even one person can survive. Immediately, the fat enemy elder dragged his elite disciples and flew down to the ship. In the eyes of our Tai Xian sect, you Upper Xian sect are just chickens and dogs, not worthy of our sect master personally. I will send you off to follow my young master. The powerful army with flying spirit beasts looking towards the east of the Upper Mystic sect shocked the disciples. The great war is near. The great elder stood up to calm the disciples' mood and began to make arrangements. All the Upper Xuanzong disciples will listen to my orders today and fight to the death. Even if they die, they will still have to make my Upper Xuanzong earn reputation. But this encouragement is not necessarily effective, especially for lowly and cowardly people like Nam Kung Guang Tuet. Her face is pale and miserable. However, those who are passionate about fighting like Quang Tich Ni are excited and immediately jump up and rush towards their enemy vigorously. The handyman disciples, under the leadership of Lu Lei, transformed into battle-hardened warriors who immediately attacked without fear. Brothers, when it was time for our handyman to show off, we couldn't let you down. Lu's face. There was no way back. Duong So Nin sighed and took the last sip of wine. Young people will die soon. Young people will die soon. Young people will die soon. Everyone gathered their spirits and quickly rushed to follow us. Even though some were worried, some were excited, some were resilient, some were scared, the war still had to take place. But as soon as they mustered up their courage, they were called back by Nim Han, causing the great elder to lose momentum and almost fall on his face. The great elder did not understand why he was still calling him at this moment, so he bewilderedly asked young Master Ren Han what was going on. Great elder, if a dog bites someone, do you have to bite it back? Oh, so what should I do now? Because the elder who was asked probably doesn't understand anything. A mysterious smile appeared on Nam Han's lips. If the dog bites us, of course we have to close the door and let the dog out to bite it back. Have you forgotten? Great elder, activate the great magic protection array of the labyrinth. Great elder was startled and remembered and immediately summoned the key in his hand. Above the sky, the disciples of the Tai Huin Mon rushed forward with a fierce force that made people afraid. But the great elder did not let them approach his sect, so he used all his strength to activate the formation through the key. Just saw the command that had just been uttered, an extraordinary formation appeared right in the center of the upper mysterious sect and began to spread out, covering all the surrounding dozens of miles. The elder of Tai Xian Mon saw that scene and quickly shouted to be careful, but his mind was in panic because the maze psychosis of Upper Xian sect had never shown itself before and was always used to test the new disciples to see when they became so powerful. No one had time to answer this answer for them, and the sect master of Tai Huin Mon also knew that this formation was extraordinary, so he wanted to immediately rush to solve the formation. Fairy Bok Van came forward to stop him and not provoke him. Where to go to Nim Han? 5 times 7 times, the fairy stopped in front of the sect master, stared at her and questioned, Miss Bok Van, what does it mean that you are still advising the sect master now? My sect master comes from the Tai Huin sect, of course. I think for the Tai Huin sect, I don't want to see the Tai Huin sect fall into a situation where it will never be able to recover. These words of hers made the sect master completely angry. Today, we are suppressing the reputation of the Upper Xian sect. How can we be irresistible? Fairy Bok Van, she respects your awakening. With a super physical body, you can enter the Holy Land, but don't talk nonsense here. After saying that, he immediately jumped up and rushed towards the great mental labyrinth formation of the upper mysterious sect. Leaving the fairy Bok Van alone, she sighed tiredly. The sect master Tai Huin Mon, with his profound cultivation, just rushed forward and used his magic power to hit the great formation. Disciples of Tai Huin Mon, don't be afraid that this sect master will destroy the formation for you. He was indeed the master of a powerful sect with terrifying cultivation that caused the great formation to constantly shake. The disciples of Tai Huin Mon, who were trapped in the chaotic maze, saw their master displaying great power and shaking the great formation. They were extremely excited and could not stop cheering. The great formation was attacked so fiercely that the person presiding over the great formation, the great elder, was also wounded by the master's magic and spit out blood. Seeing this scene, the second elder's face became horrified. Otherwise, the sect master of the Tai Xian Mon's cultivation base was already at the peak of the mountain and sea landscape. A blow from the mountain sea would break the spiritual power of the labyrinth of God. If that were the case, the great battle will not last long. The bad situation caused the four elders to constantly hold their heads and cry. I have already told you that if you dare to offend the people of the Upper Xuanzong, I have already said that we have no way to defeat you. Now you know the truth. The power of Tai Xuanzong is not yet there. The situation needs someone to break the situation, and the person who breaks the situation is definitely our Nam Han when he summons a golden gourd with a flow of energy mixed with a bit of enveloping negative energy. The great elder stared at the gourd and realized that this was the previous gourd that Neem Han wanted to give to the sect. The fourth elder angrily questioned, Neem Han, I see that you are seriously ill, you should go find a place to cure it. This gourd is full of negative energy, do you want to use it to commit suicide and apologize for your sins? From beginning to end, Neem Han did not pay attention to him, but gently waved his hand to control the flow of energy from the gourd to flow out and fly towards the great elder. The great elder was surprised to feel that strange blue energy source. This is very good, very good. What exactly is this great formation that receives this extremely strong spiritual energy in this gourd? Seeing the great formation constantly absorbing energy from the great elder, he wondered. Nam Han spoke up and explained that he had said that this was the spirit generated by true belief, an energy that is purer than the ordinary spirit in the air. The great elder also remembered that when he first met Neem Han, he said that this was a gift he wanted to give to the upper mysterious sect and that it could be used in the future. Today, it was indeed needed, so the great elder could not help but feel he praised Neem Han's godlike ability to arrange the situation and predict the situation. The four elders were covered in sweat and couldn't close their surprised mouths. As soon as this hateful Ren Han entered the door, he thought about today's day. Why can't this be just a coincidence? Outside the great formation, the master of Tai Huin Mon still used his powerful attacks to hit the protective barrier of that formation. His domineering law contained a bit of evil spirit that at first could cause the formation to shake, but as the formation absorbed the energy from the gourd, his attacks were bounced back. After fighting for a while, the sect master, Tai Huin Mon, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What sect's great formation is so solid? Even if I attack with all my strength, I won't be shaken at all. Why? The reason is very simple. The great formation is being supplied with an infinite and extremely high-quality temporary energy source from the gourd that Neem Han took out. The great formation is full, so it is getting bigger and its power is more terrifying, and the great formation also intends to resist the continuous attacks from now on. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the great formation covered the body of the sect leader, Tai Huin Mon, pulling him into the formation, making him unable to struggle. The great elder was so excited that he closed the door and let the dogs loose. We caught all of the upper-level people in our custody. The deputy head of the sect, who was still crying and frightened, now opened his mouth in disbelief. How could this be possible on the Xian sect? How could I defeat the Tai Huin sect? This doesn't make sense at all. No matter how unreasonable, everything happened and all the fierce people of the current Tai Xian men were caught in the psychotic maze. The mysterious labyrinth makes it impossible for people to find a way out, so the sect master of the Tai Huin Mon just uses violence to constantly hit the walls in the hope of destroying the great formation, but it's probably all in vain. The destroyed wall was immediately restored to its original state, making all of the sect master's efforts hopeless. The sect master is psychotic in this maze. If we can't get through it, we can't get out. We're locked up. Faced with the panic of the elder, the sect leader, Tai Huin Mon, looked angry and gloomy. Why are you so scared? I have underestimated Thuang Xian sect, but my Tai Huin sect has deep secrets. Today Thuang Xian sect will definitely be destroyed. He immediately took out a mysterious energy ball in his hand and invited all the elders to come out and destroy the upper mystic sect. In that blink of an eye, the sect master crushed the sphere, and this sphere was a communication sphere. Inside the mountain gate, the great elder looked at the sky and the active formation and sighed. He didn't expect that we were gently cleaning up the Tai Xuanzong's army like we were dreaming. Lu Loi is also stupid because this battle hasn't even started yet and he's already won. Everyone was excited because of the victory, but only Neem Han remained calm from beginning to end, looking at the sky. Don't be so happy yet, it's not over yet. As soon as his words ended, on that giant ship in the sky, an angry roar suddenly rang out, "You insects are extremely insolent." In the blink of an eye, 3 old men flew down from the boat with a terrifying aura like wild beasts, and the 3 of them were the 3 invincible elders of the Tai Huin Mon. I mean, even if we could lock up all the people of the Tai Huin sect, what would we do? These 3 elders are the ones who have suppressed this domain for hundreds of years and could crush their existence with just a finger. Ta! The 3 of them landed next to the Bak Van ferry and immediately asked where the master and the disciples of the Tai Huin Mon were. Ferry Bak Van coldly replied that they had all been captured and imprisoned. Hearing this announcement, all 3 elders were surprised and startled. How could Ji Thuong Xian sect have such ability? Ferry Bak Van immediately bowed. The majestic elder of the Upper Xuanzong was definitely unable to win. I hope the 3 of you can think about the great cause of the Upper Xuanzong and take the initiative to seek peace. Hearing that, an angry elder pointed his finger at her and scolded her, shutting her mouth. Ferry Bak Van. You are not destined to be an incomparably arrogant saint. Yet you dare to say such disgraceful words. You are crazy. So what? Seeing this reaction of the 3 old men, Bak Van, tired and helpless, sighed and couldn't advise. The boat is empty in the sky of the Upper Xian sect, and the voice of the old man resounds. The insects below count to 3 and immediately let go, or I will light up every single heavenly lantern. Neem Han clasped his hands behind his back and looked coldly up at the boat. Old dog, get down here and lie down, or I'll have to beat your face until it's as swollen as a pig's head. The elder of the Tai Huin Mon was angry when he was told and grimaced. Okay, he was bored and blamed the Thuong Huin sect for daring to declare war on my Tai Huin Mon. It turned out that an incompetent reptile would dare to be so arrogant. If that's the case, then I would like to open your head to see what you're thinking. With an angry voice, the elder immediately flew down to attack. The overwhelming aura he radiated made the great elder and second elder standing below extremely worried and solemn. This aura was so oppressive that one could not breathe, and this was a great enemy that had never been seen before. Ever had. Looking at the shocked faces of the people below, the supreme elder of the Tai Huin Mon was extremely pleased. Now he realized that it was too late, so go and die. Only Neem Han stood there calmly, staring at the elder, then gently waved his hand and blurted out 2 words to face him. His arm, though flying through the air like some invisible hand, actually hit the elder's face with a pop. The old man was beaten so stupid that he didn't understand anything. Before he finished, Neem Han waved his hand and hit his face again. At the same time, the old man was also slapped in the face by an invisible hand. This strange scene made the old man bewildered and couldn't help but ask, "You kid, you obviously never touched me, how could you do that?" Bak Zao's eyes shine. This move is so great that she wants to learn it too. Neem Han nodded. It's just a game and has no power, but if you use it, it will definitely hit your face 100% of the time. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Neem Han finished speaking, only to see him gently stretch out his hand and a mysterious source of energy covering Bak Zao's body. Feeling the strange energy, the little girl excitedly rolled up her sleeve, excited to try it out. The girl who imitated Neem Han's appearance was constantly waving her hand in the air and hitting the Tai Huin Mon's elder high in the face. Being repeatedly slapped in the face by 2 people made the old man doubt his life. Waiting for him to regain his composure, anger continued to rise in his mind. What do you guys think of me? What do you think I am? I will kill you. The elder's power exploded, and immediately Neem Han also used a special move to counter, only to see his eyes radiate a terrifying aura, and the mysterious great hand seal was performed. A giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky like an elder's hand and smashed down on the supreme elder, causing him to be frightened. In just a blink of an eye, he was crushed to the ground by terrifying energy. The move just now was quite terrible, but Neem Han was still not very satisfied because the young acupuncture point activated too little of the supreme divine power that was filling the trap, not enough to be used, and even a small emperor technique was not enough to use. In just a blink of an eye, an elder of Tai Huin Mon was beaten to the ground, leaving the 2 remaining men on the boat in shock. An old man stroked his beard thoughtfully and speculated that this kid must have used some kind of secret technique. After all, the upper mysterious sect is still the emperor's sect, but seeing that this kid's strength is not sensitive, it's probably not enough to use it a second time. What they were talking about didn't matter to Neem Han below. She saw him look towards the old man and glanced at Lu Loi. Immediately, Lu Loi excitedly approached him, causing him to panic. Don't you dare! I am the elder of the Tai Huin Mon. Lu Loi ignored his threats and repeatedly slapped his face with his hand, causing his face to turn red. Hitting him meant hitting that talkative old man of yours, right? Constantly being humiliated and beaten by lowly people made the old man want to tear his eyelids out of anger. I will tear you to pieces. I will tear you to pieces. His defeated appearance and his strong mouth made Lu Loi angry and repeatedly slapped him in the face, causing him to vomit blood. Even in this form, why are you still being so arrogant? Do you know anything? Lu Lei finished beating another handyman disciple and walked next to him. Brother Lu Lei has come to me. I haven't beaten the elder yet. Let me try to feel my hand a bit. So this handyman disciple, learning from Lu Loi, used his hand to slap the elder's face, but he couldn't resist. The scene was so horrifying and terrifying that the 4 elders who were greedy for life were afraid of death, gasping and trembling. This is the Supreme Elder who is so noble above that he cannot touch you. How could he? In contrast to his panic, the Great Elder was extremely agitated. What's the matter with the Great Elder of the Tai Xian sect? He was hit in the face by a miscellaneous disciple of the Upper Xian sect like us. The Grand Elder of Tai Huin Mon kept spitting blood and crying without tears. You people are truly humiliated. After that, he was so angry that he fainted and didn't move anymore. In that blink of an eye, another Great Elder of the Tai Huin Mon jumped down to attack. The Great Elder immediately deployed a large mental labyrinth protection array with a lock on the attacking figure. But he easily dodged the attack of the Great Guardian array. The Great Elder was also very surprised when he was easily avoided by the enemy. If you want to use a large Dharma protection array to detain me, you are too much praising the Supreme Elder of the Tai Huin Mon. He was so excited, but was immediately knocked back by an invisible force and spitting out blood. So the Supreme Elder of the Upper Huin sect appeared on time. Did he ask me when he insulted the Upper Huin sect? Seeing the Grand Elder of our sect appear and defeat the Grand Elder of the enemy sect, the disciples of Thuong Huin sect were extremely happy. It was the Supreme Elder of our Upper Xian sect that came. But that one attack could not easily defeat the enemy, so he still rushed down to attack again. Who doesn't know that you are a joke with your age and skills? Are you worthy of the title of Supreme Elder at this level of cultivation? Listening to the enemy's taunting sound, saw the Elder of the Upper Xian sect clasping his hands and forming a seal using the ultimate technique of Tai Xian to suppress hell. Immediately, the illusion of a giant statue head appeared in the sky with an overwhelming aura. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations, the Grand Elder of Tai Huin Mon was constantly sweating in panic. What was this, the aura of Dung Dao realm? The giant elephant did not let him react and used its huge body to crush the old man to the ground. Oh my God, our elder is so powerful and domineering. The Elder of the Taoist realm has truly broken through the Taoist realm. The Tai Xian sect finally has a true strong guardian. Hearing the applause of the disciples, the elder, who did not care about fame and fortune, was also happily stroking his long beard. Luckily it was thanks to Master Renhan. If it wasn't for him to pass on to me Xian Tian town. How can we break through the new prison so quickly? Hearing that, the second elder was even more startled and looked towards that mysterious young man. It was Mr. Neem Han, who did not expect that even the elder had accepted his favor. 2 consecutive elders of Tai Huin Mon were defeated. The remaining elders also had to get on the boat, dragging a giant tower behind them. It was just an early stage of Dao realm, nothing so arrogant. Like that? The Great Elder of the Upper Xian sect stared in surprise at that tower, and this was the most important treasure of the Tai Xian sect, called the 4 Symbols Shimmering Tower. Without further ado, the Elder of the Tai Xian men made hand seals and recited an incantation to control the giant tower to emit the word Thursday. According to his self-control, the Shimmering Tower of Thought immediately appeared above the head of the Supreme Elder of the Upper Mystic sect and radiated terrifying power that enveloped the old man. The old man of the Upper Xian sect was so startled by the sudden attack that he had no time to say something. In the blink of an eye, the elder was captured by the enemy's tower and locked inside. This situation caused the Great Elder to fall into the ice cellar as if struck by lightning. Ignorant people think that only you, the Upper Mysterious sect, have heavy treasures. Do you think that the Shimmering Tower is the peerless magic weapon of the Tai Xian sect? Today, using it on you insects, you should be proud. It's your turn, kid, he said, pointing at Neem Han standing below. Immediately, the Shimmering Tower rushed towards him and golden light continuously radiated. Lu Loi was so frightened that his eyelids were about to tear, but he only had time to scream, "Sir, be careful. Deep Tin also immediately rushed forward and wanted to use his hand to catch Mr. Neem Han. Bok Zao Zao also jumped up and wanted to grab his arm and pull him down. Deep Tin's arm successfully grabbed Neem Han's shirt. The same goes for little girl Bok Zao Zao's little arm, but maybe it's too late. In the blink of an eye, the tower's energy source exploded and the three of them disappeared and fell into the tower. Seeing this scene, the fourth elder's face looked gloomy and gloomy. Compared to the great elder of the Tai Xian sect, Neem Han, he really chose the right death. The other disciples of the upper Xian sect were all terrified by the scene and kept kneeling on the ground, holding their heads in panic. Prince Ren Han was actually sucked into it. What should he do now? There is no Duke Ren Han. How should we deal with the enemy? The people were shocked and their morale dropped to the extreme. The great elder had to stand up and loudly shake his spirits. Shut up everyone and prepare to fight to shock me. Seeing that, the grand elder of the Tai Huin Mon threw a fierce attack towards the crowd below. What do you use to fight against my grand elder? Just seeing one of his gentle attacks, the elite disciples of the upper mysterious sect were all seriously injured. Now it's the turn of the great elder to torment you, you little rats. At the same time, inside the four-shaped tower, three people, Neem Han, appeared and next to him was the old man who was constantly practicing his internal energy. Just appearing in this tower, Bok Zao Zao and Deep Tin both felt like their strength was slipping away quickly. The two tired girls collapsed to the floor. The elder, who was closing his eyes and constantly regulating the power in his body, sensed the group and explained that the four-image sparkling tower will absorb the spiritual energy from our bodies and will quickly absorb the spiritual energy from our bodies. I am afraid we will not be able to endure. How long can I hold on to the spiritual energy in my body? More than half of it has already been transmitted out. Everyone was tired, only Neem Han was still standing there calmly, looking at the two girls next to him and wondering why they also appeared here. Deep Tin's face was full of fatigue when he heard the question and then answered, I saw you being sucked in, I was worried and wanted to pull you back, but I didn't expect to be pulled too. Recently, I have always been taken care of by my representative brother. My life has become so comfortable that I cannot lose my representative brother. Bok Zao Zao also spoke up. Neem Han's face couldn't see the expression clearly, he just nodded. It's good that Deep believes that when you get the opportunity to be in this tower, Bok Zao Zao today will reach the pinnacle of the upper mysterious sect. The two girls listened but didn't understand anything, and when they saw the elder, they sighed inexplicably because if they could live here and couldn't do it, what chance would they have? In everyone's confused eyes, Neem Han concentrated his mind and now he needed to take advantage of the power stored here for tens of thousands of years to open the Star Sea acupuncture point. In that blink of an eye, the fierce aura vortex enveloped Neem Han's body like a giant tornado. His hands clenched tightly, constantly moving the powerful flow of energy throughout his body. Open for me, a fierce roar rang out and the aura began to riot. The aura gathering grew stronger and the power erupting from Neem Han's body became more and more intense like a ferocious wild beast, making others constantly tremble in fear. His strong and overwhelming aura made everyone present in this tower extremely frightened, especially the old man. What is this young master Neem Han doing with such great power? Exploded into pieces? He was worried and Neem Han was contentedly staring at his hands. It was good that both acupuncture points were finally opened. At the same time, in front of Neem Han suddenly appeared a giant green demon with a strange voice. Who are you? The attack group of the four symbolic spirits has been towering continuously for 10,000 years but cannot kill you. What's wrong with the divine weapon and tiger on your body? Staring at that demon, Neem Han wondered if you were the tower spirit here. The demon must smile with red eyes and a mouth the color of blood. Seeing how powerful this boss is, won't he tremble before my power? Neem Han just shook his head without expression and said that you should blow yourself up, making the demon not understand anything. What am I talking about, this brat? I said that if you self-explode, there is still a way to reincarnation. If I take action, you will turn into eternal ashes. Neem Han's calm appearance and heart-wrenching voice made the Thap Lin demon endlessly angry. He spoke nonsense and even dared to be so arrogant that in this place, people's lives and deaths are decided by me. There. He was about to say something else, but Neem Han didn't want to say more. Immediately, a stream of lightning covered his arm and he coldly threw a punch. A giant fist suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the demon's small body, causing it to panic. What is this, the Heavenly Emperor, how could you be? It only had time to scream in frustration and then its entire body was quickly destroyed by the power. At this time, the pressure of the Supreme Elder, Tai Huin Mon, was radiated outside, causing the disciples of the Upper Huin sect to be forced to kneel on the ground, kneeling for this elder. The two elders of the Upper Xian sect were also shaken by this pressure and had to put their hands on the ground to support themselves. Quang Tich Ni was unwilling to stop screaming, "Stand up for me, even if I die, I will not kneel before the enemy." Lu Loi lay down on the ground as his two fingers scolded him. Even if he lay down, he wouldn't kneel. "You'll be angry to death, you hateful old man. The situation is extremely dire." Deputy sect leader Guo quickly spoke up, "Elder Grand Elder and Nim Han are both dead, what are you still stubborn about? Quickly let the Tai Huin Mon's people in the divine labyrinth go." The appearance of the great elder of the universe, but his eyes were full of determination and he did not believe that Mr. Nim Han would die so easily. The fourth elder angrily shouted, "You idiot, at this point, you still have hope with such an arrogant guy? That naive Nim Han is already looking for his own death." Quang Tich Ni immediately protested that Mr. Nim Han would absolutely have nothing happen to him. They still had time to argue with each other down here, which made him see the elder of the Tai Huin Mon proudly smiling. Haha, after entering the Four Elephants Lin Lang Tower, within a moment he would turn into that brat's juice. "If I can still live, I will let him deal with me." The old man who was hit in the face at the beginning kept screaming and talking too much. "Why dare to hit my face? Let's kill them all." The dire situation made the great elder unable to help but rush forward. "In any case, all of my Upper Xuanzong disciples will fight to the end without kneeling before the enemy and kill them all for me." Elder Tai Huin Mon's voice was filled with murderous intent and a source of energy covered in it. He was truly looking for his own death. I only saw a powerful palm strike from him, causing the great elder to hit his face on the ground. But when he got the chance, he immediately jumped down and wanted to kill them all to avoid trouble later. But just halfway through the flight, the elder Tai Huin Mon's entire body stopped because the shimmering golden tower he was controlling was shaking violently. Seeing this scene, Lu Loi excitedly shouted, "Go up, the tower is about to collapse and the young man is about to escape." Hearing those words, the old man angrily shook his head. "There is no such thing as four idols and towers. What kind of sacred object is that possible?" He was vehemently denying it when suddenly the giant tower exploded, leaving him speechless. Explode, explode, then the four shimmering statues of the tower, how could it explode? This is a standard imperial soldier. In that terrified face of the elder, he could only see that from that explosion, Nim Han's group of people had appeared on the ground. Quang Tich Ni was extremely excited that Mr. Nim Han was indeed okay. Ren Han completely ignored those people, but his hand continuously controlled his spiritual energy to gather the power of the four shimmering towers from earlier into a ball of light. Then he gave that orb to Deep Tin and told her that this was the magic of the four sacred statues. After drinking it, she could open a new path. Without doubt or hesitation, Deep Tin immediately absorbed all the energy in that ball of light into his body. In the blink of an eye, the girl's rough and ugly body was lifted into the air by magical power. A giant energy with Deep Tin as the center constantly spread around, causing the air to distort. Ren Han also took this opportunity to use his spiritual sense to feel something and he finally felt it. Deep Tin's body was covered with magical energy and her consciousness spread around. She looked into the distance and there, in the direction of the heavenly gate, there was the item she needed to escape. Seeing that, Nam Han's eyebrows furrowed and silently mentioned the words Tianmon and this sect, afraid that they would not be free from the relationship with the traitors that year. While he was deep in thought, the Grand Elder of the Tai Huin Mon appeared right behind him and killed him, destroying my thought of Lin Lin Tower and I will kill you. Deep Tin had returned to normal and quickly spoke up to remind Mr. Nim Han to be careful. This is the most powerful elder of the Tai Xian sect. At that moment, Nim Han immediately turned around and threw a punch with an illusory giant fist to block the old man. The old man was so frightened that he couldn't help but shout out what kind of palm technique this was. But there was no time for him to react or consider that the palm of his hand had powerfully hit his old body. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Elder of Tai Huin Mon, who was originally so majestic and fierce in killing people everywhere, was defeated and flew into the distance. The Great Elder felt that his life over the past few hundred years was not as special as this one day when one after another events occurred that shattered all his perceptions. The other side was blown away with just one move, causing the Tai Huin Mon's elder to panic and quickly decide to turn around and run away. Ren Han was indifferent and full of murderous aura. "Didn't you say you let me handle it? Heavenly Emperor Palm." This time, the palm technique was the same as before, but the power was doubled and it hit the old man's back, causing him to spit out blood. His whole body felt like it had been hit by a meteor beam, causing his bones to break, his meridians to break, and his soul to be affected. This type of super god-level move can only be barely used once. After all, the divine power of the Supreme Being in the field is too little, and the genius of this place can rarely provide great divine power for the sea. Renhan doesn't have much either. Seeing Nimhan calmly standing in the pile of rubble, the two elders lost their voices. Dead, dead, the strongest elder, Tai Huin Mon, died just like that and was even killed by a single palm strike. The power of our upper mysterious sect is too strong. Hearing this, the great elder immediately spoke up and explained that it was probably not the supreme elder who acted. After all, he had just entered the Taoist realm and the grand elder was afraid that he had already reached the Taoist state of concentration. It's windy. Hearing that, the second elder pondered for a moment and was startled, unable to believe that the speaker meant that Nimhan had just personally killed the enemy. The old man nodded solemnly and could not think of any other possibility. At this time, Nimhan, with his deep eyes and windless hair, looked at the surrounding disciples and spoke. Up and down the Tai Xian sect was only an outer sect of the upper profound sect, but now it is dare to commit blasphemy and turn back to bite the master. Today, this entire sect, from now on, everything of the Tai Xian sect will be returned to the upper district sect. Hearing his announcement, the disciples around were excited. Long live our young master, our hospital is full of energy, we never expected that one day we would be able to witness this historic moment. Duong So Nin kept patting his head, exclaiming how he could win in such a confused moment. Quang Tich Ni stood next to him and looked at him with disdain. There was no way he was confused because he was confused, you idiot. Young Master Ren, a person like this is the one that Quang Tich Ni is chasing. Ferry Bok Van saw the scene of the Tai Huin Mon's army being destroyed and was not surprised. He just sighed tiredly. The ending was exactly as I expected. Mr. Nimhan, not an ordinary man, Tai Xian Mon died in his hands. He's not bad either. Now that Tai Huin Mon has been destroyed, I don't have to worry anymore. I can return to the Holy Land to practice. With that in mind, she immediately flew away from this place of trouble. At this time, in the service yard, two elders knelt in front of Renhan, clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving the Xian sect. I revived you and turned the situation around. Master Renhan is peerless. All the surrounding disciples also followed the two elders, clasping their hands and bowing down to pay their respects. Young Master Renhan is peerless. Young Master Renhan is peerless. Peerless, peerless, peerless. The disciples from big to small all cheered so excitedly that they shed tears. Nimhan calmly stood there accepting everyone's praise. Nam Kung Nung Tuet with her hateful face was also bewildered, and they actually won and actually annexed the powerful Tai Huin Mon. Namhan actually created a miracle. Now she clearly understood that the first time she met Nimhan at the ancient mine, he told her not to choose the wrong path, and this sentence really had meaning. But in the end, Nam Kung Gong Tuet also chose the wrong one. Already, the four elders still haven't had time to regain their composure and can only mutter, I don't believe how you can defeat Tai Huin Mon. Suddenly, the deputy sect leader appeared and slapped the four elders in the face. Suddenly being beaten, the fourth elder did not understand anything and asked the sect leader, what are you doing? The deputy head of the sect widened his eyes and stroked his goatee. Let me see if you are dreaming or not. Everything's over. The supreme elder came before Renhan to bow. Young Master Renhan has extraordinary magic power. Currently, the position of head of the Upper Xian sect is vacant. Please invite young Master Renhan to accept it. The two remaining elders of the Upper Xian sect also stepped forward and smiled, inviting young Master Namhan to accept the position of sect leader. Upon hearing this, the deputy headmaster immediately spoke up and said that he did not agree. The voice of the supreme elder coldly interrupted, what right do you, deputy head of the sect, do not agree to interfere in this matter? Seeing that, he shamelessly explained to me that I was the deputy sect leader of the upper mysterious sect and that the position of sect leader was also mine. That's right, I also disagree that in Namhan, it seems like he has a normal cultivation level, although he can mobilize strange divine powers, but those gods are all from the upper mysterious sect. To put it bluntly, he borrowed our power. He is not qualified to become a sect leader. The words of the two of them made the grand elder angry. Quach deputy sect leader, four elders, you two are greedy for life and afraid of death and still have the face to say those words. I have never seen either of them in public. Being so shameless, you two really disgrace the sect's reputation. The surrounding disciples also nodded in agreement with each other. Deputy sect leader Gua's performance was unusual and had no courage at all. He and the 4 elders were the first to kneel down and surrender, no wonder it was their fault. Xian sect falling again, these 2 guys are a disaster. Hearing those gossips from the disciples, the deputy head of the sect roared angrily, "You guys are impertinent." His eyebrows were furrowed and his face was twisted crazily. "It took my sect master half my life to achieve this position. I do not agree to let Nim Han, a person who only arrived a few days ago, took away his position. I don't believe in my sect leader's wisdom." The response to his question was a resounding slap from the elder. "Your opinion doesn't matter, you bastard." After speaking, he saw the elder once again bowing in front of Nim Han, asking him to accept the position of sect leader of the Upper Xian sect. Many surrounding disciples also agreed with this decision and eventually asked Nim Han to take over the position of sect leader. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Nam Han nodded but shook his head. "Indeed, today someone must take over the position of sect leader, but that person is not me." "But it was her," he said while pointing towards Bok Zao Zao, making her stupid and not understanding. Everyone was very surprised because Bok Zao Zao was good at interacting with beauties and kind-hearted people, but she didn't have any spiritual qualities at all. That's right, if she didn't have cultivation base, could she shoulder the responsibility of a sect leader? Or not. The negative and doubtful words of the surrounding disciples did not make her sad, but she also felt that way about herself. "On behalf of brother, are you telling the truth?" "I can't have that." The great elder puzzled and asked Mr. Nim Han if this matter was a bit careless. Nam Han understands that everyone will be very suspicious, but only he knows Bok Zao Zao's true identity. "Believe me, she can." Looking at his resolute and confident appearance, the surrounding disciples were still very worried and even somewhat dissatisfied, but they didn't say anything. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the great elder took the lead and agreed. "I believe that Mr. Nim Han approves of Bok Zao Zao to become the new sect leader of the Upper Mysterious Sect." Elder grandfather pondered for a moment and then nodded. "If it were like that, I would agree with the elder. Bok Zao Zao, from now on, you are the 42nd sect master of the Upper Xian sect." The deputy head of the sect was so angry that he spat out blood. "Whatever it is, Nim Han, stop it, but on what basis could that little girl become the head of the sect? I'm angry to death." Everything had been decided by the supreme elder, so the disciples no longer hesitated but knelt down to pay their respects to the sect leader. Seeing the scene of everyone paying their respects to him, Bok Zao Zao was extremely confused and didn't know what to say, so he asked for help and looked towards Nim Han. Nim Han smiled. "Don't worry, if you want to say something, just say it. It's such a big day in your life. Don't stand there like that. Let's go back and have a party." Nim Han thought she was going to say something very solemn, but he didn't expect that she would want to hold a party, leaving him helpless. The scene is transferred to a world with sky-filled buildings, heavenly islands, pavilions, a fairy tale scene. This is where the mysterious Tianmon sect is located. A pioneering Taoist monk said to his daughter next to him, "This time the 4 supremes of Van Yen come to participate in the Great Bai Qingyun, which only opens once every 30 years. As usual, there will be a chance to suppress the heroes. When you meet the Supreme Being, you must grasp it well." The girl next to her smiled confidently. "Father, please rest assured that the monks in this area, Fuang Van Yen, are at the top. You have the highest confidence." Young sect leader cannot underestimate the presence of many people in the southern heaven region in recent years. Many young celestial divine bodies. At the same time, from the sky of Tianmon sect, a horse carriage appeared with 2 extremely powerful giant dragons pulling it. The girl Fuang Van Yen, her father and the elders of Tianmon sect appeared in front of the carriage to welcome the newcomer. The heavenly sect master met the supreme messenger, and father and son bowed very respectfully in front of the carriage. From the carriage appeared 2 girls wearing blood-red robes with snake tongues constantly sticking out. "If you brave monks on earth see the messenger, you should kneel down to welcome them." This bossy appearance and disdainful voice made the head of the Tianmon sect extremely bewildered. While the old man was confused and didn't know what to do, another mysterious woman appeared and shook her head and said it was okay. The elder looked at that woman in surprise because she was the true monarch of Tianxa. In the past, the messengers sent by the Supreme Being were all powerful people who were in line with the Tao, but this time they sent a big person like Tianxa. Snake Leg Army. Tien Sect Master flattered Tien Xa True Monarch to come to Nam Tien Tu. I am extremely honored to preside over Dai Maitan Van Nam Tien Tu. This time this monarch comes, in addition to participating in Dai Baitan Van, there is also a more important matter. Hearing that, the sect master immediately asked worriedly, what's going on with Chan Quan? True Monarch Tien Xa's pale face and sharp eyes revealed a dangerous smile. I came to find the son of adversity. Isn't that son of adversity the person in the legend? True Monarch Tien Xa seriously shook his head. It's not a legend. That person really exists but has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. And that person has an extremely close relationship with the southern heavenly region, so the nine-origin Holy Spirit is supreme. Sent me here to find that person, and I don't know how to find that son of reversal. The son of adversity has extraordinary behavior. I don't know if anything big has happened to this thing recently. Hearing the True Quan question, the sect leader thought for a moment and then replied, recently the biggest thing that happened in this area was that the powerful Tai Xian sect was defeated by the Upper Xian sect. It was said that it was related to a young person, the second story. The second is Dai Maitan Van. True Monarch Tien Xa suddenly smiled to reveal his snake tongue. Upper Xian sect is that the sect of the old fairy Ba Kai? That's really interesting. That young man told him to come alone to see me. As for Dai Maitan Van, at that time, my messenger also witnessed how easily the Son of Heaven defying sun hid among the group of heavenly heroes. The Tien Mon sect leader repeatedly bowed and said yes. True Monarch Tien Xa was walking towards the main hall but immediately turned back to look at the small girl from before. You are Fuang Van Yen and your qualifications are really good. If you can win in this great battle, I will take you to meet the Supreme Ningguin Holy Spirit. At that time, the gears of fate will begin to turn. Fuang Van Yen was agitated but still tried to stay calm, clasping her hands together to bow. The true king reassured me that I have faith in myself. Tien Xa True Monarch heard that and said nothing more but left and said that she was tired. The maid following Tien Xa True Monarch looked at the sect master and his son and said coldly, the militia is tired, you should quickly prepare the blood meal. The elder was surprised and immediately asked what blood food was for. Hearing that, the maid exuded a terrifying aura as she stared at the elder, but she still didn't know that the blood was of course only male and female. Fuang Van Yen was startled when she heard that it was male and female. Remember clearly that it must be a boy and a girl under 10 years old. If they have the right qualities or practice, the better. The young girl Fuang Van Yen couldn't help but speak up to stop her. How could such a thing be possible? How can I give you the opportunity to contribute to the militia? You still don't agree. Don't forget that you are the slaves of the supreme sect. Why do you exist? Why did you become the top sect? Southern Heavenly Region. What else is the little girl Fuang Van Yen planning to say? The sect leader has already stepped forward and clasped his hands together. The militiamen are afraid that in a short time they will not be able to find male and female companions. Recently, the sect has been using elixir to nourish them. A group of adult spirit beasts should be given to the militia to enjoy first. From inside the carriage came a cold voice, then the sect master, as if granted amnesty, immediately bowed and sent the messenger off. Waiting for those people to leave, Fuang Van Yen frowned and looked at his father. Father, Tien Xa True Monarch, is a supreme power, so why would he be possessed to do such things that hurt the sky? It's no different from an evil sect. The old sect leader sighed, daughter, the Supreme Ningguin Holy Spirit is actually a great demon and the envoy he sent is not surprising. Let's talk less later, we can't make any mistakes, we just need to send the Tien Xa True Monarch as quickly as possible. If we and the Tien sect can become the leader of the Southern Heavenly Region, there will be no problem. The monastery of the three Supreme Lords that year. The elder was so worried that he was sweating, boss, but True Monarch Tien Xa wants to find the son of adversity, so he's afraid she won't be able to leave in a short time. The sect master looked at the sky and sighed, searching for tens of thousands of years and still not being able to find it. How could it be so easy to find this time, as well as the son of adversity or something? It's unclear whether it exists or not. But, at this time, excited screams continuously rang out in the main hall of the upper mysterious sect. It turned out that the two elders reviewed all the records and cultivation resources they had collected from Tai Huin Mon, making them extremely happy, with this huge amount of resources lasting about 1,000 years. Can later become the hegemon of one side. The great elder quickly calmed down and looked at Neem Han, who was still thoughtful next to him, then asked, young master, what will you do next? Clear this place of all traitors and insecure people, raise the battle flag and tell everyone that this will be a new beginning. The great elder shook his head stupidly. The traitors starting a new land. Why is it that I understand every word I hear but putting the whole thing together is so confusing? Renhan didn't answer, but suddenly a figure appeared from outside the door and said a few words. The heavenly gate was about to appear. As soon as a young man with a rough face walked into the main hall, he said Yin and Yang strangely, "Are you all here? I thought there was no one in your upper Xian sect, right?" Duong So Nin whispered to his master that he looked annoyed, because in the past the 4 elders and deputy sect masters were all very flattering to the Tianmon people. He was probably angry because no one went out today. Greeting. He walked in, looked around at everyone, then loudly introduced himself. I am Truonglan's direct disciple of Tian's sect, and everyone with the upper mysterious sect, please listen to this command. Quang Tichni couldn't help but scolded loudly. What's wrong with you? Why did you come here and yell so loudly? Tichni must not be disrespectful. This is a person of that heavenly sect. This hereditary disciple named Truonglan frowned. I didn't expect you guys to treat me like that. What do you guys mean? Renhan is cold. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it or get out. Truonglan is making you want to burn. You're so bold. We are the first sect in the southern region, of course we have the right to give orders. It's an honor for me to come to your sect, but no one comes out to welcome me, yet I'm still so arrogant here. Renhan didn't want to listen to this crazy guy talk nonsense, so he ordered Quang Tichni to beat him. The excited girl immediately performed an air blow technique that hit her in the face. Big brother Nam Han's effort in slapping his face is really useful. Truonglan was beaten until her face was swollen and her nose bled. She looked bewildered at the group of people from the upper Huin sect questioning her. If you guys dare to do that, I swear I will. As soon as he saw that he wanted to continue scolding Nim Han, he looked towards Bok Zao and continued to fight. This request was very compatible with the girl's thoughts, so she did not hesitate to repeatedly beat the celestial disciple, making him dizzy. His whole body trembled with anger. He couldn't believe that these people dared to anger him. But in exchange for that anger, it was just a cold voice. If Truonglan has something to say, quickly say that this sect is not like before, don't do anything more. Well, listen carefully. Firstly, it's about the competition conference that will be held in 3 days. Secondly, it's spreading the word about the Upper Xuanzong taking action against the Tai Huinmon and another person who made them run to heaven. Questioning subject. If you dare to attack me in a few days, I will let you know so I can see if you guys can still be so arrogant. After saying that, I didn't explain anything further and immediately turned around and left. Looking at his back, the great elder turned around to look at Nim Han. You absolutely must not go to Heaven's Gate. Tianmon's strength is unfathomable, which is the hegemon of Tiannam region. Although Tai Huinmon is strong, he does not dare to say anything to Tianmon. Moreover, behind the Heavenly Gate, there is a supreme strongman who is absolutely not allowed to go. The voices of the 2 elders were very serious and gave detailed instructions, but Nim Han did not reach his ears. If so, then I must go on a trip. Anyone who's old knows that it's better not to say anything. If it's normal, then it's not like Nim Han won't die. If that's the case, then of course you must follow the young master from now on, the great elder advised, looking at his disciple. Duong So Nin was so surprised that his heart was about to fall out. Master, can you change someone else? Tianmon is not Tai Huinmon. Tai Huinmon only wants a few things from us, but he still speaks the truth. Subject is different. Duong So Nin's heart couldn't stop screaming at this moment because with his personality, I don't know what else could cause this. Is this using me as cannon fodder? The great elder threw a disdainful look at his disciple. Stop wasting your words in the sect. You are the most eloquent 8-sided spirit dragon. Having you by my side will help you with many things. Then a few days later a spaceship started departing from the upper mysterious sect. On the spaceship, Nim Han spoke up and asked the 2 elders next to him to tell him about Tan Van Dai Bai. Tan Van Dai Bai is a place where the fighting geniuses of the entire Heavenly South region can then have the opportunity to go to the Divine region to meet the Supreme Being. However, this kind of opportunity is extremely rare, but if you get it, you can enter the Holy Land of the Southern region of cultivation. Hearing that, Nim Han gave a deep smile, wondering what kind of place the Heavenly South region Holy Land was. The second elder stepped forward and explained that it was an ancient relic that contained extremely powerful magical treasures. If we understand, then we must go there. But it's very difficult because only the top 3 can enter the Holy Land of Heavenly South. Neem Han's eyes are so profound, then take all three. Currently, there are not many people in our sect who are qualified to participate in this great battle. Our sect disciples cannot compete with the geniuses that have appeared recently, let alone in the future. Tianmon also has a person known as the #1 leader of Tian Van Yen. If so, it will be very difficult to achieve the quota. After a while of traveling, Nam Han's group finally arrived at Tianmon City, also known as the first city in the south region. Here, the bustling streets of both mortals and monks are extremely busy. The citadel is surrounded by high white mountains filled with spiritual energy that overwhelms the sky. Duong So Nin stood in the middle of the street in amazement. No wonder this place was called the first city in the southern region. Everyone who came here was terrifying. The second elder explained with a calm expression, "It's because you don't know, the absolute splendor of Tianmon City is because Tianmon City is located in Tianmon City, a sect with a stronghold that only Tianmon can do." Okay. As they talked and chatted, the group gradually approached the heavenly gate. The second elder stepped forward and gave the order to the deacon in charge. "We are from Upper Xuanzong to participate in Tan Van Great Bai." The deacon took the order and looked at it, then asked in annoyance why you guys came so late. The second elder asked in surprise, "Why are you saying that so late? We clearly arrived 2 days earlier." The deacon frowned and turned to leave. "I said it's late. You guys should be in the miscellaneous room." The elder woman was extremely angry, her face darkened and she questioned us as guests coming to attend Tan Van Dai Bai. "How dare we let us stay in the cleaning room?" The deacon smiled disdainfully. "If you don't like it, then stay in the stables." Kwang Tichni clenched her fists and stepped up to curse, "This is really too much rape, this is intentionally making things difficult for us." He threw the command token straight to the ground and said directly, "Like that, if you want to make things difficult for you, if you want to stay then stay, if you don't stay then go somewhere else." The surrounding disciples were all whispering to each other. Perhaps it was because the people of the Upper Xian sect did not respect Deacon Tan, or maybe Deacon Tan's fiery energy today was simply not pleasing to their eyes. Neem Han's face darkened, radiating a terrifying aura, coldly looking at him and speaking, "I'll give you another chance, pick up the token right away." This look of his made the deacon glare angrily. "Who are you to dare to raise your voice at me?" The great elder saw that the situation was not good and stepped forward to stop him and advise Neem Han to calm down his anger so that he could handle this matter. Then he glanced at his disciple and Duong So Nin also understood what his master meant, smiling and nodding in response. The deacon came here for the first time and didn't know the rules. "I'm sorry." Duong So Nin walked up to the deacon and put a bag of spirit stones into the deacon's hand. "That's right, but it's just this little bit, why is it so little?" Deacon Tan happily accepted the bag but tentatively frowned and criticized it. Duong So Nin gave a warm and friendly smile, "Surely you haven't seen that there are 108 mid-grade items inside." Hearing that, the deacon immediately raised his voice and said less is less. "What nonsense are you talking about here? If not, then don't bring you countrymen." In his mind, he whispered, "Dare to be tough with Mr. Truong Lon today, must put you in the stables." The second elder, sensing his malice, couldn't help but speak out. "Let the deacon tell you, my master has no patience, so don't talk too much." When he heard it, he laughed loudly and was ridiculous. Temperament is also not good. Neem Han's face was as dark as water and he ordered Kwang Tich Ni to beat him. Hearing that, the deacon laughed even louder and was extremely vulgar. "Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue if you hit me?" But before he could finish his sentence, Kwang Tich Ni impatiently slapped him in the face from afar. "I already dislike you." The deacon was beaten so angry that he immediately rushed forward and tried to attack you, wanting to die. But immediately his collar was grabbed tightly by Neem Han. The guy calmly held his collar with one hand and kept slapping him in the face with the other. He coldly ordered us to quickly arrange the best room for us. Deacon Chin was beaten until he was so stupid that he could only scold loudly, "This crazy guy, I am the deacon of Tianmon, do you know that? What the hell is a deacon?" Nam Han doesn't care if he's a deacon or a sect master. He just sees you repeatedly slapping him in the face, making him go crazy. The great elder helplessly raised his hand to caress his old face. He had just opened the scene and had already beaten the audience so hard that I had a bad feeling that there would be more games to come. At this time, the deacon had been beaten until his face was disfigured, so he quickly raised his hand to stop it. "Don't hit me anymore. For those of you in the upper room, don't hit me anymore." Finally, there was a room for Renhan's group to leave and the deacon angrily looked at their backs. In the Tianmon area, he even dared to be hysterical. Mr. Truong Lan's uncle was waiting at the dojo for his followers. "That's you." At this moment, Deep Tin suddenly pointed to a high mountain in the distance and said that she felt a strange aura on the other side. Seeing that, Neem Han also looked in that direction and turned to tell the Great Elder to go rest quickly, and he and Deep Tin would go and see. The Great Elder was so worried that he did not dare to let Neem Han go alone, so he ordered his disciple Duong So Nin to follow. "Hurry up and follow so as not to let the conflict between you and Tianmon increase." At the same time, in the far mountain range, the young master of Tianmon, the girl Fuang Van Yen, was walking step by step up each step. But it seems that these seemingly normal stairs make her extremely difficult because every time she steps up, she wastes all her energy. Fuang Van Yen's face was tired, sweat was flowing, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Why hasn't this been the 7th time and still not passed the ancestral temple trial? I don't have to sit and relax because today I have to overcome one more level." At the foot of the mountain, Neem Han's group of people arrived and he immediately told Deep Tin to go up the stairs, making Duong So Nin startled. Wait, sir, this is the ancestral temple of the Heavenly Gate. How can someone like us with no duties enter it?" Nam Han glanced at him in confusion, wondering what was wrong with this place being the ancestral temple of the Celestial Gate. Intruding arbitrarily is a serious sin of disrespect and can even lead to war between the two sections. You can tease the sect master of the Heavenly Sect if you want to, but don't touch this place. Ren Han didn't care and still walked up the stairs. "I'm afraid the ancestral temple is no longer what it used to be. It has become a palace for thieves." The young master of the Heavenly Gate, Fuang Van Yen, was sitting and saw a stranger walking up. He immediately asked loudly, "Who are you? This is a forbidden ancestral temple. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Duong So Nin's face was also pale and panicked as he chased after Neem Han. The young man went away. "People said they couldn't let outsiders in." I only saw Nam Han calmly answer that he was not an outsider. This was once a land of hundreds of wars, countless soldiers fought to the death, countless ethnic monks had their heads bleeding, how could I be an outsider? Neem Han thought to himself. Duong So Nin of course did not know those secrets, so he was extremely tired and helplessly knocked his head. Fuang Van Yen immediately stood up and sincerely explained and reminded everyone. "I remind you that the ancestral temple itself can create extremely dangerous restrictions. If you go there, you are simply looking for death." Nam Han completely ignored the girl's instructions and just ordered Deep Tin to step up. Deep Tin did not hesitate but immediately set foot on the first step. At that moment, a giant meteorite beam suddenly appeared from the sky, aiming straight at the girl and hitting her. Seeing this scene, Duong So Nin's face was filled with horror and he screamed. As expected, the meteorite hit Deep Tin, causing her to squirt out blood. Fuang Van Yen's eyes were solemn and she shouted loudly, not knowing how much she was injured, so she quickly left. "Like this, it's too scary. If you continue going up, giant stones will fall from the sky, and it seems like those giant stones attack both mentally and physically. Deep Tin Neem Han, come down quickly, let's not go up there anymore, it's too dangerous." Duong So Nin stood below and kept advising everyone. But those words reached Deep Tin's ears, causing her to refute and shut up. "Duong So Nin, young master. What does senior brother Duong So Nin know? Everything you told me to do is a great opportunity for me, so no matter what, I can't back down." As the girl spoke, her mouth was still bleeding but her body was trembling and she stood up and took another step forward. Of course this time the giant stone fell again. Deep Tin used his weak body to receive that powerful attack and had no intention of avoiding it. Duong So Nin was worried and wanted to say something more, but Deep Tin immediately interrupted him. "Senior brother Duong, I advise you to be determined to move forward and not look ahead and miss the opportunity again." These words made Duong So Nin ponder, not knowing how to refute. In contrast to Duong So Nin's timidity and worry later, Deep Tin is much simpler and more resilient. "If you said I can go up, then I can definitely go up. Even if you get hit by a rock while playing, you will be banned from causing mental damage, so what can you do?" Every step Deep Tin takes blood, her bones even break, but the girl's ugly face is full of indomitable tenacity. Fuang Van Yen sighed helplessly, having only climbed 3 steps, but she was already half dead, but she still wanted to reach the 18th step, it was a dream. In the end, the words just now seemed to have had some impact on Duong So Nin, causing him to try to use all his courage to step forward. He couldn't let the female disciple of the Service Academy look down on him. Up then up. However, it seems that Duong So Nin appreciated his courage because when he felt the terrible restriction, he quickly retreated. Simply being in control here is not something a human can endure. Alright. At this time, above the high ranks, Fuang Van Yen had stood up to complete the breath control. There were still 3 more ranks left before he could complete the training fee, because even if he had to meet the supreme god of the divine realm, even if it were like this, it would be too much. Can do. Then the girl took a deep breath and stepped on the next step, but the terrifying atmosphere of this place forced Fuang Van Yen to step back in surprise. No, I hate it. The moment I step up to level 16, I feel endless pressure. Can't I really reach the top? The power of the restriction made Duong So Nin collapse to the ground, but he still looked worriedly at Deep Tin lying unconscious. Deep Tin, are you okay? Deep Tin's face fell to the ground, but her legs stubbornly stood up while her mouth kept chanting incantations. The calendar broke the stone and the spring was broken. Then, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the little girl walked up 3 more steps to everyone's surprise. At this time, the restriction appeared again and a terrible source of energy affected her body, causing her to collapse down the stairs. Halfway through, nothing is impossible, Deep Tin silently said. When Fuang Van Yen heard the noise behind her, she immediately turned around but couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Why did she climb up 3 stairs at the same time? Fuang Van Yen looked at that ugly girl's face, a miserable and tired face with a mouth full of blood but only eyes bright like a star in the night sky. He took another step and fell down again, but Deep Tin never gave up. This resilient appearance of that girl made Fuang Van Yen, who was already arrogant, couldn't help but agree. Her ability to get up here is already far beyond my expectations, but if you get here, hurry up and go down. If not, I will tell you the truth. In contrast, Fuang Van Yen Nim Han still coldly ordered Deep Tin to continue standing up and walking forward. When Fuang Van Yen heard it, she angrily shouted at that guy. You didn't understand what I said, right? Now she looks like a pile of mud and can't climb back and forth anymore. You still want her to continue, Nim Han? Shaking his head, he affirmed that Deep Tin might be thinking, it's funny that this is the 7th time I've tried it and I'm barely able to get to 15. If I continue, it will be as difficult as reaching the top. What does she rely on to claim the top? You're Miss Deep Tin, you're Deep Tin, can you compare with Deep Tin? Nam Han wondered, you're so rude, you said my qualifications are mediocre and I can't compare with that ugly girl. Do you know who I am? No. His face was cold and he didn't look at Fuang Van Yen once. I don't care who you are, even if you are a 9 heavens fairy, you can't be with Deep Tin. I don't know if it was because of the pain or because of these words, Deep Tin was now shedding tears mixed with fresh blood. Fuang Van Yen gritted her teeth and stared at the man down there, angry at me. Why is there such a blind person like you in this world? The sound of people chatting did not affect Deep Tin, but the girl tried to use all her strength to step up again. I can do it, I can do it. Seeing that, Fuang Van Yen's eyes flashed with solemnity, startled and found a way to die. Following her words, a giant hammer fell from the sky, aiming right at the top of Deep Tin's head. Duong So Nin was terrified because when he stepped up to the 10th step, the giant stone had turned into a giant peak. A group attacked fiercely from that peak and how could Deep Tin avoid it? I only saw the top hit her head straight, causing the girl's head to cave in and lie unconscious on the ground. Fuang Van Yen tiredly smiled. Now she knows how ignorant she is. The challenges of the upper 9th floor and the lower 9th floor are completely different. This ugly girl rushed to the lower 9th floor. If you reach your limit, if you step on it again, you'll die. Nam Han still didn't care and once again ordered Deep Tin to stand up and continue walking. This time, Fuang Van Yen was completely angered and pointed straight at him and scolded him. That's enough. I see that you're just watching the excitement. It's no big deal, standing and talking without your back hurting, right? If you have the skills, you can post it yourself. Don't just stand there and shout endlessly. Nim Han's dark face also took a few steps forward. Truly, I had to go up there too. Boasting without shame, without measure, without wisdom. If you can think, I must raise my 2 hands to welcome you into the ancestral temple. As he walked up each step, a giant stone appeared and hit him, but before it could touch the top of Nam Han's head, it exploded in midair. Therefore, he easily walked step by step without encountering any obstacles. Duong So Nin's eyes were about to pop out right now because people have to walk step by step and it takes a lot of effort, but Mr. Nim Han keeps walking up leisurely. Nam Han could easily have climbed up the 10th step and met Deep Tin's previous peak, but the peak also shattered in front of him. The strange situation made Fuang Vanyen feel like she was struck by lightning. How could it be possible? How could it be possible? How could he go so lightly? In the blink of an eye, Nim Han also passed the place where Fuang Vanyen was standing and a giant sword appeared in the sky and stabbed straight at him. But all the attacks of the band here were useless and did not cause any hindrance, and he easily climbed to the top. Fuang Vanyen's mouth opened wide, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Just like that, he had surpassed her. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Nim Han stepped up to the top and stood in front of the ancestral temple. Looking at the temple in front of him, Nam Han's heart filled with countless emotions that eventually turned into a sigh that transcended time and space as if it wanted to extend to a distant past era. As expected, this place has turned into a palace for thieves. Reaching the peak, then reaching the peak, it's only been less than 10 breaths but I'm already planning. It's not like I'm dreaming, right? The most surprised person right now is Fuang Vanyen because she can't believe that there is a person who doesn't need to stand and walk all the way to the top. What kind of background does this person have? Deep Tin was not surprised because the young master had always been someone who could create miracles. The girl used that as motivation to grit her teeth and step forward, swearing to live and die to follow in the master's footsteps. Every giant step appeared and crashed down on Deep Tin's small and weak body, but she couldn't give up. Fuang Vanyen was also mentally shocked by Nim Han's step to the top, so he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Hateful Fuang Vanyen, I am not weaker than anyone in this life, let alone that ignorant brat. This time, a giant divine sword appeared, causing the seriously injured girl to vomit blood. Fresh blood kept dripping and the injury kept getting worse, making the girl extremely tired. Fuang Vanyen's spirit was extremely depressed at this time because 16 floors was already her limit. But how could that kid get through it so easily? Deep Tin's consciousness gradually became blurred with her broken body, but her hand kept reaching forward, wanting to step up to the next step. Every time he reaches a high level is a terrifying shock that constantly tests Deep Tin's endurance. Fuang Vanyen gasped miserably, glanced back, then opened her mouth to question Nim Han. That pretty girl was almost out of breath and still let her climb on the float, that brat? Nam Han did not answer that question but instead asked her if she knew what kind of place this was. Fuang Vanyen got angry and loudly said that the foreign language here is Tianmon's ancestral temple. We people know what to say. Nam Han closed his eyes and shook his head. Wrong, this is not your ancestral temple, this is the nation's cathedral. Hearing these words, Fuang Vanyen was surprised to see what the temple was all about. Here, each level is a test for mortals, not for monks. When prisoners step up to the highest level, they will be able to rely on gods to enter the temple. It's impossible that even the arrogant monks can't reach the 18th flight of stairs, let alone a mortal. You still dare to stay here and talk nonsense? At that moment, Deep Tin's weak sound rang out and her broken body kept trying to crawl upward. You weren't lying. But as soon as she said that, the impact of the restriction reached its limit, causing Deep Tin's body to tear one of her legs off her body. I, Deep Tin, have never known what practice is since I was a child. Today, as a mortal, I must step to the top here. The extreme pain coming from my body made the girl's voice tremble uncontrollably. Her hand touched the next step and another giant peak appeared and crashed down. Duong So Nin was terrified and quickly shouted out Deep Tin's name. At this time, both of her legs were gone, but Deep Tin could not give up. The little girl's indomitable tenacity makes even a genius like Fuang Vanyen shocked. Really, a mere mortal like you won't be able to live much longer. Hearing that, Deep Tin's tired voice retorted, Don't look down on me, young man said I'm more powerful than you, I'm more powerful than you. Fuang Vanyen sighed, I think you're crazy. Fuang Vanyen has never seen a genius stronger than me in this southern region. At the same time, a peak carrying a power stronger than the attack so far came down from the sky, leaving Deep Tin bewildered. The loud sound of blood splashing made others look in horror. Duong So Nin was so scared that she unconsciously screamed Deep Tin's name. Mr. Nim Han, Mr. Nim Han, Mr. Deep Tin is dead. His voice is lost due to fear and anxiety and Deep Tin has disappeared into smoke under the terrible attack just now. Is this what you mean when you compare mortals to gods? It was just a joke and now that girl has been completely destroyed, not even a trace of dust remains. Of all the royal friends, only Nim Han calmly spoke up, What are you talking about? Let's look again. When Fuang Vanyen heard that, she turned her head and looked down in surprise. then was shocked to see strange sources of energy starting to gather where Deep Tin was destroyed just now. What is that? It's her soul condensing. Duong So-nin's eyes widened and he shouted, Deep Tin was resurrected, not just resurrected but his soul condensed and reborn. I only saw that at this moment Deep Tin's spirit transformed into her body in front of everyone. Since childhood, Deep Tin had been ugly, had a bad mind, and from birth had been teased by others. Even I didn't dare say the slightest bit of resistance. Deep Tin's soul spoke and easily walked over the stairs where Fuang Van Yen was standing, making Fuang Van Yen's heart awestruck. The giant sword fell from the sky and easily shattered Deep Tin's newly condensed divine soul. What about the condensed soul? No matter how great your perseverance is, it will be destroyed on this staircase. The soul that dreams of carrying more than the flesh will be easily destroyed. But before Fuang Van Yen could finish her sentence, Deep Tin's soul condensed again without dispersing. Even my father, who was a sect leader, didn't want to recognize me and threw me into the service room without caring about life or death. At that time, I always chased after him and called my father, but he only scolded me that he was an ugly girl and the flies chased me away like he was chasing away evil spirits. A small, pitiful, ugly girl who did not receive love from her parents but was viewed by them as a snake and centipede that could not be thrown away. I originally thought that in this life I would be like a mouse in the dark, like a cockroach in the rooms, fending for myself in the cleaning room, but the luckiest thing in my life was meeting you. The young master told me I wasn't ugly. He said my talent was unparalleled, so I had to hold my head high and live without fear of anyone. With those words, Deep Tin's soul continued to move forward step by step, making Fuang Van Yen feel dumbfounded. Her soul was continuously destroyed by the giant sword and then condensed again. Sir, he not only gave me more confidence, not simply how I have to live to become a human being, but he gave me a new life and made me a new person. The girl's weak soul contains great immortal power to overcome many dangers and climb to the top of the exam ladder. Duong So-nin's voice trembled. He couldn't believe that Sister Deep Tin could actually reach climax, and Deep Tin's words just now made Fuang Van Yen realize something. Using weak mortals to compare with gods, understand that the comparison with gods is no longer the body but the will of mortals, the strong and indomitable will. In the blink of an eye, a powerful source of energy erupted from Fuang Van Yen's body into the surrounding area. Oh my God, how can one still break through under such terrible pressure, that in this world only the young sect master of Tianmon has such qualifications. Fuang Van Yen's face was now filled with determination to step forward step by step. If that girl can walk, so can Fuang Van Yen. An indomitable spirit began to form in the mind of the little girl, using her weak body to block the attack from the forbidden stairs here. Fresh blood gushed out, but fresh blood was never lacking in the journey of maturity of a powerful monk. In the blink of an eye, Fuang Van Yen gritted her teeth and endured the serious injury, and successfully stepped up to the top. We succeeded and we finally succeeded. But who is this mysterious man who helped me? In the southern heavens region, I have never heard of a heaven calling like that. As soon as the three of them stepped up to the top, the door of the ancestral temple suddenly opened. Renhan looked at Deep Tin's illusory soul and let's go inside. Everyone followed him into the temple and Duong So-nin stood below in fear not knowing what to do. Wait until everyone gets inside and what about me? Inside the temple of Neem Han, he saw three strange giant statues of three people. Deep Tin's spirit came to the side and felt for a moment, then spoke up to remind him that these three stone statues look very strange and have an unusual aura. These three heroes who are exiled from their homeland are nothing more than animals betraying humanity. Hearing those words, Fuang Van Yen angrily scolded, "How insolent to dare to scold the three supreme beings, are you crazy?" Hearing that, Neem Han immediately glanced at her and asked the supreme being who bestowed that title. Nine Nguyen Holy Spirit Thuong Vo Men Holy Master Huida are the three supreme beings respected by the whole world, managing many large areas including the southern heaven region. This is something that all high-level monks know. I warn you that this is a sacred ancestral temple and you must not speak nonsense. Hearing those words, Neem Han shook his head. In your eyes, they are supreme, but in my eyes, they are just a bunch of chicken and dog thieves. What an incompetent, arrogant bastard. From the moment she was born, Fuang Van Yen couldn't believe that someone could be so arrogant. Ren Han, regardless of whether he was supreme or not, just signaled Deep Tin to quickly start. The girl responded and then immediately closed her eyes and used her spiritual power to feel everything around her. Although Deep Tin did not know why she had to come here, it was clear that something had guided her, and she had to grasp it in this place. As soon as Deep Tin closed his eyes, strange streams of white light appeared in the main hall and gradually converged on Deep Tin's soul. What is this white light? Why is there nothing on his body? At the same time, the three statues in the middle of the hall also emitted a huge, strange aura. Feeling that terrifying aura, Fuang Vanyan exclaimed in surprise that the three supreme beings had appeared. This was the first time this phenomenon had happened. From those three statues appeared streams of black air carrying skulls like demons from hell rushing towards Deep Tin's soul to attack. Under the attack from those auras, Deep Tin screamed in pain. A skull appeared in the air and a high-pitched voice rang out. By the way, you don't share the same breath as us. Quickly kneel down. You're not worthy of forcing me to kneel down like you often say. Deep Tin's entire body now radiated a bright, holy light that scared the surrounding evil spirits. The energy from the girl's soul made them feel like they had encountered a painful natural enemy and screamed to stay away. Fuang Vanyan solemnly questioned you, do you dare to resist the Supreme Being? I can only see that at this time Deep Tin's soul is constantly resisting the strange aura from the three statues while they are constantly screaming that they are disrespectful to the Supreme Being and must be beheaded and destroyed. Those words made Deep Tin even more angry and erupting with more terrifying energy than ever. Supreme Fart Deep Tin only listens to his words and doesn't die. Crazy, 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 even the Supreme Being dares to do so. In the blink of an eye, suddenly the white gas streams from before appeared again and turned into paintings. In those paintings, there is a continuous war between the nation and the terrible demons. Those monsters are constantly killing the heroes of the human race because the nation dared to resist heaven. But one after another, powerful monks appeared and used their bodies to fight blood to protect the nation. What do you traitors dare to say here? The resistance of the weak human race is easily defeated by the monsters because compared to their strength, the people are really bad ants. If you agree, you will live. If you resist, you will die. These bloody pictures made Fuang Vanyan's people extremely terrified. These pictures were the three supreme beings who killed the human monks. The human monks who were protecting humanity were massacred by these traitors, but the people had no remorse and used their flesh and blood to fight even with their last breath left, all for the sake of humanity. 2 words human race. The great powers of the human race were tied up by 3 traitors and forced to kneel before them. But there are absolutely no monks in the nation who kneel. Humans only kneel before their ancestors and never before their enemies. Monsters capture the human race and force everyone to be submissive. As slaves, they must know how to follow their destiny. In response, they only had a line that said the human race would never be slaves. Then I'll just leave you in a pool of blood. The mysterious man with snake heads wrapped around his neck immediately attacked. His terrible and destructive power enveloped all the heroes of the human race. Their souls were all destroyed, causing each great life to pass away like that. Looking at this terrible scene, Deep Tin screamed in horror. There was no way this could be possible. As if responding to her words, that giant monster was happily slaughtering the great powers of the human race. Who would care about the lives of insects living in the soil like you? The rays of destruction from these pictures shine into the souls of those sitting here watching. Witnessing the horrifying scene of blood and gore, Fuang Vanyan's mind seemed to collapse. How could such a 3-position leader kill humans? But when you animals die, more insects will be born. The statue outside mixed with each picture immediately attacked Nam Han's group of people. Deep Tin's face was deep and his voice full of pity rang out, "No, I won't allow you to do that. You must not harm the human race." The people's anger reached its peak, causing the power in Deep Tin's soul to suddenly and horribly erupt, repelling the stone statues and their strange aura. At this time, the souls of the great powers of the human race appear around us. The nation will forever exist. There will always be those who come after us to inherit our legacy. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. After that soul finished speaking, he immediately entered Deep Tin's body. Not just one person but a series of heroes of the nation. Even though they have died, their soul energy still exists on earth. We will not regret even if we die. We will not regret even if we die. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. We will pave the way for future generations to remember that the human race will live forever. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, I don't know how many fragments of the souls of the sages who fell in that battle now appear again, using their little power to enter the souls of the gods. Deep Tin. The weak girl who absorbed all those souls only felt that her heart was heavy as if she was carrying something. Neem Han was also moved by the scene and they had all climbed up to the temple. Heroes fight for humanity until death. Deep Tin continuously shed 2 weak tears and asked them why they chose her. Because heroic spirits do not disperse and live forever, because you are a seed condensed from countless heroic spirits that will gradually mature and successfully break the cocoon in the years to come, raising regrets for your lives. Heroic people. Deep Tin, you are carrying a very special mission. Can you handle this responsibility or not? Listening to the endless conversation between the two of them, Fuang Vanyen didn't understand what they were saying. Listening to Nam Han's direct question, Deep Tin closed his eyes tightly and hugged his beating heart. I am the seed of the primordial spirit carrying a great mission on my body. With those words, the girl's body began to deform like a miscarriage. From body shape to skin to face, everything becomes strangely beautiful. A moment later, in mid-air, the figure of a girl in her 20s appeared as pure and noble as a 9th celestial goddess coming to earth. Fuang Vanyen was startled and couldn't believe that a person could suddenly reincarnate and change bones. This thing only existed in fairy tales, but she didn't expect that someone could do it in reality. Neem Han approached and summoned a mirror so Deep Tin could see his true appearance. The girl looked bewildered at the beautiful figure in the mirror. Is this really me? I can't believe it. I never dreamed that one day I would become like that. The appearance that originally came from your heart is very worthy of this appearance. Besides, this is not your final change. You have inherited the heroic will of the temple, breaking through the extreme realm of will, allowing you to constantly transform. Hearing that, Deep Tin immediately knelt down to bow and pay his respects. All of this was given by the young master, even if he reincarnated thousands of times. Deep Tin will never forget the young master's gratitude. Neem Han nodded with satisfaction and then looked around to assess the surrounding scene. Next, he had to borrow the power of the cathedral here to be able to replenish his mystical energy. Thinking so, one of his legs immediately dropped to the floor. The golden energy stream of the ancient temple summoned by Neem Han once again appeared in the world. This is the ancient formation of the ancestral temple that disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. I did not expect that this person could actually initiate this ancient formation. The events from the beginning until now have continuously broken Fuang Vanyen's perception, made her exclaim endlessly. Feeling each ancient text, Neem Han meditated. This time after opening the solar acupuncture point, he will be able to mobilize the solar god's fire to refine all things. While he was constantly adjusting his body, those 3 giant statues once again appeared and roared, the cowardly person who insulted the Supreme Being would die without a complete body. Ren Han glanced in disdain, so why can't he humiliate the Supreme Being? Then I want to humiliate you. Having said that, he immediately jumped on top of the statue of the monstrous man with his countless snake heads. This situation made Fuang Vanyen panic and scream, why can't you come down quickly? The statue was also angered by Neem Han's arrogant actions. If you are so ignorant, you bastard, I will take your soul and refine it. Maybe because the statue talked too much and made Nam Han angry, he stomped his foot hard on the statue's head, causing it to shatter. What is he? He trampled on the statue of the Supreme Being and died. One statue was destroyed, causing the 2 remaining statues to rage even more fiercely than ever. Fuang Vanyen's face was pale with fear. The Supreme Being's angry body was lying everywhere. The Supreme Being's angry body was lying everywhere. At this moment, it seemed that Neem Han's temples had been cleared, causing his aura to increase 1 level. At the same time, the giant hands of the 2 statues also approached from behind and their murderous voices rang out to kill you guys. Nam Han was closing his eyes at the moment of extreme danger. He raised his face to the sky and shouted a word, then a strange stream of energy burst out from within his body to the surrounding area. In the blink of an eye, the other 2 statues were also broken. The shock wave was so strong that Fuang Vanyen standing nearby was also blown away. At this moment, on the outside, Duong So Nin, after countless efforts, finally climbed the 11th step. But right when he couldn't stop exclaiming, a terrible explosion occurred from above the temple. What happened? Did the temple explode? The temple was blown away with dust and a strange figure appeared from inside. Nam Han silently felt the energy in his body and nodded happily like this. Fuang Vanyen struggled to stand up from the rubble, trembling in fear because the ancestral temple had been destroyed. The frightened girl quickly ran in front of Neem Han and asked, everyone destroyed the statue of the Supreme Being and blew up the temple. Do you know that this is a heinous crime? Facing that question, Neem Han coldly asked again, so I asked her what the ancestral temple was used for. The ancestral temple was originally to worship the ancestors of our heavenly sect. Why do you still want to worship the 3 Supreme Beings from before? Hearing this question, Fuang Vanyen was a bit confused. What's the problem with these three supreme beings that the whole world admires and worships? Star. Nam Han looked at the girl like he was smiling and replied, "That's a problem, miss. Those three supreme clowns, how could it be that the true ancestors of your heavenly sect were that person?" Ren Han's hand gently waved a giant statue that suddenly appeared with a majestic posture and the appearance of clearly being a great man of the human race. His name is Fuang Kai Tien, the first leader of Tianmon is the ancestor of Tianmon, your one-faced Tianmon originates from him. Fuang Vanyen stared in bewilderment and the statue kept repeating the name Fuang Kai Tien, leader of Nam Tianmon. Ignoring the bewildered girl, Nim Han took deep tin and left here. Seeing him leave, Fuang Vanyen suddenly calmed down and asked, "Wait a minute, who are you?" "So I am the upper mysterious sect of Nim Han. On the upper Xian sect, it turns out that he is the young man who destroyed the Tai Xian sect." At the bottom of the 11th step, after seeing the temple being blown up, Duong So Nin kept clasping his hands together in prayer. The ancestral temple's blessing was not caused by Mr. Nim Han's explosion. The ancestor's blessing was not destroyed by him. Where to cancel? Deep Tin, who was passing by, heard those words and immediately spoke, causing Duong So Nin to turn to stone. "Brother Duong, the temple was blown up by the master, we should go back." The harsh truth made Duong So Nin cry without tears. At the same time, just as the three supreme statues were destroyed in the heavens, a strange land was covered with powerful energy. The man with red hair who turned into snakes was sitting and practicing when he suddenly felt something. Immediately a soldier appeared and bowed before the mysterious man, the supreme swordsman. That man looked at the soldier and asked how long it had been since the TNXA true monarch had been down to earth. "The TNXA Chan Quan's march has been completed for 8 days. Nam Tien Tan's supreme saint statue was destroyed, this is a heinous crime. Male angel supreme saint statue was destroyed, this is a heinous crime." Upon receiving an order from the supreme being's soldiers, he immediately obeyed the order to execute the exam. Perform duties. At this time, in the cave behind the mountain of the Tianmon, the sect master and the elders were observing the disciples constantly bringing animal food into the cave for the Tian Phi true monarch. The elder sighed for a moment and then asked, "If the boss continues like this, he won't be able to get the TNXA true monarch. He is truly extremely gluttonous. He has already eaten more than half of the spirit beasts that my heavenly gate has raised, and in less than 2 days, my heavenly gate will also be eaten by him. The next time the spirit beast eats it all, the true monarch TNXA will definitely ask us to sacrifice human children. How can we do this kind of story that goes against the heavenly way?" The sect master of the heavenly sect also sighed helplessly, "Yes, but the true monarch represents the supreme being, an existence we cannot provoke." While surfing, they had a headache when a loud explosion sounded from the mountains in the distance. The elder's face was full of horror as he looked towards the source of the sound. This sound was coming from the ancestral temple. What exactly happened to the ancestral temple? Hurry over there and take a look, you can't let anything happen to the ancestral temple. Until the group of people chased them to the place, they discovered that the ancestral temple was no longer here. Why did it become like this? In the end, what happened and who did this? Fuang Vanyen took a step forward and explained, "Elder Father, this matter was caused by Nim Han of the Upper Profound Sect. He was the young man who led the Upper Mysterious Sect to destroy the Mysterious Sect." Hearing the name Nim Han, the elder was surprised. Fuang Vanyen saw this and immediately asked Director Hin, "Do you know this person?" The director pondered and then explained, "I once met a young man whose ability to exorcise demons was so powerful that I was ashamed of my own incompetence. If it was that person, it wouldn't be strange." Fuang Vanyen doubled over and looked towards the giant statue of the patriarch. Nim Han here had reached the 18th level of heaven, destroyed 3 supreme holy statues, exploded the ancestral temple of our heavenly gate, and finally he even summoned him. Fuang Kai Tian stone statue said it was the ancestor of the heavenly gate. The other elders nearby heard this and were extremely angry. It was extremely absurd to dare to destroy the Supreme Saint statue. It was truly a heinous crime. If the Supreme Being blames the crime, how can our heavenly sect bear the burden? Moreover, he casually stole a stone statue and dared to say that it was our Tianmon's ancestor, which is ridiculous to the extreme. How can our Tianmon's ancestors be so easily deceived? While the elder was talking, suddenly the sect leader of the heavenly gate knelt down on the ground. The 36th generation Tianmon sect leader asked to pay his respects to his ancestors. The sect leader suddenly knelt before the statue, shocking the elders. "What is that, sect master, what are you doing?" Everyone was frightened. Only Dao Thin himself realized something. The information about the ancestors of Tianmon in ancient records from long ago seemed like someone had intentionally destroyed it. Only one remained. Information that only the sect master can understand. After the sect master finished the ceremony, he stood up and opened his mouth to explain, "Fuang Kai Tian is indeed my heavenly sect's ancestor. Only this sect master knows about this. This is not wrong. It's just that Nim Han, how did he know the secret?" Listening to what the government said, Fuang Van Yen pondered, "Father, how should we handle this in a reasonable way?" An elder immediately spoke up. How else could he handle the TNXA true monarch? Didn't he want to see him? Why did he capture him and throw him to the TNXA militia? Chief Xing immediately stepped forward and couldn't stop Mr. Nim Han. Must be an ordinary person. Moreover, if he can summon the ancestors of Tianmon, I can deduce that this person has a very deep relationship with Tianmon. The head of the sect also nodded and could not handle it in a rude way. Chief Hin entrusted this matter to him to handle. Let that person explain clearly to my heavenly sect and answer. At this time, Nim Han led Deep Tin back to where they were staying. When the two elders saw her silhouette, they were surprised and did not expect that the girl could change to this extent. The great elder stroked his long beard as he looked at his disciples and exclaimed, "But it seems that this time your trip with Master Nim Han won't be small, right?" When Duong So Nin heard that, he cried and cried. Not only was the harvest not small, it was truly a landslide. What made heaven and earth shake? Seeing this appearance of his disciple that was difficult to finish, the great elder suddenly had a bad feeling. Right at this moment, from outside the courtyard, a group of fierce soldiers broke through the door and rushed in. "This is where we quickly capture them all for me." When Duong So Nin saw that, he screamed in horror and people came to the door. The great elder didn't understand anything and loudly scolded you. "Are you not watching over Mr. Nim Han? Master Ren Han destroyed someone else's ancestral temple. What can you do?" Oh my God, it was like lightning had struck the great elder's ears. The old body of the great elder was about to collapse. "What destroyed the ancestral temple? Don't tease me, this isn't funny, Master, how dare you tease someone with such a big deal? Oh my God, completely destroying someone's ancestral temple is no different from having someone's ancestors' tombs built. I knew that Mr. Nim Han would get into trouble, but I never thought it would cause such a big disaster. What should we do now?" The true disciple Truong Lan then boldly walked in and loudly questioned, "Are you too arrogant in the Upper Xian sect? I come to your sect and you attack me." People, seeing the two of them appear, the second elder breathed a sigh of relief. It was Truong Lan and Deacon Tan. Looks like they didn't come for the sake of the ancestral temple. "Young Master Ren Han, since the heavenly gate still hasn't come to the door because of the ancestral temple, we should run away to Thuong Huynh Venerable to think of a strategy." Hearing what the great elder said, Ren Han immediately shook his head. "No need. This story has just begun and there's a good drama behind it, so why are you leaving in such a hurry?" Deacon Chin jumps up and down aggressively, scaring people. "You all have to give up and kneel on the ground so that Mr. Truong can slap you all." Quang Tich Ni immediately stepped forward and slapped him in the face. "Why do you keep talking so much?" As soon as he entered the door, the deacon on his side was beaten. Truong Lang shouted angrily, "How dare you, how dare you!" Before he could finish his sentence, Quang Tich Ni immediately gave him a heavy slap. "Do you also want to be beaten for talking so much? Big brother Nam Han, did you see how I performed? Well done, you did well." The constant rage rushed into his brain, causing Truong Lang to frantically order, "Someone set up an array to kill all of these people for me." Following his orders, soldiers immediately surrounded him and cast summoning spells to cover Nam Han's group. "Dead, this is the dragon formation of the heavenly sect. This formation is extremely powerful only in the heavenly sect. The people who set up the formation are all the first disciples of the celestial sect. Legend has it that this formation is promoted to its limit. Can hold even a giant dragon." Contrary to Great Elder Nam Han's fear, he still had time to evaluate this formation. The fire dragon formation is indeed one of the ancient formations, but we can break it. When Truong Lan heard that, he smiled contemptuously. "What kind of dragon formation are you from? My heavenly gate has never been broken by anyone since ancient times. Let's surround them and force out his tongue so that this maniac becomes a laughing stock. Truong Lan immediately rushed into battle and controlled the formation to begin the battle. I just saw that following his command, countless chains of money suddenly appeared from the air covered in golden energy. The chains were like snakes coming to life and rushing towards Nam Han's group. Kwang Tich Ni was not afraid to draw her sword and slash at each of those strands of money, but was not harmed at all as she was easily bound tightly by the chains wrapped around her. What is it? These threads are too tough to cut. Without time to react, the girl's whole body could no longer move and each of those chains kept tightening, causing her constant pain. This is not good. This dragon formation is too strange and difficult to defend against. We can't break it at all. Not only Kwang Tich Ni but also the second great elder as well as so of course are controlled. Truong Lan smiled complacently, haha, radiating such wonderful trust. How could you countrymen be able to resist? Today I will make you all kneel down in front of me and call me grandpa. However, his smile suddenly disappeared when he discovered that Nim Han was not bound by the dragon array. Why don't you increase the intensity a bit and see if there's anything wrong with that kid? Aim straight at him. Under the control of the soldiers, iron chains continuously converged and rushed towards Nim Han standing in the middle of the hall. But your strange body easily dodges every attack. This fire dragon formation is truly glorious and no one can destroy it, but that doesn't include me. Deacon Chin began to feel that things were getting out of control. There was something not quite right. This kid looked like he was walking by at will, but all the energy chains were avoided by him. Truong Lan's eyes also glared at Nim Han, trying to reassure himself. It was definitely just a coincidence that he used the full power of the dragon formation to crush him. When the great elder saw Nim Han keep stepping forward, he worriedly spoke up, "Young master, I think this dragon array is stronger than our sect's great array. Moreover, the disciples who set up the formation are all elites of the heavenly sect, each of them's abilities are no weaker than Duong So Nin's. What should I do? Listen to my command, take me as the dragon's head, let's use all our strength to operate the great array to kill that mysterious guy." It took a while but still couldn't do anything. Nim Han Truong Lan got angry and started using his ultimate move. I just saw the power of all the heavenly disciples gathering together, causing the power of the iron chains to increase by more than 2 or 3 times. Feeling the power of the great array constantly increasing, Truong Lan smiled proudly, "Kid, now let's see where you're hiding, huh?" Faced with the fierce attack from the iron chains, Nim Han clasped his hands and made a seal. "Why should I hide? I can easily destroy this battle with me." One word he uttered caused the strange situation to appear again when the iron chains suddenly changed direction and no longer attacked Nam Han. Those iron chains turned back and tightly bound Truong Lan and the deacon in their unbelievable horror. Truong Lan immediately became angry and cursed at the disciples who controlled the formation. "Damn it, what are you doing? Why did you lock us up?" That disciple trembled and replied, "No, senior brother Truong's dragon formation is no longer under our control. If that fart wasn't controlled by you, then who was it?" That disciple panicked and weakly pointed at Nim Han as if it was controlled by him. "It's impossible that the dragon formation is unique to our sect. He's just a disciple of another sect. He's definitely never seen it before, much less controlled it. Furthermore, how can one person operate the dragon formation? It easily is." Under everyone's shock, Nam Han smiled with relief. "Today I will show you what a real shining dragon is." In the blink of an eye, the chains binding the 2 elders loosened, allowing the 2 of them to escape. Then even the iron chains on Truong Lan's body let him go and those iron chains kept flying across the ceiling. In an instant, a series of iron chains covered with destructive energy interwoven together to form a formation with a giant yin and yang illusion. Truong Lan was extremely frightened as he looked up and stared at the illusory image on the ceiling. "Oh my god, this is the legendary formation. Only endlessly manipulating the dragon formation can make this formation appear. The dragon formation to bind people is just a trivial matter, the true dragon formation can still control the universe to control the sun and moon." As soon as Nim Han's words ended, the giant formation image immediately pressed towards the disciples of the heavenly sect. The pressure was so strong that they were forced to kneel on the floor. The disciple controlling the formation initially looked at Nim Han as if he were looking at a monster. So could that person really operate the dragon formation? Moreover, he understood this formation much better than us. At least it has reached the level of a grand master of formations. Panic also engulfed the deacon. "So happy that you dare to force us to kneel, you are so arrogant and arrogant." Truong Lan was also angrily clenching his teeth, trying to withstand the pressure from that giant formation. Is the damned boy really because of operating the formation? I've been studying the dragon formation for more than 10 years. What does he rely on to be able to reach an infinite level of transportation? Nam Han coldly looked at the two of them and asked if they were satisfied. Truong Lan immediately retorted, if you're good, then kill me. I have lived many years as a deacon and have never met anyone as arrogant as you. So what if you've never met before? What do you feel when you meet today? As Nam Han spoke, he gently waved his hand, causing iron chains in the sky to immediately crash down to where the celestial disciples were kneeling. In the blink of an eye, those sharp iron chains stabbed straight into their bodies, causing them to scream in pain. Nam Han's aura right now is like a great devil destroying the world. What now? Tell me whether you are convinced or not. Truong Lan was extremely frightened but still resolutely rebutted, I trust your grandfather, you and I will not die. Mr. Truong, this kid really wants to kill us, so what? This is heaven. I don't believe he dares to kill us. Just be strong. I'm sure someone will come to save me. Listening to the conversation of the two of them, Nam Han controlled the iron chains to attack. If you are so stubborn, then I will complete it for you guys. The aura of near death caused Deacon Chin to collapse in panic, clasping his hands in prayer. Tay stopped his hand, I surrendered, I surrendered. Truong Lan heard this and shouted angrily, Deacon Chin, you are a person without bones, don't let people look down on you like that. Deacon Chin kept crying, Mr. Truong, this person really did it, he really intended to kill us. There's no way I can bet that he won't dare to kill us. If we die, then I will avenge us. No way, Mr. Truong, but I don't want to die. Seeing the two of them quarreling with each other, Nam Han smiled and summoned the iron chains. Deacon, a weak traitor like you, can leave now. Just now, the iron chains were rushing towards him. He had clearly walked through the demon gate once, making him excited now. I can move, I'm finally alive. Mr. Truong, it's better to just admit that I left here first and think about it later. Faced with Deacon Truong Lan's admonition, he shouted with extreme anger, go away, go far away from me, brat. If you have the ability to say that, then kill me. Ren Han no longer paid attention to him and looked away from the other heavenly sect disciples. What about you guys, whether you like it or not? The disciples were all very scared and hesitated and some were about to nod in defeat. But at that moment, Truong Lan screamed again, causing the disciples to stop. Everyone shut up. Tell me who dares to say that I will give up. Truong Lan will kill that person. In this dragon formation that I have mastered for the past few years, our formations have been very excellent. They are all ruined. Who do you serve? Today, Truong Lan, I will not bow unless I kill you. No one will bow. Ren Han nodded in praise, but I couldn't see how strong your bones were, worthy of being a true disciple of the heavenly sect, but let me see how hard your bones can be. A sharp iron chain controlled by Nam Han stabbed straight into Truong Lan's chest, but he screamed in pain while smiling crazily. The second elder couldn't help but praise this guy, who was quite interesting and determined not to give up. At this moment, an old voice rang out from outside the yard. He quickly stopped and Mr. Hin, panicked, ran over. When the deacon saw his figure, he was extremely happy that it was Dao Master Han. Truong Lan lay bleeding on the ground and cried, urging her father to save her child. There are rioters in Tianman. Hurry up. Your grandchild will die. My heavenly sect's Tian Dao Chief Xing has arrived and the end of your upper mysterious sect has come. The Deacon Chin had asked for forgiveness earlier, but when he saw help coming, he arrogantly looked at Nam Han and was about to say something. But in the blink of an eye, Nam Han slapped him in the face, causing his teeth to fall out. The great elder sighed tiredly because Dao leader Hing's position in Tianman was below 1 person in 10,000, his strength was second only to the sect master of Tianman and he certainly came here from the ancestral temple. Looks like I won't be able to escape this time. Director Han, quickly get rid of this crazy guy. This guy dares to injure Mr. Truong and is disrespectful to my heavenly gate. It's truly worthy of death. Listening to Deacon Tan's scolding, Director Han angrily pulled up his sleeves. But the leader who took action was not Nam Han, but slapped the deacon in the face. Suddenly being beaten made Deacon Chin stupid and not understanding anything. Only at this moment, in everyone's surprise, Dao Tik Hin stepped forward to face Nam Han, clasped his hands, and Tianman Dao Hin asked to meet Mr. Nam Han. The leader's voice echoed in the air but reached everyone's ears like a thud. They both couldn't believe it and questioned their husband when Chief Hin suddenly bowed before that young man. Okay, don't tell me that from now on, Duong So Nin, the person I know and have many relationships with, won't be as good as Mr. Nim Han. Even the second family of Tien Mon will be so polite to Mr. Ren Han. Ignoring everyone's surprise, the director solemnly bowed and asked Master Nim Han to blame him for not letting this group of idiots bother him. Nam Han also looked towards him and nodded. Are you here because of the ancestral temple's matter? Dao Leader Hin.